Our story starts in year 2006. In the morning as usual, loud traffic horns woke up the sleeping city of Gangnam. The blaring sound of car horns creates a stuffy atmosphere. Looking down from above, cars seem to cover the entire street. At a certain office in the city center, employees panicked and reported, department head, Calm's funds had been withdrawn. The head of the department turned around. Surprised, he asked, "How much?" The employee sweatily replied, "About 20,000 shares." The head of the department seemed to have predicted something. He raised his glasses calculatingly. Someone noticed and burned his upper hand. The employee still had a worried face and asked the manager, "What should I do?" "What else to do?" "There will be an announcement soon. It's best to split up now." The department head majestically pointed his finger and ordered. Looking away, he exclaimed, "I don't know who they are, but they are indeed lucky people." As soon as he returned, the department head immediately ordered all employees to be careful because we don't know when another lucky person like him will appear. If we fail now, we will be dead. On the outside, he appeared calm, but inside the department head was somewhat trembling. He was curious about who the guy was. It seemed like they knew everything we were planning, like a ghost. The scene changes to a certain apartment. The sound of typing on a keyboard comes from inside. The closer we got to the apartment, the more intense the sound of typing became. A teenage boy enthusiastically typing on a computer appeared in the scene. His face was full of excitement. The corners of his lips kept curling up, thinking for a moment. 46 million in 3 days is truly a number that few people can earn. Thinking about the amount of money, his excitement continued to increase. The screen shows a stock index that is constantly increasing. The teenager thought, "This is money that I have never had in my entire life." Even though he thought like that, greed took possession of him. But this was still not enough. I was still not satisfied. The corners of my lips gradually lowered. My face became serious. I haven't really started yet. Looking at the stock index up and down on the screen, he came up with a bold idea. Maybe I should play a little more. I'm still in need. In a small room in the countryside, where the summer heat has not yet cooled down. The 18-year-old young man, Jang Taesin, in the old, dilapidated room as it is now, was given a new life and looked forward to a new future. Someday, Taesin himself will write a legend that he will become a rich man, holding many properties in this prosperous city of Gangnam. In 2020, on the Han River, the image of a man pretending to approach the railing. That's Taesin from 14 years later feeling extremely depressed. I'm about to be hired as a full-time employee. The company Taesin was working for went bankrupt. Now he is not only unemployed, but also has to endure prolonged poverty. Standing near the railing, suddenly Taesin's thought flashed. Should I jump down? The water surface of the Han River at night is dark and deep, as if it wants to swallow people down there. Before he was about to commit suicide, a voice suddenly came from far away. Wait, Taesin was startled and turned his head to look. Come down quickly. Urgent voices from the security police rang out. It turned out that a teenager was standing on the edge of the bridge intending to do something foolish. He shouted, "Don't come here, I will jump." The security police shouted loudly, "I don't care. Come down here quickly. The days ahead are still long. Why are you thinking like that?" Responding to the police's questioning, the young man hesitated, his expression filled with confusion. He cried speechlessly, his hands clutching the bridge. "Me, really?" His life was over. The young man burst into tears. Clearly, he still wanted to live. After being advised, he sobbed for help. The security police reassured him, and he stood up first. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Taesin's mood was complicated, and he sighed in despair. Taesin's heart was troubled, thinking that every day someone threw themselves into the Han River. Taesin thought, even if he jumped down, this life would still be the same. He didn't want to commit suicide anymore. Taesin decided on a new plan, or should he go back to his hometown tomorrow? Taesin's footsteps walked along the bridge towards an unknown direction. Taesin stopped at the red light. Next to him was a boy in a yellow shirt engrossed in playing with his phone. The beeping sound coming from the yellow shirt boy's phone attracted Taesin's attention. Taesin became admiring the boy next to him, thinking to himself, he seems happy, so jealous of him. The red light gradually turns to green. Colors pop up in the dark night. The boy in the yellow shirt walked across the street with his eyes still focused on his phone. Taesin whispered, not even paying attention to the signal. Taesin's thoughts were on the boy in yellow shirt. Kids today are so interesting. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn came from afar, startling Taesin. A car suddenly came. The yellow shirt boy was in danger. Taesin shouted loudly, "Hey!" Taesin stared wide-eyed at the car approaching the yellow shirt boy. That car was going so fast. Like the speed of light, the car rushed forward. Taesin's sweaty forehead glanced at the yellow shirt boy. The boy still calmly dialed his phone and walked on the street without knowing he was in danger. The ear-piercing sound of car horns gradually came closer, signaling the sound of death. The yellow shirt boy wearing headphones is still immersed in his world. Seeing that, Teason couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't let the boy die. Teason opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene before him, internally screaming, "Dangerous." Finally, Teason shouted with all his might, "It's dangerous, kid!" Combined with his legs, Teason rushed straight towards the boy urgently. At the same time, the car was still approaching at the speed of light. The yellow-shirted boy only then realized the situation, his face stunned, not knowing what to do. Teason used all his strength to rush forward, reaching out to push the boy away, putting himself within the car's range. The feeling of death covers all senses. Teason seems to freeze. The car crashed into Teason, throwing him away. The feeling of pain rushed in, but Teason's consciousness was still active. He cursed in pain. "So, do I have to die like this? I've never lived a single day of kindness." In that moment, Teason could still think about the fact that if after he died from a sexual accident, his parents would receive the insurance money, right? Teason's consciousness completely disappeared. A voice rang out, "You idiot," completely awakened Teason. Teason woke up, surprised by the current situation. What's going on? Why am I so absent-minded? Suddenly, an old man with gray hair appeared before his eyes, making Teason wonder, who are you? Why am I floating like this? Teason thought he was dead, so it was possible that the old man in front of him was his own dead body. Could it be? Are you the god of death? Teason's words made the old man fall silent. The old man calmly tapped his wooden staff once and said, "I am your ancestor." Teason was stunned. Ancestors, what? He couldn't believe what the old man just said. The old man shouted angrily, "I made you a descendant of the sky, so I let you wag your tail with the neighbor's dogs like that. They are even bastards who look down on us." Teason suddenly being scolded hurts my ears. "What are you saying?" The old man raised his hand, his beard and hair blowing in the wind. "Listen carefully. I will grant your favor." The old man frowned and said, "If you can be revived, don't try to act like a gentleman. Never forgive your enemies, or smash them to pieces so they can't raise their heads again." Teason still didn't understand. He asked again, "What are you talking about?" The old man's eyes twitched as if sparks were emitted. "If you can't do it, I will kill you again, making you die over and over again for 5,000 years. Feeling like falling down, Teason was scared. "Wait, what are you doing suddenly?" Teason followed gravity and his scream filled the air. The louder he shouted, the faster he fell, and Teason's mind seemed to be turned upside down. The scene of Teason Road just hit by a car appeared before my eyes, about to fall into it again. Teason screamed in panic. "Didn't you say save me?" Teason's head hit hard on the stone road. Pieces of stone broke like Teason's nerves. The alarm clock rang, a loud sound signaling the morning had come. A hand rushed forward, blocking the sound of the clock, pressing the button to turn off the sound. The feeling of having just died made Teason unable to adapt immediately. He had difficulty opening his eyes. Teason lay on the bed, eyes wide open in surprise, looking at what was before him. Feeling surprised beyond words, Teason widened his eyes. "Where is this?" Teason stood up and looked at the small, old room in front of him. A familiar feeling came over him. Teason recalls, "One day in August 2020 my head was broken. I was 32 years old at that time. But strangely enough, I am now. Looking in the mirror, I see that I am young again." He looked at the bookshelves. That was the boring life of a man. The mess around the room, the misery of loneliness in adolescence. I looked back in surprise. Oh my God, what was going on? I pinched my face because I couldn't believe it was true that I had just fallen asleep in bed. Spreading his arms in front of his eyes, he saw that he looked toned. It was a photo commemorating the Mid-Autumn Festival in 2006. It's unbelievable, but so cool. Teason started calculating how old he was. I really couldn't believe that I was 18 years old. He wondered, there's nothing scary about the age of 18 in a person's life. He started to remember the old man from yesterday and thought, so he wasn't lying. He began to remember the memories of 32 years of his life, mixed with joy and sadness, resurfacing in his head. People despise his memories. The memories of his lover and his colleagues were so vivid that he couldn't even think of them as dreams. Teason turned quickly to look at the object next to him. That was my high school uniform shirt. He wondered, do I have to go to school? Remembering the scene in the classroom made me sweat. The high school years that linger in his memory are all about playing games with his friends. I feel ashamed of myself when I only sleep in class. He was stunned when he remembered his own academic achievements. His face darkened, and he suddenly remembered something. He found that he remembered all the self-exclaiming tests. Damn, this wasn't a dream, right? He still remembers the law exam. An image of the exam appeared in his mind, and he wanted to take it again. Suddenly dumbfounded, he gasped when he remembered that he used to work in the stock market. With the goal of getting a job at a securities company, he studied for a consulting certificate in 3 types of finance: bonds, treasury, and even derivatives. Not only did he not learn about the Korean stock market index, the Korean electronic stock market, foreign stocks, and stock indexes, he also learned about stocks and financial leverage derivatives. Thinking back, life is not a dream. That alone is not enough. In Taeson's mind, he remembered that old man. Why? He once said, "I will give you a gift." Taeson wondered what gift it was. Something made him come back. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared, making him unable to open his eyes. From that end comes the sound, "Sit down, cross your legs," made him curious as to where it came from. That bright light disappeared, and suddenly a black crow appeared. The old man he met appeared before his eyes again. The scene began to change, and he turned around and asked, "Who are you and where is this?" He answered and identified himself as the head of Shinsan Hospital, Chun Ryong Shin. Taeson shouted back and asked, "What? The head of Shinsan Hospital?" Seeing that he was still far away, he began to angrily shout, "Hurry up and move. This is a practice-breaking curfew. If we are exposed, you will be in trouble." He didn't think much about Shinsan Hospital, practicing against the precepts, or the divine dragon. They were all strange things to him. That old man complimented Taeson on his muscles. His muscles are good. How can they be like that? He was surprised to be complimented like that and replied to his master, "My muscles are good." Suddenly, the old man with a sinister face spoke straight to his heart. "Don't watch porn anymore. It'll break your bones." He continued, "Don't keep eating noodles like that. It's very bad for your blood." He started to seriously call you. "Close your eyes. Let's begin." Taeson was a bit apprehensive. He looked down at the cliff below and felt more afraid to speak to the teacher in front of him. He didn't say what was wrong, but this place looked too dangerous. The old man sitting far away shouted loudly, "You know what the 3 core elements are? Speed, patience, kai." He finally agreed to sit down and practice because it sounded convincing. He said it looked like martial arts movies and novels. Hearing that, the old man threatened him, saying that practicing nonsense would hurt his bones, but he thought his master was like a charlatan. It was already late afternoon when it started. "The teacher is behind you." Taeson suddenly started to feel like the powerful heavenly dragon was really behind him. He put his hand on his back and began to teach him. He said, after comprehending the small heavenly cycle and finding that truth himself. Hearing that, he turned around curiously and asked, "How?" "I answered your question. That's all I can say. Now let's begin." He began to teach internal techniques to Taeson. He began to feel his inner strength. Power was transmitted to him. At the same time, Taeson thought, "What is that? Why do I hear the sound of waves behind me?" He was gradually feeling the power more clearly. He advised, "Hold back. The more pain you have, the stronger you will be." Taeson could only think in his head with the uncontrollable pain from too much strength in him. This old man. "How can I hold back? I'm about to die." His endurance had reached its peak. He just kept giving him all his energy. Taeson's limit has been reached. So strong that all the animals were scared and shocked the whole area. Taeson seemed to gradually lose consciousness. After being taught internal techniques, Taeson felt the miserable feeling that everyone always talked about. His sweat flowed non-stop. The harmful fluids had been expelled from his body, and he was sweating profusely. He writhed in pain, feeling that this old man's Buddhist teachings were burning his nerves. The power that was injected suddenly made me think I was dead. His blood vessels swelled as if they wanted to burn his body. But this old man still did not stop, until his body reached its limit, as the old man said, when tears and snot flowed out of his eyes due to pain. The limit of strength will also multiply with that pain. But that old man still decided to teach me the 5 pearls Taeson. 5 pearls Taeson are martial arts that only a few people can perform. Returning to reality, Taeson did not expect the power that was given to him. He realized that old man, he was not lying. He had understood the 5 pearls of Taeson. He remembered the old man's advice. It just looks evil, but in fact, he is an outstanding disciple of the martial arts school. He is also a martial arts expert who fought for 4 days and 3 nights with the leader of the Fat Hoa Sun clan, took his life and received an award in the 3D233rd contest of the Jade Emperor. You think it sounds cool, but who can verify it? Taeson looked back at his clothes. He was really sweaty. He thought, the effect of Buddha's teachings is really great. I have this much sweat in my body. Looking at the calendar hanging on the wall next to the clock, I clearly saw the sun rise and set many times, but the time here still hasn't changed. Standing on the bed drenched in sweat, he wondered if that was okay. Because of the mold on the wall in the distance. Taeson exclaimed, "Oh my god, look at that wall. It smells of poverty." Look at the network on the table. Next to it is a Celeron 500 system, 6 GB RAM, 4 MB graphics, 10 GB hard drive. There is also pirated software on the computer. Teason was quite surprised. It looked like something from a museum. He felt and smelled the nauseating scent coming from the room. The room was extremely messy, and there was a smell of sweat on the bed when he was infused with internal energy, so he decided to clean it out first. Teason came down to eat breakfast. The familiar calls in his subconscious he remembered from his mother every time she called him. Teason, come down for breakfast. You have to eat breakfast. He thought, even though I had heard these words my whole life, I still felt warm now. My mother was the only person who was by my side, even if I failed or lost my job. He began to remember his mother. Perhaps his emotions were indescribable. In his mind, he recalled the days with his mother. The memories of the days when she texted him to tell him to eat enough meals. In his memories, his mother often said, "Don't eat noodles and fast food all the time. You have to eat well, son." Returning to reality, she was urging him, "Hurry up. The soup is about to get cold." Teason quickly said, "Yes, Mom. Let me take a shower first." He quickly walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes. Looking at his strong and toned body in the mirror, he was surprised and asked himself, "Am I already this tall?" Laughing reluctantly, he was extremely surprised as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Rinsing the cool water from the faucet made Teason feel more refreshed. He wondered if his body had been purified. Immersing in the cool water slowly feels so relaxing. Looking in the mirror, he was quite surprised and happy because his skin was also smoother. Peaceful scenery, clear blue sky. Teason walked downstairs. He had just finished bathing so he could feel the comfort and coolness. Teason, wrapped in a towel and drying his hair, suddenly stared into the distance. Before his eyes appeared gardening tools, and this was the garden where his mother always worked hard. There's also his father's old tractor. This is a house that has been passed down from ancestors for 10 generations, so it is quite old. For those reasons, he lives in the countryside. It felt like he hadn't come in to eat for a long time and was standing still like a man, so his mother asked, "What's wrong?" Teason turned back to answer, "Yes," hesitantly continued, "I just thought the weather was so beautiful today." At the same time, she brought out a fully and thoughtfully set dining table. She kindly smiled at him and told him to eat quickly. "It's about to get cold." Thinking back to my mother who had to work every morning in the orchard, she looked so haggard. However, she was always the most beautiful mother in my middle school parents association. Thinking of my mother, Teason couldn't hold back his emotional tears. His eyes began to well up, yes, to his mother. Unable to contain his emotions, he immediately rushed to hug her. Seeing her son suddenly act like that was so different from usual, she also suddenly said, "What's wrong with this guy? He's already so big and still alive." Teason called out with tears in his eyes, "Mom, you are the most beautiful in the world. You are as beautiful as a fairy." She was also very panicked and asked, "Why is it suddenly like that? Why am I crying?" That kind and gentle woman. She graduated from Hongin University of Fine Arts, where only excellent artists in Korea can study. Her mother once said that before she got married, she had never touched a piece of grass, yet my mother is a farmer. She heard her son's words and smiled happily and said, "Oh my God, it seems that in this world, we are not the only ones who are blind." Teason continued to sob and said, "Although Mom is still healthy, don't try too hard. The more you see that Mom doesn't look like a rural woman at all." She patted her son a little shyly and said, "Stop it. There must be farmers so everyone can have food to eat." Teason exclaimed to his mother, "Why are you so lucky? Did you sell your country in your previous life?" She smiled happily and said, "This guy." She became happy. Her kind face smiled brightly in response to her son's words. Surely, her mother was a princess who betrayed her country. Teason thought to himself that it's been a long time since he's seen his mother smile. Hugging his mother, feeling the warmth from her, Teason thought to himself, "Mom, from now on, I will let you walk on a path full of flowers." After a while, seeing him hugging so tightly, his mother said, "Son, if you love me so much, why don't you eat more?" Hearing that, he quickly let go and apologized, hugging his mother without asking his father's permission. Hearing that sentence, she laughed loudly and said, "You're right, your father's jealousy is not the normal type." Then, he and his mother sat down to eat at a daisheng booth. Along with the cool breezes, the scent of hot food rises. Teason began to invite his mother to eat. It had been a long time since he had felt like that, compared to what he had experienced. This was truly a precious meal. He ate deliciously and thought to himself, "If I don't reincarnate, I won't be able to feel this again." I just brought in a spoonful of food, but he was so quick to praise me. "My armpits hurt. Mom, it's spicy and fresh. It's okay for drunk people to eat it. Why don't you open a restaurant instead of working as a farmer? If my mother opened a bean soup restaurant, it would be as expensive as hot cakes." She asked him again, "Today you still know how to get drunk. Did you secretly drink alcohol from Mom?" "Mom, I'm an adult. Why didn't I know?" She knocked his head and smiled, saying, "You joke a lot like your father." Teason recalls that when he was in college, he was a notorious drunkard. But when he's young again, "I'm just a young man who doesn't know the smell of alcohol in his head. He can only think to himself, and in front of his eyes, his mother is angrily warning him not to touch alcohol." Looking far away, he suddenly saw a mouse running past. Also remember the oldness of the objects in the kitchen and the house. To the living room and the old TV, wondering why our family is so poor. Look at that little mouse. Staring at it, he realized, we must get out of this situation. We cannot continue like this forever. Teason thought, I have to make money. Jang Teason's mother suddenly approached and asked him, "Son, what's wrong with you today? I heard that if a person suddenly changes their personality, that person is about to die." Jang Teason is currently diligently washing dishes after finishing the meal. His mother cares but can't bear to let him do it, so let her do it. Normally you don't get involved in these things. Jang Teason turned around and happily replied, "Okay, Mom, when I was in the army, I also washed dishes." His mother tilted her head in confusion and asked again. Joining the army, he smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm just kidding." Jang Teason's mother was still skeptical and continued asking, "Are you and your father trying to tease me?" He tried to deny it, but it wasn't true. He realized that he was not good and thought, "I used to be a bad child, and I never did it." He just continued to wash the dishes and turned back to talk to his mother. "Mom," his mother asked, "what else?" His face was full of happiness and he said, "I will make Mom happy." His mother immediately replied in a louder voice. His father and son said that every day. A while later, it was noon, the space was quiet and peaceful. Because Mother was not very healthy, she did not work at noon. Jang Teason diligently took a towel and cleaned the floor. Diligently wiped from this corner to other places. Then he went to the window curtain, opened the curtain, and shouted, "Let's clean up these bad smells." The old washing machine in the corner has finished washing the clothes. He took the clothes out of the washing machine and started hanging them outside to dry. His eyes darkened with sadness, thinking that my father had gone to the bank to borrow money. But then Jang Teason continued to clean the house. He sat on the window to look outside to wipe the outside door. Then Jang Teason brought the trash bag to throw it in the right area for others to collect the trash. Took the trash bag there. He saw the cat sitting on the trash pile and eagerly chased it away. "Hey, go away." After finishing cleaning the house, Jang Teason sat down to rest and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's done. My father specializes in growing organic apples without using fertilizers and pesticides. He glanced over and saw a chopstick of apples next to him. Organic food is not very popular in Korea because very few people are willing to spend money to buy expensive organic fruit. Furthermore, they taste like nuts. He reached for an apple and tried it. Then he continued to think about his current family situation, but his father's debt was very high. Then he grimaced and spit it out and said, "What is this? There is nothing good about this pile of apples." Father has an orchard and 2 rice fields that his grandmother left behind 3 years ago. And in just a few months, it will all be gone and left with debt. Thinking of this, Jang Teason's eyes darkened with sadness and helplessness. He continued to think about the important current issue at this time. At that time, my family started to decline. And my father's brothers never came back again. My poor father Jang Teason stared at the apple basket and thought of a solution. First of all, I have to find a way to keep the fruit garden and rice fields. The problem is money. Money. At this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in his head. Numbers appeared in his mind. He exclaimed, "Yes, I still remember the stock chart from the past. Even though I've only seen it 1 or 2 times, I remember it very clearly. Why is that happening? Have I become a genius?" Then Jang Teason immediately objected to what I had just thought. "It's impossible. Moreover, does it make any sense for me to return to the past like this?" The male lead raised his head and looked up at the peaceful blue sky and thought, going back in time to 2006, that sounds crazy. But then a huge problem appeared that made Jang Teason feel difficult. In this country, what does it mean to own government stocks? The male lead stood up and slowly walked inside the house. But his mind was currently busy thinking about ways to make money. No one would lend money to high school students. Even if he had a part-time job now, it wouldn't be a good idea. Don't have much money. With this situation, I cannot earn capital for my parents. Jang Teason went into his bedroom, sat down on the chair, said uncomfortably, "Hey, what a genius. What could be better?" Then he glanced at the computer on the table, and an idea immediately appeared in his mind. Stock. Looking at the computer, he said, "That's what I can do now." But then reality immediately disappointed him. But this computer is too weak. This scrap can only be used for typing documents. Jang Teason suddenly saw something that made him think, wait. The Panmugo application appeared on his computer, making him excitedly exclaim, "This is it!" The male lead's eyes widened as he looked at the app. He recognized in his head, Web novel Pemugo. Jang Taeson's laugh gradually became full of cunning and mystery. His eyes looked at the bright computer screen. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, writer Jang Hee." Jang Taeson immediately remembered that Magic Warriors, along with Lightning Swords, were the two masterpieces of Korea at that time. The male protagonist's fingers nimbly used the mouse pointer to click on the software to type text. His mind still keeps thinking about those two novels, the first published in 2007, authored by Jang Hee. Until 2020, the series has released 59 publications, and the number has not stopped. Jang Taeson smiled and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I remember every detail clearly." The male lead's fingers continuously typed. The screen also displayed the first lines of the novel he wanted to write. Jang Taeson said, "Same title, Magical Warrior. Who belongs first to you, there?" Jang Taeson's mind kept thinking about the novel. While his hand was constantly typing documents, the male lead's name was Red and the female lead's name was Jia Oyerin. After her father passed away, her family collapsed. To help her twin sister continue going to school, Red, the main character, is accidentally connected to an artificial game. While writing the male lead, he exclaimed in admiration, "The story is great." Jang Taeson's fingers skillfully glided over the keyboard keys. Suddenly, all the content of the novel lit up in my head, clear to every word. The male lead smiled and said, "I take back what I just said. I am truly a genius." He was still diligently typing the text. While typing, he not only said things like, "It's so interesting." He rewrote his previous work almost exactly, but felt that the masterpiece would be recreated under my hands. It was already a masterpiece. I didn't need to edit anything. Nimble fingers clicked documents. After just a while, Jang Taeson was able to write a lot of content in the novel. His mouth laughed loudly, his cheeks were red, his face showed excitement and said, "Wow, this smooth composition. Yes, I already have literary blood in my body." The male lead smiled sinisterly. Implicitly said, "Let's just post it to the free directory first, right?" His eyes looked at the keyboard full of confidence, smiled and affirmed that the series would explode. Jang Taeson clicked to post his post. He stared at the screen with great anticipation and said, "This is a masterpiece." He started giving himself a nickname on Panmongo. His it would be Gold River. The male lead looked at the computer screen showing his name and the article he had just written. His eyes were full of sparkles, his mouth was smiling brightly, and he confidently said, "I am so proud of myself. My writing is also normal." Then he justified to himself that he had taken someone else's work. It was true that he had stolen the novel from the future. Suddenly, I remembered a famous quote from the main character in the novel, "Money has no eyes. Whoever comes first is his." Jang Taeson shouted loudly, "Money has no eyes. Whoever comes first is his," making the surrounding houses and the quiet countryside atmosphere suddenly noisy. His mother also woke up because of that. She covered her ears and wondered, what did that boy eat wrong? In an apartment building in a bustling city, a man was blowing on a chopstick of noodles and asked, "What novel is this?" Next to his computer, there was quite a lot of fast food. He ate a cup of instant noodles while staring intently at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Wow, this male lead. I thought he was just a failure, but turns out he has some talent." This man's appearance is quite sloppy. He slurps his noodles while complimenting him. "This novel is great. It's the best book I've ever read." He read the novel and burst out laughing. This read name. Are those 3 useless items more important than women? As soon as he ate the noodles, he laughed so loudly that the food in his mouth, before he could swallow it, flew out. The man raised his hand and clicked on the mouse pointer and said, "I read all 10 chapters at once." He picked up the rice ball he bought at the supermarket and brought it to his mouth to eat. But his eyes were still focused on the computer screen, smiling and saying, "It is Gold River. If you release a book, I will buy it immediately." Then he fixed the rice ball in his mouth. Typed on the keyboard with both hands, "Now make a reservation and recommend it to everyone." The man clicked on the keyboard again, then left a comment. From outside the window, you can hear him typing on the keyboard very clearly. Even though it was a free series, it topped the charts with only 10 chapters. Jang Taeson looked confidently ahead. The next day, in the hustle and bustle of the city, at a newspaper office, a voice asked, "Assistant Lai, have you seen this series?" Assistant Lee looked at his computer screen and replied, "Yes, even though it hasn't been released yet, they will still print 5,000 copies." On his computer screen right now are the comments from the audience when reading the novel. The chief editor asked, "There are only 10 chapters now, right? Is it too early to print it?" Another employee looked up at him and replied, "You see, this novel is very funny and the storyline is progressing very well." Another employee continued, "It's a very popular novel." An employee wearing a black vest sitting at the right corner of the table spoke up. The author was probably a famous author, but had changed his pen name to publish the novel. The chief editor was still skeptical about the other staff's opinions and asked, knowing it was funny, but don't you think fantasy novels would be more attractive than game novels? His employees compete with each other to answer, and readers' tastes have changed. Recently, this game genre is very popular. The staff kept praising the novel, Magical Warrior. The title was very attractive. This novel has great potential. The chief editor still hesitated and observed his staff. A girl with shoulder-length blonde hair wearing square-rimmed glasses suggested, I will recommend this novel. I read it yesterday. The main character is really attractive. Our chief editor must contact the author. The chief editor asked, what are the conditions? She replied, if the author is not a novice, we can divide 8% of the profits of 4,000 copies to that person. The chief editor was surprised and asked again, what, so much? She replied, actually, I was planning to propose 5% of the 5,000 copies. He thought for a while, then agreed and said, the original proposal was better. Contact the author. The subordinate replied, yes, I will do it now. At another newspaper office, a man with jet black hair asked his colleague, the chief editor, if he had read it. At this moment, the chief editor is making himself a cup of tea. This novel is very good. What do you think? The chief editor, still holding a cup of tea and stirring it, replied, I read it yesterday. The review was very good. I'm sure it has a lot of potential. The black-haired man continued, I also think it's very promising. Please publish it. The chief editor was surprised and asked again, why? The man pointed his index finger and said, offering 10% of the 6,000 copies. The chief editor sipped tea and smiled and replied, is it too much? I'm afraid the publisher won't do it. If the person who signed the contract with us knew, he might get angry. The black-haired guy then smiled happily and said, I had a dream yesterday. There will definitely be at least 10,000 copies released. The chief editor looked at the CEO and smiled, implying something. The chief editor also quite agreed with the dark-haired guy's opinion and said, I don't know if things will go smoothly, but this novel will definitely be a phenomenon. Then the chief editor gave instructions. Contact the author. If that person calls, I will personally go see him. The man replied, okay. 3 a.m. On the mountain behind the orchard. Jang Taeson was sitting and doing internal exercises very focused. His whole body was now showing many tendons surrounding his body. I still faint like before, but my body can last longer. He took a breath and then realized his breathing became lighter. The male lead concentrates everything on cultivating internal energy. The sky gradually brightened. A source of light also appeared around him. After a while of hard work, when he opened his eyes, the male lead's face was filled with excitement and joy. It was great. Then his whole body seemed to emit a halo. Countless martial arts move constantly appeared in his mind. Jang Taeson took a deep breath. Immediately, Jang Taeson stood up and performed those moves in an extremely smooth and powerful way. Eyes are highly focused and move quickly. Jump up and kick your legs up high. The surrounding leaves were torn one by one, and smoke and dust began to appear because of his moves. When he finished performing the exercises, he choked up and pressed his lips together, his cheeks turning slightly red. Standing in front of the tall rock, I happily and excitedly raised my arms and shouted, this is the top of the peak. I will no longer be a failure. I can't practice Taeson at home. So, I built a temporary tent on this mountain 500 meters above sea level. Returning home, Jang Taeson took a shower and sat at the table, turned on the computer to review the status of his novel. He was happy with what he saw and thought to himself, as expected, there were 5 publishing companies. Contact me. Go to step 1. His face showed calmness as if he knew everything would happen like that. He smiled smugly and thought about it. Just ignore them for now. The only reason this novel series is so popular in 2021 is because it is so funny that people cannot resist reading it from beginning to end. Then the male lead continued to click to see more information. He excitedly said, the best benefits are for experienced authors. Do they want to meet me? Jang Taeson continued to consider the situation. Many authors have fallen into bankruptcy, so I'm not in a hurry. Just let them know me first. The male lead leisurely propped his feet up on the chair and clicked on the computer. Who would believe it? The male protagonist reminded himself that on the internet, there were many articles about authors who signed contracts with publishing staff and received bitter endings. I have to be very careful. Moreover, Nice Media publisher. Nice Media originally published the Magic Warrior novel. When the sky was completely bright, it started to rain again. Jang Taeson's mother wondered and asked, oh, where are we going? Why is it so sudden? The male lead smiled brightly and said, I will treat my mother to a grand meal. The mother was surprised by her child's words and replied, you don't have any money? But then she still smiled gently and said, okay, I haven't dated my son in a long time. Jang Taeson and his mother were walking on the street, but the male lead's intention was, We were on our way to meet the owner of producer Nice Media to discuss the contract. But what I'm worried about right now is, but damn, I'm still a teenager now, so I'm a bit worried. Jang Taesun already had his plans. He smiled at his mother and thought in his heart, because minors are not allowed to be involved in agreements related to the law, so parents are required stand as a guarantor. The law involves both wages and fines, so I need my mother to come along as my representative. The bus stopped. The two of them slowly got off the bus. Jang Taesun helped his mother down and gently reminded her. Here she is. Mom, be careful, the mother said. You've been so funny lately. Then the male lead and his mother walked together under an umbrella on the street. He pointed to the left and asked his mother, let's go get some coffee. The mother replied in surprise, coffee? Have you already drunk coffee? He smiled slightly, looked at his mother affectionately, and replied, of course, with the weather like this, let's have a glass of iced Americano, shall we? The two continued to happily walk together on the street in the rain. The two walked to a coffee shop. He turned around and smiled and asked his mother, you believe me? Right. The mother immediately replied, of course, my son. Then they walked into the shop together. Two people from the editorial office looked back and recognized them. The black-haired guy said, there it is. The black-haired man suddenly whispered to his colleague, I'm just a student, and the other person said, they're late. Jang Taesun looked at the two people from the editorial office and smiled with satisfaction and silently praised. They were punctual, a plus point. The male lead approached the two men's table and asked, are you from Nice Media? Both of them opened their eyes wide in shock and stammered, author of Gold River. The male lead smiled softly and replied, yes, it was me. His mother, standing behind, looked at her son in panic and wondered, what, the author? Jang Taesun walked over and said, hello. He smiled confidently and introduced, I'm Gold River. Choi Won-chun and Hwang Song-woo widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the male lead. They were skeptical in their hearts. They didn't look like professional writers at all, just like students. The chief editor faltered and replied, hello. Jang Taesun still maintained a small, confident smile as he looked at the two people in the editorial office. Choi Won-chun widened his eyes and looked shocked, thinking, but what is this aura? His tone is so arrogant. And as soon as he entered, he recognized me. He is really sharp. He is not the average person. The male lead saw that they were silent and looked at him for a while. Then he retracted his smile and asked, what's wrong? The two people from the editorial office immediately realized they were showing off too much and awkwardly smiled industrially and extended their hands to invite him. Nothing, please sit down. Choi Won-chun happily said, you're younger than I thought. Hwang Song-woo continued the question right after, asking how old he was. Jang Taesun answered quickly, a second-year high school student, making the two people in the editorial office sweat. Their smiles also disappeared, replaced by a very unbelievable expression that made them think to themselves, and spoke condescendingly again. Choi Won-chun seriously looked at the male lead and felt worried. Sure enough, he wasn't simple. It didn't seem like it would be easy to sign a contract. Jang Taesun and his mother sat down on the chair. His mother turned to him and asked, son, who are they? Also, what is Gold River? Hwang Song-woo looked at Choi Won-chun and smiled, thinking CEO Choi was confused. The male lead's eyes were full of cunning, glancing at the two people in the editorial office, smiling slightly and thinking. They couldn't control their faces, so they hit him again. He then crossed his arms and asked with a serious look, you guys don't want to sign a contract with a high school student, right? His mother quickly stopped him. Child, what are you talking about? Hwang Song-woo quickly raised his hand to deny and said, no, let us introduce ourselves first. The two people from the editorial office introduced themselves with confused and worried looks. I am Choi Won-chun, CEO of Nice Media, and I'm chief editor Hwang Song-woo. The male lead looked at them with satisfied eyes and smiled softly. Then he seriously replied, nice to meet you, I'm Jang Taesun. The male lead turned to tell his mother, please introduce yourself too. These two guys are the CEO and chief editor of Nice Media Publishing Company. His mother was stunned and asked again, what, a publishing company? Jang Taesun calmly replied, yes, Mom. Today your son will sign a contract with the publisher. Choi Won-chun immediately held out his card. He held the key in front of Jang Taesun's mother and said politely, it's a pleasure to meet writer Jang's mother. I'm Choi Won-chun, CEO of Nice Media. The mother looked confused and replied, yes. The male lead looked at the CEO and smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he called me writer Jang. How cute. The male lead's mother raised her hands to receive the card. The CEO gave it with both hands and said, her son is great. Then the male lead's mother suddenly remembered and asked in confusion, wait, what's going on? Why is my son a writer? Jang Taesun turned to his mother helplessly and asked, why can't your son be a writer? His mother replied as if it were natural, she knew well how you write. Why would you be a writer? Moreover, students have to worry about studying. What is the point of being a writer? Two people from the editorial office were sweating and nervous and responded in unison, "Yes, you're right." He calmly explained that during the vacation, I posted a novel online, and if Mom allowed it, I would sign a contract. His mother was surprised and asked again, "Contract? You signed it, really?" Jang Taesun looked at his mother meaningfully and said, "Seriously, Mother, you just said you would trust me to the death." His mother panicked and replied, "Then surely, her fate is about to come." Choi Wong-chun immediately continued to praise, "Sorry, ma'am, Gold River's magical warrior novel. No, writer Jang Taesun here is really charming." He confidently said, "He published a novel not long ago, but it was admired by many readers. You can trust him." The two editors brought water to drink happily. The chief editor continued, "As an editor, I can say it is the best work I have ever read." The male lead looked at the two of them and frowned in confusion. The male lead's mother put her hand on her chin thoughtfully and said, "Magic Warrior. The title sounds good, right?" He smiled confidently and said to his mother, "Mom, your child is very talented." Then his mother looked at him without saying anything, but her eyes were filled with concern and worry. Jang Taesun suddenly remembered and asked, "You too, can I order coffee?" His mother quickly reminded him, "What kind of thing are you talking to adults like?" The two people from the editorial office were suddenly startled in realization and exclaimed, "Ah," then the two guys shyly asked, "Oh my gosh, I'm so serious. I'll go order right away. What do you guys want to drink?" The male lead smiled brightly and replied, "1 iced coffee and 1 bingsu." The head trainer immediately left his chair to go to the counter to order drinks. Jang Zeng started to get serious and asked Choi Wong-chun, "Did you bring the contract?" Choi Wong-chun happily replied, "Yes, this writer seems impatient." The male lead calmly said, "I'm not impatient, I'm just curious." Then he took out the contract from his briefcase and showed it in front of him. "Here is the contract." He read it carefully. The male lead received the contract and turned the pages to read it attentively. Reading a paragraph, he frowned. "The publisher will keep the second copyright for 5 years and automatically renew. In the contract, it is stated that Clause 16, second copyright and license during the contract term. Nice Media has full rights to use the author's novel, if related to the issue of collecting usage fees." He smirked and said, "Are you kidding?" Jang Taesun whispered in his heart, "Just look at this. I'm preparing to take the judicial exam." At the same time, the chief editor also brought drinks to the table for the mother and son. The male lead calmly said, "The second copyright must belong to the author. Please rewrite it and send it to us." Hearing that, the CEO was sweating and worried. He immediately flustered and explained, "Writer Zhang probably didn't know. The second copyright is not a big deal. Other writers all sign contracts like this." The male lead frowned and said, "I don't like this clause. The publisher only has the right to print my work. Moreover, if you want to export abroad, you must also discuss with me." CEO looked worried and confused and said, but his mother also looked at him and was sweating. "Moreover, for the down payment, I want 20 million won." When two people from the editorial office heard that number, they both opened their mouths in shock as if they couldn't believe their ears. 20 million won. His mother also widened her eyes and looked at him in surprise and called, "Taesun." The male lead crossed his arms confidently and said solemnly, "The guarantee fee and commission for 6,000 copies is 10%. If you want to resell, as soon as the announcement is complete, you must deposit the monthly commission into my account." Choi Wong-chun was worried and replied, "Ha ha ha, it's writer Jang. He seems so impatient." Chief editor Hwang Song-woo replied back,
Sorry.
"No publisher would advance that much money to an emerging writer. Although the current views are a bit of a breakthrough, but there is no guarantee in the long run, it will be the same." The male lead noticed and saw that behind the editor-in-chief's briefcase was a notebook. He smiled and said, "Oh, I brought it with me, a notepad." Choi Wong-chun said in surprise, "Why?" The chief editor asked in confusion, "Why do you ask this?" He looked at the two of them with a serious expression and said, "I will give you a chance. If you don't like it, you can refuse." He took it out and placed it on the table. CEO Choi suddenly said, "USB." Hwang Song-woo asked in shock, "What is this?" The male lead pushed the USB in front of him and replied, "It was a manuscript." The two of them were surprised and confused. The manuscript! Jang Taesun's eyes were full of confidence, and he spoke sharply. There were 5 manuscripts of magical war bottles in here. At this time, looking out from the window, the sky was still cloudy. The male lead's mother was stunned by what her son had just said and confusedly asked, "Taesun, am I not dreaming?" He looked at his mother and smiled slightly, thinking, "Hey, dreaming, Mom, you will be even more surprised. Everything has just begun." Two editors plugged the USB into the computer and started looking through it. Jang Taesun thought to himself, "Now, just wait for their reaction." The CEO and chief editor stared at the computer screen with their mouths open in surprise. All they could say was, "Oh my god." He smiled with satisfaction and thought, "Why are you opening your mouth like that? If it's good, just say it." Choi Wung-chun looked at the male lead with determined eyes and said, "Writer Jang, please sign a contract with us." CEO agrees to the male lead's condition. "I will pay you 20 million won immediately," he replied satisfied. Wise decision, boss. He reached out and took back the contract. Then he seriously said, "We will redraft the contract according to my request. Please sign here." Jang Teeson's mother looked at him worriedly and called Teeson. It was still pouring rain outside. People were walking around briskly. Inside the shop, the two sides were still discussing the contract. Jang Teeson said, "Please submit the income tax declaration properly. When reselling, you must pay me according to the content of this contract." The editor replied, "Of course, I will do it according to professional ethics." He raised his hand to sign the contract, thinking in his heart, not knowing if he should trust them or not. Never mind. Just trust the money in his account. Then, this is what it feels like to be a writer without waste of brainpower. The chief editor passed the contract to the male lead's mother and said, "I will act as the legal representative, so please sign it." His mother replied, "Yes." Hwang Song-woo continued, "I have already paid you 20 million in advance." His mother exclaimed in surprise. The male protagonist looked down at his phone with satisfaction and smiled, thinking, back then, until my death, my tattered bank account had never had 2 million. I would slowly fatten you up. CEO shook hands with Jang Tees and politely said, "Thank you for signing the contract with us, writer Zhang." He happily replied, "Thank you. Both sides will benefit." Then he turned and said to his mother, "We can go now, mother." His mother was startled and replied, Okay. Two people from the editorial office immediately said, "Wait, please stay and eat with us first." Jang Teeson politely refused. "Maybe next time. We have to go now." But in his heart, he secretly said, his mother is not used to eating with strangers, and now money is like a mosquito to him. Outside the door, the rain still continued. Standing outside the door, the male lead's mother bowed her head and said, "I don't really understand what's going on, but I'm sorry for being rude." CEO shyly replied, "No ma'am, collaborating with writer Jang is our publisher's luck." The chief editor turned to look at Jang Teeson and asked, "Oh right, writer Jang, there's one more thing I forgot to ask." He smiled and asked, "How many episodes do you plan to compose? Judging by the current content, it's probably around 10 episodes, right?" The male lead calmly replied, 60 episodes. The two people from the publisher once again gasped in surprise, so shocked that they were sweating profusely. 60. Jang Teeson smiled and thought, what to do now? I remember up to 59 episodes. A masterpiece like this only has 20 episodes. It's very cruel to readers. The producer stammered and asked, "Is 60 episodes too long?" He happily replied, "Don't worry about the manuscript. There will be 60 volumes." The producer continued to say, "We will consider the situation and continue to talk about it next time." In Jang Teeson's heart, it's certain. I'm sure in a few days, even if there are 100 volumes, you guys will happily publish it. Leaving the cafe, walking on the street, I have a lot to do today. The two continued walking in the rain, and the umbrella was covering the top of their heads. His mother turned to ask, "Where are we going now?" He smiled brightly and replied to his mother, "Let's stop by the bank for a bit." His mother slightly lowered her eyebrows and asked, "What business do you have there?" Jang Teeson calmly smiled and replied, "Yes, Mom, it's very important." His mother was worried and asked, "What's going on? Can you tell me, why are you suddenly a writer and earning 20 million? He looked at his mother thoughtfully. "I will start work tomorrow afternoon, so I have to open a stock account that day." The mother continued to ask with a very concerned tone, "Should we discuss it with your father?" As for the male lead, he is still concentrating on thinking, "Right now, I am still a kid who depends on my parents. With this 20 million, I can completely pay off my father's debt and interest, but I haven't touched it yet. This money is urgent." The male lead looked at his mother and said, "Mom, you still believe in me, right?" His mother quickly replied, "Mom, I believe you, but..." He smiled gently and persuaded his mother, "Give me a month and I will talk to my father myself." Mom looked at Jang Teeson with hopeful eyes. He was still calculating what to do in his head. This money was just the beginning. It was the goose that laid golden eggs for his family. Then she smiled kindly and lovingly and said, "Okay, I believe my son." The rain stopped. The male lead raised his head to the sky, put his hand out to check and happily said, "Ah, the rain has stopped." Then he happily told his mother, "Let me invite you to eat jajang noodles." She hugged her son's arm and happily said, "More sweet and sour fried meat. My son has so much money." He replied cheerfully, "Okay, Mom?" The next day, when the sun was still peeking behind the distant mountain, until the sun appeared clearly, Jang Teeson sat on the rock concentrating with all his might. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. I saw it, saw all the details. Appearing in front of the male protagonist at this moment was a giant transparent stock board held in the air and said, "I'm ready. Let's go to the battlefield. Now the game is in my hands. It's my turn to suck your blood." Returning home, Jang Tae-sun opened his computer and saw a stock shard and said, "It's been a long time." He stared intently at the screen, then smiled softly and said, "You really are buying and selling in droves. So cute. This game is similar to a card game." The male lead raised his hand and clicked the mouse cursor happily and proudly said, "You guys are definitely dead." Jang Tae-sun smiled and said, "Let's start." Then he started calculating in his head. The starting unit price in the bear market was 2,251. The price of small stocks in the market was 50 billion won. He opened his eyes wide and thought, this situation will happen a few times. Now it's time to do it. His hands are constantly clicking on the keyboard. As a former stockbroker, it's okay to talk about being quick. Then he smiled and thought, when 20,000 shares were bought, the average unit price was 2,501. Jang Tae-sun said, "They are panicking. Now let's take care of each other." At a company where the male lead had bought shares, there was a loud shout. The manager, calm, had his capital withdrawn. The response to that loud shout was, "What? How much?" He replied, 20,000 shares. A thin, middle-aged man wearing a business suit asked uncomfortably, "Did someone notice it before?" The employee turned around and asked worriedly, "What should I do now?" The man gritted his teeth and thought, then said, "What else to do? There will be an announcement soon. Let's divide it up first." Then he shouted to all the other employees in the room, "I don't know when there will be another lucky guy like that. Now we fail. We're all screwed." The man's face was now full of worry and fear, thinking he was like a soul, holding all the secrets in his hands. Who exactly was he? Then he turned his head and looked out the window at the city and said, "What a lucky guy." The estimated income of this campaign is up to 10 million won. If things go badly, at least 19 people will shed their blood. At Jang Tae-sun's house, when he bought the stock and saw the profit, he excitedly thought, "Oh my god, this is a lot of money. It's too much Pepsi." Looking at the stock table, I exclaimed in my heart, "In 3 days I had 46 million. That's terrible. After cleaning up the uncollectible amounts, I still have 26 million left." Then he continued to click on the keyboard, wondering if he should continue playing or not. I still haven't figured it out. Jang Tae-sun's smile gradually lost its humanity. He smiled cunningly and said, "I haven't started yet. Who cares about money?" In his heart, he thought, "This still doesn't mean anything to me." In the past, even though I used to be a broker, I never used to cheat this much. This week, there will be news announcing the development of a drug. The male lead smiles with satisfaction, and the stock chart will develop steadily. He stared intently at the stock board in front of the screen. On the computer appeared the words, "Sky Nuri Farm." Jang Tae-sun was excited. "You guys won today. Just let the money run with it." Sitting in front of the computer desk, he couldn't stop exclaiming. He didn't expect that the knowledge he learned about skyrocketing stock values that he learned as a broker would be so useful now. The stock market is very exciting now. He quickly pressed the keyboard with satisfaction. The trick was already in his hands. Looking at the screen with confidence, you'd be crazy not to take it. At a bookstore in the city, a customer asked if there were any new novels. "Boss," the bookstore owner replied, "There is a new book, but the title is a bit strange, Magical Warrior." The customer came to the book counter and took out the book Magic Warrior. The customer said the cover of the book was fine. A boy wearing round glasses flipped through it and complimented, "Oh, that's fun." Then he decided to take this book. When the boy next to him saw that, he immediately felt curious. The boy next to me asked, "Really? I thought the main character was a bit boring." But the boy wearing glasses replied, "It's a funny read. The storyline progresses quickly. It's interesting to read at first." The people nearby also glanced curiously and thought of the novel, The Magical Warrior. The owner turned to the boy wearing glasses and said, "Hey kid, do you like that book? Pay here." The boy opened the door and smiled and replied, "Yes, I bought it." Then the boy who bought the novel told his friend, "Let me read it, and I'll tell you about it." That night, at the bookstore that was buzzing about the novel, one person said loudly, "Boss, that novel is so great." The other person replied, "Why do you reply so quickly? Isn't it fun to read?" That person continued, "It's exactly my style. The next episode is already booked." Jang Tae-sun is currently at home, excitedly typing on the keyboard to write a novel. The next day, when it was dawn, at Jang Tae-sun's family dinner, parents and their 3 children, as usual, were sitting and eating together very warmly. The mother was surprised and looked at her husband with wide eyes. Then she worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Jang Tae-sun used his chopsticks to pick up some white rice from his bowl. He slowly put it in his mouth and chewed it. The male lead looked at his father without saying anything. The father then smiled kindly and said, "It's okay, don't worry, let's eat." When his other 2 children saw this, Their faces were also full of worry and panic, asking, "What's wrong, Dad? You look very pale. Please go to the hospital, Father." Jang Taesin looked down and thought, I guess it's time to say it now, to put an end to my poor fate. Then he slammed his chopsticks on the table and said loudly, "The rice is so delicious it hurts my armpits." He smiled brightly, raised his 2 thumbs to the like button, and said to his mother, "Her pea soup is the top of the top." His younger brothers thought helplessly, "Please be a bit more subtle." Jang Taesin turned around and winked at his mother, silently saying, "Don't worry." The mother looked at her son with eyes full of hope. His eyes were full of seriousness, thinking, "I will make my father more excited." Then he asked everyone, "Do you all have time today?" One of his younger brothers asked again, "What's wrong?" The other brother continued, "He was eating rice, brother." The mother smiled industrially and asked, "Is there anything, son?" He thought helplessly, "It's so fake, Mom." Jang Taesin replied, "Today I will treat my family to a drink and play until the end." The 2 younger brothers looked disbelieving and said dejectedly, "You." The father looked tired. The little pancreas said with difficulty, "Taesin, Dad is a bit out of breath today." He looked at his father with pity. Then he turned around and smiled and said to his mother, "Today I'm taking my father with me." His mother happily replied, "But what else?" The male lead advised, "Dad, please bring your proof, and the 2 of us should bring our student cards." His mother asked curiously, what was the use of bringing proof? He happily replied mysteriously, there was something he needed to use his mind for. Jang Taesin's 2 younger brothers were surprised. One asked, "What happened to you today?" The other asked, "Are you forcing the whole family to work part-time?" He immediately interrupted, "Children, don't ask too many questions." The boy was not convinced and argued, "You are only 2 years older than me." Jang Taesin and thought excitedly, "My time has come. The thought of being able to spend money like water makes me excited." The next day, when the whole family got in the car and went on the road, in the car the male lead told the story to the whole family. His younger brother was surprised and said, the second brother is a writer. What is a rose? Dude, is it money?" The male lead replied, "Well, not much." Arriving in the city, the whole family walked the streets together. One of Jang Taesin's younger brothers excitedly said, "Wow, I haven't been to the city for a long time with that family." The other brother immediately replied, "It hasn't been a long time. It's my first time going." The 2 children stopped and marveled in surprise. Look at that. Any call, in front of the 2 children are 2 small phones. They excitedly stood at the phone counter, praising them endlessly. "It's so beautiful. There's a 3 megapixel camera too. Isn't this so pretty?" The male lead looked and smiled slightly. 3 megapixel. The father standing behind smiled softly and said, "I can't buy it anywhere, kids, let's go." Jang Taesin calmly said, "Just take whatever you like." The 2 of us asked in surprise, Really? The 2 children happily kept asking, "Did you buy it for me? Anything is fine." The father panicked and worriedly waved his hand and said, "Taesin, you guys are still young. These things are very expensive, even if you have a commission." The male lead happily turned to talk to his parents. The parents also chose a pair of phones. The design is so cute. The mother happily replied, "Thank you, son. I'll go choose 2. The father turned helplessly to his wife, me. Then the whole family happily and excitedly chose the phone they liked. Jang Taesin's mother told him, "I like this one, honey. Let's get 1 too for a pair." And the male lead pointed to another one and said to the salesperson, "I'll take this black one." My 2 younger siblings happily complimented me. My brother was the best. Did he really buy it? After making all the choices, the male lead told the staff, "I'll make a lump sum payment. Just count it all for me. My 2 younger siblings are still underage, so let my parents name it." At this moment, the father's face was pale and full of worry. The clerk gave him the receipt and said, the total was 2,170,000 won. The whole family gasped at Jang Taesin in surprise when they heard the amount to pay. What, 2,170,000 won? He happily gave his card to the staff and said, "Thank you." The staff said, "We will not charge a booking fee." After paying, they continued walking. One of his younger brothers said, "My sister is the best. Will you treat me to lunch?" He happily answered, "Of course." At the building of a securities company, a loud voice shouted, "What?" The company's department head pounded the table angrily. "What the hell happened this morning?" His employee replied, "I don't know, boss. It's from Calm, Yandai and Gobo." He angrily asked, "That much? How much is the total?" The employee worriedly answered, 1 billion. The department head shouted loudly, "Who is this guy again? Is it the same guy from last time?" The staff said, "This time the amount is different." The employee worriedly said, "Maybe he's a billionaire." He angrily cursed in his heart, "A guy who knows nothing about the morality of this world, bastard." The employee asked, "What should I do, boss?" The manager angrily shouted, "No matter what, just follow the plan." He threw it out and grabbed it right away. The whole family was walking when suddenly Jang Tison stopped. The two younger brothers asked him, "What's wrong?" His mother was also concerned and asked, "Why are you so tall?" The male lead said, "Let's go in." Then he turned around and opened the door and said, "Here." Jang Tison pointed inside and smiled and said, "Let's go into this store." The whole family started sweating when they saw that. The mother asked, "My child, where is this place?" "Step inside to see the auto shop." When the manager sees the guests arriving, he warmly welcomes them and welcomes them to our safe and sustainable Samyang bus company. The whole family gasped in surprise as they looked at the male lead, and he thought, nothing is more important than the safety of his family. He slowly walked forward, the highlight of today. Coming next to a white car, Jang Tison smiled and asked his mother, "How do you feel about this car?" The store manager quickly introduced, "This is a Rockstone SUV, a representative product of the Samsung brand." His mother smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, that's beautiful." Then the male lead turned to look at the car and said, "It's suitable for taking 2 children to school, right?" His father frowned and asked worriedly, "Tison, what's wrong with you today?" The 2 younger siblings asked with bright eyes, "Will you take us to school by car, Dad?" He looked tired and said, "Do you think our family will need this car, given our current situation?" He turned back to look at his father to reassure him, "Don't worry. From today, it will be different. Don't worry." The mother turned to tell her husband, "Honey, Tison secretly bought this just now." Then she gave him a blue notebook. Receiving the notebook, the father wondered, "Is it a bank book?" The mother replied, "The novel my son wrote is really doing very well." He looked at the numbers in the notebook and sweated in surprise. It's hard to believe that looking at the notebook is a big number and wondering, 50 million won. Jang Tison's father's face immediately softened and was skeptical. "Tison has that much money." The mother smiled and said, "My child has grown up," his father. He looked at his son in amazement, emotion, this kid, at this moment. The male lead was smiling gently at the 2 of them and said, "Dad, just believe in me." He recognized his son, already grown up. His father smiled happily and replied, "Yes, of course I believe you." He smiled and thought, "I understand your father's feelings. The money to buy that phone is enough to pay this month's interest. Don't worry. From today, I will write another page of history for the Zhang family." Jang Tison happily got into the car and asked the store manager if this car was in stock. The staff wondered, why. He continued, "If you don't have one, you can take this display case." Then he reached out and patted his younger siblings' heads and told them to come sit and try it. Then he took them shopping. He secretly said in his heart, "From now on, the breadwinner of this family is him." When his parents saw that, they smiled with satisfaction and happiness. The 2 brothers smiled brightly in joy. The 2 children shouted in unison, "I love you the most." So the trip ended. Tomorrow morning, Jang Tison was wearing his school uniform, but in his heart, he felt strange. How long has it been since he went back to school? At the bus stops so he can go to school. The male lead smiled and realized that he was now a high school student again. Everyone took turns getting on the bus. Jang Tison also got in the car to count the school, standing in a bus full of people. He felt that everything was still the same as before, from rows of seats for customers to sit on to those who still ride every day. He smiled happily and said to himself, "Long time no see." Inside the bus, Jang Tison saw an empty seat. He thought to himself, his familiar seat has been gone for too long. He put on his headphones and looked around. Everything was still the same. The headset is plugged into the ear. On the bus, there was laughter and joy from everyone around him, but he was still immersed in his own world, getting on the bus every day, listening to An Moon Se's music on the way to school. Image of a female student turning to the table below to talk. He watched the scene outside through the window. Xiaodong will go public today. Even though I'm in school, my investment will automatically be added. Now my net account is over 1 billion. He happily chuckled in his heart. I was already on automatic mode. On a beautiful morning, an ant was crawling on the ground. Normally, ants do not invest in stock values that do not fluctuate. They bet their lives on skyrocketing stocks and enjoy the ups and downs in value. They rush headlong into red and black, causing that obsession to be fully exploited by powerful forces. I am also one of those ants. To the powers that be, the chart means nothing. In the end, the ants cannot do anything to them. And the end result is that they suck all the blood. However, Jang Tison looked outside. There are flocks of birds flying in the sky, and I have knowledge and information from the future in the palm of my hand. Even being a stock expert can't stop me from missing opportunities. While immersed in his own thoughts, he was startled when he heard a familiar voice. 2 female students were talking to each other. He was so sad that the vacation had ended. The 2 of them continued to chat. Why did you have such dark skin like going to a chili farm? Now he discovered an acquaintance. Oh, there it is. My Jin explained to her friend. Otherwise, she would have gone to the beach with that family. Na Young, walking next to her, said, "Really so jealous. This is my Jin, who always brags about her travels." And next to her is Na Young, her friend who is always jealous of her. The two girls were silent for a moment and didn't say anything. Both girls opened their eyes wide as if they saw something. Jang Taesun also suddenly looked. The two girls saw that he was very handsome, so handsome that I wanted to ovulate. He was the one who spoke first to break up this awkward atmosphere. "If the bag is too heavy, I can hold it for you," made the two girls startled. Then Min Jai quickly gave him her bag. Mine was very heavy. He didn't hesitate and said, "Okay, just give it to me." The two female students looked at him in surprise. "Who is he? He looks familiar." "I thought so too. I feel like I've seen him before." The two men on the other side looked at such a scene and scoffed. There was a crazy girl here, but his face looked familiar. The other people on the bus exchanged words. "Mine Cho's bag. I can't see clearly anymore. Should I come and ask?" "Are you crazy?" Jang Taesun sat to the side, looking at them with a smirk. He thought to himself, "Oh yes, there are all the upperclassmen in this car." The three girls next to me said admiringly, "I don't know who it is, but it's very attractive, my type." Jang Taesun smiled and thought, female students this age are still a bit naive, but in just a few years they will become bold girls who actively ask for men's numbers. Seeing Jang Taesun smiling, the girls laughed and talked to each other. "Mom, he's smiling. I'm in love. Guys, I'll come talk to him." On the bus, the song resounds. "In the neighborhood, you are very good." No one saw me drunk. My mother told me everything, but forgot to tell me not to get drunk. Jang Taesun suddenly saw someone, suddenly opened his eyes, and felt happy. The person I wanted to see again. The person I always look at from afar. My first love, the person I secretly love, Lee Yeren. When he got to school, Jang Taesun's friends all gathered around and asked, "How many vegetables have you eaten in your life? I can't even see you. You're so handsome now." Taesun pointed at Jang Taesun and said, "The new uniform looks so good on you, like it was tailor-made for you." Jang Taesun was moved and shed tears, thinking, when he went to school, all the love affairs he encountered when he encountered his old love suddenly fell apart. "I miss you guys so much." Taesun is sobbing every night because he has rhinitis. Jang Suk, with his shaved head, is determined to study, but his grades are still mediocre. Hyang Chui was bald before he was even old. And as long as Do Jung has food, he doesn't have any brothers anymore. Bong Suk always calls himself a poet and acts like he's rich. D-Sun asked Jang Taesun, "Did you secretly take your old man's growth medicine? Why are you so tall?" Jang Taesun replied, "If you stop watching porn, you'll be like me." D-Sun scolded him harshly. "Living without pawn, I would rather die." Jang Taesun smiled and said, "Then I will kill you." D-Sun punched Jang Taesun in the face and shouted, "Is this guy crazy?" Jang Taesun immediately pinned D-Sun's neck to his body and cursed him. "That hurts, you bastard. You're crazy." D-Sun shouted, Stop. Dad gives up." D-Sun hugged her neck and tearfully asked, "Why are you so strong? Did you go to the gym during the summer break?" Jang Taesun proudly said, "Having entered high school, of course I have to exercise." D-Sun pouted and mocked. Disgusted with entering a sports school, Jang Taesun scolded, "Your father is crazy." Suddenly someone's voice rang out, "You guys are so noisy." Everyone looked at the door in panic. A pair of hands are opening the door. Hong Seung Hyan scratched his head and explained, "This is not a kindergarten. Can you kids shut up?" Dajong panicked and called his name. Hong Seung Hyan, Hyung Chul timidly replied, "Okay." Looking at everything that was going on, Jang Ta-sin thought to himself, in any environment there will be trash. Despicable people who only know how to bully the weak. Hong Seung Hyan disdainfully walked in and told Jang Ta-sin, "Damn raisin, long time no see, you've grown taller." Jang Ta-sin silently thought to himself, he couldn't stand his laugh. Thanks to this sinister guy, he even got depressed. Hong Seung Hyan, he is a member of a third-rate gang called Scorpion at school. He is the big brother of the class. Seeing that Jang Ta-sun did not respond to him, Hong Seung Hyan gritted his teeth angrily and said, "You son of a bitch, I'm asking you. Haven't opened your mouth to answer yet." Jang Ta-sun smiled and said, "Why are you jealous?" Hong Seung Hyan said out loud in surprise, "What, jealousy?" Everyone in the class opened their eyes wide and their mouths opened in surprise when they heard Jang Tai-sun fearlessly answer like that. Hong Seung Hyan laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. No wonder you get beaten up every day. You've been out of school for so long that you're itching to be beaten, right?" Jang Tai-sun looked down, raised his hands, and said, "How dare I be rude to a dog?" Then he looked up and smiled and said, "A guy is not even as good as a dog." Jang Taesun put his hands on his head and bowed down to show that he was obedient and scared of Hong Seung Hyan. But who would have thought that he would dare to retort to the guy who was loved and feared by the whole school? How dare I be rude to someone? Jang Tisen's voice came out strongly without any fear. His eyes glared at Hong Seung-hyeon as if challenging him to see what he dared to do to him, then continued to speak in a harsh voice. No, it must be a guy. Not as good as a dog, right? After hearing that, Hong Seung-hyeon couldn't believe his ears. His face was frozen. He stammered in bewilderment and asked, what? Maybe he still didn't believe what he heard because he's the big brother of a large school, and now being insulted by the person he called a brat and calling him a dog. Perhaps this is the first time someone has dared to say that to him. Jang Tisen's face looked so cool right now. When his friends heard the words coming out of his mouth in his lethargic state, they all stuck out their tongues in fear. They didn't expect that someone like him would now dare to standing in front of an influential person to curse. But Jang Tisen didn't care at all. Without giving Hong Seung-hyeon a chance to say anything, he continued to curse, "You're even worse than an animal." After hearing that sentence, everyone broke out in sweat and everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Dajong thought Jang Tisen had taken some medicine by mistake today and quickly asked, "Hey, Tisen, did you just play with toys or did you hit your head?" "We're not." As for Jang Tisen, he ignored everyone's words. His eyes were full of hatred because he had been humiliated for so long, and now it was time to change, he thought in his mind. It's time to take revenge, pay back the battles, beaten to a pulp in his pathetic past. Hong Seung-hyeon at this moment, all the blood in his body had been pushed to his brain. His hands were clenched as if preparing to throw his fist in the opposite direction. He lowered his voice and slowly said to Jang Tisen, "Try barking back at me, see." Hong Seung-hyeon moved closer to Jang Tisen. His eyes rolled back, his face showing an extremely dangerous and threatening attitude. Looks like this guy has eaten lobster liver. Try fixing it again. Looking at that big brother's attitude made Jang Tisen even more interested. This guy is so cute. Hong Seung-hyeon was so bitter and crazy when he saw that the rotten little brat that he had ordered was now laughing at him. "You dare laugh at me?" Jang Tisen also thought without changing his expression. For him, dance forces strength. Hong Seung-hyeon's screams became increasingly louder and harsher, echoing everywhere, causing everyone to pay attention. So as soon as he heard a loud argument coming from a classroom, the teacher quickly arrived. As soon as he walked to the classroom door, he saw two students looking at each other provocatively. Everyone in a good posture was being fought. The teacher immediately shouted, Hey, what are you two doing?" Seeing that the class was so quiet, I thought the students were concentrating on studying, but instead they were there glaring at each other, yelling at the teacher, and threatening them with a ruler pointing straight at the two thuggish students. Suddenly, Jang Tisen's attitude changed 180 degrees back to his previous innocence and happily turned to explain to the teacher, "Teacher, long time no see. We were just having fun." As for Hong Seung-hyeon, he was surprised by Jang Tisen's attitude. He really has no shame and dares to do these tricks in front of me. The teacher also believed that this joke was true because in the past, Jang Tisen or any other student had no intention of daring to argue in front of Hong Seung-hyeon, so he quickly told the class to calm down and take their seats, started studying. But it seemed like Jang Tisen had something to say, so he hesitated, "Teacher." When his classmates saw the teacher solving the problem, Jang Tisen also returned to his normal attitude as before and felt relieved. Fortunately, he saw it. Otherwise, he would have eaten everyone's bran. I hope he did. Say nothing more. Known Jang Tisen has changed before, and he's back and more powerful than before. He glanced at Hong Seung-hyeon and whispered to him, "Hey, Hong Seung-hyeon. Let's meet at lunchtime." He winked at Hong Seung-hyeon like he was commanding him, then left. When his friends saw him, they wanted to pray to God. But they didn't expect that things would go further than they imagined. Hearing that made them want to pee their pants. Help. After hearing this, Hong Seung-hyeon's eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, not understanding what was going on. So, he gritted his teeth and couldn't do anything but swallowed his anger. He thought to himself that this guy really wants to die. "I'm sure we'll give you satisfaction." After the class was calmed down, the teacher began to repeat what he said. The higher the university entrance exam score, the more all the students in the class agree. The higher the university entrance exam score. The teacher continued, "The more beautiful the wife would be." The whole class said in unison, "The more beautiful the wife would be." On this side, the bitterness still hasn't subsided. Hong Seong-yin looked at Jang Tisen with dangerous eyes and chuckled. After class, it was time for break. The guys went to Jang Tisen to inform him, "You're screwed, Jang Tisen. Sun Joan is gathering his clique there." Jang Tisen, still calmly sleeping on the table, replied, "I know." It was time to go out for the second period. But my friends were still worried and continued to advise Jang Tisen, "What did you eat by mistake today? Avoiding poop is not cowardice. It's just fear of being dirty. Do you understand?" Jang Tisen loudly responded to each sentence, but I wanted to clean it up better. During third period recess, our friends continued to tell Jang Tisen, "Think again. play less. My friend, Jang Tison humorously said, I play with toys very regularly. After hearing this sentence, my friends literally stood still for 5 seconds without saying anything. Finally, the bell signaling lunchtime rang. Jang Tison looked at his friends who were still trying to surround him and asked if they weren't going to eat. What was the matter? These friends couldn't do anything anymore, knowing they couldn't stop Jang Tison, so they cried and said, You bastard, how can we swallow this? Thanks to your grace, we are about to die without a whole body. Here it is. Did you eat bear bile by mistake? Do you know how terrible Sung Yun's gang is? I heard they play very dirty. Thanks to your blessing, we are about to go to the altar. Jang Tison stood up and shouted back, talking too much. Go eat, my friends cried and said back. What do you mean by talking too much? How can we eat watching you go to your death? Jang Tison smirked and thought, these guys are really brothers. They are different from each other. Everyone was on their way down to the restaurant when they heard a familiar voice. Hey, where's that guy with the blank face? After we heard it, we turned pale and looked over. That was Hong Sung Jai-hun, so he was waiting for Jang Ta-sun to come down to start the fight. Hong Sung Jai-hun's friend looked like a hooligan and asked fiercely. We all gathered together and were planning something. It was just the first day of school, and we were already being beaten like that. My friends were so scared that they almost fainted when Jang Tison came from behind and shouted loudly, Please stop crowing. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Oh my god, this guy has really lost his mind. Oh my god. When Hong Seung Hyan and the others heard it, their ears were deaf. What did you say? What did you say? Who is this ignorant guy? Do you want to die? You've reached our number, kid. Jang Tison stood majestically looking straight at Hong Seung Hyan and said, Why don't you shut up and follow me? This is a sacred school place. Don't defile it. When my friends heard it, they still didn't believe that Jang Tison's talent could now fight, so they quickly stopped him. Jang Tison, you're crazy, and Hong Seung Hyan's group also said loudly, Where are you? You also have to go sell salt. If you beat you if you're not pretty, you won't get any food. Jang Tison was still very calm and said to his friends, Chill out, guys. When we're done, I'll treat you to pizza. The guys replied back rudely, It's crazy. It's so chill. It's my first time fighting. It must be hard. Hong Seung Hyan's friends heard it and said, If at this point you can still think about pizza, take care of your body first, you monkey. Hong Seung Hyan told his accomplices to take everyone with them. Jang Tison thought to himself, Yes, just call them all out. Spring is the ideal time to clean. Scene changed to a garden. Hong Seung Hyan's soldiers were all gathered. They stood solemnly and bowed, greeting Big Brother. Jang Ta-sin also had his own plan, so he gave Dojong a laptop and slowly said, Dojong depends on it. Dojong sadly picked up the phone and said, Yes, I understand. Jang Ta-sin looked at his friends, then looked straight at Hong Seung Hyan's face. Hong Seung Hyan's group was very crowded at the moment, forming a large field for Jang Tison and his friends to stand in the middle, looking at this match. It was already dangerous because the forces of both sides were so different that they were not evenly matched. Dojong listened to Jang Tison and picked up the phone in front of him, preparing to take action. The machine's lights light up, and it's ready to do its job. On this side, Hong Seung Hyan still calmly spoke to the fraternity. Sorry guys, it's because of this insolent guy that you can't have lunch. A friend listened and said again, It's okay, sir. To increase excitement, he told everyone, Today I invite you guys for a drink. There are also handrails. After listening, they shouted loudly, Thank your big brother. Big brother is the best. As for Jang Tison, he smiled contemptuously and thought, You guys know how to enjoy drinking too much. Then he asked, Hong Seung Hyan, I asked you one. Hong Seung Hyan heard big wedding, ask me. This move can't be done again. Then he changed his expression. His eyes were a little wet. Why do you keep bullying me and these weak classmates? We're not friends. Anyone who hears this sentence will probably think this is a joke. Crazy question. Hong Seung Hyan stood on his hips and boldly answered, There are many reasons. First, I hate going to the same school as you lowly people. Second, I hate having to smell the smell of that guy who eats kimchi for breakfast. And I also hate piles of bean residue in your brains too. You poor bastards pollute my eyes. Jang Tison heard those words and thought, This guy has a good answer. Jang Tison continued to act pitiful. But we are still friends. Beating up friends and stealing money is very bad. Your father is lawyer Hong Jang Hyuk and a prominent member of the city council. If he knew you lived like this, what would your father think? Think about your father and stop. Hong Seung Hyan heard and reminded, When it comes to my father, I say it directly. Why is my old man now bringing up his father's name and status to say it? Hong Seung Hyan is so big, you keep worrying about trivial matters like that. I don't need you to worry. As you said, step on those lowly people until they can't stand being stupid anymore. Jang Tison said that in his mind. He's disdainful, considering his family's education. Behold, Jang Tison continued. It turns out that he relied on his father's position to bully others. Hong Seung Hyan still replied, of course the principal's son and the head of the management department were both my old man's acquaintances. As long as he gave away the money, everything could go smoothly. Why did Jang Tison suddenly change so much? Tears fell down and said, please forgive my friends. They didn't do anything wrong. Hong Seung Hyan laughed again and continued. Why not? More than that. You guys are just low-class people and dare to pay me back. I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson until you can't open your mouth anymore. Jang Tison heard it and leaned down and said, I beg them to apologize to you. Please forgive us. Hong Seung Hyan was surprised again. Sorry. You've been playing the game for more than 180 minutes. Right. Do you think you who is? Jang Tison shouted, then I'll pay you. Hong Seung Hyan felt happy when he heard about money. Money. Okay, if you pay me 100,000 won, then I will forgive you. Immediately Jang Tison pulled out a wad of money and gave it to Hong Seung Hyan, saying, this is the money for my parents' sweat and tears and my spending money for a month. I'm sorry again. Please forgive my friend. Hong Seung Hyan, when he saw Jang Ta-sin giving him such a large amount of money, he was startled and said, wow, this dumb guy is quite rich. Or did he just win the lottery? Jang Ta-sin still looked scared. Please forgive them. As for Hong Seung Hyan, seeing that they had given in to him, he happily smiled. But he stepped forward and gave Jang Ta-sin a slap, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. Jang Tison thought in his head, this is really a dog. I already expected it, but it still hurts so much, but I still have to try to finish the drama first. When his friends saw Tison in pain, they cried in pain. They could only stand and watch without doing anything to help. Jang Tison still didn't react. He sat on the ground and wiped his wound with his sleeve. Thoughtfully looked at Hong Seung Hyan. Dajong saw his best friend in pain and immediately froze. Then he pressed swallow to end the recorded video, completing the task assigned by Jang Tison. Jang Tison wiped his wound and whispered, now it's time to clean up the trash. Hong Seung Hyan finished processing and turned away. But before he could take a few steps, his name was called. Hey, Hong Sung. Where are you going? What's the fun in going now? After listening to Hoi Hong Seung Hyan, he was surprised and didn't know what happened. Jang Tison twisted his neck to relax, then raised his face and said, I'm not done with you yet. Hong Seung Hyan was so angry when he heard that. He didn't expect that just now he was obediently obedient, but now he's turning around as fast as rice paper. This ignorant guy. Tell me again. Give me the car. Jang Tison looked cool and cursed back. You trash. If your ancestors knew you lived like this, they would sweat. Hong Seung Hyan heard this and looked at him with wide eyes and shouted back. You son of a bitch, Jang Tison. How much do you know? Jang Tison's eyes were still glaring, but they must have created a lot of bad karma to have a nephew like this. When Hong Seung Hyan's brothers heard that, their ears were itchy and they shouted, this guy, are you tired of living? Luckily, he left. Big brother, Hong Seung Hyan's cold face gritted his teeth and looked at Jang Tison. This stoned guy ordered all the brothers to rush up and quickly sew his mouth shut. When they heard the order, some picked up sticks, others grabbed tips and rushed straight towards Jang Tison. They ran until they rushed forward like horse hooves. You should death, but before they could even make a move, Jang Tison beat the superiors until they were so bloody, they couldn't see a way to retreat. When Hong Seung Hyan and the other side, they stared with wide eyes. What the hell? He couldn't believe that a little kid who was bullied by him every day could now be so cruel. Hong Seung Hyan's accomplices were repeatedly beaten and seriously injured. Some were bleeding from their mouths. Others had their foreheads chipped. They saw that they were gradually losing among dozens of people, and one of the people using weapons, and the player was constantly shocked and scared. Jang Ta-san clenched his fists and looked at them with a disdainful smirk. Ah, sorry, I don't know how to measure my strength. On this side, Jang Tison's friends stood in a corner and saw his strength. They were so amazed that they couldn't close their mouths, not believing everything in front of them, not believing that the other person was their friend. Hong Seung Hyan quickly ordered the thugs around. What the hell are you doing? Attack him quickly, they replied in fear with a trembling voice. Yes, I understand. But in my head, I think I'm just defending myself, but I'm not stupid. Hong Seung Hyan shouted an order, quickly tear it apart, beat it to death. Seeing that, Jang Tison still leisurely stood waiting for those monkeys to rush in, to see how big they were. Quickly after that, a punch was raised straight to Jang Tison's face. But before he could even touch his face, he was punched by Jang Tison and fell to the ground. With blood flowing from his mouth and nose, the other guys continued to rush up with sticks to deal with him. But it seems that after the last summer vacation, Jang Tison had trained his muscles very well, so in less than a minute, some of those brats were lying at Jang Tison's feet. There are still a few stubborn guys who want to compete with Jang Taesin. They stubbornly rush forward. And Jang Taesin also wants to play the time game of taking a few steps back to let them smell life a little more and then attack later, not late. A few minutes later, Jang Taesin stretched out his long legs and kicked a basic right at them. Then that guy's eyes were looking straight, but they were 180 degrees off. One looked to the left, the other looked to the right. Blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Hong Seung-hyeon and a few of his close friends stood from afar, seeing the fear of Jang Taesin approaching them, and immediately ordered, "Don't back down, keep walking." There were a few more guys who still tried to obey and rushed to fight Jang Seung-hyeon, but they probably already knew the outcome. As expected, a Jang Taesin weighed all of them in a few minutes and saw that each one was neither a ghost nor a demon anymore. When Hong Seung-hyeon and the others saw it, their eyes turned blue and they probably didn't even dare to move their feet. Jang Taesin dealt with these guys in just a few notes. Looking at him fighting, he seemed so brave that he had fought all this time without any injuries. Seeing these scenes, he was afraid that he would lose to Jang Taesin. So Hong Seung-hyeon quickly called the two close juniors next to him to deal with him. He shouted that it's impossible, let's go up to. They also obeyed and rushed up to fight with Jang Taesin. Seeing the old commander's names with black eyebrows and black eyes, they also sneaked away. They couldn't disobey orders, so they had to courageously rush forward. They held logs in both hands and rushed toward Jang Taesin, intending to hit him from the side, but Jang Taesin discovered them and attacked in time. When Hong Seung-hyeon saw the scene before his eyes, he couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really him? Was it really Jang Taesin? On this side, Jang Taesin kicked his foot and all the wood fell into pieces. Those thugs, completely defenseless, crazily picked up a piece of wood and intended to attack Jang Taesin. Jang Taesin saw the funny scene ahead and quickly said, "Come on, don't play with toys, it's very dangerous." Everyone saw the good-for-nothing guy being defeated along with Hong Seung-hyeon's sky-high style, and their faces were frozen. As for Jang Taesin, after a battle with dozens of guys, he seemed a bit tired. But he hadn't finished solving the problem yet, so he was still exhausted. He shouted loudly at Hong Seung-hyeon, "What are you guys looking at? Why don't you kneel down quickly?" When the group of friends saw Jang Taesin being so brave, they were extremely admiring and stood outside shouting his old spirit's name for him. Jang Taesin majestically said to Hong Seung-hyeon, "You too, Hong Seung-hyeon, don't you even kneel down." When Hong Seung-hyeon heard his name mentioned, he trembled and sweated profusely, but his mouth still refused to give up and brazenly cursed back at Jang Taesin. "You son of a bitch, do you think I will leave you alone?" Hong Seung-hyeon comforted himself and reassured himself. He was just Jang Taesin, a trash guy. Jang Taesin gradually moved closer to Hong Seung-hyeon. When he saw that, he trembled in fear and stammered without saying a word. "Whatever you want, don't come closer." Before he could finish speaking, Hong Seung-hyeon received a fatal slap from him. The slap was so loud that the whole other world must have heard it. He is a big brother of a territory who used to bully many people and not let anyone touch a hair. But now he gets his first slap in life like this. He looks really bitter. He thought to himself, why is it suddenly so scary? But on the outside, he still looks very strong, still loudly threatening Jang Taesin. "Don't let me repeat it a second time. We'll bear the consequences." And Jang Taesin said, "You should re-examine what you did to him. Someone else goes." Hong Seung-hyeon was in pain and couldn't control the tears falling down and said to Jang Taesin, "You thought my dad would leave me alone. I won't forgive you." But in my head, I was thinking fearfully, "Oh, this guy won't know how to be afraid." Jang Taesin used his hands to tease Hong Seung-hyeon. "Everything you spit out is rotten. You son of a bitch, your father despises you." Hong Seung-hyeon screamed, "Mother, do you think I'm afraid of you? I will kill you." Hong Seung-hyeon's eyes lit up and looked towards Jang Taesin. He clenched his fists and rushed forward to punch Jang Taesin, but he stopped him. The two hands were pressed tightly together. Neither one willing to give up, they kept punching each other like that for dozens of minutes until blood started to drip down. Hong Seung-hyeon looked painful as if he was about to faint, but for the sake of dignity, he had to grit his teeth. Waiting for Hong Seung-hyeon to no longer have any strength left, Jang Taesin took the opportunity to push him back. The prince's hands that he had been serving all day had now changed into what shape he was in. He was screaming in pain and crying miserably. The pain was so painful that I couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground, holding my hands and crying, "Mom, my hand, my hand." But he still swore to let Jang Taesin suffer. "That bastard, I will kill you and destroy your whole family." Jang Taesin heard it, but his ears itched to say it again. "It seems like you haven't been beaten enough, right?" That's a very good line that Jang Taesin quoted from the dialogue of The Story of War Against Evil, a very famous movie in the future, Hybrid. As for Hong Seung-hyeon, he still couldn't believe the truth and couldn't believe that he could lose so miserably. He was in pain and could only lie on the ground screaming at the sky. But Jang Tae-sun still had no intention of forgiving him. So, he moved forward and raised his hand, wanting to punch him a few more times. When my friends outside saw it, they were scared and didn't think this could happen. But just a few seconds later, blood was sprayed everywhere. The whole area is red. It was Jang Ta-sun who punched Hong Seung-hyeon until he was half dead, leaving him lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood from head to toe. Seeing this, Jang Ta-sun was still not satisfied. He thought, it would be a shame to stop after this. Should I play around with the lawyer a bit? Then he turned to Da-jung and said, give me the phone. Da-jung on this side was standing there frozen when he heard the call and quickly followed. He took out his phone, not knowing what fun he was going to make. 113 right? There is a bloody fight going on here. The location is the mountain behind Jang School. There are up to 20 people injured. Please bring 119 immediately. It turns out he called the police and paramedics to see what happens next. The scene changed to the hospital. From inside the hospital room, a loud scream came out that shook the whole hospital. Ah, my arms couldn't move. Oh my god, my legs. Hong Seung-hyeon and his accomplices were transferred to the hospital with injuries all over their bodies. The doctor came to ask if he had pain in his body, and the pain in his head, arms, and chest was all over the place. Because of his serious injuries and family conditions, he was transferred to the VIP room. Hong Seung-hyeon lay motionless on the bed with his whole body bandaged. The doctor said it would take 16 weeks to recover. The bones and joints in his hand were completely broken. The surgery was successful, but in the future, he will be disabled. Seeing his son lying motionless and still breathing oxygen along with what the doctor said made his father no longer shocked. He shouted loudly, "That damn guy, where is he?" His assistant next to him was startled when he heard it and asked what it meant. He said again, "This bastard made my son so impulsive. Where is he now? Hurry and put him in jail." Currently, Hong Seung-hyeon is lying in bed, wearing a neck brace and all kinds of bandages. It is said that the treatment takes up to 16 weeks. Even the arms were no exception. They all had to be in casts because the bones and joints in the right fingers were broken. Hearing this, Hong Seung-hyeon's father looked at his son with a gloomy face. The henchman with a tense expression said, even though he had surgery, he would be disabled. The father with a look of hatred asked the henchman, that bastard, where he was. Hong Seung-hyeon's father said, quickly put him in jail, because he was beaten so much that Hong Seung-hyeon's body was full of injuries, and he still couldn't wake up. His henchman said hesitantly, Park Kyung-mai has already started working, but that student was also injured and is currently being treated in the emergency room. The father said, student, how could someone like that be a student? He shouted loudly, what do you mean? You can't arrest a student. My son has to be disabled for the rest of his life. The henchman replied in a cold sweat, that's not it, sorry, Senator. Hong Seung-hyeon's father firmly said, quickly contact the school management. I want to meet them. The henchman replied, yes, sir. The father said indignantly that not only him, but his entire family must pay the price. Scene changed to the emergency center. Detective Park Dong-seok is questioning. Name, Jang Tae-sun, Class 4, second year of Jangju High School. Is that right? On this side, Jang Tae-sun was also injured, but less severely than Hong Seung-hyeon. The inspector continued to question, why did you do that? Jang Tae-sun replied, what did you do? Why did he attack those students? The inspector asked with suspicion, thinking that Jang Tae-sun was the one who beat those students. Jang Tae-sun replied in shock, oh, Inspector, you're exaggerating. You're the victim. The gangsters over there are guilty. The inspector's words didn't seem to reach his ears. So, Jang Tae-sun put on an ugly face and said, they beat me. I'm also a patient. It seems the inspector lost his patience, so he shouted angrily, you still dare to deny it? You are the one who assaulted them, right? Am I right? Tell me quickly. If I investigate, it will be exposed. Jang Tae-sun became tense and looked at the inspector, saying nothing. Unexpectedly, Jang Tae-sun hid the phone there. The detective did not know that Jang Tae-sun was recording him. This inspector became more and more angry and impatient. He shouted loudly, tell me quickly, brat, why did you attack those students? Did you intentionally call them out? Because you didn't know. Do you like the students in that class? Are you acting like a bully? If you don't have money, they have to borrow it from your friends. It can't be said that they have robbed you. Jang Tae-sun said, did the inspector receive the money? After hearing Jang Tae-sun ask that, the inspector was startled and speechless. He cursed silently, this brat. Jang Tae-sun said with steady eyes, why did the inspector only ask me? Besides, I'm still a minor. Neither my legal representative nor guardian is present here. Inspectors don't have the right to interrogate people like criminals, right? The inspector was speechless, only able to babble 2 words, so what? This time the inspector started to move. He grabbed Jang Tae-sun's shirt and said, This kid is not blowing his nose properly. Are you talking about something? Jang Tison was startled and shouted. Not only did he grab Jang Tison by the collar, he also shook Jang Tison hard and shouted loudly, "Naughty people like you. I haven't only seen it once or twice." Jang Tison shouted loudly. The inspector shouted. He was so insolent. Jang Tison couldn't stand it anymore and told the inspector to stop. At this moment, Jang Tison's tears were streaming down both sides. He shouted loudly, "Uncle, I'm so dizzy. Why did you do that? Please call another inspector." Even though he said that, the inspector still wouldn't let him go, so he had to call doctor. The doctor and nurse heard the call and immediately ran to ask, "What's going on?" Jang Tison said with a sad face, "The detective wants to kill me." He said out of breath, "He treated me like a prisoner." The doctor became angry and started shouting at the inspector. "What are you planning to do to this student? Are you crazy?" The doctor kept asking, if something happened to the patient, would he be responsible? The doctor raised his hand and pointed straight at the inspector's face and said, "He is the patient. Can't you be gentle with the questioning?" The inspector, when questioned like that, broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't say anything. The inspector shyly replied, "That's not the case." Suddenly, the nurse's expression changed, and she stammered, "Doctor, patient, him." "Looks like he's unconscious," the doctor replied. "What?" The doctor shouted loudly to call the nurse in. "Nurse, where is the nurse? Prepare to lower blood pressure and move the patient immediately at this time." The inspector's face had changed color. He was afraid that if something happened to Jang Tison, he would be the person responsible. The doctor said, "Quickly take an X-ray and MRI. This is an emergency. It could be an early concussion. Check his head carefully." The nurses became nervous and replied, "Yes." The doctor still kept questioning the inspector. "Did you come here to assault the patient?" The doctor's voice was so loud that the whole emergency center could hear it. Scene changes to an afternoon at Jangju High. "There is an important meeting here." The director spoke. "As everyone knows, yesterday at our school there was a bullying incident. Recently, school violence is at an alarming level. The school needs to quickly take measures." An angry-looking teacher spoke up. He had to expel that bad boy. He humiliated more than 30 students that day. Teacher Kim looked puzzled and rejected the other teacher's opinion. "What are you saying? That match was 30 against 1. If you punish that student, then the remaining students will also have to receive the punishment." The other 3 teachers also spoke up. "What, Teacher Kim? Are you defending your students?" Teacher Kim became tense and quickly explained, "I mean, it wouldn't be fair to only punish her." The director asked, "What does Teacher Kim mean that he wants all the students involved in this incident to be expelled?" Kim stammered and replied, "No, what I mean is, we should come up with a more balanced solution." The director continued, "The media has reported on this incident. Everyone is still watching us. This could be a big stain on the school." Speaking of this, he smiled strangely and said, "But if students who commit crimes are severely punished, the school's image will improve." Continue transitioning to the hospital. There is a hand typing continuously. On the screen are stock figures. Turns out it was Jang Tison, eating cake and thinking, "I was diagnosed with a concussion, have to recuperate for 8 weeks, so I don't have to go to school. I can comfortably buy stocks." He enjoyed it and thought to himself, "This is great." He thought, "The special care room is so quiet. What's the use of having so much money? Of course it's for enjoyment. A little pretending can fool them all. Thanks to that, I can learn all the subjects I need to learn through textbooks and online lessons." He smirked as if he was having fun. Looking at the data table, money begets money. He was happy to enjoy the results. Today's profit had reached 700 million. The trend was still increasing. What a great time to work. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Jang Tison's attention. "How does Tison feel?" It turned out it was the lore uncle. Jang Tison saw him and immediately said, "Oh, just call me by my name. I'm just a high school student. No need to be polite," he replied. "But that's the operating policy of the school, company of law." Uncle continued, "Then call it Tison sentence." Jang Tison hired a lawyer named Jo Yoondai. Samwoo is a law firm in the top 3 in Korea. There is nothing that money cannot solve. Jang Tison smiled and said, "You're so stiff." He smiled wryly and said, "That's why I was kicked out of the organization." Thinking back, in the past, Lawyer Joe held the position of Deputy Prosecutor General of the Public Prosecutor's Office. After retiring, he worked as a lawyer, is a first-class state civil servant. Jang Tison suddenly said seriously, but he still didn't cut it off completely. The lawyer's face also changed because it seemed like he was being told the black eye. He said, "You also know about that organization." Jang Tison replied, "I don't know much, but if you make the wrong move, that step will be a knife cutting into your neck." The lawyer looked at Jang Tison with scared eyes, without saying a word. Jang Tison glanced at the lawyer and thought to himself, "I not only know, but also know very well. about the organization that represents the face of the prosecutor in the future that you do not know about. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of people talking outside, attracting the attention of Jang Tison and the lawyer. I didn't care. The doctor told him to rest. That noise continues. Why is the prosecutor from the department coming here? If you stop me from investigating, you'll be charged with resisting public duty. Do you understand? It seems like the inspector continued to find Jang Tison. The lawyer turned to look at Jang Tison. He also glanced at the lawyer and nodded meaningfully. The inspector knocked on the door and rushed in. There was another person behind him. He shouted loudly, "You little brat, you're done for today." It turned out that the person standing behind the inspector was a prosecutor. The inspector shouted that Prosecutor Kang Kyung-jun of the Crime Prevention Department is coming to arrest you. Jang Tison just looked at the two of them and said nothing. The prosecutor saw that and immediately said, "I heard he was shaken, but he still seemed very conscious." Suddenly, a scream came from the hospital room. "Stop pretending. Stand up quickly, brat," causing many people on the street to panic. When Jang Tison cursed, he pretended not to hear, covered his ears, and silently complained. "He really has a loud mouth." That person questioned him. "The prosecutor is already here. Are you still pretending to be the victim?" Looking at him criticizing him, he secretly thought that, from beginning to end, he was continuously accusing him. There was also a prosecutor. He was surprised to see a prosecutor coming, but at this moment he still couldn't hear a word. He silently assessed the prosecutor that he looked like a parasite. This is called interrogation. He clearly took money from old Jang Hyuk. Tison sat on the hospital bed and calmly asked, "Do you have an arrest warrant?" He screamed and cursed. "What? An arrest warrant? What are you talking about, you brat?" Tison happily thought to himself, what a twist. He would definitely die today. You looked at him calmly and said, "Can I see your inspection card?" Hearing the words that had just been uttered, the prosecutor next to him was complacent and laughed loudly. "Look what this kid is saying. Let him see." Inspector Kim. Inspector Kim agreed and answered, "Clear." The angry inspector darkened his face and said, "This kid hasn't blown his nose cleanly." After saying that, he quickly held out his industry card and shouted loudly, "Look closely, kid. I'm Kim Dong-zeek, prosecutor of the prosecutor's office." He sighed, took a quick glance, and secretly assessed him. He is a typical state civil servant, isn't he? Not satisfied, he coldly asked. The card was seen. What about the arrest warrant? He was a bit panicked. Seeing that Tison couldn't do anything, he still said loudly, "This kid is stubborn. Do you know what an arrest warrant is?" He seemed to hold his hand, thinking to himself, "Of course I knew. I was fully prepared. Why didn't I know?" As he had prepared in advance, he explained a series of basic laws to him. The Republic of Korea's constitution recognizes basic human rights. Hearing that, the others felt guilty and sweated. Tison continued, "If a state agency wants to arrest, detain, confiscate, or search a person's body or property, an arrest warrant issued by a court is required." Some people panicked and said, "Ha, what?" He looked at the others and said loudly, "That is stipulated in Articles 12 and 16 of the Constitution." Right, let me read Articles 12 and 16. Arrest warrants are divided into two types. One is a letter of issuance. Warrants are issued if requested by the prosecutor. Secondly, letters of orders are issued by the court without the request of the prosecution. According to criminal proceedings, arrest warrants, search warrants, and parole orders issued when requested by the prosecutor are granted. When those people heard the law being preached, they immediately gritted their teeth and cursed. "This brat, how dare he?" Tison calmly added, "According to the same procedure, the juvenile court will issue a detention order, search warrant, authentication order, and other equivalent orders." He humbly said, "That's what I know." Having finished speaking, the anger in his heart could not be contained and burst out, shouting loudly, "Do I have to say anything more?" The other people heard the curse and started to feel nervous. "You were able to scream loudly, 'I'm the victim.' Why are you only targeting me? This hospital room is also considered my residential space, right?" You shouted so loudly that even the people outside the room were afraid, scared. The sound echoed everywhere around, making the listener uncomfortable. The inspector angrily questioned, "You're still in school. Don't worry about remembering math formulas or English vocabulary or something. Learn the rules." "To do what?" Tison looked at Prosecutor Kang angrily and said, "Prosecutor Kang Kyung-jun, you are a smart person. You must know that, right? They are pretending to be interrogators to threaten me." During that time, he seemed to have found some fun and thought to himself, "Oh, maybe I should add a little more salt and fish sauce. It would be much more interesting." Thinking about it, he shouted, "Even though I am a high school student, you can come here without a lawyer. Prosecutors are supposed to protect the weak." This conversation is like being broadcast on a loudspeaker. Broadcast like that, each word echoed everywhere around the hospital. Prosecutor Kang laughed loudly when he heard Tyson's clarification. What a weak person. Is it you? What nonsense. How dare you say that in front of me? Tyson didn't listen and secretly judged him. He looked like a crazy guy. He laughed mockingly, pointed his finger at him and said, "Dare to spit out that stupid and empty set of rules." He looked like he was crazy and said contemptuously, "You poor people. Don't have much hope." Tyson calmly asked, "So are you planning to force me?" Prosecutor Kang turned to give orders. Inspector Kim, quickly go get the emergency arrest warrant. Don't let this kid here talk nonsense anymore. I will call the court. The warrant will be there soon. Yes, he agreed to go to work immediately. Tyson was a bit surprised. He's already finished talking to the court. Then he said some sarcastic words to you. You're screwed, son. You dare brag in front of the prosecutor, you son of a bitch. Tyson thought to himself. He didn't expect them to make all the strong moves in one go. He sighed and expressed disappointment and said, "Even though I knew you guys were rotten, I didn't expect it to reach this level." When the other two heard that, they felt guilty and then angrily said, "What did you say?" He added, "From the inspector, the prosecutor, and now even the judge." The prosecutor was so angry that he was sweating profusely, shaking his legs as he adjusted his glasses and said softly, "This bastard." He started pretending to whine. "Oh, is this my country?" Having been suppressed all this time, Prosecutor Kang's anger broke out, revealing its true nature, raising his hand to punch Tyson in the face and cursing, "This son of a bitch." But before he could do anything, someone suddenly said loudly, "Stop quickly." Everyone turned towards the door in surprise. That person jumped up as if to grab the prosecutor's neck, making everyone unable to react. He was startled and shouted loudly, "Do something." Tyson witnessed this battle scene and secretly exclaimed, "He was so brave." Seeing him approaching him, the inspector quickly shouted and moved away. Didn't he see that we were on duty? The four-eyed guy was brave for a few seconds, then got scared and shouted, "Please leave, or I will call the police." When the other guys heard that, they started to threaten him and call the police. "Hey, doctor, you're just normal. If you know your fate, get out of here." He continued, "This kid has been convicted and is at risk of escape. We have requested an arrest warrant. People outside don't understand what's going on when they see this." The four-eyed doctor said loudly, "You can't. If anything happens, we doctors are responsible, so please go out." Tyson next to me heard these words and chuckled. He touched me so much. He silently praised the doctor. "This is a true doctor." Tyson looked at something glowing and thought, "Only I know that the entire conversation was recorded." He pondered and wondered if he should act again. His head was spinning. Maybe he should practice a little, Tyson. His expression gradually became strange. His four-eyed brother shouted worriedly, "You, what's wrong with you?" Tyson cried out and then performed a convulsion. Under the screams of his four-eyed brother, "Wake up, nurse, prepare to give electric shock." Everyone around was panicking. He was proud and performed his act, reached the top. Hearing the screams, the other three men's eyes widened in panic and fear. Prosecutor Kang was falling into deep thought when suddenly someone called out, "Kang Kyung-jun." He was even more alarmed when he saw a person wearing a neat suit walking towards him. Kang Kyung-jun stood still for a few seconds, thinking to himself, "Oh my god, is that Vice President Joe?" He was scared and wondered why he was here. Not too fast, not too slow. With a bang, the deputy director decisively slapped him in the face, causing him to stagger and become unsteady on his feet. Suddenly beaten, he did not have time to react and fell down. The deputy general shouted loudly and questioned, "Are you thugs?" Inspector Kim quickly explained that, "Deputy chief, this is not what you think." But his fate was not much different from the prosecutor's. He was punched in the face by the deputy general. He fell down on the prosecutor in pain and cried out. Witnessing this scene, the four-eyed doctor and the other person trembled and gasped in surprise. After the deputy general finished typing, he took out his phone and dialed someone's number. After the other end picked up the phone, he immediately said hello. "Oh my god, hello boss, how have you been? Since you retired, you haven't called me anymore." The deputy general shouted loudly and criticized the person on the other end of the line, saying, "Go Young Chan, you bastard. I warned you to be careful with your subordinates, right?" On the floor, the other two people stood up and asked in surprise, "That's what the boss is saying." The deputy director cursed continuously like a machine into the phone. "You ordered this bastard Kang Kyung-jun to go to the hospital, right? Scum, a department head like he sent him because of a few student fights. Even the prosecutor came. Do you believe I strangled you to death?" Inspector Kim and Prosecutor Kang heard their boss curse and covered their faces, trembling with fear. Scene changes to Tyson's school. At a meeting, someone insisted that he should be expelled from school. The old man smiled evilly and continued, "Keeping a thug like that would harm the school's image." An old teacher among the people was worried and said, "But Mr. Director, there are still no results of the investigation. What if that student is innocent and is expelled from school? The governor blatantly affirmed that my wishes were the same as my father's wishes. I could make decisions as the owner of the school. He didn't seem to know what happened, so he confidently said, "As far as I know, the prosecutor is in the process of arresting him. He's probably in jail now." The old teacher was so shocked when he heard that he opened his mouth and asked, "What?" At this time, the vice principal also spoke up. "You can, Director Kang." He said the disciplinary action will be postponed until the truth is verified and the court issues a verdict against student Jang Tison. When the director heard that, he angrily asked the vice principal, "What do you mean? What if this kid affects the school's reputation?" The principal here also agreed with the vice principal and said, "Let's wait for the results of the investigation together, Director Young, if it is resolved hastily." According to the vice principal, not only will the school's reputation be damaged, if affected, our school will also be watched by the Department of Education. The old director was not satisfied at all and shouted loudly, "Why is this principal so indecisive? We must make a decision immediately." Not letting anyone have an opinion contrary to his, he quickly said loudly, "I would like to announce that from today Jang Tyson will be expelled from school." He continued to affirm that he was not allowed to transfer schools. This was not a request, but the wish of my father, the president of this school. Do you understand? Hearing that, everyone present at the meeting bowed their heads, dare to argue. Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. Knowing that he was interrupting the meeting, he said, "Sorry, director, I have something to report." The old director shouted loudly, "What's going on?" He was trembling and couldn't speak. The thing is. Then, he whispered into the director's ear. He panicked and said, "What?" The online community is in an uproar. "But what is it? Is there someone fighting online?" He was worried and stammered at the hospital. The smiling nurse walked in and asked, "How are you feeling today, Tison?" Tison smiled and replied, having the most beautiful nurse in the hospital taking care of him, "Of course I'm fine." The nurse who was complimented felt even more excited and said, "Oh my god, you make me fall in love with you. Tison looks like a player, right?" Tison heard that and exclaimed, "Can't you hide it from me?" The female nurse burst out laughing when she heard that. Tison saw that the nurse was so cute and enjoyed teasing a few words. He winked, pointed at the nurse, and said, "If you were 5 years younger, I would date you." The nurse replied shyly, knowing that she was flattering her sister, but it sounded really cool. Tison suddenly said, "I ordered pizza." The nurse said in surprise, "Why?" Tison looked at the nurse's blank face and smiled and said she probably wanted something to eat as well. The nurse smiled and leaned close to Tison and said, "Tison is so thoughtful." Hearing such compliments, Tison became even more proud, crossing his arms and saying, "You're not just thoughtful." At this time, the nurse looked even more surprised at the boy. Tison looked at the nurse's lovely face and said, "I also have a lot of money, a lot of money." The nurse was surprised and couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. "That's right, I'm waiting. Please confess your love to me." The nurse smiled and patted his head. "It must have been a lot of money. Look, money is everything to you." Having said that, there was something he needed to do. So the nurse told Tison to stop playing games and just rest. "Thank you for the pizza." Hearing that, Tison said sadly, "It's not a game." The nurse left and Tison sat there dumbfounded. She didn't believe that she was right. No one would have expected it. Tison sat at the table and turned on the computer. A series of data charts immediately appeared on the computer screen. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Tison's eyes were not bright with excitement. Today's trading volume is 10 billion. The profit alone is already huge. His hand continued to control the computer mouse. Tison smiled and looked at the screen with a maximum capital capacity of 20 billion. Tison's eyes changed. Tison turned around and put his feet on the ground. Who would believe that a high school student could invest that much money? Tison stood in front of the hospital balcony, his whole body covered with a cold aura. The recent commotion, without the doctor's permission, no one is allowed to visit this place, which has become an ideal place. Looking at the whole city of Tison, I have to say, it's so beautiful. He thought to himself at this moment. The disciplinary committee is in a stir here. There are many reasons why I hate having to study in the same school as you lowly people. When the principal heard him say that, he sweated nervously. Hung Seung-hyun was surrounded by a group of reporters still smiling and saying, "I hate the smell of someone who eats kimchi for breakfast. I hate the bean residue in your brains too. You're poor people who pollute my eyes." Another voice rang out, "Why do you keep bullying me and my weak classmates?" The head of the management department heard this and was stunned. Hearing this, angry eyes looked towards the man who beat his friends and stole money, which is very evil. "But we're still friends. Your father, lawyer Hong Jang-hyuk, is a member of the city council and knows you live like this. What will your father think?" The man was startled when he heard this name. "What is it?" Hong Seung Hyan said arrogantly, I don't need you to worry. You said it already. As for the lowly people, trample them until they can't raise their heads anymore. The whole council said with gray faces, Hong Jang Hyuk. The boy in the screen continued, so you rely on your father's position to bully others? Hong Song Hyan curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. Of course, the principal's son and the head of the management department are both my old man's acquaintances. As long as he gave away the money, everything would be fine. The head of the management department heard that, and his mouth opened in surprise. What? Why is my name in here? In the room, the brown-haired man and Teeson silently exchanged glances. The brown-haired man said coldly, How much do you want me to do it? Teeson just looked at him silently at this time. A moment later, he spoke up and stomped on them. Suddenly, the sound of pounding the table echoed. What is he shouting so loudly? The manager's face was dark as he stood in front of the computer screen. As each day rushes by, the story goes further and further. The phone rang and he angrily shouted at Hello. Suddenly, the manager's voice softened. Ah, what's wrong with Dad? What's the matter with you calling at this hour? From the phone came a sound of scolding. The guy was uneducated. I knew you'd cause trouble, you goddamn bastard. Just wait there, I'll come to your school right now. Holding the disconnected phone, he fell into contemplation. His face was indescribably listless. The news spread extremely widely. Teesons are more excited than ever. At a building where Han Jang Hyuk is staying, this case will be quickly investigated and clarified Hong Jang Hyuk. As soon as they saw him coming out, the press surrounded him. Is it true that you put pressure on the prosecutor and the police? Please tell me. Hong Jang Hyuk bowed his head and said, Sorry for the trouble I caused. Hong Jang Hyuk left his city council seat because of public criticism. Park Dong-seok bowed low and said, I'm really ashamed. Two female employees outside whispered, Manager Park Dong-seok and the inspector were both fired, and the chief prosecutor was also dismissed. The sky today is extremely blue. The bus leisurely drove on the road. Teeson put on his headphones and went out, thinking that everything was settled peacefully. Thanks to the power of money. What a beautiful world. Ah, his eyes met Lee Yurin. The whole girl standing in front of the sunlight is so beautiful. Teeson looked bewildered. Yes, this life is worth living, you must know. On the bus, Jang Teeson held out his hand and said, Give me my bag. Turns out he was talking to the school's beauty queen, whose name is Lai Yaren. Hearing Jang Teeson say that, she suddenly replied, Why? The beauty queen looked at Jang Teeson's side, smiled brightly and said, Give it to me, I'll keep it for you. Lai Yaren shyly replied, It's okay, I can wear it. The two girls behind Yaren didn't say anything, thinking to themselves, Another dog meal. Jang Teeson still held out his hand and said warmly, It looks heavy, and I don't have many belongings, so it's convenient to keep. Lai Yaren silently said, Who is it, Mom? So handsome. She quickly thanked Jang Teeson, then, Thank you. Lai Yaren gave the bag to Jang Teeson, and he happily accepted it. The bus remained like that, continuing to move. A moment later, the beauty queen with a worried expression turned to ask Jang Teeson, Are you okay? Right now, Jang Teeson has to use one to keep a bunch of other people's belongings around him. Not only Lai Yaren, but many people's belongings are also placed on his body. Jang Teeson smiled shyly and replied, I'm fine. Helping each other is normal. He thinks no matter how old a man is, when he meets his first love, he becomes stupid. Lai Yaren fiercely looked at the two girls who brought those things to Jang Teeson, silently saying, These girls, over there the two girls are still enjoying themselves, smiling from ear to ear because someone is holding the things for them. Jang Teeson saw Lai Yaren looking at the other two girls like that and felt helpless. Jang Teeson suddenly spoke to clear the atmosphere at that time. My name is Jang Teeson. Lai Yaren suddenly turned and replied. He hugged the pile of things and said loudly, My name is Jang Teeson. Then, he shyly looked out the window. Lai Yaren's face couldn't hide her surprise, so her name is Jang Teeson. Jang Teeson pulled out the headphones from his bag and put them on his ears. He connected it to his phone and began to immerse himself in music. Lai Yaren whispered, He is a male student at Jeongju School. He started riding the bus with me last year. He looks very self-conscious. His shoulders are always sagging. He was like that before summer vacation. Arriving there, Lai Yaren got out of the car, but still looked back at Jang Teeson and thought, He's changed so much. The two girls from earlier said loudly, Lai Yaren, what are you doing? We're going to be late. Lai Yaren was startled and quickly replied, Okay. Scene changed to Jeongju High School. There is a loud voice, Aha, Jang Teeson. Turns out it was decent. He jumped up and tried to jump into Jang Teeson's body in front of the scared eyes of everyone around. D-Sun waved his hand to hit, but Jang Teeson could easily dodge. D-Sun shouted, You idiot, discharged right at the exam time. Han Chil joined the group and raised his hand to attack, but Tison was still able to dodge. Han Chil said, "If it were me, I would have hit at the hospital." Du Zhang also attacked, but this time Jang Tison couldn't avoid it and let out a cry and cough. All three of them howled. Did they get the nurse's number yet? Didn't they dare show their face yet? Jang Tison could only hold his head helplessly and say, "Let me go." The whole group surrounded him and teased him. It was because of his face that he was shocked. "I'll spare you this time. Good luck to you, son." Jang Tison's clothes were tattered. He cried and laughed, saying thank you, brothers. He whispered, "Normally people would think that friendship and love are expressed through words. Oh my brothers." All four of Jang Tison's friends looked at him and smiled. The voice echoed throughout the hallway asking, "Have you studied for the exam?" At this time, Teacher Kim was present in the class. He said, "Second year, there are 5 general education classes. In the last exam, our class ranked last. This time, are you going to make him look bad again?" Teacher Kim warmly looked at Jang Tison and asked about his health. "Are you feeling better yet, Tison?" Jang Tison happily replied, "I'm fine." He smiled and said, "I'm so excited. It's all thanks to the teacher." Teacher Kim smiled gently at Jang Tison. Jang Tison also smiled back at the teacher, as if silently thanking the teacher for helping him. After a while, Teacher Kim said, "The class is over." The teacher happily left the class, but did not forget to say good luck to everyone on their exams. He also did not forget to warn his students that if they do not seize this opportunity, they will not have time to regret it later. Jang Tison looked at Teacher Kim, who was leaving the classroom. He thought to himself, "Only the teacher and I understand that sentence clearly." Jang Tison thought once he stepped out into society. We will be harshly screened. From background, academic degree to other standards. Looking at the exam paper, Jang Tison was so surprised that he was speechless. Because it was during exam time, the space was quiet. Only Jang Tison silently called out, "Oh my god." Jang Tison smirked because from the moment he saw the test, he couldn't help but laugh. Jang Tison also did his homework with a very confident look and secretly said, "How can you be so easy?" Once again, they met on that same bus. He took out a bar of chocolate and said, "Give it to me. I've been waiting for days to give it to you." Seeing the chocolate bar, Lai Erin couldn't hide the surprise on her face. She said, Jang Tison happily replied, "I'm about to take the university entrance exam. Sugar is very good for short-term memory." 3 female students in the same class as Lai Yaren showed jealous faces. Mijin said, "Oh, he likes Yaren." Na Young also said, "She's so pretty." Another girl also said, "I also like Sokola Hicks Hicks." Lai Yaren shyly said, "Thank you, Jang Tison." "Thank you." Jang Tison smiled, said, "I'm a senior. Just talk to me freely. I'm a second year." He secretly said, "No one has ever flirted with me, that's right." They absolutely don't know that there is someone behind them with an angry, frowning face. He frowned and looked at Jang Tison and said, "What is this, that brat?" Jang Tison turned to ask Lai Erin, "Can you take the exam?" She stammered, "Well." Lai Erin smiled shyly and asked Jang Tison, "What about you?" "I'm fine," Jang Tison replied. Lai Erin continued, "Really, look at you. You must have a very high score." Jang Tison didn't say anything but smiled widely, seemingly very proud of his exam. Lai Erin was surprised and asked, "You really tall?" Jang Tison humbly replied that you are the person with the highest achievements at Jangju Girls' School. Right, and me too. The girls sitting in the next row admired him and said, "Oh my gosh, he's top of the whole school, impeccable." Mijin also complimented him. "He's handsome and also good at studying." Jang Tison smiled and humbly said, "Maybe the teacher made the test too easy." Lai Erin showed surprise clearly on her face. Jang Tison took out his phone and said, "Do you use your phone? Please give me your number. I will text you every day to cheer you up, help you happily take your college entrance exam." Lai Erin stammered out the phone number, 017327. Jang Tison quickly entered her phone number and saved her name in the contact list as Lai Erin. They exchanged phone numbers. Na Young replied, "Really?" The other girls were also very surprised because they didn't think that Lai Erin would give Jang Tison her phone number. The girl standing near Lai Erin turned to look and couldn't hide her surprise. After asking for Lai Erin's phone number, Jang Tison looked very satisfied and happily looked out the window. Lai Erin also looked at Jang Tison with gentle eyes. When he arrived, Jang Tison waved goodbye to Lai Erin and her friend. However, Lai Erin did not say hello back but blushed and felt embarrassed. The bus continues to run to the next destination. Sitting in the car, Jang Tison couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Yahoo!" Jang Tison looked at his contacts and saw the name Lai Erin, so he smiled. Jang Tison was immersed in joy when someone shouted, "Hey kid!" Turned around and saw 3 guys who looked very thuggish saying, "Come here!" Jang Tison said in surprise, "That guy looks very brazen. His face is angry, and he shouts loudly, 'Bradley, didn't you hear what your brother said? I told you to come here.'" Turns out they were the bullies in the Serum Wrestling Club. He pointed straight at Jang Taesun and said loudly, "I told you to come here, that rat." That name was Choi Hyakin. Jang Taesun nervously turned around and looked, thinking, it seems like he has been in the news. Taesun started walking slowly towards that bully's place. Jang Taesun walked over and put his hands on the chair looking very cool. The bully frowned and grimaced because he didn't think Taesun would have the guts to step forward. Jang Taesun raised his eyes and looked at Choi Hyakin with a disdainful expression and said, "It's me. Is there anything?" After hearing that, Choi Hyakin was a little shy and shouted, "You." The bully next to you shouted loudly, "This guy, are you crazy?" He turned to Hyakin and shouted, "Hyakin, what to do now?" "Beat her to death." At this moment, Hyakin was in a cold sweat, unable to say anything. Then he showed a hungry look and said, "Give me Erin's phone number. She's my type." Jang Taesun smirked, whispering, "What about your taste?" He smiled and said, "I don't like it. What's the matter?" Hearing this, Yuckin's face changed. He shouted angrily, "What do you say, you dog?" He shouted even louder and said, "Yarin is mine." Jang Taesun listened to him shouting without being moved and replied, "Hearing you bark hurts my ears." Hearing that, Hyukin was a little excited and shouted, "You!" There was a guy who couldn't keep calm and rushed out, saying, "Mom, do you want to die?" Jang Taesun saw it out of the corner of his eye and immediately raised his hand to block the thug's fist. He grabbed that guy's hand and threw him into the air. Then he threw him down on the ground. Fat Hyukin was very angry, but was shy because he saw the person next to him was knocked down. Suddenly Jang Taesun laughed again and said, "What are you guys doing so stressed? You just finished your midterm exam." He laughed loudly and said, "Forgive me. To you guys, competing is nothing. But to me, it's very important." Hearing this, every guy's face turned black as ink. I didn't expect Jang Taesun would dare to insult him like that. Jang Taesun smiled brightly, picked up the guy who was defeated earlier and said, "If you want to continue fighting, choose a quieter day." He looked at me and said, "Guys, please understand." Jang Taesun's words just now probably offended Hyukin. He was so angry that all the veins on his face were exposed. His mouth was screaming loudly, "Shut up right now, or I'll break your eyebrows right now." Hearing such a loud noise, the driver quickly stepped on the brake. The bus braked suddenly. The driver shouted down, "What's wrong with the kids down there?" The driver looked in the mirror and saw Jang Taesun bowing his head with the other two guys. He asked, "What's going on?" Jang Taesun finally spoke up, "I'm sorry for making noise." The two thugs behind looked at Jang Taesun with angry expressions and said, "This guy." Jang Taesun hung his head and thought, maybe they don't know. My dream is to become a model Taesun. I want to live peacefully from day to day, buy a few buildings and gangdom to earn pocket money, build a few villas on Jeju Island for summer vacation, and when I have enough time, go shopping for another island. Whoever dares to interfere with my dream, I will make him look bad. Scene changed to Jangju High School. It was lunchtime, and a woman said, "Enjoy your meal." Today's school menu is a bit simple and frugal, with only bean paste soup and a few side dishes. Seeing that, Da-soon felt dissatisfied and said, "What's wrong?" Bang-suk replied, "My son's rice is even more delicious." Jang Taesun looked at the tray of food without saying a word. Jang Taesun looked disappointedly at the nutritionist. She said, "You guys should eat a lot. Soybean soup is very good for your health. Did you know?" She continued, "It was very difficult to get these soybeans. Rumor has it that the person who made this lunch worse than dog rice was the director's lover." Suddenly Jang Taesun remembered. With his own eyes, he saw her put a few boxes of cheap bean paste into the truck. Remembering this, he decided to put down his spoon and not eat anymore. This caught the nutritionist's attention. She looked towards Jang Taesun and Jang Taesun started to stand up and put away his rice tray. The nutritionist looked at him and said, "Oh, handsome male student. Why is there so much food? If you waste it, you will be punished by the king of hell. Did you know?" Taesun didn't seem to care much and glanced at her face. He poured the leftover food into the container and said, "But it's okay to be alive." She sounded angry and spoke loudly, of course. But speaking that way to a beautiful woman like you is impolite, you know. So, while you're still alive, try being punished once. You don't have to wait until you die, Jang Taesun replied. This time she really lost patience. She shouted loudly, "What, have you finished talking yet?" Jang Taesun turned his head to look at her with cold eyes. He asked, "How is the director?" She was startled as if she had been told something right in her heart, and quickly said, "Who are you?" Scene transitioned to the director's office. Knowing someone was coming, he said, "Come in." He put food in his mouth and chewed it. Seeing Jang Taesun coming, he asked, "How can I help you, Mr. Taesun?" He gave a friendly smile and said, "Don't be shy, just say it." Jang Taesun said loudly, "I want to eat meat." Not believing his ears, he asked again, "Do you eat meat?" The director said somewhat awkwardly, "Really, do you want to eat meat?" Jang Taesin turned to continue speaking. "But not just me, everyone too," he said with a serious face. "The director's lover is a nutritionist." After listening, the director just looked at Jang Taesin and said nothing. Jang Taesin continued, "But for the past year, the school's lunch has been worse than dog rice. The students here all pay 3,500 won for each meal." Hearing this, the director thought to himself, "Dog rice." Taesin said, "In other schools, there are at least 3 days a week where you can eat meat. There is no school in this world that allows students who have to pay for rice to eat soybeans. Sir, this behavior is called blocking." Hearing this, the director was extremely surprised. His hands clutched the chair. Jang Taesin firmly said that he would like you to file a complaint with the police. After speaking, Jang Taesin stood up and said, "I'm sorry." The director said, "Hey Taesin." The director said with a very serious expression, "No matter how immature you are, you still have to consider your words." Jang Taesin smiled shyly and replied, "I was just recounting an incident that you already knew." The space suddenly became quiet and awkward. The two people looked at each other without knowing what to say. After leaving the director's office, Jang Taesin thought, "I spent 500 million to settle Hong Sung-hyun. Although working with a reputable law firm is very expensive, but they resolved it very smoothly." Jang Taesin glanced into the room and thought, "When the time is right, I can mess up this school again." The director's voice was very loud. It could be heard outside. He said, "Where is Mr. Park? Quickly call the principal, and the vice principal will be here immediately." Taesin walked quietly, whispering, "I only want one thing now, when the quality of school rice is worse than dog food." Jang Taesin smiled. "My purpose is very clear, isn't it?" The scene changes again to a moonlit night, cloudy, but without a single star. On the table is a glass of wine being refilled. There was a guy holding a bottle of wine about to pour more and said, "Sir." His face was angry and sharp. He said, "Bury it." The big brother sipped a glass of wine and said, "Let's solve this discreetly." The junior raised the bottle of wine with both hands and respectfully offered it to their big brother. That guy poured the wine and said that it wasn't just a matter of burying a high school kid. Looking at his big brother, he said with deep black eyes, "There are many people who are eager to join our organization." A sinister smile appeared on the cruel face of his junior, if he only looked back. The big brother spoke emotionlessly to his junior, as if he didn't care what he said. "If you take care of it well, I'll reward you with double," immediately accompanied by the junior's joy and a loud shout, "Thank you, boss." His hands were clenched under the table. Trembling, the big brother thought, the problem was only money. So angry that all the wrinkles on his face appeared, he trembled and called out Jang Taesin's name. He shouted loudly and roared angrily, "I will definitely kill you." Outside, the waiters, waitresses, and other customers expressed surprise and fear when they heard that scream. The scene changes to the school, and immediately a call for Jang Taesin rings out. Accompanying that was the scene of the teacher opening the door along with his rapid breathing. Jang Taesin sat on the desk, both hands clasped together, suddenly asked the teacher, "What's wrong?" The teacher with a panicked face and sweat pouring down asked, "What did you do?" He held the scoreboard high in front of him with the numbers appearing. The teacher shouted loudly as he pointed at Jang Taesin's score, "Why did he get a perfect score?" Next to him were two friends with surprised looks of disbelief. The whole class was silent as if witnessing something they had never seen in their life. Hyun Chil was surprised. "What? Taesin got a perfect score. Da-jung even called. He's definitely cheating, teacher." Everyone is surprised, angry, and jealous. Please check it out. The teacher smiled with satisfaction. He saw that the whole class was on his side. He held out his hand to the side as if reluctantly. "Well, I guess you have to explain to everyone." Jang Taesin lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then said, "There is no other way," while still cursing his friends in his mind. "You monkey, you guys should just try to die and come back to life." Jang Taesin's teacher and friends were silent as if waiting for something. Jang Taesin faltered. He smiled, pointed to the sky as if he had found a solution. He frightened the whole class with the following sentence to the above sentence. He would invite the whole class to eat pizza. Teacher, Hyun-chul. Da-jung and the crowd behind were very angry. The atmosphere was visibly gloomy. But no, Jang Taesin raised his second finger at the same time. "Not yet, there's more. I will always be on the internet, which makes my classmates clearly surprised and happy." The teacher seemed to have suspected something from the reluctant expressions on Hyun-chul and Da-jung's faces that made him unable to close his mouth. He looked around at the whole class who were happy and shouting. Hyun-chul said, "Taesin is actually very smart." "Teacher," Do-jung laughed and said, "Yes, and talking about diligence, Taesin is second. No one dares to be first." Bang Suk pointed at his head. On the internet said, "After a brain concussion, people will become more alert. Teacher, Taesin is like taking heart. I believe in you, brother. Jang Tison held out his hands to the sides, smiling happily with countless voices shouting his name behind him. You guys have confirmed it for me, teacher. The teacher couldn't do anything else. He let it go this time and thought about it. You easygoing kids. A while later, in the school cafeteria, Hyung Chul and Jong Suk looked like they couldn't believe their eyes. A whole tray of rich rice, filled with delicious-looking dishes, including a huge chicken. Jangju School's nutritionist was confused. I'm sorry, isn't that enough? Next time, I'll learn from experience. The school returned to its original peaceful state after the mood breaker disappeared, and the students appeared happy and thanked her profusely. Not only does it have meat, but the meal also includes high-quality local agricultural products. The traders at the market wholeheartedly thank us for purchasing ingredients to cook for more than 1,500 students every day. The scene changes to a certain pizza shop. Tison's entire class gathered at the counter and ordered without any order. Auntie, please give us a super large pizza. The bigger the better. The students were jostling. No one was willing to yield to anyone else, trying to get their turn first. Get it for me first. Auntie, get it for me first. The sales lady asked curiously, did you guys have a fun time? Tison replied, there is someone at the top of the table. Auntie, she asked again. Jang Tison. Hyung Chil was surprised. He knew Tison anyway. She replied that she heard that thanks to Tison, the school was peaceful. Her children also studied in Jangju. Where was Tison? Tison smiled, turned to face a guy sitting cross-legged, over there. Tison seemed to realize those gazes were directed at him. He smiled friendly and said hello, and after that smile, the girls in the distance seemed captivated, constantly thinking, Mom, he's so handsome. The sales lady wondered if I could pay in full. Tison raised his hand to signal as if he wanted everyone to feel secure, smiling from ear to ear, carefree. He also thought with a very confident attitude, today he made more than $1 billion. From behind Tison came a greeting. He turned around with a surprised look and could only give a cursory response to that greeting. A girl with ear-length blonde hair and a brown uniform appeared. You're a second-year student, right? That beautiful girl put her hands on her hips and asked, do you have a phone? A beautiful beauty, shiny blonde hair, emerald eyes, and a sharp face with lovely small lips. Tison calmly raised his hand first and said, sorry, but I have an audience. His friends were very surprised and jealous. This Jang Tison is so good, so jealous. She asked him back, saying that he was just an object, so that meant he didn't have a girlfriend, right? Tison didn't seem to hear that question. He even asked her back, what? That beautiful girl smiled, a gorgeous, satisfied smile, so it wasn't there yet. She boldly leaned closer to Tison. So give me your phone number, making him confused. All he could do was blurt out, what? Tison couldn't sit still with the girl's words, gestures, and actions, he thought. What's wrong with this girl? She's so embarrassing. He explained hesitantly, pointing continuously, smiling awkwardly. He thought doing so would be very unfair to that person. Even though it was an unrequited love, he still had to be loyal. That blonde girl seemed interested in Tison. He was so interesting. Tison thought, wondering where he had seen this bold girl before. Suddenly his eyes glanced at the name tag. Kim Syrian. Wait, Kim Syrian. Tison's eyes were wide open. His mouth couldn't close. He was shaking as if he was witnessing something he had never seen in his life. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He wanted to jump up and down. Could it be that it was Kim Si-yeon? A beautiful figure appeared in his memory. She was a top star from her hometown, a representative idol for Korea. Kim Si-yeon, the center and representative face of the group. Fob is the most talented female idol in K-pop. In my memory is the image of the Fob group performing under stage lights with countless cameras. Returning to reality, the scene was filled with jealousy from Tison's 4 friends. I knew this idiot right away. I wanted to punch him so much. Tison couldn't say anything when in front of him was the girl who would become an idol in the future. Oh my god, is this real or a dream? Syrian smiled, crossed her arms, and asked, how long are you planning on making me wait? He was embarrassed. He could only hum and hum in response to the word ah with continuous thoughts in his head. It's Kim Si-yeon, Mom. Tison swallowed his saliva. His lips were sweaty, his body motionless. Suddenly, from the side, there was a voice calling his name intermittently, as if surprised to see him there. Lai Yun appeared with surprise evident on her face, along with Tison's mouth open. She witnessed the whole thing as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Tison panicked and thought, why is this happening now? Siren called Senior Yeren calmly like it was nothing. Tison couldn't keep calm when he heard that anymore. He panicked. His eyes opened wide and sweat wrenched his face when he heard that, Sister Yeren. Yeren kept muttering, thinking about Tison texting her all the time. She thought it was mostly just greetings and joking. Yeren was stunned, speechless. Only the words Jang and Tison could come out of her small mouth. She thought, but when we faced each other, I unconsciously called his name. Suddenly, two of Yaren's friends seemed to pull her back to reality by asking, "Oh my god, we're reunited again. Are your acquaintances?" Those two girls kept praising that Tison was handsome and had a very good body. Tison was the only one standing there, absent-mindedly, with his hands hanging down, calling out the name of someone familiar to him very softly, Yaren. Tison's friends were so jealous. Bastard Tison. He must have eaten something good during summer break. Suddenly a guy seemed to realize something, pointed at Yaren and said, "I know her. She's the student with the highest score at Jeongju Girls' School, a third-year student. Tison is also the one who got perfect scores in our school. They are not scores that we can reach," someone said. Tison realized he was a bit rude. He put his hand to his mouth, cleared his throat. "I am," thinking not to be nervous, to be natural. He smiled brightly. The sunlight from the window made him even more dazzling. He confidently asked Yaren, "Are you coming to eat pizza?" Yaren was embarrassed, didn't dare to look directly at Tison, shyly answered, "Yes, you guys just asked me to hang on." Tison was surprised and asked, "Dear friend." Yaren's two friends quickly interrupted, making Yaren quite confused. The girl on the left with short hair around her neck said, "Hello, I'm Yaren's friend. Just call me Young. And the girl on the right with I introduced myself with my hair styled in one eye. And I was the hottest girl in school, Sira." Tison was confused and replied, "Hello, ladies." Young and Sira quickly went to both sides of Tison and said a few things about their close friend Yaren. Her midterm score was really high, so we told her she wanted it, but we didn't expect Yaren to know a queen. This is how handsome he is. Young poked Tison's body with his hand, and at the same time gave a sinister smile, jokingly asking, "He's just a junior, right?" Syrian seemed to have an epiphany, understood something, happily shouted loudly, "Got it, it's Yaren." She leaned over to Tison's right side, excitedly asking as if very confidently, "Is your crush Yaren?" Leaving Tison with his mouth that can't be closed, so big that he can fit the whole box in. Yaren was so surprised that he couldn't say anything anymore. His eyes were an O, his mouth was an A. His soul seemed to hang on a cloud. Syrian elbowed Tison's body as if to remind him to calm down and not show it so clearly, followed by Tison's coughing sound. All the students at the pizza shop were dumbfounded. Yaren lowered her face, her mouth not opening, her eyes hidden deep under her hair, calling Syrian. Syrian was happy, obedient, nodded and replied, "Yes, ma'am." The gloomy atmosphere covered Yaren. She asked, "Are you very close to Tison?" Syrian answered confidently and honestly, her blue eyes looking straight at Yaren. "No, I just met him for the first time." "Is it really the first time?" Yaren asked. Behind Syrian was Tison with a reluctant smile, adjusting his tie to ease his awkwardness. Then suddenly Syrian said, "Yes, but the photo is my type." I graded the photo. That made Tison sweat, his mouth open even wider than before. Syrian put his two hands, one hand near Tison's head, one hand below Tison's feet, as if measuring his height, squinting his eyes while saying, "He's already handsome. He's also good at studying. I but don't like it." Tison was startled, speechless with doubt behind Syrian's satisfied smile. What's wrong with this girl? Seeing everything in my eyes, Tison's friends cried bitterly. This bastard Tison, so jealous. Yaren and Syrian looked at each other, like two women fighting for the man of their lives. The difference is, Syrian is smiling happily, without any discomfort, while Yaren is gloomy, looking down. Her face does not show any smile. Suddenly Yaren raised her face. Like an angel descending to earth with a bit of radiant sunlight, she smiled brightly. I thought so too. Tison's eyes were in an O shape. His mouth was in an O shape. He didn't know what else to say. As for Syrian, she was surprised because it was like she saw another Yaren. The crowd of boys around looked at the two beautiful, talented, perfect girls with perfect bodies who were affirming that they had feelings for Tison and felt bored and jealous. Not just one, but even one. Two ladies. Yaren quickly walked to Tison's side like a lover, like marking sovereignty with a beautiful and innocent smile, making Tison look at her in bewilderment as if witnessing a completely different person. Syrian said in surprise, "Senior is quite good." She also quickly walked in front of Tison. Facing Yaren, Tison didn't understand what she was doing. Syrian passed by Yaren and looked at each other like bitter rivals. Syrian suddenly stopped, turned her back to Yaren, confidently smiled and asked, "But Senior will play fair, right?" Yaren suddenly felt embarrassed, shyly opened her eyes, thinking about it. Tison couldn't stand it anymore when he saw it. He wanted to scream, "What day is today?" Syrian stopped again, turned to face Tison as if she wanted to ask something more. She shouted loudly, asking without any hesitation, "Tison, Yaren Senior has your phone number, right?" It surprised both of them. Tison didn't expect that. Syrian walked up and questioned, "Then you also have to give me your phone number. Isn't that fair?" Syrian tilted her head and smiled brightly, crossing her fingers together, playing nice like that. "Oh God above," Tison with a reluctant face. Suddenly Yeren said, "Just take Tisun," which surprised him even more. "Why?" Syrian nodded in agreement, feeling that Yeren's actions were right. Tisun stood between the two girls confused, listening to Yeren's words, "Give her your number." Tisun thought about the scene of the two girls in front of him baring their fangs and claws facing each other, thinking, is this a legendary battle of women's honor? He was reeling, thinking, crazy. Finally, Tisun decisively held out his hand, giving me my phone. To his right, while he was dialing his phone number into Syrian's phone, Yaren seriously looked towards his opponent. The opponent lost his life, and pondered about something. Syrian looked at Tisun entering the phone number and felt a little embarrassed. Just a little bit it showed on her face. Tisun seemed to have thought it through. He happily thought, to be honest, I'm as happy as being on top of the world. The drama between us will explode from now on, and it will definitely have a very interesting ending. He beeped the call button on Syrian's phone. His friends, still jealous as before, but now, mixed with a bit of pride and admiration, followed Tisun. He thought, this development is not so bad. On the left is my first love. On the other side is a future superstar. Two beautiful and talented girls that cannot be faulted. The crowd roared in anger again, calling Jang Tisun's name with all their anger and jealousy. Jang Tisun, you bastard. Right nearby was a girl who secretly called someone, bewildered and holding her phone in both hands, announcing that Yeren seemed to have dumped Tisun. Yes, she knew right away. Turned to a scene of a martial arts school. A burly, big guy with curly hair was sitting with his back turned and received a phone call from somewhere. Okay. Don't worry, I'll treat you today. Call everyone over. Okay, hang up now. The coach was angry because that guy didn't practice, but went out to answer the phone. Hey, you didn't practice, but did something. He walked up behind that guy and said, Monkey, the coach calls, so you have to answer. And at the same time, that guy also stood up. The coach put his hand on the back of that big guy's shoulder, wondering, didn't you hear what I said? When suddenly this guy roared in anger, blue veins appearing on his face. The big guy turned around and hugged the coach and flipped him down as if venting his anger on someone without caring about anything else. The coach was thrown onto the sand as if he was about to lose consciousness, screaming in pain. That guy stood up straight, eyes white, raised his voice as high as possible, roared at the top of his lungs, pouring out all his anger into the sound while his upper body was naked, the layer of fat on his body flowing down. I will kill you. A loud roar along with sweat and saliva flowing down. The big guy seemed to hit Jong Tisun to the bone. Tisun took everyone to the garage to see the car he bought for his father. The children widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed in unison, Oh my God, you bought this for your father? After that, everyone went shopping together, everyone carrying big bags and small bags, happily saying while carrying them, You two are the best. The father saw the children like that and said, Oh my God, take it slow, kids. Tisun immediately replied, It's okay, I've paid, Dad. After hearing this, everyone was surprised at how rich the second brother was. He winked, raised his finger to signal okay, and exclaimed, If you have money, you have everything, okay? In the evening, a cool, moonlit night in the heart of the city, the buildings had not yet turned off their lights. In a room of a building, there was the sound of Tisun's keyboard typing. He said as he typed, I love the keyboard that rattles in the room. In the room, Tisun was wearing a swimsuit, concentrating on his work on the desk. He thought, I have left home and live independently. I also rarely go to school and completely control my time. At this time, he was flying high like a kite. Today, I made a profit of more than 7 billion. He happily said, tomorrow it will probably be up to 9 billion. The stock market continued to explode. Market prices skyrocketed in one day. After finishing his work, he stood up and exclaimed, This is the life I should live. The life where money makes money. Tisun stood up to go out. Suddenly, he stopped to think. But I haven't touched futures and options contracts yet. If I want to get involved in futures and options contracts, the principle will have to be changed one by one. He opened the door and walked out, happily encouraging himself. What a wonderful night. Actually, I wanted to wait until then. He told himself, he will wait for me. Tisun walked to the porch, leisurely breathed in the wind, thinking to himself, it's almost there. The crisis in the subprime mortgage market in 27, the rapid increase in prices of foreign goods and a chaotic currency in the slow delivery market. Tisun contemplated the sky and silently resolved, I will wait for that moment. The next morning, a normal day at Tisun's school, after class ended, the school bell rang throughout the hallways. At this time, in Tisun's classroom, when everyone was leaving one by one, Tisun approached him and asked, Hey, top of the class, are you going to go home? He was suddenly startled. School was back to normal. He stood up, picked up his bag and awkwardly said, Yes, I'm home. Tisun happily left. He was looking forward to it and wondered if he could go home and check how much he had earned. Returning to school wasn't as bad as I thought. He mingled with the students and left. Even though I hated studying, he happily hummed as he walked home. While walking very normally, suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, Jang-suk stopped with a dark face. Taesun didn't understand what happened. He almost bumped into Jang-suk. He asked, "Why did he suddenly stop? We almost collided." Jang-suk said in panic, "Taesun, look." Turns out, in front of them were 5 thugs standing in the middle of the road. It seemed like the person they were targeting was Taesun. He seemed to recognize them and thought to himself, Choi Hyunkin's gang. He looked at them and calmly smiled and said, "Who are they?" "Just thugs." The dajang next to him was so scared that he was sweating and said, "They are the guys from the industrial high school." On the other side of the group, at this moment, the fat guy was squatting and asking his accomplices, "Is that him?" The other person replied, "Yes." The fat guy seemed to have loaded what he needed to do, calling out, "Hey Jang Taesun." Taesun calmly asked questions, "Who is this brother? Do we know each other?" The 2 kids next to him gasped in surprise when they saw Taesun dare to say that, trembling and calling out his name, Taesun. The guys on the other side laughed loudly when they heard that. "Guys, follow us quickly, you dog." Taesun was so helpless that he was speechless, and then realized, that's right, I can't talk to you guys properly. Having said that, he seemed to want to solve it himself, so he turned around and told his friends, "You guys should go home first." As soon as he finished speaking, Taesun realized that next to him was not only Dajong and Jong-suk, but a whole group of people 2 people larger than the other group. He was startled and confused and asked, "When have we been here?" There was a fuss. "If we come along, will you treat him to pizza?" "Treat the internet too. Long live pizza." Then everyone decided to stay and help him. Taesun was so touched when he heard that. "I know you guys love me." A moment later, when the high surface was about to descend the mountain at a small alley corner of the street, the others aggressively brought Taesun in front of Choi Hyunkin, saying loudly, "Big brother, we brought Taesun." A guy on the boss's left still kept a calm expression as he looked at Taesun. The white-haired guy on the right chuckled as if he was planning something. The big fat guy sitting in the middle was the boss, surrounded by a group of juniors, all of whom looked towards Taesun. At this time, the boss also spoke up to welcome Taesun, who had finally arrived. The rat language, he cursed Taesun in front of his juniors. My juniors burst out laughing. He frowned angrily and said, "Don't leave this place alive. This move won't work again." Taesun looks innocent, but still doesn't forget to flirt. What's the point? Is he in love with a movie or what? His fake smiling face combined with his words looked very prestigious. His friends below were smiling to each other. "Ha, so fat." Choi Hyun-kun angrily gritted his teeth and impulsively cursed, "I will kill you," while Taesun just calmly looked at him with a confident smile. Taesun's 7 brothers seem to be weaker in numbers, but are still aggressively preparing to fight. The other group has an overwhelming numerical advantage. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, thinking, "This room is so strange." He rolled his eyes continuously, looking around, then realized something. He felt a very negative energy flow. Around him was like a battlefield, with dried blood everywhere. He thought to himself, after practicing martial arts, my body became very sensitive. I could feel everything, so it was quite annoying. Observed for a while, then he tried to persuade him to buy time, smiled coldly and said, "You know what?" The thugs stood there watching him speak. What they were doing was an extremely serious act of violence. While being serious, Taesun suddenly burst out laughing. "There's still time to turn around. How long have I lived? This life is actually very short. Living in this busy and pitiful life, why waste time on useless things?" Hearing what Taesun said, the old man gritted his teeth, and the juniors next to him added insult, saying, "Big brother, he must have just played with that toy. He has to adjust it really hard." Taesun seemed to be possessed by the divine law, reading out a series of laws to enlighten the thugs. According to Article 261 of the criminal law, organized or individual acts of violence, carrying dangerous weapons, causing injury, or harming the health of others is considered a crime. The stupid thugs didn't understand anything and asked each other in confusion. What was going on? Who knows? Making the boss's face darken. Taesun confidently told Hyunkin, "If I had a nosebleed, it would be a serious injury. The sentence would be at least a year in prison. Your parents would have to come and beg me, not to mention having to pay for it, treatment fees. Moreover, I just had a concussion not long ago. If I get injured, I will have to be treated for half a year. If I stay in a VIP room, it will be very expensive." Hearing that, the thugs still showed no respect and simultaneously walked closer to Taesun. Hyun-kin took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. With sharp eyes, he said, "Damn this guy. You're so innocent." He didn't panic at all, but started to complain. "Oh my god, look at this. People who practice sports are addicted to cigarettes. Their heads are probably full of chubbins right now." Taesun's friends heard that and smiled at each other. Too embarrassed to become angry, the old man crushed his cigarette, then loudly ordered, "You guys, I will take care of that guy. Give you the clowns in the back." And then the murderous juniors, don't aim at your prey. At this time, Tisen's brothers were a little scared when they saw there were so many of them. They were worried and cried out, "Hey, don't be like that." Tisen is like a deaf person who is not afraid of guns. With a senseless smile on his face, he turned around and said, "I'm about to be taken care of now. I'm so scared." The juniors on the other side started to raise their voices. "You go ahead and brag. We're still underage. No matter how heinous the crime is, just give up $1,000,001. Cry and beg the judge. Let's go home. You think you're the only one who's smart." Tisen smiled coldly and thought, that's why the law needs to be tightened. In Korea, underage criminals will not be convicted, so the number of victims of injustice continues to increase rapidly. Just wait and see. Then Dad will tear it apart and trample it under the ground. Foot. Without hesitating for too long, that Hyunkim shouted loudly to his juniors, "What are you waiting for? Beat their mothers to death." Having said that, the other guys, some holding sticks, some holding iron tips, shouted loudly like good heroes and rushed forward. Then the group of juniors holding iron rods rushed straight towards Tisen, as if wanting to give him a ticket to the west. The Tisen brothers' eyes widened in panic when they saw that there was the iron bar. Tisen reacted, raised his hand to signal everyone and said, "Back away quickly." Suddenly, whether accidentally or intentionally, Tisen suddenly tripped and fell, crying out in pain. The juniors were overwhelmed by the water, and when they saw him stumble and fall, they became even more aggressive. Everyone below was scared by you and called out your name, Tisen. At this moment, he had already jumped to the ground, sprawled out, watching the other guys rush towards him. Several of them jumped up, brandishing iron clubs at him. Tisen was scared at the last minute. His eyes widened, and he thought, "I'm leaving." Suddenly, a front tooth, whether mine or the enemy's, flew out of his jaw, blood splattering. There were 2 men holding iron clubs, jumping up and swinging the clubs at Tisen. The rest also rushed forward at the same time. Tisen panicked, widened his eyes, and exclaimed, "Leaving me alone." The other 2 guys smiled confidently, then slammed their sticks straight down. Suddenly, before those 2 guys could touch Tisen's hair, one of them grimaced in discomfort. Turns out, he was kicked straight in the face by the long-legged handsome man Tisen. His jaw was bleeding, he coughed. Unexpectedly, even though he fell down, he was still able to counterattack. Not only that, he also kicked out the other guy's front tooth, causing blood to splatter. He jumped into the sky like Superman and kicked him to the ground. The other people who witnessed this scene were a little panicked. He jumped up and punched the guy on the right, drawing blood, then cursed, "You're making me scared. You're just playing the game." Then he turned around and gave the guy on the left a kick, causing him to vomit blood and curse, almost killing me. Tian knocked out a few guys, and then stood proudly looking at the remaining guys with provocative eyes. "If you want, then jump in." He arrogantly stroked his nose and said, "Whatever you do it quickly. I'm hungry." Not being cool for a few seconds, he showed off again, then said, "5 Pearl Tisen." The young thugs were shocked to the core, gaping at the scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Hyunkin was still stubborn, telling his juniors to continue fighting. Beat him to death. Play whatever way he wanted. The juniors said yes, then rushed up simultaneously. He also didn't want to take the fight, so he ran forward and thought complacently, "You idiots, in movies, has the main character ever been beaten up by thugs?" After saying that, he shouted loudly, "Look at me." The first punch distorted the first guy's face. He choked and cried out. When the second punch was given to the second guy, he was no worse than the first guy. His face distorted, and he exclaimed. Tisen confidently said, "Now it's Dad." Then hit him consecutively, 1 punch at a time. These guys all had the same fate of blood from their noses and mouths. Finally, after defeating a few more guys, he loudly announced that his father was the main character of this territory. Tisen looked at the remaining guys and smiled coldly and said, "You guys dare to laugh at me over there again? I will deal with you all." Tisen's friends saw him beat up a few guys and were even more shocked than the others, exclaiming, "Oh my god." He kicked a guy in the stomach while kicking him. "Can you hit a little harder?" Then he ran towards the guys standing there looking at him, ran over and said, "What are you doing there?" Dad said to come. They were a bit panicked. One of them yelled and cursed, "No, let's fight the gang. Let's play with him." Tisen burst out laughing, "Fighting the council. Okay, let's all go." After that, they suffered the same consequences as the previous guys. They were all defeated, blood splattered. He ended the fight with a jump and punch. Tisen landed safely in front of the boss, who was also scared and panicked. He opened his mouth and widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Who is this guy?" His subordinates who were defeated were lying in piles as if they were about to be used as tributes to the boss. Tisen's friends were even more excited, enthusiastically cheering and stirring up the atmosphere. Come to Tisen, wow, play it like a movie. Tisen saw his friends cheering enthusiastically, forgetting the important thing to do. So he sighed and said, "What are you guys doing there? Quickly call 112 and 119 here. Report that your friends are being attacked by a group of thugs. Attacker." The friends were confused, not knowing why they had to say that, then hesitantly asked, "Oh, they were the ones being attacked." The boss on the other side looked at them and whispered, thinking that Gidong had warned him if he failed now, not only the organization, but also his juniors would not consider him anything. Then he put his hand inside his shirt as if he was about to take out hot goods. That's right, he definitely pulled out a sharp knife. The ignorant Tison was currently explaining to everyone that, you see, what I was doing was just self-defense, when suddenly that guy came at me with a knife, running and cursing, "You son of a bitch!" He rushed forward, shouting, "I will kill you, Jang Tison." Tison's friends saw this and panicked, screaming at him, "There's behind him, Tison! Quickly avoid him!" The old thug was beaten to a pulp by Tison, crying out in pain. Everyone still couldn't recover and called out Tison's name. Tison. With just a few basic moves, he kicked down the thug, who lay clutching his arms and screaming miserably. He was extremely confused, but could only ask himself, who you really are. As for Tison, he doesn't care how much he screams, and continues to preach the law and warn him, causing injuries from intentional murder, organized violence, and serious assault. That's all. The crime is enough to put you in jail for several years. The other guy heard that and cried, "What the hell, Jang Tison?" Very soon Tison contacted the lawyer. He complained that, "Lawyer Joe, I was assaulted by a group of people. They also intended to kill. Please help me." Because he didn't want to go to jail, the boss of the thugs shed tears, admitted his mistake, begged Tison, "I was wrong. Please forgive me." At that moment he thought to himself, he is absolutely not a guy. Easy to play. With his friendly face, he happily smiled and said, "Oh my gosh, look at that. Hey, you understand your situation. That's good." At night, Tison's news was stolen by a group of thugs and broadcasted everywhere in public places on the screen. The host said, a group of students had gathered to form a gang and intended to kill an ordinary student. He was steadfast and said that the incident of mass assault by the above group of students raised a warning bell for the entire society. School violence was no longer confined to the boundaries of classrooms and schools, but also in society. The scene changes to a villa. Inside there is a sound of cursing. "What the hell have you guys done?" Before the homeowner could finish watching the news, he became angry and frustrated, turned off the TV and cursed, "Damn, that's why he was investigated like this." The junior was scolded and quickly apologized, apologizing to him. Having said that, he threw the controller straight at the junior's face and cursed, "Shut up, you idiot," he cried out in panic. Oops. The homeowner was frustrated and shouted loudly. The news had already spread to television and all other media. It was impossible to control it anymore. At this time, Tison was leisurely watching the computer at the hospital when suddenly his name was mentioned. That kid Jang Tison was at the hospital. He continued, "The prosecutor also arrested those who pretended to be students, and those people were all his people." He gritted his teeth and cursed. "The policeman I bribed didn't contact me anymore. You bastards knew it was difficult to temporarily retreat." Then he instructed his juniors to temporarily immobilize the soldiers and teach them to me. "If you guys make another mistake, don't blame me." Having said that, the other guy poured wine for the boss and said, "Yes, sir." He drank the entire glass of wine and said, "It's good to know." Then he turned around and asked, "How was that glass of wine?" The other guy was a bit startled. Suddenly, something ran through the villa door. He quickly reacted and said loudly, Who, seeing no one out there, he felt confused and thought, there was no one. Before anyone could react, the electricity in the villa was turned off. The two people in the house were even more frightened and screamed, "What the hell? It seems like the electricity is malfunctioning," the junior replied. The junior then pulled out the knife, trembled and shouted, "Who are you? Come out quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, a stone flew in from somewhere at a very fast speed. The stone with a very strong force hit the junior man in the face, causing him to fall over and cry out. When the old man saw that person, he became bitter and cursed. "This bastard." It was a person wearing a black robe, looking very mysterious. That person gradually approached the old man. That guy was so scared that he was sweating and trembling and cried out, You, that mysterious person somehow got inside the house." The moonlight shining and could only see half of his face, making him unable to recognize anyone. The scene changes to night, pouring rain at the thug's house. Because a stranger suddenly broke in, the big brother suddenly asked, "Who are you?" The stranger was wearing a shirt with a wide hood that covered almost half of his face. It was completely impossible to recognize who he was. He replied to the big brother, "I am the god of death." Hearing that, the big brother frowned. "What? You can't scare your father. You must have known who I was before you came here. Do you want to die?" The angel of death also spoke loudly, saying, "You must pay the price for the sins you have committed." He continued, "Confess quickly, no one can help you." Hearing this, the big brother was a bit shy and asked, "What do you mean?" The boss was gradually losing patience, so he picked up a bottle of wine nearby and said, "You son of a bitch, I will kill you." He shouted, "I am parked patrol," at the same time holding a bottle of wine and intending to throw it at the god of death. But unexpectedly, before he could move his hand, he was suddenly punched by the god of death, making it impossible for him to dodge. Being punched like that, he fell to the ground, with a bloody wound on his face. Surely that punch was not light. He was in pain, but could only scream, coughing. He fell to the ground, still screaming loudly. The big brother now only knows how to cover his face. His mouth is bleeding. His jaw has lost a few teeth. He opens and closes his eyes and says, "You dare touch my face." He had been beaten like that, and he still spoke loudly. This time, the angel of death grabbed his neck directly. He just coughed. The angel of death hit the right side of the big brother's face, causing him to bleed and lose his teeth. Then hit him again on the left side of his face, causing him to lose another tooth. Park Daikel looked at the god of death's bloody hand and thought, "Mom, it's so strong, besides, it's scary." At this time, the god of death said, "You have killed too many people." Park Daikel was beaten to a pulp. His eyes closed. He gasped and denied, "No, I didn't kill anyone." The god of death waved Park Daikel's bloody hand to threaten. He said, "Is that true?" Park Daikel was scared and raised his hands to defend himself. He replied, "I'm telling the truth. I didn't kill anyone." Suddenly, the angel of death put his hand on the big brother's head. He seemed not to understand, and even more so, he didn't know what the angel of death was planning to do. The god of death asked, "Can you hear these sounds?" Park Daikel was shocked and didn't know how to answer properly, so he remained silent without saying a word. The god of death continued to speak. "Those were the screams of pain and despair of the people you killed." Suddenly, behind the god of death, many dead people appeared running around. Those people were surprised to see Park Daikel here. They looked at Park Daikel with eyes full of hatred. Seeing Park Daikel here, they rushed in with all the hatred and resentment they had for so long. The number of dead people appears more and more. They are waiting behind the god of death to tear apart Park Daikel. They reached out and touched Park Daikel's body as if they wanted to tear him apart. He looked at the group of dead people touching him with skeptical eyes. Park Daikel said, What the hell?" The dead people showed extremely scary faces and said, "It was you. You killed me. You killed me. Give me back my life." They started to get stronger, maybe even trying to grab his head, saying, Park Daikel, you kill me." The angel of death withdrew his hand from Park Daichel's head. It turned out that just now it was just an illusion created by the angel of death. Now he doesn't know what is real and what is false. After a while, Park Daichel returned to his senses, not saying a word. Death asked, "Why? Do you remember now?" Park Daichel really doesn't know what to do. "What is this? It's like a hallucination. You bought medicine here. I almost got scammed." His face was frozen. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the god of death said, "What you just saw are the souls of the people who were brutally murdered by you, and you forced me to do it." The god of death placed his hand on Park Daichel's forehead again. He said, "Are you trying to trick me again?" Before he could finish his sentence, the images of the dead people from earlier appeared again, even more ferocious than before. They all jumped on Park Daichel. He was so scared that his mouth opened wide and couldn't close. The crowd rushed at him as if they were tearing him apart. Some grabbed his head, some grabbed his hands and feet, making him scream loudly in fear. He was helpless, scared, didn't know what to do. He could only close his eyes tightly and scream. Park Daichel's scream echoed throughout the house. Even outside could be heard. After a while of screaming, Park Daichel's expression couldn't hide his shock. He gasped and realized he had returned to reality. Park Daichel lay on the floor, his mouth still unable to close. The god of death, standing next to him, said, "Is it painful? You have never experienced this pain, right?" Death continued asking, "Have you felt the pain and despair of the people you killed?" Park Daichel frowned, replied forcefully. Hearing that, the angel of death raised his hand and said, "People like you do not deserve to live. However, before you die, you must pay the price for your sins." Hearing the god of death say that, Park Daichel immediately changed his state, from anger to fear. Seeing that the angel of death's hand was about to touch his forehead again, Park Daichel waved his arms and legs, saying, "No, stop, please. Let me go, please." The god of death gave Park Daichel a chance to tell the truth. "So tell me, how many people have you killed?" Park Daichel's eyes were filled with doubt. He thought to himself, "Is this really the god of death?" The bloodstains on his mouth had not yet dried. He gritted his teeth. He had just seen a ghost with his own eyes. It was probably the god of death. He stammered in response to the god of death's question just now. God of Death said, 10 people, including the first time you killed someone. The God of Death continued, have you forgotten? That girl in high school wearing the uniform that year. Suddenly the soul of that girl appeared, scaring Particle's face. That female student opened her mouth looking very strange and exclaimed, Particle. The last sentence made him extremely scared. He opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Particle silently said, that is the murder case that I wanted to cover up from 30 years ago. I raped and killed the female student I liked. Suddenly, the Angel of Death threw the tape recorder down in front of Park D-chul, telling him to confess. Confess all the crimes you have committed, then you can pay for all your sins. Holding the tape recorder in your hand, Park D-chul replied, I understand, I will confess. Death continued, there was one more thing. Hearing that, Park D-chul quickly looked up to see what it was. The God of Death told Park D-chul to confess to Hong Jang Hayek too. Otherwise your family will have to endure the same pain. Park D-chul muttered dissatisfiedly, what a devil. Park D-chul crouched down and bowed his head, accepting the invitation. Okay. Outside, it was still pouring rain like when the Angel of Death had just appeared. Scene changes to a clear blue sky morning at the hospital. People were buzzing and talking endlessly. Some people said, oh my god, I heard they found a few bodies hanging from that dam, including the body of a female student who was killed 30 years ago. Someone else responded, really? The scene changes again to room 501 in the hospital. On the table is the shirt with a wide hood that the God of Death was wearing earlier. The gossip is still loud outside. People say everything originates from Hong Jang Hayek. On the bed was Jang Tison. He had to be hospitalized because of post-concussion symptoms. Jang Tison was on the bed, covered with a blanket, lying trembling. It turned out that he remembered the scenes from before. Skirden said, everything went smoothly, but why do I still see those ghosts? The news about Park Daechul's surrender has spread throughout social networking sites. The media is also constantly updating information about the case. This case has been posted on the main news and journalists are competing to comment about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of today's debate is about the case of 10 innocent Tisons killed by gangsters. Now we would like to start with the details. The case was not only committed within the boundaries of Jiangsu City, and the government handled this matter too superficially. Not only the police, but also the prosecutor took bribes from the gangsters, though this was also investigated and clarified. Another commentator continued, what do you mean? Not only is it possible, there are also suspicions that politicians in the opposition are also involved in this case. So we need to conduct a thorough investigation. A woman in that group spoke up to defend politicians. Don't insult politicians like that. The man sitting opposite objected, I'm just telling the truth. The scene changes to the hospital. From inside, the hospital screams continuously ring out, making the entire hospital noisy. Inside the hospital room, Jang Tison was raising his hands in front of his face, looking at the tears falling down his face, looking scared. He said to himself, why do I see ghosts? I have become a shaman too, so what? Wait a minute. Jang Tison suddenly thought of an old man. He was startled, so he was also a ghost. I died, and he helped me go back to the past and live like this. It's so troublesome. I just have to rest first. He consoled himself that it's okay. Jang Tison, everything will be fine, after saying that he calmly lay down on the blanket and took a nap. But not long after he fell asleep, he had a nightmare, with ghosts continuously coming back to haunt his mind. He was scared and cried out for Mom, please help me. His screams shook the entire hospital and echoed into other rooms, causing people passing by his room to jump. Jang Tison is so afraid of demons attacking him that he always has to hold his hands in front of his face to defend, while his mouth continues to curse him too. There are so many dead people in this hospital. Why? But these ghosts keep haunting me. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the door of Jang Tison's hospital room, startling him. Looking through the window, Jang Tison saw a shadow appear, his mouth trembling as he said it was a ghost. Mom, help, save me. The door slowly opened, revealing the appearance of a woman. Seeing Jang Tison sitting on the hospital bed, the girl quickly rushed towards him and hugged him, crying, Tison, brother, do you know how worried I am about you? I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. Jang Tison also hugged the crying girl, Cheroyan. But I'm still supposed to be at school right now. Why did I go to the hospital? Siri cried while answering, I haven't taken the exam yet. What's the point of studying? Even if I study a lot, I can't become a star. Hearing the girl's words, Jang Tison was startled and stared at the girl with wide eyes, but still gently comforted her so she could calm down. Okay, I know. The girl still tried to hold Jang Tison tightly because her fear of him losing consciousness had not yet ended. She looked up at Jang Tison and asked with a wry expression, Honey, are you still in pain? Jang Tison hesitantly said no, I'm fine. Syrian put her hand on Tison's forehead to see how his wound was. The slender and soft hand of a teenage girl made this guy fall in love. Her hand was so soft. Syrian's hands touched Jang Tison's face and nose. After seeing that there were no injuries or problems, she was happy. Luckily, he didn't have a fever. But Syrian's actions seemed a bit too intimate, which made Jang Tison was shy and unfamiliar. He felt like this atmosphere was a bit awkward. Suddenly, Jang Tison's eyes changed and focused on her chest, probably because the distance between the two of them was too close. Jang Tison looked at his round eyes and then froze as if he didn't know what was about to happen. Syrian's soft hands were resting on his cheeks. These emotions were truly indescribable. Tison's eyes still didn't move. I thought in my head that it was too dangerous. His face was covered in sweat and his mind was thinking, Tison, this girl likes you. Why are you hesitating? Syrian also seemed to understand what Jang Tison was thinking, so her face was a bit shy. But looking at her face, she seemed to be enjoying it. Without letting Tison say anything else, Syrian closed her eyes tightly, moving her face and body closer to Tison. Seeing this, Tison panicked and sweated profusely, not expecting this girl to be this strong, but maybe he was still shy, so he spoke quickly. Wait a minute, Syrian. Syrian still remained in the same state as Chayoff Jang Tison approached, but Tison was now very confused, thinking about the person he secretly loved, but he already had a crush on Yin. But this girl looks so pretty. Suddenly, outside the door, there was a familiar-looking figure approaching and preparing to open the door of Jang Tison's hospital room. Inside, the two of them were also in a face-to-face, lip-to-lip position. Tison was hesitant in his mind, but kissing in this atmosphere wasn't too bad. But Mom, what should I do now? Well, when the time comes, come now. After that, Jang Tison also closed his eyes and slowly moved his lips towards Syrian. The distance was only 2 centimeters away. Suddenly the door opened and Yaren walked in, but seeing the scene before her eyes made her freeze for 5 seconds. She couldn't expect Aizen to be like this. She screamed, "What are you two doing?" Jang Tison saw that the person he liked saw this scene, so he quickly pushed Ryo aside and ran back to Yaren while calling Yaren as if he wanted to explain what he was doing. He looked at his Yaren's sister and then pointed to her eyes to defend herself. "Sister, why are you here?" "Something flew into my eyes, so I asked her to help me blow it out." Yaren stared at Tison. Her eyes seemed a bit wet. Then she stammered and said, "I thought you were injured, but you look like you were still healthy. I came because I was worried about you." Syrian stood aside shyly, not daring to say anything while Tison was crying as if he was about to cry. His appearance and expression seemed to be very regretful for the actions he had taken. He mumbled to himself, "How similar. It's like I'm being caught jealous. My mouth stutters. I understand." Syrian was mad because Yaren had ruined the romantic scene she had longed for. She couldn't do anything but gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and walked away. Stepping out, the two of them faced each other. But looking at the eyes of these two ladies, it was enough to know that they didn't like her at all. And it was probably because of a man. But on the outside, they still had to act normal and nothing. Syrian spoke to greet the other person first, showing respect to both superiors and subordinates. But in her heart, she considered this older sister as a thorn in her eye that she couldn't look away from. As for Yaren, she was no different. On the outside, she appeared to greet Syrian gently. But in her heart, she couldn't help but want to teach this girl a lesson to mark her sovereignty and know where to stop Jan H. Tison also seemed to understand something, seeing that the atmosphere was quite dense, so he had to resolve it himself. He came next to the two of them, put their arms around their shoulders, smiled and talked intimately, invited them to sit down. "Let me go get some water." Having finished speaking, he let the two sit down on the chair and then went to get 2 bottles of water and offered them. On the chair 2 girls were sitting and talking, but it seemed like the atmosphere was not very comfortable. Syrian quickly asked Yaren, "The university entrance exam is about to arrive, but the senior looks like she's free." Yaren also replied gently, but every sentence and every word made Syrian very difficult to hear. Tison was injured, so no matter how busy he was, he had to come visit. Jang Tison saw the 2 women talking to each other and secretly thought to himself, why do they keep smiling and glaring at each other? We need to change the atmosphere again. He walked over and sat with the 2 of them talking. "When have you been here, Syrian?" "You've already signed the contract, right?" Syrian heard that Tison was interested in her and happily asked, "Wow, how did you know that?" "It seems like you pay a lot of attention to me." The words were in response to Tison, but the tone was directed towards Yaren, probably with the aim of provoking this senior. Jang Tison just smiled indifferently and continued to ask Yaren, "What about the senior? You just finished the midterm exam, right? Have the results come out yet?" Yaren happily turned to Tison and replied, "Ah, you did your best. The thesis was the hardest part." Tison said back, "Wow, what do you have to worry about? Your scores are always bad. I'm sure you'll pass." Yaren happily replied, "Is that true?" I saw the two of them talking to each other happily, and it was very suitable for Syrian to sit next to her and be so angry that she could only frown to show her dislike, but couldn't do anything. Tison sat up and said loudly to cheer up Yaren's spirit. She will definitely do it. Tyne Guang awkwardly thought to himself, I just wanted to make the atmosphere less tense. But it seems that after the conversation just now, Tison has made things worse, causing the two people's conflict to go even further. The two of them turned their faces in different directions. No one looked at the other and looked uncomfortable. They both told Tison that they had finished drinking water, but with a harsher voice than before. Tison saw that things were getting worse and was confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. Suddenly, he made another plan. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat pizza. What do you think? What do you think? Syrian coldly asked back, Are you asking me? And Yaren replied just fine. Tison was so happy that he cried and said, You two wait outside for me. I have to go change clothes. The two people who heard that both pictured Tison's muscular body in front of them. So Syrian quickly said, Hyun, you should just change clothes in front of us. Yaren also said, Yes, Tison, it's okay. Scene changed to the company. From the room, the employee is asking the department manager, Has the department manager looked at the profit rate yet? He looked at the papers in front of him and replied, Pile scene. Then. Everyone kept saying, that guy was a stock god or something, or a genius. I watched it all again. Everything was perfect. All the money was spent, completely legal. This guy is amazing. The head of the department also said, Yes, so you guys should be diligent to regain your honor. When the staff heard that, they were startled and asked, Why? The manager continued to say that an experienced stock trader like you guys is not even equal to a high school student. When the staff heard it, everyone looked dumbfounded and didn't understand what the manager meant. That's just a kid. On an early winter day in the city, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. The scene at this time was so beautiful that everyone ran out to see it and exclaimed, Wow, it's snowing, so beautiful, go! At this time, Tison's family was gathering together to watch the first snow of the season. Everyone was excited. Tison's sister happily said, It was the first snow of the season. Tison's father, even though he had experienced dozens of snow seasons, was no longer as excited as the children were when they saw the first snow of the season. He just smiled in surprise and said, Snow. While Tison's two younger sisters were playing in the snow, he noticed his father's thoughtful expression. He was surprised and called out, Dad? Turns out, when he saw the snow falling, he immediately remembered the beautiful memories of when he was a soldier. He said, Later, when you become a soldier, you will understand that. Even though Tison had not yet gone through military service, he acted very understanding and calmly replied, Oh, I know. They are no different from piles of white poop falling from the sky, he said while thinking of the scene of the soldier struggling to shovel snow. When he saw that you guessed correctly, he was surprised and asked, Huh, you already knew? Hearing that, he felt guilty and sprayed glue on the spot. To avoid revealing the secret, he shook his father and immediately changed the topic of the conversation. Tison pretended to ask his father, Our house is almost ready, right, making him helpless. Tison's family's house is being rebuilt, expanding the area and renovating the inside, while still retaining the ancient look of a traditional house. His father just thought about the house and said, Maybe next month you will be able to stay there. Suddenly, because she liked this place so much, his sister asked him, Brother, will we be able to come here after high school? Then Tison replied, Of course, this place is very close to Jangju High School. You can walk there. His brother happily replied, Really? After watching the snowfall, everyone in the house sat at the table to enjoy fruit, and someone showed off their apple peeling skills, a very skillfully trimmed swan treading water. I also compliment you. The pond is so beautiful. It was so beautiful that her little daughter climbed up on the table to admire it and asked, Did you cut it like that? The complimented mother didn't say anything, just smiled confidently, and his fingers nimbly trimmed little by little. The father saw that the apples were of very good quality and immediately told the whole family that this batch of fruits absorbed a lot of sunlight and was more delicious thanks to natural nutrients. He thought the distributors would be very happy, like them. Tison's father, thanks to growing clean apples, has now become a genuine organic farmer. Even the most demanding person, his mother, has to praise the deliciousness. The atmosphere was happy. Suddenly, Tison's mother mentioned about your work. Son, have you been writing well lately? When Tison heard about writing, he panicked, silently blaming his mother. Why did she suddenly ask like that? Before he could finish his bite, he apologetically replied, Of course, I've already submitted 20 manuscripts. He seemed to make it up and said with a smile. The publishing side said everything was very profitable. When the two kids heard that, they admired him and ran to compliment him. You're so good, I'll give you a massage. The mother, who did not know that he made money from buying stocks, still happily told the children to bother him and said, Come on, stop bothering him. I will look younger, and then I will let's become Miss Korea. Suddenly, he handed out an envelope. His younger brothers were surprised and asked, "What is it?" When they held the envelope in their hands, the children shouted happily, "It was 200,000 won. My brother was the best. That's right." Having money is happiness. His parents also often ask about his money. They probably think he works very hard. The whole family is simply enjoying themselves. No one is greedy. He is happy to see his younger siblings happy. My 2 younger siblings only had 200,000 won and were already so happy. He suddenly chuckled. Then the 2 ignorant children spoke up. "Brother, is this much? Having too much of anything will be boring. Material things are the same." He thought to himself, everyone is still the same. It's just me that has changed too much. My stock assets have reached 100 billion. Because the profits I earn are too huge. The stock company will list me as a suspect, which is also the stock spending I will work for in the future. Teason then asked his mother. His mother gently asked, "What's wrong?" He told his mother that he wanted to travel abroad for a while. She was a little surprised and worried and said, "What? Go abroad?" Then he explained, "You want to go here and there to find ideas for writing your own creek?" The mother was not reassured and asked, "But am I going alone?" The boy replied, "Mom, I'm a grown man. There are no children left." The other 2 were also surprised and shouted loudly, "Why, my brother is going abroad." Besides, it's really not like that. The 2 children seemed to have found gold and stood begging. "Big brother, take me along. We will be coolies for you. And you too. Let's go." Teason flatly refused the 2 boys' offer. He said, "No, if you want to tempt me, just practice for a few more years." The mother was very concerned about her son. She asked again, "Do you have a family yet?" He seriously replied, "Yes, Mom." The mother was no better than the children because she was worried about her child. She asked to go with him. His mother said, "Let's go with you." He was a bit surprised. His eyes widened and asked, "Oh, Mom also wants to go," while the rest of us behind us still eagerly wanted to go. His mother confidently explained, "Actually, she can speak English, Spanish, and Japanese. I don't know why." Not only Teason, but all the kids were completely shocked. Teason thought to himself, Mom knows 4 languages. Why isn't she speaking now? When she saw everyone surprised, the mother shyly said, "Why are you so surprised? I graduated from Hong Kong University." Mom knows 4 languages. He thought to himself. Seeing him stunned, his mother said, "I trust you, Mom. Go have fun." Teason blamed himself, saying, "I'm a child without knowing anything. I feel so embarrassed to ask." At this time, the father was very proud of his beautiful wife, complacently telling his children that we must thank you. Because we were born so beautiful and intelligent, he inherited good genes from his wife, you know. The 2 children saw their father showing off. But they did not lose. They bravely criticized their father, saying that it wasn't his fault that we might be better than them. Both father and mother were helpless and exclaimed, "Oh my God, kids." Then they burst out laughing. "Dad is so stupid." The mother didn't stop her and laughed along. "You guys were joking." Suddenly, Teason's mother called out, "It's me," making his father turn in surprise. Quick as lightning. The mother hugged her husband tightly, saying comforting words, "I love you very much." The children who witnessed this scene were a bit shy, just thinking in their heads, but not daring to say it out loud. "We are still sitting here. You two don't sprinkle dog rice like that." "I have goosebumps all over. I love you too," the 2 girls said and hugged their father. Teason sat aside and silently exclaimed, "Yes, this is the feeling." It felt great. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 children saw their older brother sitting absent-mindedly and scolded him. "Say something. What are you still doing there? Go ahead. Why bother?" Then he was pushed up and said, "Okay, don't." Did push him. Suddenly, in Teason's subconscious, he heard someone calling him. The boy cried many times. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A figure was reflected in his eyes. He was startled when he saw that person. "Are you awake?" That mysterious person asked him, and he backed away in panic and said, "Someone." Unexpectedly, that mysterious person was an old man with white hair and beard. He greeted Teason and said, "Nice to meet you, young man." He still hasn't recovered from his soul and still asks, "Who is he?" He looked sad and said when he heard you say that, "Sir, do I look that old?" Teason saw that he kept acting mysterious and refused to introduce himself, so he shouted loudly. I asked him who he was. Even though he was older, the young man cursed and shouted at him. He angrily judged Navita, the eldest man. "See, this kid is insolent." Teason looked at the surroundings and was even more shocked, then asked, "Moreover, where is this?" He introduced himself. "Don't be afraid, this is my house." "What, is this place like that?" He turned around and looked back, silently assessing. Feeling like Teason despised this place, he loudly explained that because it was a bit lacking, it looked a bit shabby. "So, what else do I have to learn?" You seriously asked him directly. He fell into contemplation and thought for a while. Then he started showing off his achievements. He said, "When I was alive, I was fluent in 20 languages. After listening, you just didn't understand anything, so you asked him again. What did he mean? However, I still have 50 languages I haven't learned yet. He continued. Tison saw that it had nothing to do with him and asked, so what? He smiled smugly as if he had some intention. Finally, he introduced himself. He said, I am a foreign language expert. Chris Barnsdale smiled with a rather gentle look, holding a fan in his hand, and said, I am a foreign language expert. My name is Chris Barnsdale. He continued to talk about his own education level with quite a sense of pride. When I was alive, I had mastered 21 languages as my mother tongue, and I was still in the process of acquiring another 50 other languages. Jang Tison frowned, his face clearly showing discomfort, and replied, What are you talking about? I mean, you know every language in this world. Now tell me where this is. He replied in a calm tone, This is my private house, because I don't have many points, so it's a bit shabby. The male lead was still sitting on the ground in surprise. Private house, really? Then he smiled meaningfully and said, I know you are still lacking in foreign language, so I will help you. Chris Barnsdale began to analyze seriously. Language is formed based on the connection between people. Language is also culture, the foundation of relationships. Without language, people can achieve any great goal. Jang Tison looked at him with worried eyes and thought to himself, I thought he was also a fairy, but he looked very different from the people before. What did he want from me? He still humbly said that to learn a language, you must know one thing, how to do it. The male lead kept looking at him and wondering why he appeared in someone else's dream and gave such a long speech. Chris Barnsdale looked solemn. Learning a language in an academic way is a stupid thing. Because the essence of language is communication, he still listened without missing a word, filled with doubt in his heart. I couldn't help but listen attentively. There was something really strange about the way he talked. Then he raised his glasses, smiled happily, and said, The most important thing is to choose the right teacher. The male lead slowly stood up and replied, I understand. Can I ask a question? He thought in his heart, How suspicious. He replied, Just ask. The male lead's eyes seriously asked, What should I do next? He placed his hands on both sides of his hips and asked, Don't tell me. He had an epiphany just to say that. Chris Barnsdale was startled and surprised by Jang Tison's question and secretly exclaimed, Wow, this kid. Jang Tison observed his expression and thought, He looks confused. Maybe this is the first time. He silently said in his heart that what he just did was wrong. You shouldn't have revealed so much. Why would you tell me about that point? If because you don't have many points, you have to stay in a shabby place like this. Jang Tison smiled confidently and secretly guessed that I was the best choice. The male lead crossed his arms, looking smug, and asked, You're not a fairy, right? Chris Barnsdale was suddenly startled and replied loudly, Confused, of course it was. You looked at his attitude just now and began to analyze it. He didn't have any confidence at all. It stirred up his ego a bit. He confusedly explained, Don't pay attention to what I just said. I'm not angry. Jang Tison still had that calm, complacent look and asked, But why do you talk so much? He stammered in response, then. Chris Barnsdale's face was full of worry and some confusion as he said, When I was alive, I only buried my head in studying, so I didn't do much good. Silently scolding him, this kid said he only asked one question, but he asked too many questions. He was still confused and explained, If we had more money, we would have donated more. But still, the male lead calmly interrupted and asked, What about fairy tales? Chris Barnsdale couldn't hide his best friend's worried feelings, which were clearly visible on his face as he tried to answer. I studied foreign languages very hard, so when I died, I became a god. It's a special language to call. Jang Tison exclaimed in his heart, Oh, special language. The male lead suddenly understood the problem. Got it. To earn points, he must have contributed something. If I dig something up, maybe there will be an extra bonus. He slightly raised his mouth and smiled faintly and asked, This is your first time teaching, right? Then he wondered in his mind, But what is that point? Do I need to have it? When Mr. Chris heard this, he seemed quite guilty and loudly reproached me. What do you mean? Why do you keep interrogating me like a fraud? Jang Tison asked with a serious expression, Have you registered to be crowned king? Did you suppress summoning me to earn more points? He was startled and exclaimed, Yoke. Still with that look, the male lead continued asking, You also know that earning points is not easy, right? Chris Barnsdale gasped in surprise. How did you know? In panic, how did he know? He still stared at him with those serious eyes. Then he pursed his lips and remained silent for a moment. Chris Barnsdale looked down and sadly admitted, he was right. The karma points from the good deeds he did were very valuable. Jang Tison was surprised and stunned when he heard the words. Karma points, he speculated, were the points earned for doing good deeds. The male protagonist began to remember the good deeds he had done. His ancestor also praised him highly when he sacrificed his life to save that child. and recently he also took action to clean up the scum. I took care of a local gang and brought peace to Jangguhai. Furthermore, discovering his unjust death is no small achievement. He was still skeptical and asked, but why did he have to say so much? Jang Tison smiled and said, you can't just sit around and eat a golden bowl. Chris Barnsdale immediately denied, no, I never had that thought. The male lead walked towards him while he was slowly backing away and asked, so what have you been doing? He raised both of his hands to indicate that he was innocent and replied, I'm just introducing the theory, don't misunderstand me. The male lead's face suddenly changed. He smiled happily and said, can we have a relationship, Professor? He was surprised when the male lead called him that, Professor. You asked a question that hit Chris Barnsdale's heart. Tell me honestly, how much do you need? When asked the right question, he hesitated for a long time without saying a sentence. That's it. Then he looked down shyly, embarrassed and worried, and replied, 50%. Jang Tison crossed his arms and continued asking, if you marry without my consent, it's against the law, right, mister? Chris replied, of course. That's why I'm talking to you properly. He wondered, what is 50%? Damn it. The male lead thought and said, I will only give you 20%. Chris Barnsdale immediately objected strongly. No, that was too little. He said loudly, that's just enough to build a main hall and put gravel on the ground. You're so evil. At least let me plant more flowers. Hearing that, the male lead thought, is 30%, okay? He frowned and replied, so call someone else. Mr. Chris was surprised again. What? How do you know that? The male lead curled his mouth and smiled slightly, thinking he would accept it and then run away. Then he spoke up with a smug look. Don't be so surprised. I'll call someone else. You know who I am. His eyes proudly said, I am his descendant. Chris Barnsdale was stunned and fell to the ground, looking at him in panic and exclaiming. Yua, looking at his appearance full of fear and panic, made the male protagonist guess that the old man who revived me must be very powerful. If he knows 21 languages, then he can come here. I just want to detour a bit. Then Jang Tison showed a smiling face as if he had done a good job and said, so let me increase it a little, 25%. Mr. Chris heard that and said, what? He walked over and put his arms around his shoulders, laughed loudly and said, oh my god, you gave me so much. You're so generous. That's what you're thinking, right? It's nothing. Chris Barnsdale was sweating and worried as he looked at the male lead, not daring to refute. Then he hesitated and stammered in response. Thank you, Jang Tison happily replied. It's nothing, Muha. The male lead looked around and asked about another topic. But why does this place have such Chinese architecture? There are so many Korean-style palaces and houses. He naturally replied, well, I just like Chinese architecture. The next day, in the city, the employee's voice asked, how can I help you? Jang Tison replied, I came to meet the branch manager. The employee continued to ask, do you have an appointment? He replied, I don't have an appointment. When the employee heard this, he frowned and said, sorry, you can't meet the manager. Manager Steve Benson doesn't accept people without an appointment. The male lead smiled slightly and meaningfully. He slowly opened his briefcase and reached in to get something. The employee was bewildered and skeptical. Why? The male lead winked and said, just read it and you'll know. Looking at that set of papers, she was filled with doubts. Was it a big business? She replied, yes. Jang Tison smiled and comforted me. Just be confident. Then the confused employee told him, please wait a moment. The male lead replied, yes. He looked at the employee who was turning around to make a phone call. Then Jang Tison looked around and felt nostalgic. It's been a long time. I haven't been here. He smiled and thought, because this bank is very close to my securities company, so I often visit it. This feeling can only be experienced by reincarnated people. He smiled and said softly, it was strange. The employee from earlier approached and bowed. Mr. Benson, please come in. Then she guided the male lead to the place. This way, sir, in my friend's heart at this moment. I realize that every time I have this feeling of nostalgia, I realize that I have really returned to the past. I didn't expect that I could go so far. Jang Tison took a deep breath and reminded himself to calm down. Now he was on his way to meet the branch manager of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, which only welcomes directors of large companies. He raised his hand to adjust his sleeve, his face clearly showing confidence. There's nothing to be afraid of Jang Tison. Everything has just begun. Jang Tison took a deep breath and reminded himself to calm down. Now he was on his way to meet the branch manager of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, which only welcomes directors of large companies. Jang Tison's face clearly shows confidence. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything has just begun. Upon arrival, the branch manager greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Jang. He politely introduced himself. I am the manager of this bank. My name is Stephen Bence. The male lead also bowed his head politely and replied, It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Stephen. My name is Jang Tison. The bank manager suddenly complimented him. Oh, your pronunciation is so good. Did you study abroad? Thiessen thought to himself that the foreign language ability that Chris Barnsdale had imparted to him was truly effective. He calmly replied, No, I just self-study. Stephen exclaimed, Wow, that's really admirable. He politely invited, Please sit down. The male lead replied, Okay. The bank employee brought tea. She spoke, Mr. Manager. He turned to look and said, The tea has arrived. The staff slowly approached and put the tea on the table. Manager Stephen happily asked if Mr. Thiessen liked to drink tea. The male lead also politely replied, Of course. Jang Thiessen smiled naturally and said, I really like black tea. The manager looked at him with doubt in his heart. The young man was still young and liked black tea. It seemed like he knew he liked black tea. He slowly poured the tea into a cup and explained that black tea that is not cooked according to Rule 333 will not be delicious. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, he kept talking about it. 3 grams of tea, 3 minutes, and 300 milliliters of water is the standard. Jang Thiessen took a sip of tea and said with a satisfied expression on his face, it was indeed very fragrant. Stephen Bentz looked at him with wonder in his heart. He looked so young, yet he looked so relaxed. That maturity and courage did not suit his age at all. He hesitated and asked, Mr. Jang, please forgive me. How old are you? You look like you're a college student, right? The male lead calmly and confidently replied, In a month, I will be a third-year student in high school. Both were extremely surprised. The staff member said in shock, High school. Manager Stephen gasped and exclaimed, No way. He quickly took out his Thiessen identification card and student card from his briefcase and placed it on the table. The two of them stared at the 2 cards on the table, extremely surprised and exclaiming in their hearts, Oh my God, Mr. Stephen said, It's real. Jang teased and dispelled that awkwardness and politely complimented, This tea is really delicious. I would like another cup. The manager held in his hand the document that he had just given to the receptionist and said, Mr. Jang, I have read your document. With these huge figures, I couldn't believe my eyes. The male lead's eyes filled with pride as he thought, Of course, because the total stock account balance has reached more than 250 billion won. He picked up the cup of tea and looked at him and said, Then I'll get to the point. His face immediately became serious and asked, What is the purpose of your coming to see me? You came to deposit funds? Jang Thiessen put his teacup on the table and replied, No, sir, just the opposite. He confidently said, I came to borrow money. When Mr. Stephen heard that, he was confused and surprised. What? You borrowed money? He calculated in his mind that HSBC Group, the parent company of Hong Kong Commercial Bank, had many subsidiaries, such as investment companies as well as banks. Jang Thiessen said the reason, I want to open an investment corporation in Hong Kong. I want to use that account to borrow money from the bank. He thought to himself, if you want to play big, you must have their help. He panicked and asked further, but do you own any corporations? The male lead calmly replied, Not yet, but tomorrow I will fly to Hong Kong. Then he looked at him seriously and asked, Mr. Stephen, will you help me? The bank manager's face couldn't hide his surprise and disbelief. Has this person done business in many countries before? He doesn't look like a young man at all. But then he nodded in agreement. Yes, his employee sitting next to him couldn't help but be surprised by that answer. He smiled gently and said, Because Mr. Thiessen is a big customer. Stephen seriously asked, How much do you want to borrow? Your staff was worried and stopped you, manager. Jang Thiessen looked confident in himself. Even though he was not that old, Stephen still treated him like a VIP guest. He sat with a solemn posture, his face showing seriousness, and replied, I will use my stock account as collateral. I want to borrow $1 million. When the two people heard the amount of money, they were shocked and exclaimed in unison, $1 million. The male lead looks confident and proud. Why are you two so surprised? This is just the beginning. In a Tao building. Lawyer Joe showed the male lead a piece of paper and said, The business license has been approved. Then he reminded the male protagonist that teenagers have every right to start a business, but it is not an easy thing. Jang Thiessen happily replied, Lawyer Joe has worked hard. He expressed concern for you. But is that okay? You still have to go to school. Didn't your parents say anything? Jang Thiessen replied so that Lawyer Joe could rest assured. Recently, I achieved a perfect score in the mock exam and ranked first in the whole school. Then he thought in his head, to have a certificate with a seal, I also need to have consent from my parents. A corporation with an investment capital of 1 billion won can be established if accompanied by the certificate, family relationship certification. He happily said, I look forward to working with you in the future. Lawyer Joe, you have already calculated. My parents will be responsible for household accounts, and Lawyer Joe will be responsible for auditing. Lawyer Joe praised the male lead, saying that a high school student founded a corporation with an investment of 1 billion won. He is very talented. He wondered and asked, Your company name seems a bit strange. Does it have any special meaning? LOR. The male lead also happily answered, it's nothing special. Its meaning is royal legend. Lawyer Joe was surprised. A royal legend. Then he worriedly asked, isn't that a bit sustentation? Why is the royal family here? Isn't everyone in this country from a royal family? Putting it like that doesn't make much sense. Jang Tison raised his hands to adjust his vest, his face showing pride as he said, actually, stands for return to being a legend. Lawyer Joe was surprised. Why the male lead's eyes were full of pride, thinking, returning to being a legend, returning to the legend. He reminded himself that he couldn't reveal to everyone that he was a regressor. He would soon be a legend. At night, from a high-rise building looking down at the beautiful city scene at this time, the male lead exclaimed in admiration, so many lights, so great. He held the fork in his mouth and excitedly wondered, what should he eat first? Jang Tison is happy to eat delicious food, but high school students can't drink alcohol, so instead of eating at a luxury restaurant. Then he turned to look at everyone around and smiled and said, eating buffet is much better. He reached out and opened the can of Coke, happy pouring it into the cup, enjoying it with joy. Then he raised his eyes and looked up. In front of Jang Tison's eyes, a girl suddenly appeared. She was carrying a white bag, wearing a black shirt with a striped skirt and black socks. The male lead looked intently and his face turned completely red. The girl stopped in front of him. Jang Tison still couldn't take his eyes off her. His nose was bleeding out. His mouth was open, but he couldn't close it. His hand was still in the position of pouring soft drink into the cup, causing the water to spill out, but he's still looking intently and admiring. Mom, it's so beautiful. That girl opened her mouth to call CEO Jang Tison. An extremely beautiful girl with long hair tied in a ponytail was standing right in front of Jang Tison. The woman happily sitting in front of Tison introduced herself. I'm Asura. I had an interview with lawyer Jo Yoon-di. Tison looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. She was so beautiful. Asura shyly replied, thank you. The CEO also looks very handsome. Tison continued very comfortably. People often complimented me on looking younger than my age. Asura saw him like that and hesitantly answered yes. Tison was pleased with the thought. It's not just about looking. He's young, actually. After saying that, Tison picked up the glass of wine in his hand and took a sip. Asura didn't expect the interview location to be a buffet restaurant, so she felt a bit uncomfortable. Tison didn't think so and naturally smiled and said, in my opinion, communicating at the dinner table will make it easier to become friends. The era of 4.0 technology is almost here and people need to change too. The era of 4.0 technology. Asura was surprised to hear him say that. Tison knew he was being rude, so he quickly explained. Sometimes people need to change old habits. That's what I mean. Tison quickly regained his composure and said, that's the company's criteria. Asura was a bit confused, but still replied, yes. After sitting and talking for a while, I still didn't see him mention the interview. So Asura immediately mentioned it. So let's start the interview now. Tison heard that and immediately refused. She can go to work tomorrow. Asura couldn't believe she received such an answer. But you haven't looked at my profile yet. Tison looked at her panicked expression and laughed loudly. She was recommended to me by lawyer Jo Hyun-tae. That's enough. Why do I have to look at the profile? Oh, but... Seeing her so worried, Tison added, there's not much to do right now. If you need a foreign language certificate, you can go to school now. Asura still couldn't believe it after listening. Why was it so easy? Was it because the job was too simple? Or was the salary too low? Tison looked at the girl with a worried expression inside. Asura looked straight into Tison's eyes and said worriedly, tell me how much my salary is per year. It turned out that she was worried about this issue. Tison smiled and replied that his annual salary is 70 million won. The company will provide 4 basic types of insurance. After hearing this, Asura screamed loudly, shocking even the people sitting in the restaurant. What? 70 million won? The waiter passing by saw her screaming like that and immediately expressed his displeasure. Looking at her surprised look like that, Tison thought she was dissatisfied with him saying so little. Asura was surprised and quickly waved her hand and said, no, it's very different. After listening, Tison added with satisfaction, there will be an additional bonus of 400% each year and other bonuses. There will also be a holiday bonus that will be given during the vacation. Asura stammered, let me ask. Are you running an entire corporation? Tison froze when he heard her question. It seemed like the group was interested. Suddenly Tison laughed loudly. No, what business are you doing? Tison jokingly said, I'm a thief. This time it was Asura's turn to be stunned by his words. A mysterious smile appeared on Tison's lips. This thief would steal the whole world. In the airport lobby, the loudspeaker announced that Flight He-603 was arriving in Hong Kong and the gate at Terminal 12 was closing. When Tison walked outside, it was extremely crowded. They chatted with each other in Hong Kong very happily. Tison smiled and thought to himself, so knowing many foreign languages is like this. Just overnight, cheers for breaking the rules. Tison suddenly remembered what the professor said. I think you lack foreign language skills, and I will help you. Looking at the past posts book in my hand, it is Korean Airlines He-603 first class cabin. Everyone in the airport saw Tison not waiting in line and immediately expressed their attitude. What the hell? Why doesn't he stand in line? Who does he think he is? He's already in first class at such a young age. So cool. He's an idol. So handsome. The flight attendants, knowing that this was a high-ranking customer, respectfully said, Sir, the plane is about to take off here. We have available beefsteak, Korean food, and a list of wines for you to choose from. Tison was quite embarrassed that this girl kept leaning close to his face. Oh, the flight attendant said dessert again. There will be bread, salad, and fruit. What kind of wine do you want? Tison smiled shyly and replied, I don't drink alcohol. Thank God I'm still a student. The flight attendant pawed slightly and gave him a small piece of paper. Then, Tison happily accepted it, yes. When he opened it, he was startled. It said, You're really handsome. Please call me when you're free. Oh my God, I can't have a peaceful day. After that, no one bothered him anymore and the plane gently took off. Hong Kong International Airport. Dizin walked down to look at everything in the lobby. Suddenly someone called out, CEO Jang Tison. The woman holds a sign that reads Jang Tison. Dizin came closer and said, Oh yes. This woman wears red shoes. Extremely beautiful, making Tison have to look at her. The woman's lovely voice interrupted my brother's look. I would like to introduce myself. I work for CEO Jang's secretarial office. My name is Clara Lee. I represent HSBC Group here to welcome you. Tison also smiled back. Yes, I'm Jang Tison. Just call me Daniel Jang. I will escort you as a VIP guest. Have you had your meal yet? Sitting in the car, Tison happily said, I had a snack at the airport. Clara Lee ventured to ask the CEO if this was a venture capitalist, or the third generation of the corporation. The car drove down the road accompanied by Tison's voice. That's not it. My father is an organic apple farmer. Oh, I also like organic apples. Tison looked at her and said, If you have a chance to visit Korea, just contact me. I will take you to visit traditional houses and farms. Clara was extremely excited and said, Can I come and play? Her eyes are so beautiful, Tison silently exclaimed. Of course she is always welcome, and also full of charm. After practicing the 5 pearls Tai Chi, my outlook on life has become bolder and more courageous. The car carrying the two of them finally stopped. We arrived. The driver got out of the car and tilted it open for Tison. He slowly got out of the car and looked at everything around him. Before his eyes was the headquarters of Hong Kong Commercial Bank. His face suddenly changed to become more sinister. Now it's time to extort money from the tiger's mouth. The person in charge of the investigation couldn't hide his surprise when he saw Tison's report. It's amazing how young he is. Can this report be trusted? The blonde-haired man seriously affirmed. The legal team has confirmed it. The deep voice in the darkness makes people uneasy. His whole body is surrounded by darkness. There must be some reason to entrust such a large amount of money to a teenager. Could it be that he is secret heir, if not an investment genius? That a plus credit rating is not what an individual can have, but a person who mortgages a stock account worth hundreds of billions to borrow $100 million. It is true that a super mortgage can be said to be a transaction with a high recovery rate. The department head at this time sees nothing to worry about, so I don't understand why the director is so worried. The profit rate is 15% per year. After listening, the director had to admit, yes, it was a perfect profit, but at the same time, it was also very strict. Tison stood in front of the commercial bank's headquarters and thought to himself. Finally arrived at the headquarters of Hong Kong Commercial Bank. Clara turned around to look at Tison and said, Let's go in. Everyone is still waiting for you. Tison happily replied, Okay. As soon as the other man saw Tison, his heart became even more tense. Even the director frowned when he saw a mentor. Clara immediately spoke up and said, I've already picked up CEO Jang. The director, according to protocol, immediately went to the door to welcome him to Hong Kong. I am Leo Stewart, Director of Financial Investment at HSBC. This person is Department Head Harry Lawrence. Tison shook hands with the director and said, It is an honor that you are all British aristocrats. My name is Daniel Jang. Facing the teenager in front of him, Leo Stewart thought to himself, standing under a giant financial corporation, he is still very calm. This person cannot be underestimated. Leo Stewart suddenly asked if you know about my family. Are you studying abroad in the UK? Tison replied that I'm not an international student. I'm just interested in England. The Stewart family is very famous. Leo Stewart laughed loudly, so no wonder when I first heard the name CEO Jang, I was very sympathetic. The director turned to Clara and said, "Let's talk privately, Clara." After listening, Clara respectfully replied, "Yes." Thiessen looked sinisterly at the girl walking out. Leo Stewart is extremely comfortable chatting. "Let's have tea, CEO Daniel." "Okay, to this day, I still remember the smell of black tea at branch manager Stephen Benson's office. Can I have a cup, please?" Hearing that, the director immediately poured tea for him. "CEO Daniel is the best Korean I've ever met." Kissen pulled back his shirt and said coldly his pronunciation was very accurate and fluent. "Thank you." Harry Lawrence looked at him curiously, but I was curious. Thiessen saw him hesitate like that and said, "Please just ask." "Harry Lawrence is no longer wandering around anymore. Are you developing a new stock investment program? If so, I'm willing to spend a lot on royalties." Suddenly screams came from the office next door, making the two directors and department heads frown in confusion. At this time, Thiessen stared at the two of them and said, "I just invested by instinct." Leo Stewart was startled by this sentence. What? Harry Lawrence was equally surprised, instinctively. "Yes, for some reason, every time I look at the map, I know which one will increase. Like a favor from the gods." The two of them were both bewildered at this moment. No one would vote by instinct. What kind of divine grace? Very quickly, Leo Stewart returned to his normal appearance. "Thank you very much for this mortgage document. You can use stocks to borrow money. In Hong Kong, Thiessen's 18 years of age and older will be allowed to own a corporation. Member. Our bank will take care of that." Thiessen said gratefully, "Thank you. I will never forget this kindness." Achieving his goal, Thiessen secretly thought that profits from foreign investment would not be taxed because he had registered for domestic tax and could be completely exempted. "I will use Hong Kong as an intermediate stop. I will open a business as a corporation in tax havens and the most secure Swiss bank accounts. If I go through a few steps, they won't be able to wait for me. Just like no one knows about the real owner of hot money." Leo Stewart said, "So, funds will be transferred to the account the day after the group is established. What do you see?" Thiessen smiled and said, "I agree." Leo Stewart gave the contract to Thiessen and said, "So please sign this contract until then. We'll be provided with a full range of legal and decisive administrative services, including secretarial services." When we got outside, it was raining a little. Clara said, "It's raining." A pair of black shoes appeared. Thiessen was holding an umbrella for the two of them, "So I want to go for a walk." Clara contemplated the rain. Winter rain reminded me of Kai. Go. Thiessen asked her, "Did you live in America when you were young?" The two of them walked together in the rain, talking. "No, I went to college in the US. I studied business administration in Chicago." Thiessen heard that and said, "Oh, so you are a Chicago student who supports neoliberalism." After hearing this, Clara's smile became even brighter. Her courage and passion burned for the results of capitalism's determination. "Other than those things, I didn't care about anything else." Clara mustered up the courage to ask him, "When I left the office, I saw his eyes change. Did something happen when I left?" Thiessen looked at her silently. "Remember what I said earlier." "Wait, director, I'm here to change the contract." Leo Stewart shouted, "What? The contract is already perfect." Harry Lawrence continued in surprise. "The profit rate is 15%. Investing also has risks, so that rate is necessary." Thiessen coldly said, "It's not that." "Isn't that what happened?" The director and department head looked at him in confusion. Thiessen firmly said, "I want to increase the loan amount." Leo Stewart's face softened slightly, and he asked, "How much do you want to increase?" Thiessen chose to stay silent and didn't answer right away. After a while, he said, $200 million. The interest is 20% for a period of 1 year. The two of them gasped in surprise at this moment. $200 million, 20%. Thiessen put everything aside and told Clara that there is no sound that can stabilize a person's mind and body like the sound of afternoon rain. Clara also agreed, "I especially like the sound of rain falling on the sea." The light turns red. The two of them stood together waiting in the rain. Thiessen looked at the approaching motorbike in panic. The man shouted loudly, "The brakes are broken. It's very dangerous. Please stay away." Clara looked at the car rushing towards her and stood motionless in fear. There was no time to avoid it. Thiessen quickly hugged her around to avoid worrying and asked if she was okay. Looking at the situation before her eyes, Clara trembled in fear. After watching for a while, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Today is the day to take Jang Thiessen's driver's license test. The examiner announced that congratulations, candidate 47 had met the requirements. Jang Thiessen held his driver's license, grinned, and said, "Great! Now I can buy a sports car." The scene changes to a company. When the sky has darkened, briefly, this is BMJ Investment Limited Liability Company, a company secretly established in Hong Kong. BMJ is the abbreviation, by Big Mountain J, is the English translation of Jang Thiessen. There was a hand typing furiously on the keys. That person thought to himself that a company had just merged with a company in Latin America. It would take a long time for them to track him down. That person's eyes clearly showed tension. His eyes kept staring at the computer screen. That person thought to himself, from now on, I have to put all my heart and soul into it. It turned out that the person who was typing continuously all this time was Jang Tison. Looking at the data appearing on the computer screen, he whispered, "These are investments that can turn millionaires into beggars overnight." His eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to blink, because if there were any errors in the data, he would have to exit the game immediately. Jang Tison clicked continuously, muttering, paying the deposit. Jang Tison thought to himself, according to the plan, I will deposit $3,190 for each contract. Thinking about this, he smirked. The real deal is a contract of up to $47,850. Due company, Jang Tison was secretly happy. In January of the year 2007, the domestic futures market reached its peak. From May, people began to access this market. Investment in raw materials, especially oil, becomes more exciting than ever. From then on, oil prices will increase like crazy. Jang Tison's eyes became steadfast. He whispered, people always say that the delayed delivery market is just a shadow of the spot market. We have to predict the flow of both delayed and spot delivery markets. Thinking about it, he started typing continuously, starting to predict the flow of the two markets. After checking the flow of the two markets, he was satisfied, smiled, and said, great, the total investment amount used today is $47,850,000. Jang Tison was surprised and happy to realize that the total spot investment was over $713 million. Jang Tison finished arranging the documents and happily said, that's enough for the Hong Kong company. He sat relaxed, put his hand on his chin and said, now let's move on to lore. More fun and more fun. Jang Tison realized, suddenly the amount of money in his account had reached more than 750 billion. Jang Tison moved the mouse and said, tomorrow, just this clicks. His voice firmly said, I will create a storm. Currently, Jang Tison is sitting in a dark room. There is no one, no light, only the glimmer of light from the computer. Just the next morning, someone shouted so loudly that it caused a disturbance in the whole company. That person shouted, Chief, we are in trouble. The head of the department immediately came over and said angrily, what is this commotion? So early in the morning, the New York building collapsed. The other employee widened his eyes and looked at the computer screen, stammering and saying, it's all gone. After listening, the manager didn't understand anything. He asked, what did you say? What did you say? Both of them looked at the computer. Their jaws dropped. The employee shouted loudly, the stock saint had withdrawn the investment fund. The manager panic ally replied, what? He was so nervous that he was sweating and said, please be more specific, how much that person withdrew. The employee was also equally nervous at this time, hesitantly answering, yes, 100 billion. After listening, the head of the department opened his eyes and mouth and shouted, what, 100 billion? The manager angrily said, why is it suddenly like this? Yesterday was still normal. The staff at this time could only look down, not knowing what to say. The manager turned to the employee from earlier and said, so, where did those demons go? Have you checked? The nervous employee turned around and replied, early in the morning, it was transferred to an investment company called Lore using an affiliated account. The manager added, what's wrong with the bank? How can it have 100 billion? Just early in the morning, the main bank already had a large fund empty. Suddenly, the head of the department shouted loudly, contact Lore Group quickly. The employee could only listen and replied, yes, I'll do it right away. The scene changes to Lore Company. The secretary is busy answering the phone. She answers the other line. Yes, Lore Investment Company, please listen. ComShares. The CEO is not here right now. Currently, Yuzura has to listen to 2 phone calls at the same time, making it impossible for her to manage. Yuzura thought to herself, what day is it today? Why do people keep calling? Another call came in. She quickly picked up the phone. On the other end said, hello, I'm Yang Sunken, Director of Loan Department of National Financial Bank. I can't talk to you, CEO. No, I didn't expect Jang Tison to have such a big impact. Yuzura hesitantly replied, bank in the country. The other end of the line continued, I have an emergency. Yuzura sighed, thinking, what's going on? After hanging up the phone, Yuzura said with a dissatisfied expression, I don't know what happened to him. At this time, Jang Tison suddenly appeared again. When Yuzura saw that, she suddenly cried out. Jang Tison walked in and said, Miss Sira, do you still have coffee? Seeing Jang Tison, she quickly said, Mr. CEO, you have a phone call from the broker in the bank. When Jang Tison heard that, he stomped his feet, put on an unpleasant face, and said, because I withdrew money, they made a fuss. I know how to calculate my money myself. Jang Tison sipped his cup of coffee with thoughtful eyes and asked Yuzura, have you prepared the things I told you to do? Yuzura smiled and replied, I'm ready. You'll see when you go down to the parking lot. Jang Taesin immediately changed his face and happily turned to thank her. He kept his eyes open and said, if they call again, just hang up. When Yuzura heard that, he hesitantly replied, yes. Jang Taesin went into the elevator to go down to the parking lot. Where there was the item, he asked Yuzura to prepare for him. His face was full of confidence, thinking, the government will soon find a solution. Tax exemption policy for foreign investment profits within 3 years. That welcoming policy will be the stepping stone for his return. Only fools. I don't know how to take advantage of what I have, Jang Taesin chuckled. The elevator was slowly moving down to the parking garage, and a moment later the door opened. At this moment, what caught Jang Taesin's eyes was a red car. Jang Taesin stopped a bit and then started to approach the car. Seeing the car, Jang Taesin couldn't keep calm and shouted with joy. The ultimate convertible, Porsche 912, 3824cc model, 5-speed automatic transmission and 6-cylinder engine linen. Jang Taesin climbed into the car with confidence and whispered, let's drive. He pushed the car's gear lever up, stepped on the accelerator, and the car started moving. The car was going so fast that Jang Taesin could not see both sides of the road clearly. Jang Taesin drove so fast that the place where the car passed was filled with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Over here, Lee Yi-yoon is attending the awards ceremony for students who won excellent awards. The mayor said, excellent student Lee Yi-yoon received a scholarship to Seoul University of Law. The mayor will give her a portion, special reward. In Lai Yeren's hand right now is a certificate of merit, which is the certificate awarded to the winning student. The mayor mobilized everyone to give her a warm round of applause. Hearing that, she was secretly happy and smiled. Standing in front of other students, she felt extremely proud of the results she had achieved. Outside, the sky is very clear right now. Jang Taesin's porch is slowly entering the campus. Currently, Jang Taesin is holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers in his hand. Jang Taesin carried a bouquet of flowers to school because he knew today was the day the person he liked graduated. Jang Taesin smiled brightly, holding a bouquet of flowers in both hands as he walked. Jang Taesin rehearsed what to say as if he was talking to real Lee Yeren. He said, the senior congratulated her on her graduation. MC read the announcement that student Lee Yeren had excellently won a scholarship to attend a Korean law university. The mayor will present you with a special gift. Please invite Lee Yeren. The students below were all excited to continue listening. Say a few words to your parents. Lee Yeren walked up to the podium to speak with an extremely happy tone. First of all, I would like to thank my parents, thanks to their kindness in nurturing me. I am here today. I would also like to send my sincere thanks to the principal, as well as the teachers and friends who wholeheartedly supported me on my learning path. Finally, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the seniors and juniors of this school. While Lee Yeren was speaking, the figure of a man wearing leather shoes and holding a bouquet of flowers approached. I promise to always try my best to become the pride of Jangju Girls' School. While Yeren was continuing her speech, below a female student was surprised by the appearance of a guy. A few girls looked at the guy and exclaimed in surprise. Others blushed thinking, so handsome, mom. And the boy saw the person he was looking for and smiled. Here she is. Lee Yeren heard it and turned around in surprise. Then suddenly she smiled and said, here it comes. The guy happily raised his hand and called out, Miss Yeren. Before he could wait for his sister to respond, a shadow appeared and pushed his shoulder, startling Jang Taesin. The man walked over and hugged Yaren's shoulder, smiled, took a photo with me. She was also very happy. I just arrived. I was waiting for you all this time. It seemed that those words made the man very satisfied. He smiled and looked at Yeren affectionately. Her mother stood to the side, holding up the camera, cutting across two people looking at each other passionately and asking, can I take a picture? The man hugged Yaren's shoulders, looked around and smirked. If they admired her beauty so much, why didn't they print a mask with her picture on it and wear it? Hearing that, Yeren could only smile shyly. This guy. Jang Taesin was so shocked that he couldn't speak when he saw that scene. After being stunned for a long time, he finally blurted out a complete sentence, Yeren. On this side, Yeren was still happily laughing and joking with that man. She playfully teased him. What if no one wants to marry me? The man laughed along with her. Don't worry, I'm here. Yeren pouted. That's okay, Taesin. Don't be stunned and look at the playful scene on the other side. His hand holding the bouquet of flowers tightened. He was stunned as he remembered what happened recently. So that's it. No wonder she hasn't been responding to his messages lately. Yet I'm still naive. Clinging to the memories of that first love. In my previous life, I went through 3 breakups. But until now, I still feel so much pain. Suddenly Kaizen heard a sentence that made him both startled and suspicious. I didn't expect that my nephew is your Yaren's senior. I am truly honored. In front of him appeared two middle-aged men shaking hands and chatting politely. "It is an honor for my niece to be respected by you so much." The other person also replied, "Oh my god, it's nothing. In the future, I hope the judge will pay more attention to my nephew." The middle-aged man who was Yaren's family member smiled brightly. The children were all grown up. It's very difficult to keep an eye on them. Tison was stunned. That person, could it be the judge of the Politburo, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Lee Kang-seok? Later, he will be promoted by the president and become Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The remaining middle-aged people also laughed loudly. "I owe it all to you." Tison unconsciously sweated, thinking, they will become high-ranking officials of the National Assembly and even the High Court. At this time, Yaren's father shouted again, "Yaren, stand a little closer to Dongzong." This word startled Tison. Dongzong. On this side, Yaren and Dongzong happily posed for photos. Tison looked at Dongzong and frowned. I had seen him on TV before. He is the third son of the Anna group. Oh, Dong-sung. He is an excellent young man who passed into a Korean law university. After passing law school, he was promoted to work at the corporation and became a director at a very young age. He is a notorious playboy who often appears on social networking sites. At this time, two female students approached Tison. The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail spoke up. "What are you doing?" "Please give me your phone number." The girl next to me also smiled shyly. Tison didn't turn his head to look, but just politely replied, "Sorry, please, leave me alone. My mood is not good." That conversation scene attracted Yaren's attention. She was startled and stammered, "Tay Tison." Hearing the call, he looked up as if his eyes were filled with only indifference. That look startled Yaren. Adongzong next to him saw her staring at him and wondered, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" On this side, Tison just silently looked at her. Yaren smiled wryly and denied, "No, I just recognized the wrong person. I'll just take a photo." Saying that, Yaren took Dongzong's arm intimately. This scene caught Tison's eyes and made him laugh mockingly. Women always like successful guys like him. The young master of a large corporation compared to the son of a farmer. No matter how I compare, I can't compare to Oh Dongzong. Around Yaren, gradually there were a lot of people crowding around asking to take pictures with her. "Sister, take pictures with us too, sister." In the end, Tison decided to turn around and leave and laugh at himself. That's it. This life is like that. He left. Behind him, there were cheers and praises for Yaren. "Congratulations. You are my idol." Outside, the schoolyard is filled with sunlight. Tison looked at the bundle of flowers and smiled to himself. What should I do with this now? Suddenly, he saw a figure. It was a very shy-looking girl with large glasses that covered most of her face. The girl standing there looked very sad. Behind the girl suddenly appeared two middle-aged figures. The man's shadow spoke up. "Honey, our sarong has graduated." The silhouette of a woman next to me also smiled in response. "My child is still growing up even without us by his side. I'm so happy, daughter." Tison looked at that scene and just smiled and breathed out, "Oh my god, do I still see ghosts?" That girl named Sarong suddenly burst into tears, her shaking voice softly calling out, "Dad, Mom." It seemed that scene made Tison unable to turn a blind eye. He took a step forward. Coming in front of the girl, he held out a bouquet of flowers with wishes, congratulating her on her graduation. His appearance startled Sarong. She received the bouquet of flowers in surprise, thanking her. "But who are you?" He did not answer her question, but just smiled and said, "Your parents said, thank you for growing up until today. The aunt and uncle really hope that she will live a happy life, on behalf of her as well." As he spoke, his eyes softened as if remembering something. But these words shocked Sarong. Why? He didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. He turned around and smiled at her. "Let's live happily." As he walked, he smiled because he had done a good deed, so the flower already had its owner. Behind him, the two silhouettes of Sarong's parents bowed as if to thank him. That evening, outside the window of a house covered in snow, a voice rang out, "Hey boy, open your eyes. Come on, wake up." Just falling in love leads to this situation. On the sofa was Tison with disheveled clothes and sleeping so drunk he didn't know what was going on. "Hey you," that voice, after a while of babbling, woke Tison up. He opened his eyes slightly, then suddenly jumped up and screamed when a black shadow appeared in front of him. "I'm scared. Mom, is it a ghost again?" That person laughed when he heard that. "You don't know me. After hearing my name, you will recognize me immediately. I am Giacomo Casanova, Knight of Songal." It was a man with long hair, wearing a shirt that revealed his muscles. Tison was startled. "Casanova." Giacomo Casanova looked at Jang Tison and smiled and said, "You and I are quite similar, young man." Jang Tison heard it and immediately woke up. His eyes widened and asked again, "Are you really Casanova?" "It's Giacomo Casanova." The legendary love assassin, let Jang Tison believe that he's Casanova. He looked at him happily and said, "Let me make a deal with you." Hearing about the contract, Jang Tison seemed interested, but looked surprised, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Giacomo Casanova was born in prosperous Venice. At the age of 15, Giacomo Casanova was the head priest of a monastery. At the age of 16, he became a doctor of law, with expertise in medicine, mathematics, and even chemistry. After studying, he became a famous businessman. After listening to Giacomo Casanova's biography, Jang Tison accepted the contract. So let's negotiate. The scene changes to the securities company. From inside the company's room, the sound of the manager is shouting loudly after hearing the bad news. What? That person has disappeared. He has withdrawn from the linked account. Is there any trace of him or not? The trembling employee stammered in response. I couldn't find anything. It seems that the linked bank account has been closed, and once the account is closed, all data will completely disappear. After hearing this, the department head felt like he was being sprayed with glue. His face turned dark, and he couldn't say a word. The staff also didn't believe that a kid who was only in high school could have the talent to do these things, he said while trembling. How could he be so skilled at such a young age? After a while, the office chief pondered again. In fact, very few people dared to come to us to borrow $200 million. On this side, the blonde employee, after a while of research, was startled and surprised and turned to inform the manager that the account balance in Korea was increasing dramatically. The head of the department also quickly walked over to see him and asked, "Was it $400 million? Where was the Korean fund invested?" The employee told the manager that according to my investigation, it was probably Google's stock. The manager asked again, "What about the profit margin?" "Yes, now it's only 1%. The department head was startled when he heard it. He thought again in his head, choosing Naugel, which means he is aiming for a long-term investment, or he just wants to take care of his health. Then the head of the department turned around and shouted loudly, telling Steven to continue to maintain contact with him and to win his favor by all means. The blonde guy heard that and sweated, but still had to go hard. The snake obeyed the command, knowing clearly. Manager stood by the window thoughtfully. Although I didn't know what was going on, it seemed like he was holding a terrible secret. I didn't know what would happen next. At this time, the news is buzzing with economic news. Currently, oil prices, after a period of high growth, have now begun to decline. Jang Tison, sitting in the car, heard it and said to himself, "It must have been about 20% in just a few days, but he made such a huge profit. Red and black is the scariest thing in this life. Tomorrow it's Tet." So, when the product was released, they were frantically trying to buy it. Just knowing how to manipulate the market, the profit is 285,200,000 ASI with a profit margin of 20% on 300,000 contracts. In just a few days, I have earned $400 million, plus the initial capital of $200 million. The amount I have is $600 million. That number will still grow among its secret banks. Thanks to Casanova, I have more understanding about market indices, so when doing business, I can make more informed decisions. And grasping the core events, my mood was lifted in the blink of an eye. I also learned how to control my emotions. Breaking up also needs to be done carefully. Next year, the relationship between Min and Yaren will only be that of senior and junior. Everything will end here. Now all we need to do is accelerate back quickly to celebrate with our parents. Let's get on the gas. Outside, the street was bustling with people wishing each other a happy new year. And Jang Tison was still eager to return to see his parents. In his heart, he was extremely grateful to Mr. Casanova for giving him so many things to achieve what he is now. Thank you, Mr. Casanova. After a long journey, he finally arrived home. The young man was always sad because his family was poor. His parents worked as farmers. Today, he returned home with a very proud atmosphere. He got out of the car elegantly. Looking at the house in front of Jang Tison, he felt so happy and proud that he felt it was really great to have money. Carrying a bunch of luxury items in hand, looking at the house and smiling, my house should be like this. The old tiled roofs have been replaced. The ruined walls have been rebuilt with red bricks. Wow, it looks much better than before. Suddenly, something seemed to appear, making him freeze in surprise. So, it was his beloved dog. Seeing the dog healthy, he was extremely happy. OBKGU. Indeed, when the owner lives well, the dog will bring luck. Suddenly, from inside the house, there were a few familiar voices arguing back and forth, making Jang Tison, who didn't know what was going on, widen his eyes and perk up his ears to listen. I'll help you. It's a big profit. Please lend me some more money. I've already signed the contract, but now I don't have enough capital. If I can borrow from you, the interest will be much lighter than the bank's interest. Jang Tison heard the voices and the content of the story and probably guessed who it was. He thought in his mind that they were truly shameless people who don't know any shame. Unable to bear the anger, Jang Tison's mother shouted loudly, "Are you guys too much?" It's been a long time since the whole family had a chance to gather together to celebrate the holidays together. Yet you guys only care about money. No one feels embarrassed in front of their parents' ghosts. Teason heard his mother scream and felt relieved. My mother must have had to hold back for a long time, so today she got angry like this. Now is the time. We have to prove our status as the eldest child in the family, so let's stir up the atmosphere. Teason approached the house and shouted loudly, "Father, Mother, your eldest son is home." The thin figure of Jang Teason's mother slowly walked closer and opened the door. Seeing her son come home, she was happy, but right at the time when the family was in discord, it made her feel awkward, not wanting him to come inside to hear the painful words. As for Jang Teason, he still acted as if he didn't know anything. He happily asked his mother, "What's wrong?" "Mom, what's going on at home?" Then he followed his mother into the house where his aunts and uncles saw him and shouted loudly. Each of them started to criticize him. Who was that? Was it Teason? Were the adults talking like that? Ignoring that, the uncle who was greedy for money continued to shout loudly at Teason's father. "Hey, let's continue what we were talking about. Why do you suddenly have so much money? Don't tell me it's money from your parents. Even the village doesn't know what you do to earn so much money. How do you make money? Please help us, please. How long are you going to be a civil servant? Can't you live a more dignified life? You have so much money, so what's the point of having brothers?" Jang Teason got mad and started talking straight to the aunts and uncles' faces. Yo, they're all there. One of his uncles heard it and turned around and looked like he was about to beat him up. Although Teason was very angry, he still had to ask a few questions first. But in his words, it was enough to understand that he no longer had any respect for them. "How are you guys? It's been a while. I've forgotten what everyone's faces look like." After hearing that, the uncles and aunts shouted back, "That boy, when he comes, he has to bow his head to say hello. Dare to say that he has enough face to speak. You are treating adults like a joke." Teason's mother heard that if a son is being disrespectful, he will also turn his face and give advice. The aunt looked at him and his father again. "Hey, Teason is being a bit rude at this point. When you meet adults, you have to bow your head to say hello." Dyson's father listened to what everyone was saying and didn't say much, just sat quietly, listening and pondering in his head. Dyson calmly said to everyone, "Wow, what's wrong with everyone? Even the aunts and uncles didn't come to attend our parents' anniversary. Now I wonder what right they have to teach me manners. That sounds so embarrassing." The aunt and uncle were furious when they heard it, but they couldn't do anything. They could only grit their teeth and say a few words. "Now, this brat." The aunt stood up and yelled at him, "Oh my god, look who taught you to talk like that." "You learned from her, Teason," the aunt said, looking at Teason's mother's face. When Teason's mother heard those insulting words, she couldn't calm down. Teason helped her sit down, afraid that something would happen to her. But his mother still softly told him that she's fine and don't worry about me. The aunts and uncles saw that he stood up and wanted to teach him a lesson. How dare that boy ignore the adults like that? Teason heard the two words adult and made his ears itch, so he lowered his voice and said adult. Eyes glaring like bullets looked at them. "Are there any aunts or uncles here older than my father?" The father heard that someone finally understood him and that his son was now a real adult and was extremely touched. The uncle, hearing that, cursed him for being uneducated and jumped up to slap him. Teason's eyes were still staring without moving. Unexpectedly, the uncle would be able to slap Teason, but unexpectedly he stopped him. His strong and powerful hand grabbed the uncle's hand tightly, forcing him to stop moving. The father was now able to hold back his anger, and finally the anger had to burst, and he shouted at "You guys, stop it or not." The father was upset, angry, his face showing blue veins, shouting, raising his voice to everyone as if venting all his discomfort over the past time. Will he stop now? The aunts and uncles of Teason's father were suddenly speechless, their eyes wide open as if they didn't believe what had just happened. They were stunned and turned upside down by their eldest brother's attitude when they first saw him. They all felt embarrassed and looked at their eldest brother. Teason smiled with satisfaction, finally seeing the posture and attitude he needed to see in his father, and thought, "The tiger doesn't roar, but thinks the forest has no owner." The two uncles were frightened. Sweat flowed down their faces convulsed. The atmosphere around the two of them seemed to darken. They couldn't believe their eyes. Teason's father tilted his head slightly to one side, his face cold, like an evil god, asking in a cold tone, "What are you guys doing in front of me?" "Brother, what do you mean?" The three aunts and uncles were confused, hesitant, not understanding what was going on. Their brother seemed to have turned into a different person. Still the same cold tone, still the same disdainful eyes, still the same words, calling me big brother. Unable to utter a single sentence, the words kept going back and forth, words gaining in loss. The three aunts and uncles reluctantly answered, "Me, big brother? You, me, no, big brother. Suddenly the other day. What are you doing now?" They did not expect that their older brother, who was short-tempered, calm, gentle, and always patient, would change everything today. Teason, you should also quickly apologize to the adults, Teason's father said with a serious voice to his son. Mixed with a bit of command, Teason replied, "Yes, father." He turned to his younger brothers and shouted loudly, saying that they must apologize too. Teason was really comfortable with what he'd just witnessed. That's right, father. That's how the eldest brother should be. Teason placed his hands along his body, bowed his head to his aunts and uncles, asked for forgiveness with an obvious reluctance that made those people speechless. "Sorry, aunts and uncles. I failed. It's ceremony." They quickly used sweet words, apologizing to Teason in order to reduce the warming of the air here, and at the same time to reduce Teason's father's temper. They waved their hands to apologize. "I'm sorry, Teason. I was wrong just now. I also apologize." Teason replied politely, "It's okay. It's because I wasn't right first." Teason's father became serious, looked straight at his younger siblings, and said with a strong and firm voice, "If you need money, just go and ask him. He owns all the finances of this house." They were surprised. What, was it Teason? He should have said it sooner. Teason helplessly cried out in his heart, "Oh, my father." Switching to Teason's company, his question was heard. "Chief Yu, what is this?" In Teason's hand, he held a green rectangular box as small as a hand. On the box, there was a very cute kangaroo image. Next to it was Chief Yu's response. It was a souvenir. Manager Yu was embarrassed and quickly replied, "I just went on a trip to Australia with my mother." The local said that was very interesting in the innocence on Teason's face. She looked worried behind a forced smile and clenched her hands close to her face, saying that every day the CEO worked until late. Teason happily asked a very innocent question while looking at that box. "If I eat this, will I jump as high as a kangaroo?" Manager Yu was confused and shy, putting his thumbs together, looking very adorable and cute. "I'm not sure anymore." Then she said with a serious look, "But after all, it's an expensive product. Please take one pill every day." Manager Yu was shy and shyly ran out of the room, not forgetting to say to Teason as he ran, "That's very good for men," making Teason smile and sigh because he understood. He pondered, looking at the medicine box, smiling and thinking, "Male enhancement pills. This probably suits Casanova better." Teason seemed to be immersed in memories and future plans. Winter break is over. It's time to say goodbye to Seoul. Let's go back to the hard school life. Teason adjusted his swivel chair, adjusted his posture, and sat up with his face half hidden, speaking with a curious tone. If the department head knew that he was the head of the company, would she stop? Isn't that right? His strong hand placed on the mouse and began to click. Clicking sounds were heard. That back was facing the numbers flowing on the computer. Teason thoughtfully performed a series of operations on the mouse, starting to click to learn about something on the market. He rested his chin, his eyebrows furrowed, clearly showing a rough look, thinking, from 2007 to 2009, the world was stirred up by a big storm, the US economy, which was believed to be a weak economy. An absolutely strong economy will be shaken. Continuing his train of thought, the image of the Pentagon appeared. If the US Federal Reserve did not mass issue money in the form of quantitative easing, the world economy would decline even further, very much. Only the United States can be the king of issuing money. He seemed to realize that the opportunity had come, the time to create heroes. Teason thought, now, if I don't intend to get involved in real estate or companies that are going down in price, real estate is inherently an immovable asset. It will leave a lot of traces. The same goes for the company. I won't be the owner, so it will be easy to become the target of others. He calculated very carefully. His image appears like a puppeteer, and the whole city is his puppet. It looks so magical, but also full of charm. I just need to rule them in the darkness. Money is the thing that rules this world. Most importantly, is always money. As if he was sure of his plan, he smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. Soon, the ruler of invisible money will be him. The sound of someone counting was heard as the scene changed to the names of Teason Company. 15 pizza shops, 11 fried chicken shops, 20 convenience stores. There is also a monthly payment at the internet shop. The shrill scream of Manager Yu was heard. She was surprised, unable to close her pretty little mouth. Who was the CEO? Using the company's card just for fun. Pizza is not a stock. Manager Yu wondered again. His face darkened. His eyes became visibly smaller. How could he eat so much? Maybe he didn't eat alone. Then his face turned red with anticipation. A little joy. Perhaps he was eating with his girlfriend. No, but this is still too much. She told herself, only pigs can eat this much. She turned her face to the side, thinking with a bit of shame while hiding her eyes under the light. Next to her was an old employee with side-parted hair. A wry smile appeared on his face as if he had just witnessed something very interesting. He left with a confused look on his face, leaving Manager Yu there. The CEO hasn't been here this month. The clear blue sky was a complete contrast to his face, he thought, hoping that even without a woman, he could still live happily. The night was dark. The full moon lit up in the dark sky inside Tison's villa. He sat in front of his computer screen, grumbling, "Oh my god, these boring people." Tison's face seemed to show disgust and contempt. What's the point of pizza being a stress reliever? Now, seeing pizza makes me throw up. Usually, at the end of high school, students often go out to eat to relieve stress. Even though school meals are nutritious, there's no bottom in their stomachs, he thought while scrolling. An innocent smile appeared. Of course, no one cares about their wallet. Snacks costing more than 5 million won are no problem. He shouted, then looked straight at the screen, with numbers, charts, long lines of numbers, blue, red, purple, yellow, everything. Today was a big day. The US market will open on the morning of April 3rd. In Korea, it will be 10:30 p.m., he thought to himself. The countdown will be 5 minutes. I have fully saved up for today. Collected funds from countless bank accounts, including interest, up to 1 billion. You look really determined. Something seemed to have opened up. The chess game had turned upside down. His hand holding the computer mouse tightly, 1 trillion, would come out in one go today. Tison was nervous, but also full of confidence and certainty about this, sweat dripping down his cheeks. So nervous, today will be the day he makes his debut. The numbers, the letters, the calculations appeared again. A few weeks ago, I disturbed the stock of New Century, the largest subprime mortgage lender in the United States, by short selling at the same time. At that time, I sold several call options in the same industry, including New Century, to buy put options. Looking at the screen, the countdown number seemed to jump out of his head, a shot aimed at the sudden change. His hands did not tremble even when facing such an important task, with only 8 seconds left to start. He concentrated. His eyes did not close even once. His back was facing the screen, but not hunched down, as if everything in the world had disappeared. His mind was only in front of his eyes. Tison was silent, waiting for the countdown timer. 5, 4, 3, 2. He swallowed loudly, ready to get to work, waiting for the stock market to open. The clock had just turned to 0. Something had just changed on his computer screen. It's open. His pupils were wide open, focusing 100% on it. Unlike Korea, American stocks had no limit on decline. The columns, charts, and lines on the screen kept decreasing like never before, accompanied by Tison's joy, right? Not only New Century's finances, even Nova Star and Fremont General also fell from their peak. He couldn't hide his joy anymore. Great, top of the top. Like a child whose parents took him to the park for the first time, he raised his arms and danced happily, raised his head to the sky and shouted with joy, and suffered a severe decline, dropping up to 10% in a short time. Tison cried. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore.
Suddenly, a creepy laugh rang out from somewhere, and Tyson couldn't help but turn his eyes and attention towards it. His joy suddenly stopped. His head just hit him, somewhere. Tyson panicked and looked at the shadow of a man who had just appeared to his right, as if he had just seen a hallucination. A very scary nightmare, he exclaimed. Who is it? A man wearing glasses, slick back hair, with a gentle smile asked Tyson. It seems like you. There's something very strange. What's going on Earth? Sir, why did you suddenly appear again? Does God know about this? He finished speaking, thinking with a bored face. Chris Vansdale is of course not the same as Casanova, a member of God's group of playboys, Zeus. Chris Vansdale appeared and he brought good news to Tyson. He held out his hand and said, congratulating him. It seems he has been promoted. Tyson suddenly exclaimed, What? Promoted? The happy smile couldn't be hidden on his face, of course. I swallowed the tigers in America. Suddenly he raised his hands, confusedly looked at his hands and then his body, wondering, my body is still the same. Do you see anything unusual? Chris Vansdale replied, yes, and received Tyson's next question. Why don't I see anything? Then he regained his composure. He wasn't as naive as before. Realize something? Asked Chris Vansdale. Why did you come to see me? You suddenly appeared like this. There must be a reason. Chris Vansdale pushed his glasses away, laughing like a grandfather who had just been asked a mysterious question by his grandson. Clever, straightforward. He said it out loud. I have discovered a new language. His eyelids opened slightly, looked straight at Tyson and condensed his smile, firmly saying, You will go crazy after hearing this. While Tyson thought in his head, honestly, I don't, very interested. He thought, but out of politeness, he couldn't help but ask, with an attitude of not really caring about it, what it was, an ancient language that has been lost. Every word clearly comes out of Chris Vansdale's mouth. He spoke, waving his fan in the ancient rune language. What, ancient runes? Tyson's face showed anticipation, speechless, thinking that, as far as he knew, Ancient runes were only used in novels or games with elements of magic and ancient runes. Rune is the German language used for magical purposes. There are many mysteries surrounding it, making people truly believe that this is magic. Chris Vansdale smiled with satisfaction next to Tysan's thoughts. Has he really discovered something magical? Doesn't he look confident? Tyson couldn't hide his calmness anymore. He exclaimed, "Could it be? Is that really magic? It can't be. There is no magic in this world." He stopped his excitement. "But wait, I'll just find out," Chris Vansdale asked. "What? Curious. Now, can I go home?" Tyson asked reluctantly. Chris Vansdale replied, "Hey, you're planning to do something. Okay, if you're busy, I'll take the opportunity to teach you." "Oh my god, you're still the same," Tyson replied, in return for a cheerful sarcasm from him. "Brat." Back to life in the real world, back to Tysan's villa. Along with the thoughts in his heart, his $1 billion had multiplied 5 times. That was a 500% profit. Tysan was happy. He looked at his computer screen, coldly praising himself. This will be a legend in the financial world. No one can surpass it. Now even George Soros and Warren Buffett have to call him by his name. Memories resurfaced. By 2010, about $21 trillion were hidden in tax havens, compared to $42 trillion of Manhwa. My 5 trillion is just a small boat in the middle of the ocean. Your back shows a hunger for money. I'm still not satisfied. The sound of the phone ringing awakened Tysan's desire. Immersed in thoughts about money, he woke up and turned to it. Tyson put the phone to his earpiece and answered, "Is something wrong, Joa?" along with the question on the other end of the line. "Are you busy?" "I'm busy," nonchalantly replied to his sister. "No, is it okay?" Tyson received an invitation. "Tonight we are planning to cook something to snack on. Can you guys eat it too? We are planning to make raboki." He gently asked again, "Rabki, do we have guests at home?" Joa answered, "A hen and Yeezeal." Tyson agreed to come and told his sister, "Okay, I'll come later." The phone rang with a beep. He left the company with happiness on his face, his eyes closed and a smile on his lips. Those 2 little kids would have no problem cooking. Hearing that made him hungry. Suddenly reluctance appeared on his handsome face. "I can only cook for mine. Maybe I should go to cooking school." Then a loud sound rang out next to him. The bright light blinded his eyes. He thought he was about to be hit by a car. He could only turn his face away, his hands reaching out to catch the thing coming from the direction of the light. A shadowy figure appeared with fog surrounding it. Tysan was still affected by the afterglow of the light from before. His hand was still raised and not lowered. A little panicked, he asked who was there. He lay there, fell on his back and screamed at the woman who appeared from the fog. "Somewhere I was." Soft words came from that woman's mouth. "Welcome to my kitchen." White bowls and sparkling vases appeared in Tysan's eyes. Modern pots and pans simultaneously appeared in front of him. With a green hanbok, a lovely smile, beautiful eyes with an invisible smile and hair appearing on that woman, along with the introduction, "I am Trunkum." Tysan was really surprised, couldn't hide his panic, put his hand on his mouth to cover it as if he didn't want her to see that indiscretion. "What are you?" The famous Trunkum. Daetrong Kim walked close to him, happily asking, "Could it be that you don't know me?" Tyson quickly said, "Of course, I know. You are really Daetrong Kim." She didn't seem to care about that. Her voice was a bit curious. "Oh, is that what the lower world calls me?" "That's right. I'm Daetrong Kim." Tysan bewilderedly shouted and thought, "Daetrong Kim is for real, Mom." Then he wondered why she suddenly appeared before she could even sit up. Daetrong Kim replied, "Don't you have any wishes?" Tysan didn't understand. "Me," Daetrong Kim immediately answered. He said he wanted to learn cooking. He was extremely scared. His mouth opened wide to his ears. What? Even that? Even the gods could hear. Then thought, "I just want to eat spicy raboki." Daetrong Kim replied with an arrogant attitude. Her eyes hidden deep in the darkness revealed mystery and said, "The gods know everything. Everything around is under the authority of the gods. Of course we will hear your wishes. Especially gods like me who need points. I always watch closely," she added. Tyson wondered, "What points?" He thought, Daetrong Kim also likes to get points. Why do these people like to take points from me so much? When he looked at Daetrong Kim, who was staring at him with anticipation, Daetrong Kim explained, "Because his karma points are so many, he attracts many gods. Of course, when I cook, I will also earn points, but not as many and pure as the points that humans earn." She answered with a calm expression, so the gods liked his score better. Dyson thought, she probably understood all my questions, that's why she explained so thoroughly. He asked with a naive look, why were karma points so attractive to the gods and why did the gods have to be close to humans because of that? Dai Drunkum gave him the answer in the way that made him never want to understand again. When he dies he will understand. He reluctantly answered vaguely, "Oh yes? Just say it once," and she frankly spoke her thoughts. "Although you are not a disciple of The gods, you can communicate with them. This is very rare. We have met many disciples of the gods. Sweat flowed continuously on Tai-san's face. His eyes widened in panic. The atmosphere around him darkened when he heard Dae-Trong Kim continue to speak. There are still many gods you don't know much about, so you have to be careful. Even though we are gods, not all of us are trustworthy, she said with the tone of an elder, a god, reminding her children and her people. The end Dae-Tron Kim's face sank. His eyes turned black without emotion, reminding him that, except for his ancestors, everyone else was just cold-blooded villains. What appeared behind them were the images of cruel gods in her memory. Then her attitude changed again. She happily told Tai-san, however, your ancestors are quite strong, making Tai-san laugh reluctantly and think, you are not my ancestor either. Tai-san made up his mind, stopped rambling, agreed to the deal. He bowed his head to show gratitude. I am human, so there will be many shortcomings. I hope you will help. In return, it will be happiness and satisfaction. Dae-Trong Kim's heart, I will take care of you. Dae-Trong Kim suddenly spoke out. The agreement always made Tai-san panic. He could only exude an urgent smile. Okay. The purpose of cooking is not only to bring delicious dishes, but also to create effective medicines to heal the human mind and body. Hearing that, Tai-san held his head, cried, screamed loudly in his heart, please stop. Dae-Trong Kim continued asking, this kid must be San Wangmo's disciple at Yiri Mountain. He's so brave. Who is San Wangmo? He asked and received a harsh answer from her. I also don't know. The moonlight still shines in the starry night sky. Residing above Tai's and sister's apartment, the sound of cooking sounds so attractive. Tai-san looks as skilled at chopping onions as a 3-star Michelin chef. He skillfully tossed the pan of food in the surprise of the 3 children. The little girl with short hair and glasses asked with a curious and admiring attitude, Joa, is your brother a chef? Joa replied, no. Normally he only knows how to cook noodles in surprise, as if his brother had turned into someone else. The long-haired girl raised her hand to her mouth in admiration, clearly showing admiration, and looked very skilled. Just like the chefs in the show, please take care of my refrigerator. The exclamation of one of those 3 kids rang out. Yoa's 2 friends expressed their admiration for Tai-san, making Yoa feel a bit scared. Tai-san just pierced his heart. It seems like I'm in love. The delicious rustling sounds inside the pan were delicious pieces of roboki as Tai-san showed off his talent. He was suspicious, showing concern on his face. Dae-Trong Kim is not our ancestor. Why is she so enthusiastic? Then suddenly realized, oh, I forgot she heard my thoughts. I just kidding, you're beautiful. A delicious plate of roboki food with eye-catching decoration is complete. Tai-san raised his hand to the ladle, smiled with satisfaction, and said to the 3 children, you guys should try it. This is my first time making roboki. I don't know if it's delicious or not. Yoa and her 2 friends were surprised, bewildered, couldn't close their mouths, couldn't believe it when they witnessed this culinary masterpiece. Whoa, is this really roboki? The 3 children's invitation to dinner rang out loudly in the dark night sky. Everyone please enjoy. A delicious piece of roboki was brought to my mouth. Next is another bite to be enjoyed by someone else. Suddenly, someone's fork fell to the floor, along with a loud scream, Mom. Yoa and her friend wearing glasses were chewing roboki. Their faces were contorted and blue veins appeared. Their bodies were motionless. Tai-san panicked when he saw that. He shouted loudly and quickly asked the children's situation. What was wrong? With a very worried attitude in case he did something wrong. The children's loud cries successfully attracted Tai-san's attention. What's wrong, kids? No one responded, and they were still crying. Tai-san stood bewildered outside the door, anxiously asking, what's wrong, Joa? Are you okay? Why are you guys crying? In response to Tai-san's words, the atmosphere was quiet. Don't tease him like that, it's not funny. He was so impatient that he couldn't say what it was like. The 3 children cried silently and turned around and raised their index fingers towards Tai-san. The tip of the tip was unbelievable, armpits aching. Tai-san angrily glared at the kids. Are you doing your best? The sound of grilled meat sizzling on the stove accompanied by compliments. It's so delicious. How did you cook it? What medicine did you put in it? Tai-san smiled and said, how can you eat so quickly that it won't cool down? A child skewered a piece of meat and brought it in front of Tai-san. This is space class roboki. I love it. Tai-san hesitantly accepted the piece of meat. It was so delicious, so there weren't many ingredients. As soon as the piece of meat reached his mouth, Tai-san couldn't bear it and vomited. Crying in his heart, he looked at the children, wondering if this was my fault. Trying to suppress the discomfort in his heart, he said, I'm going to faint, Mom. Soon there were shouts of reproach. Mr. Tai-san must take responsibility. Do you want your husband and you to open a chain of robachi restaurants after graduation? My brother. I'm sorry, I'll go look at the patent. Tai-san laughed happily. You guys remember to eat. The child's complaining voice rang out. Mom, I want to get married. Tai-san felt extremely comfortable. Having late-night snacks with these ladies was also the same. Happy memories. As soon as the sentence ends, there's an announcement. You've earned karma points. It's that again. Very quickly everyone dispersed. The building regained its quiet appearance. Tyson sat in front of the computer very seriously. Now let's start the game. Making money swallows it. Still doing it today. Points are points and money is money. FX margin trading. Looking at the computer screen displaying the stock chart, Tai-san seriously assessed. The two pillars of the foreign exchange market are the real estate market and FX margin. This time I will target FX. Tai-san's hands seemed to be filled with magic power, typing at a terrifying speed. The transaction price was 32,000 from April of the year 2007, is for betting created by those pretending to comply with the law. Looking at the computer screen in front of him, he thought to himself, at this level, 50 times this is a bold play. I even made the chart fluctuate several times. That's why I kept my capital until now, guys. Tai-san proudly smiled sinisterly. I will keep the value of the Canadian dollar strong. The Canadian dollar with the yen and the US dollar. A series of numbers quickly appeared on the screen. Tai-san's fisherman suddenly became a little faster. Time passed by, and I could clearly feel my heart beating. His eyes were determined. By the time this game ended, the era of naval warfare would have opened. Tai-san silently thought, $5 billion out of $10 billion is 50 times more leverage. Time invest $1 billion in the yen market. The remaining $4 billion are concentrated in the Canadian dollar market where there is a lot of trading. A few days ago, I sold shares under my name and returned the $2 billion I borrowed from HSBC in both capital and interest. That's why I have to use secret capital. Tai-san secretly smiled. Now I'm free. Tai-san thought about something, then pressed a button on the keyboard. This is the sketch for my first goal. He comfortably leaned back in the chair. From now on I just had to sit cool and eat the golden bowl. All transactions have been completed. Upon receiving the news, the man was speechless. Leo Stewart looked at him and asked what was going on. He still hadn't fully recovered from being a stock trader and canceled all his transactions. Hearing news of this toy, an employee of the company was shocked. The director lost his temper and said in disbelief, "She sold it all and sold it all." Manager Harry Lawrence sweat dropped and said that his account only had 10,000 yuan left, and the money in the linked accounts had also been transferred. Leo Stewart was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "The god of stocks comes and goes like the wind of life. But he is one of the world's people." The director put all his anger on the staff. Where could he go? He couldn't just suddenly evaporate like that. Please look into it. The other man was scared and turned around and said to the director, "I think he is moving to the foreign exchange market." Leo Stewart was surprised. What is the foreign exchange market? Harry Lawrence trembled and reported, "I just received a call from a friend at that company. He said that today $1 billion in personal funds had been transferred." Leo Stewart stood next to him and said, "Go to the lucky place. That's bad luck." Harry Lawrence added, "With the prefix it can only be turned into stocks." The two employees next to him heard that and silently admired the guy. He hasn't started working yet, but he can do it successfully. Shush, they heard it. Now, Leo Stewart anxiously went to the next table and asked, "How is Lore?" Lore replied densely, "There was no movement." Hearing this unexpected answer, Leo Stewart immediately got angry. "Damn. I'm still thinking about quitting my job to work for that stock god's company. This time, I don't know how much more hair I'll lose." Harry Lawrence was scared by the deadly aura. "I was the same. If Lore recruited me, I would have passed right through," Leo Stewart said. "See, I'm not the only one who thinks that way. I really want to go on the same path as you." The foreign exchange market is essentially a dead end in the stock market. But they don't know that the nickname of Stock Saint has become Foreign Exchange Saint. It's finally July. School life is very peaceful and full of emotions. Senior students are under a lot of pressure about exams. But, even so, their smiles are always on their lips. The car stopped in front of the school gate. Tyson came out and said, he asked his mother to represent him and put a fan in each class and he got extra points. The students started to talk when they heard that. "Oh my god. It's so cool. Your mother will always be our goddess. Thanks to you guys. I understand 10 more points. Some rich people like it so much." Tai-san smiled and said, "And I earned extra points by anonymously investing in scholarships for each other. My school doesn't know how the karma points will be calculated when helping people. And today is the day I close my account. The initial 3-month period is over and the time of the FX margin Canadian dollar has arrived as its exchange rate is overvalued against the yen." Looking at Tai-san's pensive face, his friend immediately asked, "Why is his face like that? Why are there only beautiful dreams at night? So cute. Is there something between him and the gods? I have a bad feeling that every time he does that, something is about to happen. The phone on Tai-san's desk suddenly vibrated. "Hello?" Daniel's scream was so loud that it made him deaf. I was startled that someone called me by my English name. That voice rang out again. "Don't you really remember who I am?" "Wait, this voice?" He said in a skeptical tone. "Clara." I forgot. That night, although it was only a short moment, it was filled with emotions. I still remember her sigh of relief. Remember the image of the two of us standing in the rain. Clara. He couldn't help but put his hand on his lips, remembering that kiss and feeling so excited. When his classmates saw T's and mentioned girls, they were surprised. Who else did Clara add? Are they foreign girls? Clara suddenly said. Surprised Daniel. What are you doing? Tai-san said. I'm just resting after breakfast. Clara relayed for Leo Stewart. Director Leo sent his greetings. Tai-san smiled shyly and replied, please help me greet him too. Clara continued, Daniel, don't you miss me? Even though we are far apart, my heart is always with you. Because they were having trouble with the FX investment fund, a few Hong Kong employees invited each other to go out for a drink. The man asked, I have something to say. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, the guy next to me replied, it's a story. What? The other brother who was pouring wine also chimed in. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? Hayes, that long-term FX margin account has been liquidated today. Hearing this news, they were all very surprised. What? He continued gloomily. It was sold in Canadian dollars, and the profit from that transaction was more than 3 trillion. This number is so terrible, 33 trillion. Wait, that's investing in FX margin. Are they institutional investors? Regarding this issue, I'm not sure. It could be an individual or an organization, but I think that individual and organization has a return rate of 970%. This news is truly terrible. Then, my God, it's 970. Oh my God, this must be a foreign exchange saint. If this matter were reported, it would be crazy. Who would go down from the mountain? Oh my God, the foreign exchange network's revenue is up to $3 billion. While they were still chatting excitedly, a pair of dark eyes appeared behind them, always staring at them. What are you guys doing? It's crazy, isn't it? The customer's return rate is a secret that you've forgotten about. If a customer discovers that we have promised to disclose information, our request will be considered terminated, understand? Now securities companies are jumping into the late delivery market. If this news leaks out tomorrow, it will be the day you die by my hands. You hear me? The department head saw that they were all sitting together without speaking and became even more angry. No information was revealed to the outside. This group of people quickly replied, yes, but, department head, you are the loudest person here. There. What kind of origin investigation? Dyson exclaimed in surprise. The lawyer saw his reaction like that and became even more worried. Why are there still gangsters? Seeing that he misunderstood, he immediately said, oh, that's not it. Dyson. Tai-san suggested, please investigate my mother's side of the family. The lawyer couldn't believe his ears. What is your mother? He said doubtfully, could it be that you? Tai-san denied, that's not the case. The lawyer asked, what information do you need to know? Tai-san smiled brightly and said, please thoroughly investigate my mother's family. This matter can be done with your eyes closed. Listen to the lawyer. He was a bit hesitant. His mother's family? When is the deadline? Please give me the information as soon as possible. Hearing that, the lawyer tried to force a smile and thought to himself, why do you have to investigate your mother's side? What are you planning to do this time? I understand. This is something I only did when I was young. Please provide me with her full name and registration number. Seeing him accept eyes and smiled and said, thank you, Lawyer Joe. At the airport lobby, Daniel's call came from Clara. The crop top combined with jeans looks extremely fashionable. Tai-san was stunned by this scene and couldn't help but look a few more times. Oh my God, how should I describe this feeling? Clara saw that he was not coming towards her but just standing there, so she proactively rushed towards his right. Seeing two people hugging each other in the middle of the airport lobby like that, I couldn't help but be curious. Who are they? That person must be a good match. Hugging the girl in his arms, Tai-san silently smiled. Everything is going well now. He asked if the long journey was difficult. Clara smiled and replied, I haven't had a wink of sleep since last night. I really want to go to Korea. Tai-san hugged her shoulder and said, welcome to Korea, Clara. Clara looked up at Tai-san without taking her eyes off. Oh my God, not only has he grown taller, but he's also much more handsome than last time. Tai-san's heart felt like a flower blooming when he was complimented. I just grew a little taller, about 1.87 meters, probably thanks to Casanova, right? Sitting in the convertible, Clara excitedly shouted, this car is great. Daniel, thank you for inviting me here to play. Seeing the girl standing up like that, Tyson couldn't help but look at her exposed underwear. Maybe this is a foreign style, right? His heart became even more chaotic. Oh God, Clara has revealed everything. I'm tired of smelling her perfume all day. Sarah picked up the pin that had fallen to the ground, sat gloomily thinking, where did he go this time? Was it that busy that day? The last time he came was one day and now he has disappeared again. Sarah's eyes darted to the gift boxes on the table. It's a gift from KR Company. It seems like it's a gambling company, so it's okay, right? Forget it. As long as you don't go on a date that day. How can we be closer to that day? We have to find a way. Or maybe I invite you to spend your vacation that day attending a conference with me. That way, we'll both have more time together. Clara is extremely interested in everything around her. Daniel, the highways in Korea are so cool. Tai-san opened his mouth. Let's relax a bit. Clara happily agreed. Okay. Tyson put the car in the parking lot and went out. Arriving at the door of a restaurant, Clara exclaimed, "Oh my God, the place to rest is all so beautiful." Once again, he couldn't control his vision. His eyes fell straight on her plump butt. He whispered to Clara, "You're making my nose bleed." Restoring his calm appearance, he led her inside. Wow, there are so many dishes to choose from. Clara pointed to the stall next door. "I want to eat that, and the coffee too." Clara was happy like a child. Tai-san held a piece of cake in his hand and looked at Clara. "Do you want to try this dish? This dish is called Hanukkah. I've never eaten this dish before." Tai-san reminded him, "It's hot. Remember to blow before eating." Clara pointed to the restaurant next door and said, "Daniel, I want to try the dish too." Tai-san happily agreed. "Please sit and wait for me. Her taste is more similar to Koreans than mine. You go to Clara's restaurant just to order food. Pack a large portion for me." Tai-san suddenly looked ahead. Wow. Yerin looked at Tai-san bewilderedly. After a while, she spoke up, "Deet Tai-san." Tai-san seemed caught red-handed and stammered Yerin. His eyes were now filled with Yerin's image. Yerin asked, "How are you?" Tai-san smiled shyly and replied, "It's okay. It's just like always." "That's good. You're still healthy and much more handsome than before." Tai-san frowned and said, "Why are you talking to me now?" "Well, at the graduation ceremony, didn't politics ignore me?" Just then, the voice of the restaurant staff interrupted his thoughts. "Here you are, customers." Tai-san took the bag of cakes and said, "Thank you." He turned back and smiled at Yerin. "See you another day, senior." Yerin saw that he was about to leave and quickly stopped her. Tai-san waited. "Why were you gone for so long, Daniel?" "Clara didn't see you coming back, so she quickly went to look for you and found you talking to another girl." Both Yerin and Tai-san were startled by the girl's appearance. The girl smiled at Tai-san and looked at Yerin and said, "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we?" Tai-san hesitantly replied, "Well, she's a senior who lives close to home. She and I have known each other for a long time." This explanation made Yerin unable to believe it. She looked at Tai-san in bewilderment. "Senior, close by?" Hearing that, the girl smiled and winked at her. "Hello. My name is Clara, Daniel's lover." Yerin was startled. "Lover?" She awkwardly replied, "Hello. I'm Lee Yerin." Clara still didn't seem to see the abnormality between the two, but still happily extended her hand to Yerin. "She's really pretty. Let's be friends." Faced with Clara's enthusiasm, Yerin could only smile. "Okay. Next time we meet, let's talk again." After hearing Yerin's answer, Clara turned to Tai-san. "Let's go, Daniel. Come home soon." Tai-san had no choice but to answer awkwardly, "Oh, okay." Yerin stared at Clara and thought, even though she didn't want to admit it, she was really attractive. "Let's go, senior." After saying that, Tai-san waved goodbye to her and turned to leave with his girlfriend. Yerin could only stand there awkwardly. "Oh, okay. See you later." Clara intimately took Tai-san's arm and turned around, winking at her, saying goodbye, Yerin. She also absent-mindedly replied, "Goodbye, goodbye." Yerin panicked as she watched the two of them leave. Tai-san didn't even bother to look back at her. "I can't say that the other person and I have broken up." She stood in a daze, watching the two of them intimately mingle with each other in the crowd. On this side, Clara followed Tai-san to his house. As soon as she reached the door, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is great." When she sat down to talk to Tai-san and his mother, she couldn't stop admiring how beautiful his house was. "Your mother is younger and more beautiful than I thought." Clara's enthusiasm made Tai-san's mother a bit startled. Tai-san's mother also responded to her compliment. "Clara is beautiful and knows how to speak. You must be tired after being on the plane for so long." Suddenly Clara saw something. "It's a picture." She excitedly asked, "Daniel, who painted that picture over there?" "What a masterpiece. It seems to contain a lot of emotions inside." Tai-san proudly introduced that it was a painting my mother drew. The answer made Clara very surprised. Really? It was her mother who drew that picture? Tai-san's mother just shyly replied, "Yes, when she was in college, she majored in fine arts." Clara excitedly approached her again. "Well, back then I also had a dream of being an artist." Mom, you're so awesome. Tai-san's mother turned to ask a question that startled both of them. Are you two dating? How do you know each other? Clara then calmly and humorously replied, we met in Hong Kong. I'm just Daniel's friend. Tai-san also followed her. Yes, we're just friends. His mother didn't seem to trust this answer very much and asked him, really? He was so pressed with questions that he grabbed his mother's shoulder. What's wrong with her? It's not what she thinks. His mother was also startled by her son's reaction, then suddenly said something unrelated, as if someone had come home. A voice rang out, startling Tai-san. We have guests at home. Honey, I'm home. Outside the door, a man and two girls walked in. The man spoke first, Tai-san. Then the other two girls spoke together. Oh, it's you? When did you come? Tai-san turned around in surprise. Yes, hello Dad. Are you two coming with me too? Two girls with identical faces answered him. We had just returned from going out with our father. We locked the apartment door carefully before coming here. Don't worry. Then when they saw Clara, both girls said in unison, who is this sister? Clara also quickly walked up in front of Tai-san's father and bowed his head to say hello, Dad. This action made both mother and son shocked. Tai-san wondered, when did she learn how to greet her father and even bow? The other three people were also shocked because they called her Aunt. Be Dad. Clara still politely greeted him. She was Daniel's friend. My name is Clara Lee. I hope you can help me. On the evening when the full moon shined, Tai-san's father suddenly called him. Tai-san. Yes, father. Inside the living room, Tai-san's parents sat across from him. His father spoke up. Let's talk like men. Now is the era of globalization. Nationality is no longer an issue. Dad's words made Tai-san confused. Yes, what he meant was, then suddenly he said something that made Tai-san pale. His father agreed to let them get married. Suddenly a message appeared in his mind. You just earned karma points. This made him confused. What the heck? What does it mean to suddenly have karma points? Even though he was wondering about the announcement, he still had to answer his father. What do they think? It's not true. Clara is just a friend, just me. Dad spoke up to interrupt him. Stop talking nonsense. Prepare your luggage. Tai-san blurted out without understanding. Yes. At this time, his father smiled and said, our family will go to the beach. Mom next to him also continued, inviting Clara to come along too. The more my parents talked, the more confused Tai-san became. Yes, Clara too. In the end, you still compromise with your parents. I'll ask her. I'm sure she will like it very much. Tomorrow, as soon as it was dawn, cheerful shouts rang out in the yard. Let's go. The whole family split into two cars. In the car carrying his whole family, his father spoke up, Tai-san, let's meet at Dachin Beach at the same time. His two younger sisters were also happily acting like babes. Hip, we want to go with Clara. Mom is next to us and can only feel helpless. We're just children. In the car in front are Tai-san and Clara. He replied to his father, please drive carefully. Then both cars started running on the road. While driving, Tai-san thought, even though it's a vacation, I'm not really just going out. I also have my own plan. A moment later, he turned to Clara and asked, how do you feel about my family? She excitedly replied, everyone is very nice. Although my father is a bit quiet, he is very cute. Mom is very gentle. The twins even called me big sister. This answer made Tai-san very happy. He continued to ask her, Clara, do you know any trustworthy senior people? She was surprised. Why? Senior level, what's wrong? Do you need more staff? Tai-san answered her question, yes, because she graduated with a degree in economics from the University of Chicago. I think she will know many people with seniority in the financial industry. Because of the economic crisis, there are many people who was forced to retire early. I am willing to pay the highest referral fee. In addition to having investment and management capacity, those people must also absolutely believe in me and accompany me. If possible, prioritize senior people with as many connections as possible and young people with connections to American politics. Clara was surprised by his idea. Wow, he's so good. He's probably also a manager in the finance department. Your salary must be very high. Tai-san smiled. No worries, I will provide the best deals in the financial industry. Hearing that, Clara spoke up to nominate herself. Then you should hire me. It's very reputable. Okay. Tai-san hesitated. You shouldn't have a relationship in the office. After the conversation, Tai-san was immersed in his thoughts again. I need to find talented people to be my effective arm. It's time to make money from unofficial accounts. The whole family arrived. The beach is filled with bright eyes and indescribably beautiful scenery. At the hotel, after completing the room rental, Tai-san and his father went to the balcony to admire the scenery. Dad exclaimed, wow, this place is so beautiful. Tai-san was next to him and teased him. Yet his father dared to invite the whole family to go on a trip without booking a room in advance during the peak season. Tai-san's father laughed it off. Anyway, we have to go on a trip. It's been 10 years since our whole family has been able to travel. Then he looked at him wonderingly. Tai-san, how did you make the reservation so quickly? They don't have any rooms left. This is a high-end resort. Tai-san laughed. Oh my god. Who am I? I'm your son. Jang Tai-san is lethargic. Then he thought to himself, thank you, Secretary Yu. A moment later, the whole family excitedly raced to the beach. Everyone around was extremely excited. Especially the men were constantly exclaiming, look, so beautiful, Mom. Is she a model? Those compliments are all directed towards Clara. She looks extremely charming and beautiful. The twins kept circling around her and almost rubbed them. The second sister was so beautiful. Her body was perfect. Clara could only shyly reply. They also looked very cute. A moment later, the two sisters excitedly ran towards the beach. Maybe their brother would arrive later. Let's go out first. At the same time, on a certain resort's terrace, there were 3 men resting. One of them spoke up, the water is so clear today, isn't it? Another person spoke up and asked the man holding the binoculars, Dronzer, the first years I brought yesterday were still very young. Have you prepared anything for them? The man holding binoculars was looking intently at Clara. While looking at him, he answered, what are you preparing for this time? The man put down his binoculars and stood up. It was Dronzer. He smiled and thought, this girl is pretty. 3 young masters were resting on the rooftop of the top floor of the building. It seemed like they were talking about a certain girl. The long-haired boy talked about the other guy's younger sister. He is Bandasik, Donggong's close friend, the young master of Jog Kilba Media Group. The guy immediately asked, who, Yeren? The guy on the left said, look at your face. What happened so quickly, Dad? He just replied, I was heartbroken when we broke up with her, so we went on a trip to relieve my sadness. That young master continued, his old man has already been promoted, and he still demands more from me. The guy with the long hair jumped in and said, he's the chief judge of the high court, right? He replied, yes, that old man is as hard as a rock. It's time for him to be demoted and transferred to the province. Eyes brightened. The guy with the long hair lay down and replied, what a pity. It's so fresh and succulent. He just said, do you like it? Do you need me to give it to you? That guy with the long hair seemed to laugh and say, you get bored of him so quickly. I also lost my taste. It seemed like he was quite confident in himself, so he continued speaking. So he saw me pampering him and had the illusion that I wanted to marry him. She's only 20 years old, but she's already thinking about jumping into the clouds. She's such a slut. The other name is Choi Ji-hyung, Dongzong's close friend, the son of a parliamentary official, the nephew of the opposition presidential candidate, who had been silent all this time and now intervened to speak. It's about its low life. Dongzong turned to Ji-hyung and said, my old man has something to give to your uncle. He seemed quite surprised and asked again, my uncle, Dongzong said, telling him to take a little time. Ji-hyung seemed proud of what he had just bragged about. You presidential candidate, you're so busy. It seems difficult to meet him here. The long-haired guy heard that and turned around and said, my family supports you. Looking at Ji-hyun's appearance, he smiled even more arrogantly and said, thank you. There's nothing better than having the support of Korea's most influential journalist, Joe Gilbo. Thank you to your family. If elected, I will definitely repay you. While talking, it seemed like Dongzong saw something and told the others to look. The long-haired guy also took his binoculars and looked in that direction. It turned out that in the distance there were a few girls wearing swimsuits, and those perverts were in a higher position using binoculars just for the purpose of seeing the good stuff from them. He looked at those white breasts and said they were both my type. Dongzong seemed interested and turned around to ask who was going. The long-haired guy smiled proudly and said, today it's your turn. I just played yesterday. The end. Dongzong stood up and prepared to go to the girls. He was extremely confident in his playing ability and smiled proudly. Just one note, let's see. Right now, those girls are splashing in the ocean, extremely innocent under that cool water together. It must be said that each round came and went. They were talking to each other and were tired and wanted to go ashore to rest a bit. The girls went up to their place to rest. It seemed like she had noticed the short-haired girl and said, hey, it seems like those guys are watching us or something. I've seen those guys since yesterday. She turned to look at the 3 men behind her. Go back and reassure your sister. It's okay. People stare at places like this so much. Just leave them alone. Suddenly someone spoke up. So happy. The 3 of us went alone. Young tycoon Dongzong came to show off his flirting skills. Can you join us? There are 3 of us in our group. The 2 young deer girls looked bewildered and asked again. Joining the group, Dongzong arrogantly thought to himself, you guys can't be happy yet. But unexpectedly, contrary to his expectations, he was a coward. When he heard the answer was no, his face turned sour. People said we just wanted to play alone. That young master was both country and wanted to operate when he was rejected for the first time. He also acted like a good guy to lure girls, so he hastily explained, "Don't misunderstand. We are not bad people. Prepare for him to use the label of a young tycoon to lure girls. We have booked a room at a high-end resort over there. Do you want to get in a sports car and drive around a few times and drink wine together? I just want to do it. Just get used to it." He was rude a second time when he was bluntly rejected again. "I'm starting to look a bit rustic and try to find a way to save the situation before continuing. You guys don't believe me. Not to brag, but your father is the CEO of Anna Corporation." The other girl turned around and said contemptuously, standing there. He crossed his arms and continued, "We just want peace. Can the CEO's son go somewhere else?" I said I wanted to operate and was flatly refused. Dong Zong started to feel a little scared. Starts to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly he laughed loudly like a crazy person. The girl was also surprised by that. The long-haired girl also turned around to look in surprise. Even the rest were surprised. Dong Zong started to get angry and said, "How dare you talk to your brother like that? I'm your joke?" The girl started to get angry and shouted and cursed him straight to his face. "Who do you think you are? Why do you keep bothering us like that? What about the CEO's son? He's just as mentally ill as everyone else." Suddenly someone cursed him for being mentally ill, so Dong Zong was even more surprised. He started to get very angry when someone insulted him like that, then shouted loudly, mischievously, and prepared to hit the girl in front of him. Luckily someone stopped him. Because he was stopped, Dong Zong angrily turned around to see who dared. Seeing Tai-san blocking his hand in front of him, he asked, "What do you want?" Tai-san calmly replied to clean up the trash, a statement that couldn't have been more insulting. The other two girls happily called out to their big brother. Even that beauty was quite surprised. DXIN calmly smiled and talked to the three of them with one hand in the other. "Did I startle everyone? I'm sorry. I forgot to tell everyone that there was a lot of trash in the sea today." Dong Zong started cursing in annoyance. "Have you let go yet?" In my mind, I thought he didn't have a very tight grip but still couldn't move and didn't know who it was. Dong Zong started shouting, "You bastard. Do you know who I am? Don't think you'll be left alone," attracting a lot of attention from everyone there. Tyson looked at him and smiled and said, "I know you very well." Angry but unable to do anything, gritted teeth and said, "You know what?" said. Tyson just replied, "You are the third son of Anna Group, you son of a bitch. Oh Dongzong." Hearing that, even Dongzong seemed quite surprised. From a distance, the two remaining young masters were also running to rescue Dongzong. "Hey, that guy. Who are you?" Let go of his hand quickly. Tyson thought to himself, "You bastards just wait and see. I've seen your faces before." Tyson recalls that he was once involved in a scandal about using stimulants. The political community silently covered it up, causing outrage around the world. The public demanded that he be brought to trial, but the matter was quickly drowned out. The incident sank so quickly thanks to the power of the media. The name banned Dasik Choi Jaehyung. "What the hell are you doing? Let him go quickly. Are you playing deaf games with us?" The two thugs screamed at you to release their friend. "So, we're all in the same boat," Dong Sung, ties and smiled. He used his strength to hold the other guy's wrist tighter, making him scream majestically. "What? Does he know Dong Sung?" "I don't know who you are." Dong Sung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. "That guy? Who the fuck are you?" "I'm not anyone. I'm just a guy who cleans up trash like you guys." Tyson released his grip on Dong Song, causing him to fall onto the sand. Two accomplices ran out one after another. They shouted, "That guy? How dare you?" Clara was taken aback by Tai-san's strong macho appearance. She mumbled his name. "The second brother is so cool." Tai-san's younger brother praised him. The other said, "Yes," then looked at him with admiring eyes. Dong Song sat down on the sand and rubbed his wrists. He shouted and said, "You son of a bitch. Do you know who your father is?" He glared, gritted his teeth, and threatened Tai-san. "You touched the wrong person. I remember your face. Just wait there. Then you will have to kneel and beg me." The crowd turned their heads to look at Dong Song. They were attracted by this guy's screams. "Look, what's going on?" The two uncles who were on vacation started paying attention to Tai-san. "Is there a fight?" "The other side is fighting. Tourists are flocking to the beach to watch." It was a real fight, 3 against 1. Tai-san glanced behind him. He smiled, excited as the group of people coming to watch the story became more and more crowded. He thought to himself, "It's starting to be fun. Let's play with him a little." "Dong Song, I don't care who you are," Tai-san suddenly shouted. "So, what if you're from a group? If you harass my brothers, I won't let it go." "Oh," Dong Sung shouted, "What? Anna Group? Really? You guys from Anna Group?" The tourists were surprised to hear you mention Anna Group. They were chatting back and forth. "Dong Sung, right? The tycoon's son got into Hankook University of Law. He's a young man who went to law school. So he brags every day, that's right. He's on TV all the time." Dong Sung glared. He did not expect that his identity would be revealed to the crowd. Tai-san laughed at the speed at which the crowd spread information. He couldn't attack him in broad daylight, so he had to give the slot to the crowd. "That guy, who are you?" Dong-sung's accomplice shouted. "Which side are you from?" The guy with the haired head clenched his fists as he questioned him. "Choi Ji-hyung." You observed the bald guy's face and gave your answer. Tai-san frowned, narrowed his eyes. This guy is even more miserable than Dong-sung. He relied on his uncle to be a presidential candidate, so he calmly evaded taxes and broke the law on a daily basis. "Choi Ji-hyung, you're the same. Aren't you afraid that your uncle will be sad if you do this?" Gritted his teeth. "What?" He wondered why Tai-san knew information about him. Tai-san continued, "My younger siblings are both minors who haven't even reached high school yet. Why did you solicit them to drink alcohol?" The crowd was in an uproar. "What? Minors? Did he know that and still do it on purpose?" Dong-sung was surprised. "Take a picture." A tourist spoke up. "What a bunch of perverts." Everyone started to agree. They took out their phones. Dozens, hundreds of flash beams shone on the three thugs' faces. "It looks so bright, but why is it so miserable?" One person commented. Two thugs began to cover their faces and deny. "It's not like that." "Oh," a tourist shouted. Dong-sung and his two accomplices looked over impatiently, posted online. "Tycoon's son and presidential candidate's nephew. You trash." Tai-san smiled. He silently thanked the crowd for the enthusiasm. "I don't care who you are, but please don't touch us. You're going too far." The long-haired guy spoke up. "You be careful, you dog. I remember your face," he said loudly, putting his hands on his hips. "Bandasic, nephew of traffic kingpin Joe Kilbo. You're lucky it's daytime. Otherwise, I would have torn your mouth open." Bandasic, the long-haired guy, sweated when he heard you call his name. "Damn, it knows me too," the long-haired guy thought nervously, his eyes widening in fear. "Your grandfather is the chairman of Bandasic, right?" The long-haired guy jumped up. He was almost shocked by the information he knew. Bandasic's body tensed up, his face full of fear about being exposed in front of the crowd. Coming from a media background, he shouldn't have harassed minors. The crowd started to get angry. They shouted loudly, "What trash? Why didn't I know today? Take a picture again. Fuck you." "Stop taking pictures for me," Dong-sung shouted. "You guys think I'm a joke? Get out of here." He clenched his fists and glared at the tourists holding the phone. "Damn these beggars, are they all deaf?" He waved his fist at the crowd. "Oh my god," the tourists screamed in fear. "Do you think I will leave you alone?" Dong-sung turned around and shouted at Tai-san. Tai-san's face turned serious. He began to condemn every word he said in his mind. "You called everyone here beggars? Hankook University of Law students speak like that. It seems the school standards are going down. Granted, I will complain about today's incident to the president of a group," Clara said calmly. "What's wrong with you again?" Oh Dong-sung turned back to look at her with an annoyed look. "Who are you to complain about my old man?" he asked a purposeful question. "I am HSBC's secretary in Hong Kong headquarters. I will ask the group's legal team to file a complaint about slander and sexual harassment," Clara said. "What?" Oh Dong-sung was surprised. HSBC. Choi Ji-hyung's mouth seemed to be tight. That Hong Kong bank. Bandasic was surprised. "Everyone, withdraw." Bandasic ordered his two accomplices. "It's not good to mess with HSBC. They'll cause trouble for your father's group," Dong-sung. The two names, Choi Ji-hyung and Dong-sung, gritted their teeth and began to swear. "That guy will temporarily withdraw for now," Bandasic said in a low voice. "Don't think this is over." He turned around and glared at Tai-san threateningly. "You will regret it," he thought to himself and left with his accomplices. Tai-san laughed. He thought, "Oh, have I let you guys go? What fun would it be if we left now? Where are you dad going?" "If you're sorry, then let's go," Tai-san said, putting his hands in his pants. Bandasic said, "He deliberately provoked us." Choi Ji-hyung immediately reassured Dong-sung. "Calm down, Mr. Dong-sung. There's something I don't know if I should tell you." Tai-san looked at him, and a group will collapse in a year, Tai-san said firmly. Dong-sung lost his temper and said, "You son of a bitch, how dare you? Then you'll also become a beggar," Tai-san said, glaring at Dong-sung. "Stop it, let's go. Don't be angry about these types of things." The two accomplices dragged Dong-sung away. "These guys are willing to sell their country to live comfortably. We'll just wait and see." Tai-san's face turned cold. He promised, "I will take everything you have and trample it under my feet." After Tai-san's beach trip ended, he returned to a normal working day like everyone else. After arriving at the company, Deputy General Manager Joe came to see him. After learning that Tai-san wanted to set up an investment fund, people immediately objected vehemently. "What? You want to set up a private investment fund?" "That's right," Tai-san said. He slapped the table and asked, "CEO Jang, Do you know what a private investment fund is? He said a little shyly. Yes, I know very well. I used to work at that securities company. Tai-san knew what it was and understood the purpose of doing it. He confidently said, I want to establish a private investment fund that can acquire human resources and merge. Okay. Mr. Joe seemed to understand Tai-san's intentions and then panicked and said, What? Maybe a takeover and merger. CEO, are you trying to acquire any company? He looked at her steadfast expression and asked curiously. Tai-san replied, Not really. In fact, the main reason why he did this was because he had declared war on the Ana Group and could not retreat. He then explained clearly to Deputy General Manager Joe that, instead of talking about acquisition, I was planning to manage a corporation that was on the verge of decay. Using that wealth to contribute to society, he thought to himself, Dong Sung is so easily controlled by others and I am not. When it was time to put the knight on the board, Mr. Joe was extremely confused at this moment, silently wondering, CEO Zhang, who are you? How can a high school student think and do that? Tai-san smiled and said, Isn't it great to have a successful career and make money? What are you thinking about? Mr. Joe looked at him and thought, CEO Zhang, private investment fund is not a joke. He advised Tai-san as if it were a big deal. Tai-san blankly asked, as if he had never experienced anything in life. Why? Deputy General Manager Joe calmly explained that it is not a foreign currency. Even using local currency has many obstacles. A notoriously fraudulent company like Landstar is also a form of investment fund, private. If public opinion becomes dissatisfied, we will be forced to turn to the politicians again, he advised with a worried expression. When Tai-san heard what he was talking about, his face darkened. Yes, politicians can control the tax investigation. So this private investment fund, yes, it will be a bait, a prey waiting for the big fish that is Ana Corporation to jump in. You seem to have calculated everything and then told Mr. Joe, I just want to make a small investment, then make it look real, mysterious, and attractive, he thought to himself. Mr. Joe was a bit confused and asked, Is it a small investment? Specifically, how much is it? Tai-san immediately replied, 100 billion. This short and decisive sentence shocked Mr. Joe. He couldn't believe that 100 billion was small for him. Seeing his reaction like that, he asked again, Is that too little? Or is it 200 billion? The more he talked, the more dumbfounded he became, thinking, that's a small amount, to calm Mr. Joe's mind after the shock just now. He happily said, Lawyer Joe, what's wrong with you today? I still have to do it when I bring my own car on the plane. I will pay you the fee. Let's finish the contract later. When Mr. Joe heard that, he couldn't help but agree. Okay, thank you, he thought to himself. I'll give in to you. After saying that, he immediately changed the topic and asked him, Oh yes, about what I asked him. How far have he done it? Well, I've done it. It's quite simple, he said. Mr. Joe naturally wondered, Do you really know nothing about my mother's family? Tai-san thoughtfully said, Yes, I don't know anything. He seemed to have investigated this matter and said seriously, Dio Zhang, you are a descendant of an elite lineage. He couldn't believe his eyes and asked in surprise, Is the lineage elite? Mr. Joe slowly explained, Have you ever heard of Donglong Group? Surely you have heard of it, right? Tai-san panicked. Dongryong Group? He doubted life for a second and then asked again. The group has affiliated companies such as Donglong Cement, Donglong Securities, and Donglong Magic. But what do they have to do with me, let alone? Lawyer Joe immediately confirmed that, yes, Donglong Group is his family. This time, it was Tai-san's turn to be completely shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. Questions appeared in his mind. What? Mother? Is my mother from a dragon lineage? Then Mr. Joe took out the file and said, Chairman Ju Yong-suk is your grandfather? He passed away 10 years ago. The current chairman is your uncle. Impossible. He couldn't accept the truth yet? But suddenly he seemed to realize something, thinking, wait a minute, Donglong Securities is also affiliated with them. That is the company that I worked for after graduating from university. When I thought about it, I was dumbfounded. That company never accepts students from the province, ties, and seemed to realize that he remembered the days when he worked hard, the days when his colleagues talked bad about him and made fun of him. Have you heard anything about him? Having an umbrella? Being told that? He still naively didn't understand and wondered, what is an umbrella? He remembers, that time when he told his friends that he got the job, they were jealous and said, You monkey, you're good. We're jealous, and at that time he just shyly replied, Okay, but, at that time, even his friends didn't expect that he would be accepted. Recalling those events, he fell into deep thought. So that's it. At that time, I didn't have anything outstanding. I wasn't good at information technology or programming at all. Now he understood the reason why I was accepted to the old company in the past. Lawyer Joe put the file on the table and gave it to Tai-san. All the information is in here, he said. Then he comforted him. His mother must have suffered, dies, and realized everything. Answered the question in his heart for a long time. Said with a cold face, Thank you. It's not being polite. I'm paid by you, he said politely. At this time the sun is about to set. If you say so, I will go first. Your investment fund will make me busy in the next few days. He checked the information little by little. As he flipped through it, he couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that the descendant of a noble family would become a farmer and be in debt. His mother should have received the inheritance money. From the family, I have their blood. Even the last names are different. He thought about it here and got a little suspicious. He looked at the document with the word will, recognized it and said, "This is Pandora's box. It's a secret box. If you open it, terrible disasters will befall." When the moon rose late at night, there were still documents in his hands. Reading this, he seemed to be enlightened with another earth-shattering information and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Tai-san was completely shocked for the second time, opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Mom is my father's wife's daughter. My grandfather is so greedy, I don't know. Luckily my grandmother is not a minor." He continued reading. His grandfather was a thief and his mother was the youngest daughter of the family. It was truly shocking news, he exclaimed when he learned the truth. The children of his previous wives bullied their grandmother and mother. Even though she was his wife, they accused her of being his mistress. My mother is very talented in painting. Even though her sisters were cruel to her, she still grew up with a good personality, and then his mother met his father, and he read and strung the events together. At that time, my grandfather was very weak and could no longer walk. My uncle, who was vice president at that time, was against my mother's marriage because he had arranged a political marriage for my mother. Mother refused and left home to live with her father, who grew crops together, living the life of real farmers. Grandfather became a plant seller and then passed away. Before he died, he wanted to see his youngest daughter one last time. But his son, Johindi, cut off all contact with that daughter. Only later did my mother hear that he had passed away, so she immediately returned to visit his grave, just a simple grave under a tree, without any incense or smoke. Grandmother was kicked out of the house. She left in a snowstorm under the witness of her stepchildren. She didn't care about material things, so she didn't have any power in the house. So she only knew how to grieve and cry for her miserable body and leave empty-handed. At the same time, my mother was pregnant with me, while everyone was very excited to prepare to welcome the new member of the family. And at the same time, her grandmother passed away in a mysterious accident. Inheritance litigation broke out. What a tragedy. Hearing that she was kicked out into the street like a beggar, my mother was very angry, and so his mother no longer had his parents in the world. Reading this, his emotions broke down. Tears fell in 2 lines. He trembled and cried. Then there were rumors that the will had been forged. The Jew family fought constantly, and it was said that mother refused to accept the property of that dirty family. As he read, tears fell freely on the paper, thinking to himself, "I suddenly miss my mother so much." Immediately, Tyson took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. The other end picked up the phone. My mother's voice echoed. "What's wrong?" He cried and called out, "Mother." As if sensing something was wrong with her son, his mother asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is studying so stressful? Come play with me." Hearing her voice, he cried even more loudly. Then, Tyson expressed, "Mom, I love you the most in the world, do you know?" His mother habitually asked, "Hey, is it true that I've caused trouble again? Not to mention that I know more besides Clara. Who else is she?" He immediately denied. "It was not there, Mother." The mother did not feel reassured and asked again, "Is it true?" At this very moment, he silently promised his mother, "Mom, I promise. I will investigate everything, the cause of her sudden death and the pain that mother has suffered. They will definitely pay the price." Scene change to a high floor of a high-rise building. The glass reflects the silhouette of a middle-aged man. He held an unlit cigarette in his hand. The sound of the lighter flicking was heard and he sighed. The night view of Hong Kong is amazing, not inferior to Wall Street. The man thoughtfully looked at the cigarette and exclaimed, "In the heart of the bustling city of Hong Kong, heavy rain is falling. At a cocktail night bar called Chicago, there are many cocktails on display. There is a person pouring wine into a glass of ice to enjoy. The shop was very deserted. There were only 2 middle-aged men confiding together. The silver-haired man saw that Robert was deep in thought and asked, 'Robert, your face doesn't look good these days. Is something bothering you?' The man answered, 'In the wall city, all games have no rules.' The wide-haired man asked in surprise, 'What is that?' Robert trembled and said what he had been suppressing for a long time. 'I hated that place, hated that bloody battlefield in tears. So now I just want to be a normal manager. Stay away from him, from lavish money.' But the person next to him worriedly asked, 'What's wrong? What happened?' Robert said with tears in his eyes, 'I just got fired.' The other man looked at Robert's sad face and said in surprise, 'What?' He began to tell a story. when the economic crisis was still looming. I presented my concerns to the derivatives investment company I worked for many times, but they still ignored me. When the economic crisis really broke out, they blamed me. Those bastards, Robert said bitterly. The man next to him saw his friend being bullied and angrily said, "It's unacceptable. How could a virtuous person like him?" Then the man said words of encouragement to Robert. "Cheer up, you still have capital, then you will hold your head high again." He asked in surprise, "Capital?" He seemed to have lost his strength, talking about the things he had been through. He said, "Recently my mother-in-law had been struggling with cancer and Alzheimer's disease, and the hospital bills had cost her a lot. I'm in so much debt. I can't borrow any more money now, and then my mother-in-law passed away and my wife." Saying this, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds. "My wife had an affair with her boss," Robert said. His friend gasped loudly and asked, "What?" Robert smiled bitterly at his friend. "Now I'm no different from a beggar. We have decided to divorce. I left all my assets to her. Now I have nothing to regret." Hearing that, your friend raised his voice and asked, "Why did you do that?" Seeing that Robert only cared about his ex-wife and did not care about himself or his family, his friend asked, "What about the children?" Robert felt that everything was his fault and said, "Now that I'm unemployed and broke, they probably don't want to care about me, and it's also my fault for being inconsiderate to my family." I think it was because Robert was so pessimistic that his friend said some words of encouragement. "Oh my God, don't be so discouraged. You don't plan to start over again." Robert lamented and said, "I'm 50 years old now. Who would hire an old man like me, just a divorced manager who doesn't have a house to live in?" The friend looked at Robert crying pitifully and also felt sad. Sitting under the warm yellow light, the atmosphere was dull. The two suddenly fell silent without saying a word. Then suddenly Robert's friend asked me to introduce this place to him. He thought he wouldn't be able to find another job, so he was surprised and asked, "What about introductions?" Holding an unlit cigarette in his hand, he approached the window. His shadow reflected through the glass. He sadly looked at the city to balance his emotions. He thought to himself, Professor Matthew is student. Robert was now at a dead end. When he saw the only ray of hope he had to do, he burst into tears. "Do it. I will definitely do it." With his strong determination, he firmly said, "If I could start over again, I would sell my soul and be completely loyal to that person." After that, he fell into contemplation and remained silent. Suddenly, he heard someone knocking on the door. That person didn't wait for him to react before opening the door and asking if you were manager Robert Lyon. Robert was stunned and answered hesitantly, "Yes, it was me." It was a girl. She introduced herself. "I was Professor Matthew's student, Clara Lee, and the person accompanying her in the back was Zhang Tai-san." Tai-san looked at Mr. Robert Lee and felt very strange, speechless. Before arriving in Hong Kong, when Tai-san was still sitting on the plane, sitting in the business class cabin, he looked out the window at the clouds and sky and exclaimed, "What a pity, because I don't have a visa yet. I can't travel freely in America. We had to meet each other in Hong Kong." He looked disappointed and spoke. Suddenly he thought to himself, "To officially approach and develop in the American market, I need people I can trust to help me. The elites can become my minions. To do that, I have to understand who they are." You almost had it all figured out before coming to Hong Kong. Suddenly, a white light appeared, making him jump when he realized it was coming again. "Mom, again. Why does it keep happening?" A strong wind passed by, leaving behind flying dust. Tai-san was transported to another unknown space. In front of him were houses. He panicked and said, "Where the hell is this?" Before he could react, someone asked if he wanted to see me, making Tai-san panic. He turned his eyes towards the dry willow tree and recognized the words written on the flag as the first in the world. "All things are incomprehensible." At the bottom of the tree is a noble person meditating and cultivating. He couldn't help but be startled when he saw an old man with gray hair and beard sitting under the tree. Tai-san hesitantly asked, "Sir, who are you?" The old man with a kind face smiled and said, "I am Nam Sae Go." He was a Korean scholar in the Joseon dynasty, very knowledgeable in mechanics, geometry, astrology, divination, and physiology. "You don't know me?" the old man asked. Tai-san didn't know anyone, so he replied, "No, first time hearing this name." Mr. Namsaga said somewhat sadly and politely, "It's okay if you don't know, but a long time ago, no one knew my name. Maybe I've been forgotten." Tai-san scratched his head and smiled. "I'm sorry, I don't know much about history, but why did you call me here?" He seemed to know Tai-san's current condition and said, "You need the ability to read people, right? The ability to help you clearly analyze a person you've just met." Jang Tai-san thoughtlessly thought of an answer and said in surprise, "Oh, so you are a palmist." Mr. Nam Sego introduced himself to him. "From the time of Mother Myung-jong, I was the prophet who gave warnings about the Imjin War." He asked a bit confused, "So, will you teach me is physiognomy correct?" He said disappointedly. You don't have enough points, so you can't. Tai-san knew that and shyly begged, just be a little more patient. Next time I will definitely pay in full. Suddenly, someone overheard Tai-san's conversation and came out and shouted, I can't do that, making both Tai-san and Mr. Sega startled. It was as if Mr. Sega had done something wrong that the other man was screaming and questioning. Doing so was against our contract? Hearing that, Tai-san gasped in fear and broke out in sweat. The two brothers are old but still argue loudly like children. Brother one sentence, brother another question. What are you doing here, brother cheating? Namsego pointed his finger straight at his brother's face and questioned, if I cheated, you should be careful with your words. I'm just responding to his request. Tai-san heard them arguing and wondered, adding grapes who else? This is the first time I've met two people at the same time. The two brothers chatted back and forth. What is this flag? If you interfere with reality again, I will denounce you. Shut up. I will only follow tradition. We must obey according to common law. To end the argument, Tai-san boldly spoke up and asked. His younger brother turned around and asked, what's wrong? Who is uncle? He crossed his arms and seriously asked, like two blood brothers, this person has the same reaction as Namsego. What uncle? You don't know me. He shyly introduced himself. I am Park Yubong, a very famous person during the Joseon era. Don't you know anything about the artist who painted the portrait of King Gojong, the son of the great general of the Hyungtan army? Not to brag, but I'm also a fortune teller. I looked at my face and saw that I had to lose an eye to be an official, so I gouged out my own eye, he said calmly. Hearing that, Tai-san stiffened and faltered. Oh, that's great. He didn't expect there to be such a person and secretly exclaimed, what a terrible thing. When Namsego heard it, it was very unpleasant for him to hear. So he spoke loudly, what a monkey. You die from drinking poison wine. You can't predict when you will die. Park Ju-bong heard these words. What else is there to say? Sego proudly stroked his beard and said, being able to prophesy even your own death is a true prophet, like me. The argument continued. The two of them yelled loudly. So what? You're just a 6th grade servant. If you want to be chosen by the young masters and ladies, you must at least be 3rd grade like me. Oh my god. Look what that guy who doesn't know what day he died is saying. Park Hyubong firmly said, I'm not addicted to alcohol. Don't equate me with the worldly humans out there. Seeing that the two of them did not care about him, Tai-san shouted loudly. The two of them stood there to interrupt the argument, making the two of them startled. He smiled and said slowly, you two don't need to point out my karma. I forgot. I need it. Of course I need it. I really need it, the two Confucian scholars shyly said. To be fair, Tai-san came up with an idea. So now I will ask you two a question. Whoever can answer will get my karma points. The two brothers agreed. He made a cold face and asked, look at my face. What do you two thinks? Tai-san curled his lips. Look at my face. What do you think of me? Hearing him say that, Namsego and Parkabong were startled. Looking at their faces. Their faces? Huh. Tai-san drawled. What, can't you see? Parkabong faltered. That's not it. Then he burst out in surprise. You? In the past there is no past. In the present there is no present. You, could it be? Also, a fairy. Parkabong's closing sentence left Tai-san speechless. I'm human. Next to him, Namsego also continued, through physiognomy, we can see a person's past, present, and future. However, his current appearance does not show anything. Your fate is too short. This statement made him pale. After that, Tai-san quickly regained his composure and continued to ask leisurely, can't you see? So, don't point out any karma? Park Yubong was startled. Just now he said he would pay. So let's ask another question. Namsego next to him also complained, no matter what, we say so. Physiognomy cannot lie. The two of them continued to complain about each other. So please teach me face reading at the lowest price, plus feng shui. I'll say it again. I can tell you're a thief right away. That evening at the company, a voice rang out, let's say hello first. Clara introduced him to a foreign man. This is President Daniel Zhang, who will interview him directly. Tai-san also greeted him. Then he looked at the man who spoke so eloquently. Robert, looking at you here, I see unfinished dreams and a lost life. Robert was surprised by Tai-san's words. He wondered. He was already the president at such a young age. Tai-san continued to say, when we first met, I know it may seem harsh to say this, but right now you are facing the most difficult period of your life. His words startled Clara. He continued. His family was devastated. His assets were destroyed and his debts were piling up. Everyone who had a relationship with him before pretended not to know him and no one helped him. Robert was startled. God, how did you know? Tai-san laughed. I didn't secretly investigate you behind your back. It's just that I have learned an esoteric form of Oriental physiognomy. Robert replied that he was, well, physiognomy. I do know that. This makes Tai-san very satisfied. Wall Street talent is different. It's understandable. Lost everything in the last days of my life. My fate and his are very compatible. Clara stood up and smiled and said, "You two just drink coffee and talk slowly," Robert replied. "Ah, thank you, Miss Clara. Matthew praised your coffee so well. Now I can try it." Clara was happy. Mr. Matthew said too much. He likes to praise others. He laughed. "Is that so?" Clara smiled and turned to Tai-san. "Please continue the interview." Tai-san suddenly said one sentence, closing. Both Clara and Robert were startled. Lock. Tai-san smiled calmly. "Yes, I accept him. Do you have any questions?" He asked Robert again. Robert was confused. "What? No, I haven't even introduced myself yet." Tai-san interrupted. "That's enough. Please ask him for help later, Director Robert." His words startled the other two. "Director." Tai-san remained calm. "Are you not satisfied?" Robert stammered. No. He was so happy that he burst into tears. Thank you. I will definitely do my best for the company and the president," Robert assured. "Right now, the system appears again. You have received karma points." After taking Robert on a tour of the company, he spoke up. "Director Robert." He immediately responded. "Yes, sir." Tai-san continued. "Like I said yesterday, our investment method is uniquely different. Immediately, it will not be possible to get the desired profit. Just think of it as asset management. You must keep this a secret. This is not an illegal investment fund like a slush fund or drug trafficker. You don't have to worry," Robert respectfully replied to him. "Yes, I understand." Tai-san continued. "Did you know that insects cling to flowers with lots of nectar? First, start venture capital companies on each continent, all starting with $3 billion in capital." Robert wondered, "How many investors are there?" "Currently there is no one." Robert was surprised. "Yes, if so, what should I do?" Tai-san smirked. "I will invest in everything." Robert was startled. Really? He was startled by Tai-san's bold thoughts and determination. A moment later, he continued, "I will support all the human and financial resources necessary to establish the company. Let's quickly form a group." Robert asked again. "Proceed now, sir." He laughed. "Yes. Hire as many experts as possible and complete your goals in the shortest time. I give full authority to make decisions to you, Director Robert. Everything is according to his will." Robert was surprised. He had only met me for one day. How could he trust me to this extent? At this moment, Tai-san smirked. Then he turned his head and smiled brightly at Robert. "I trust you. You will have a life much better than you can imagine." Robert was moved to tears. "President." Robert's horoscope shows that this is a very talented person. "I've only been in Hong Kong for a few days, but I've already shown my strength." He quietly attracted the employees and management funds he had been eyeing. "I went back and forth between Hong Kong and America a few times. Robert always reports to me in great detail, and opened many offices in Hong Kong. So secret that even Clara didn't know anything about it. In just 15 days, I became the president of an investment fund located in a tax haven." Tai-san looked at his company's office and thought, he really is a Wall Street player, without any loopholes. In London, Manhattan, and Hong Kong, companies with venture capital funds have been established. Everything has been prepared. At this moment, Tai-san was right on the rooftop of the building, smiling, really shaking. It's time to hit the market. At this time, the car stopped at Repulsal Bay, the richest area in Hong Kong. Tai-san got out of the car, looked at the house in front of him and exclaimed, "Wow, he's a rich man, not just joking. I'm excited. This is a luxury villa area. Does Clara really live here?" At this time, Clara left the house to welcome him, Daniel. He also happily replied, "Ah, Clara, what a beautiful house." She laughed. "This is not my house. It's my brother and mother's house." Tai-san laughed. "In the future, it will be hers too. She is the only daughter." He followed Clara into the house, asking as he walked, "What kind of person is her father?" "He lives here. He must be very famous." Entering her yard, he exclaimed, "Wow, the garden is so big. Is there a place like this in Hong Kong?" Clara called out into the house, "Dad, Mom, Daniel is here." Her mother came out of the house. She was an extremely young-looking woman. She was welcoming. "Oh, I'm here. I'm Emmanuel Pierre, Clara's mother. Nice to meet you." Tai-san bowed politely. "Thank you very much for inviting me to play." He said in French, "You are so beautiful. No matter how bright the roses are, I have to bow before you." This sentence made Clara's father next to her blush. Her mother laughed. "Oh, Daniel knows French too." He didn't answer but politely introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Jang Tai-san. Your father also happily welcomed you. Daniel, come in. Welcome to our home. I'm Li Jiangchong." He held out his hand to shake his hand and was suddenly startled. He doesn't understand what's going on. He was still smiling, but he felt a bit scary. The veins in his hand that was shaking his brother's hand. Tai-san was shocked. "What?" Jang Tai-san worriedly thought. "Does he want to test me?" Emmanuelle Pierre looked puzzled at her husband and Tai-san, who were shaking hands, and asked, "What are you two doing?" Clara smiled and held up the gift bag and said, "Dad, what's wrong? Daniel gave you the Maodai wine that you like." Li Jiangchong smiled awkwardly, glanced at the gift bag his daughter was holding, and replied, "Wow, you have a good eye, don't you?" Clara's mother held the bouquet of flowers that Tai-san gave her and excitedly asked, "These roses are so beautiful. How many are there?" The male lead immediately replied, "Yes, 47. The aunt admired, "Wow, you know my age?" Tai-san politely replied, "I don't know. You look so young. I wouldn't have guessed if you didn't tell me." At this moment, his heart was screaming, "Oh my god, the flower shop only has 47 flowers." Emmanuelle Pierre happily praised, "You know how to talk too much? Please come in." Tai-san replied, "Thank you." In the area where there are large mansions all around, and Clara's house is also in this area. Stepping into the house, the aunt politely said, "Don't criticize the house for being messy." Surrounding the large house were bustling servants and bodyguards. The male lead was admiring in his heart, "Oh my god, that's a 65-inch TV." He stood still in surprise and thought, "It's not a PDP, it's an LCD." Tai-san gasped, his eyes widened in admiration, exclaiming, "Oh my god." In my heart, I'm constantly exclaiming, "I'm so rich." Clara smiled brightly and turned to tell her father, "Dad, Daniel's house is great. It is a traditional house with a very long historical value. Our house is far behind." The male lead calmly continued, "After all, home is where we live. It doesn't matter if it's small, as long as it's comfortable, right?" When Clara's whole family heard Tai-san's words, they all sweated, confused, and somewhat surprised. "What, little girl?" Li Jiangchong suddenly burst out laughing and said loudly, "This kid, I like you." He smiled in a friendly way and gently asked, "Daniel, no. Jiang Tai-san, please have a drink with me. You give it back. I won't refuse anywhere." Li Jiangchong happily replied, "Okay, let's have a drink." Stepping into the kitchen, where the dining table was prepared, he approached the dining table and warmly welcomed us. "We had prepared snacks. Please sit down." Tai-san replied in surprise, "Ah yes." In his heart right now he was wondering, "This is so light." Sitting down at the table to eat, Li Jiangchong spoke, "Come on, raise a glass. You continue to talk to your uncle. I respectfully ask for you." He happily raised his cup of wine and wished you success, young man. The male lead politely replied, "Thank you for inviting me here, and I also wish you and Clara all the best." Li Jiangchong started asking about him. Apparently Clara said, "He is a VIP customer of Hong Kong Bank." DXIN humbly replied, "Not really a VIP customer. I just borrowed a little money." He smiled and praised, "It seems you know how to use tricks quite well." The male lead replied that there was also collateral, so why would they refuse? Then Claire's father looked at him with meaningful eyes and a slight smile. He continued to ask about it, "Boy, is an investor or owns a secret Korean corporation?" Tai-san confidently answered his brother's question, "I only have one private investment fund." Li Jiangchong exclaimed in surprise, "What, private investment? You?" He awkwardly and shyly asked his age. "Wait, how old are you this year?" Tai-san smiled calmly and replied, "If you're making money, then age doesn't matter." Then Li Jiangchong lowered his eyebrows, smiled shyly and said, "You're right, I'm so confused." He still happily asked what you invested in, stocks, securities, or lending companies. Tai-san looked at him and realized that the businessman was different. His face was really good. The male lead replied, "This is business. I have to keep it a secret." Li Jiangchong was surprised to hear that, but he still jokingly persuaded him, "There's no need for that. Just consider me your father. I'm very curious." DXIN reached for the bottle of wine and asked if he wanted to invest. He excitedly continued, "Investment? Let me try. Let's see if we should invest money in our little son." He looked at Li Jiangchong with the confident, sharp eyes of a business-minded person and said, "You will profit 1%. When my uncle heard that, he sweated and asked again 1%. He silently asked in his heart, "Did I do something wrong?" Then the male lead continued to say the minimum investment amount is $1 billion. Li Jiangchong was shocked at the amount of money teased and told him and exclaimed, "What? $1 billion. His face was sweaty. His mouth opened in surprise and disbelief, wondering, "Who is this kid? It seems like no joke." He was confused but still smiling and asked, "Am I the only one investing?" In his heart, he silently reminded himself that in this situation, he must smile confidently. The male lead raised his index finger to explain, "Yes, currently my staff is still hunting for investors." Li Jiangchong wondered, "Staff?" Elsewhere, looking out the window from the room was a clear blue sky. The hot coffee cup on the table was slowly placed down. A voice said, "Robert, long time no see." The response to that statement is, "You look more like a politician than a scholar, Jack." Jack spoke naturally, It seemed like he was having trouble, but the office was so grand. Robert replied honestly, "Fortunately, I run a private investment fund." Jack immediately wondered, "Private investment fund?" Robert replied that the operating fee is not much, but the investor is very skillful. Robert's words made Jack curious and asked, "Who is that?" He smiled and asked again, "What do you want to see?" Jack smiled and replied, "Hey, I'm just curious." Right after that, Jack immediately proposed his own proposal. "Next year is the time to run for president. If anyone is willing to pay for my political path, even in hell I will dig down to meet him." Robert said, "Yes, I will help you," causing Jack to ask in surprise, "Really?" He was immediately happy and frantically thanked. "Thank you so much, Robert. You are truly my good friend." Robert smiled and replied, "It's not free, honestly." Then he said with a serious face, "I personally support Obama, the member of the federal Senate." More. Jack heard this name and suddenly exclaimed, "What? Doctor of Law Obama?" Robert calmly said, $100 million? For Obama Democrats? No, I can fund much more. Jack was stunned. Sweat rolled down his cheeks in surprise. What? How did he know? Hillary clearly had a lot of advantages. In the clear blue sky, Tai-san spoke. Another month has passed. He sat at his desk, next to the window, looking intently out at the sky, thinking, "I've been back in the past for a year. A lot of things happened. Even in my wildest dreams, I never thought I could create so many shocking missions. Moreover, there is a peaceful life and a very enjoyable summer in Hong Kong, although I couldn't attract Li Jiangcheng." The final semester of Year 3 is about to come to an end. In the classroom, a voice rang out. "Oh, two people in the same class as the male lead were talking to each other. He Yangziak is absent from school again," the other friend continued. "Is there anything wrong with him?" Then the classmate seemed quite worried and said, "Lately, it's been very hard," and the classmate leaned in and whispered to the other classmate, causing the other classmate to exclaim, "What?" The classmate asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong at home?" The other friend replied, "Actually, I promised Hyung Suk to keep it a secret." The other friend suddenly exclaimed quite loudly, making Tai-san, who was waiting for a conversation, surprised. "Oh my god, he's not here. Just say it. Say it quickly. Give it to Dad." The other friend reluctantly had to say, "Hyung Suk, he's an orphan, don't you know?" Making other friends surprised and exclaiming, "What? Orphan?" When Tai-san heard this news, he opened his mouth in shock and then called out his name in his heart. The other students are still talking about Hyung Suk's case. It is said that this case involves a member of the National Assembly, so the mayor cannot intervene. Bong Suk said worriedly, "That's why Hyung Suk had to run all the way to Nagoda." Dong Young asked in surprise, "What, Nagoda?" The son looked sad and felt sorry for her friend and said, "It's so bad for her. She was planning to take the exam to enter the social welfare department." Tai-sen sat outside and heard all the other people's conversations and remembered the image of Hyung Suk, thinking, he didn't expect Hyung Suk to be in such a situation. Then he was suddenly taken aback, his face showing concern as he wondered in his heart, was it related to a member of the National Assembly? The male lead gritted his teeth, panicked, and suddenly thought of someone, that guy. Tai-san's mother was driving him on the road. When she stopped at a red light, she turned around and asked the male lead, "Why are you so diligent today? It's Saturday and you want to do volunteer work?" He flatteringly replied, "You look like your mother, that's why. Your mother is a bodhisattva." She turned back to look at her son and smiled and said, "Oh my god, are you trying to flatter me?" Tai-sen kept thinking on the way, before counting the sarong, to develop the area evenly. The places that were formerly public agencies are being rebuilt. His eyes now showed a serious look as if something was about to happen, but his mind was still concentrating on thinking and building an apartment complex. He could already smell the smell. Gradually, Tai-san's eyes became filled with hatred and unpleasant thoughts, the strong smell of dirty money. When it got dark, the bus came to a stop to let passengers get off. A person wearing green pants slowly got out of the car. That was Hyung Suk. When he got out of the car, he also started to continue moving. He lazily put his hands on his hips, his face grimacing and holding an envelope with money inside. He lamented that he had worked since morning until now and only had 60,000 won. One hand was slung over the shoulder of the luggage bag. The other hand was holding the wages he had earned in the past few days. He was a little disappointed and said, "Money is not easy to earn. I missed school for a few days, but only earned a few tens of thousands." Hyung Suk thought with tears in his eyes. He originally wanted to donate to the Sarung Hospital, but these small coins were of no use. They weren't even enough to buy meat for the children. Stepping closer to the Sarung Hospital gate, he stopped. It's hard to understand what's going on in the hospital that makes him so rude. A voice from inside came out that Hyung Suk could hear. "Wow, that's so delicious." Another child politely asked, "Can I eat more?" The response to that question was a gentle saying, okay, just eat as much as you'll like. Hyung-suk looked into the hospital wondering if anyone was coming. The child's voice still rang out, Tai-san is the best. When I grow up, I will marry someone like him. The male lead replied, okay, if you want to do that, you have to eat a lot. Hyung-suk's sweat dropped in surprise when he heard the name Tai-san and exclaimed in his heart, what? Tai-san? Jang Tai-san? Going inside the hospital, the scene in front of him made Hyung-suk extremely surprised. The other children who were eating saw him and happily called out his name, brother. Another boy turned to look at him and said, Hyung-suk. Tyson turned around and smiled and asked, are you back? Hyung-suk saw the male lead. His face turned red and he suddenly said loudly, to Tai-san, what are you doing here? The children ran towards Hyung-suk, chirping, come here quickly. We are eating pork belly. The male lead happily introduced himself to his parents. This is your friend Hyung-suk, his father said. Nice to meet you. His mother also smiled and greeted. Hello, Hyung-suk. Hyung-suk bowed his head politely and replied, yes, hello to you too. Tai-san's parents stood next to boxes of apples stacked higher than their bodies and said, we brought some apples here. He looked at the number of apple crates and exclaimed in shock, huh. Then he looked again at the food crates in front of him. Hyung-suk looked at the male lead again and called out, Tai-san. Tai-san looked at Hyung-suk and calmly said, what are you doing there? Come help me quickly, then eat some more. The boy's eyes suddenly felt like they were about to burst. He was so emotional that he whispered, Jang Tai-san, my friend for many years in high school. Then in the male protagonist's consciousness a notification rang out, you have received karma points. Hyung-suk stood in front of Tai-san, looked down and stammered, thank you. The next day, in the city, Tai-san's voice rang out, isn't there a better place? The answer to his question was the voice of a middle-aged man. It's not that easy. Everywhere in this city is expensive and the suburbs are too far, affecting the children's ability to go to school. Tyson raised the question again, wondering if there was any place like an abandoned school. The man was surprised. The school was abandoned. Suddenly he was startled and remembered a place and said, if it was an abandoned school, there would be this place. He turned on the computer and started introducing. That place is about 10 minutes walk from the inner city. Last year it was merged so the school was abandoned. The furniture is very well preserved. The papers are clear. You can buy it. Okay now. The man adjusted the computer screen to display the image of the land and the school's location, but the price was a bit high. He continued. The equipment was still usable so it was quite a bargain. The male lead immediately asked, how much did it cost? He frowned slightly, smiled somewhat awkwardly and replied, 5 million yuan. Tyson thought in his head, a place enough for about 100 people to live is already cheap. He smiled and closed, I bought it. Then he continued, if it's okay, sell me the mountain behind it too. The broker man was surprised. His mouth opened in shock. Yes, buy it immediately, buy the mountain too. The male lead replied, I want to buy it in my mother's name and donate it to the orphanage. Please ask for the paperwork. Tai-san picked up the phone and dialed the number. You spoke humorously on the phone. Director, I'm Jang Tai-san. A voice came from the phone. How are you doing, our student Tai-san? Tai-san was still attentively talking on the phone. I had an urgent matter and wanted to ask for help. The broker sitting across from him was sweating and thinking. This guy is so young but so agile. From the phone. It was urgent. The male lead replied, yes, there is an abandoned school. I want to renovate it into an orphanage. Still in the tone of asking for help, the male lead said, money is not a problem. Just help me fix it quickly and perfectly. The middle-aged man had doubts in his heart. Kids these days aren't like this. After talking on the phone for a while, Ties and finished the last sentence to close his eyes. Yes, it's all thanks to the director. Immediately after that, he raised his hand to turn off the phone. On the way back, the male lead walked on a busy street. He talked on the phone as he walked. The voice came from the phone, wondering if President Jang was busy with anything. He happily replied, well, there's a bit of that. The voice on the phone asked, what's wrong? Are the hooligans in the neighborhood causing trouble again? At this moment, Tai-san smiled slightly. The male lead raised his problem. Please help me handle a civil complaint. The person on the phone wondered, civil complaint? What's going on? He happily smiled and replied, it's true that there's something wrong. I just want to do justice. The voice on the phone came through. So what? What's going on? He frowned and began to explain. I had a friend who lived in an orphanage, but that orphanage was forced to leave and was not even given a new place to live. The mayor and prosecutor in charge of this place are quite suspicious. Help me put some pressure on them. The person on the phone's voice started to feel worried and hesitated. Mayor, this time there is also a high-ranking prosecutor. Do we need to count the charges? Tyson confidently continued, please defend them for free. If anyone asks, just say that you received a complaint at the orphanage. Everything else is okay. You can help them move to a new convenient place. The person on the phone replied with peace of mind, yes, I have more than enough. You said the last sentence before hanging up. I will send the detailed content in the email. Hanging up the phone, the male lead smiled with satisfaction and thought, Hyung Suk will probably go to school soon. This is going well. But then he frowned and looked in the other direction. But I still had a lot of homework to do and a battle to face. Last spring, I was buried with FX profits. It's time to pay off US dollars and Canadian dollars. At night, at Tai-san's place, he said loudly, okay. Sitting in front of the computer desk, the stock charts were displayed on the screen as he said, Google's stock price was close to reaching the target level. 400 million gets 3 trillion. In the future, if there is a financial crisis, Google's stock price will decrease. In this situation, there will be a lot of things to hoard. It is not necessary to hold on to Google's stocks. Tai-san reminded himself, it's still a happy time. Early. He smiled sinisterly, his sharp eyes thinking, I will collect all the stocks of Amazon, Google, and Apple. But for now, Google's stocks are still the best. Tai-san took a deep breath to calm down. Okay, this is over. His eyes were now filled with determination. Next. Suddenly, the computer screen flashed with a huge light source, causing Tai-san to startle and turn his head, blocking it with his hand and exclaiming, oh, what's going on? Tai-san woke up in a place covered with snow. He silently cried. It's also the place of the gods. Why can't he be at peace all the time? Tai-san looked around. Where is this? After walking for a while, he came across a river. Was it a boat? Out of nowhere, an old man appeared and called out, welcoming the young man. Tai-san was startled and turned around. Who was he? I'm Joe. Tai-san still doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't know this person, Joe. Old Joe smiled and said, I'm about to go through the cycle. What's your name? Tai-san was startled. What the hell? Even though I don't remember, I must have gone through death and reincarnation in my previous life. Why, that's the river that every dead person has to cross. Tai-san looked at him and cried loudly and asked, are you the god of death? Don't arrest me. I've only earned 300 billion. Old Joe smiled kindly at him. I'm not the god of death. Don't be afraid. I'm just someone whose time has come to cross the river. Tai-san doubted. You are not a god, so why did you call me here? Old Joe didn't answer right away. That god is a thing of the past. This no-nonsense answer makes you scared. What's wrong? You're confusing me. The old man calmly said that if he was already flying, there would be no need to cross this river. Faitang. That's the word used to talk about people who have become saints and ascended to heaven. Old Joe continued to say, Vang Shuyan, also known as Gangsan Hoi, is the journey that every dead person must pass to be reincarnated. Tai-san understood some parts of what he said. Now you and I are connecting. It seems like that. Why did you connect with me? Tai-san is extremely unhappy and suddenly points his way to death. Old Joe smiled and said, I want to thank you. Tai-san was surprised. What are you thanking me for? Hello, sir. Did you book the boat through Vang Shuyan? I am Richard Kong, the one who will guide you to your afterlife. Old Joe replied, thank you for coming all the way here. He happily smiled at Old Joe. Don't say that. Tai-san was now observing him. Richard Kong, the afterlife guide. Why is his outfit so strange? Richard Kong enjoyed looking at everything around. It's been a long time since I've been back to this old wharf. It feels strange. Nowadays, everyone takes the speedboat, and this place is just a small wharf, so there's no tax. Old Joe turned his head to look at him and said, it's time for me to go. Thank you. Thanks to you, the future of my descendants has changed. I will definitely repay you. Please take care of the children for me. Tai-san pondered. My relatives only have 2 people named Joe. One is Lawyer Joe, and the other is my friend Hyung Suk. So, these are Hyung Suk's ancestors climbing the boat out into the middle of the river. Richard Kong said, that guy seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Screens rang out in the company. The director was there again. At the central bank in Canada, deposits have poured in again. The whole office was surprised. What happened today? Isn't it a futures contract? Who is this guy? The final approval party for delivery. The transaction between banks and individuals in Korea is the central bank. The man spoke. I have checked the number of contracts, all of which are margin from the Chicago Commodity Exchange that has gone to the island, England, Hong Kong, England, and other countries. The FX margin is huge. That affected the currency market immediately. The man saw that the situation was not good and panicked. What should I do, director? He shouted and asked again. Of course, to save his life. If it continues to increase, we will surely die. Unlike the future market, the population of the contracting parties is in the present. Someone suggested that you should buy it, spend your dollars, but it was not approved. It is impossible. There was a buzz in the office. Please accept $5 billion. Yes, Richki on my side must do the same. It can't be like that. There was a loud cry. How good is Bobillion? Change and hope? Robert voiced his approval. Very good. I don't know what my boss will do next. As soon as I mentioned it, the word boss appeared on the phone screen. Robert immediately picked up the phone and asked me how you were doing. Tai-san said, it's not enough to ensure that there are enough parties involved. Robert informed the situation. They are currently in the hallway waiting to see me. All thanks to the boss. Tai-san laughed loudly. It's not all thanks to you, Robert. It's only because of you that I feel at ease like this. I didn't do anything but thank your boss for your trust. Tomorrow I will announce the withdrawal of investment. Please welcome the contracting parties. Robert obeys. I will take care of it. Try your best. See you on winter break. Robert was surprised. Winter break. Deza knew he had said something wrong and immediately changed the subject. I was joking. What's wrong with politicians? Everything is still good. I'm still following my boss's instructions. Remember to pay attention to them. Yes, don't worry. I will remember. See you in December in Hong Kong. Robert respectfully replied, yes. As soon as Robert hung up the phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Investment announcement. Look at the data on the $20 billion screen. I didn't expect that day would continue like that. Robert looked at the computer screen and was surprised. What is this safe investment? This is completely an attack without any defense. The way he invested was like a cavalry aiming his spear at the enemy. Ignoring all his own thoughts, he sighed. The boss is always right. It's just the saints who can predict all global economic trends that dare to invest like this. Calling for the establishment of a team that is neither a global company nor a Korean company. So a legal team must be prepared, a merger and consolidation team must be prepared. A doing long group. What is this group? Tai-san said angrily. Damn, why suddenly talking about winter break would reveal the fact that he's a high school student. After all, this is my last vacation. Time passes so quickly. Tai-san leaned on the sofa and thought, college vacation is coming. A memorable moment of my student life is about to end. Tyson pinched his cheeks and said, does that look like someone with $70 billion? This is not a dream, right? But anyway, I live like this and call it simple. I have a car, an apartment, and a high school student. Tyson racked his brain and thought about whether he should spend more or not. The game has reached a new level. Now it's time to go to school. Lawyer Joe said with great satisfaction, the city council failed to inspect. I have a clause in the contract that allows you to proceed. Tyson heard the good news and smiled. Thank you, Lawyer Joe. You don't need to do that. I told you, you already paid me, but it's nothing. Tyson looked into the distance and said, it's not thanks to Lawyer Joe that everything went so smoothly. After all, he is a famous man. At first, he was very speechless, but after I gave him an internal document number, he immediately bowed his head. Tyson called, Lawyer Joe, if you call now, he will be scared to death. Why should I do that? Compared to a 9 deputy prosecutor like you, he's just a fly. Lawyer Joe heard that and laughed and said, he can't compare to you. Tyson said, I want to invest in a law firm. Lawyer Joe was surprised. A law firm? Seeing that he was worried, Tyson said, don't worry about the costs. I'll take care of everything. Let's do it cleanly. Can we buy shares? Lawyer Joe replied, if you have money, then there's nothing you can't do, no matter how much you need. Tyson said coldly, about 30%. 30%. If it's a law firm, then yes. Lawyer Joe said in confusion, those are the CEO's shares. Why are you so interested in the law firm? Tyson leaned on the railing behind the schoolyard and said, let's get to the point. Lawyer Joe, there was a startled sound on the phone. Tyson said coldly, how much money is 30%? The lawyer looked carefully and replied, Samwoo is a law firm in the top 3 in Korea and the prices are not cheap. After listening, Tyson just gently gave the number. So how about 100 billion? The number really made him nervous. What 100 billion, is that what you really want? He smiled and said, if you don't believe me, you have to believe the money in my account. Lawyer Joe doesn't dare to delay, so I'll proceed right away. Tyson was very satisfied with such an answer, of course. After speaking, Tyson immediately hung up the phone. If it was 100 billion, how could Samwoo refuse? While I was deep in thought, my phone rang again. Tyson said, hello, soon. A soft voice rang out saying, I'm you. Tyson thought to himself, you. Seeing that there was no answer on the other side of the phone, the girl asked, what's wrong? Don't tell me you forgot about me. Indeed, that's the case, he asked. Who is it? Wait, this voice. The girl didn't believe he could forget her, so she said, are you dating Yeren? After hearing that, Tyson suddenly called, Syrian. The girl shouted so loudly that he had to put the phone away, afraid that the scream would damage his eardrums. You're too much. How could you forget my voice like that? How could you bear it? To reduce her anger, he said, it's been more than a year since she called me. I'm sorry we haven't talked for a long time. Are you okay? Looks like you're debuting next week. Syrian was surprised. How did you know? Tyson smiled and said, well, There are rumors online that Fox Entertainment Company is preparing to launch a perfect girl group. Syrian didn't expect news to appear online. Oh my gosh, the rumors have spread so far. Syrian asked, who were you calling for so long? I kept calling you but couldn't get through. Oh, I was talking to my lawyer Joe. Syrian heard him say to talk to a lawyer and got worried. Lawyer? Don't tell me you got into a fight with a thug again. I'm not that bad. Why do you say that? Now I've given up my search and started a business. Syrian was surprised. The business guy didn't go to college. I told you I wanted to study law at Korean Law University. He's replied. I have an interview tomorrow. Syrian excitedly said, you're so cool. You'll pass. I believe you. I pour holy water every day to pray for my beloved husband. Whenever you need me, I will always be there to take care of you. Tyson half seriously and half jokingly said, is it okay if I take care of you? Actually, if you go to the army, I will perform at the concerts. Concert to encourage me. Hang up now. My manager will come and talk to you next time. I love you so much. Don't forget that. Tyson saw that the phone connection had been lost and thought, this cute girl. The next day at the university, today was registration day, so everyone was chatting excitedly. I heard that even if you use a high university entrance exam score, it's very risky. Of course, because the screening is very harsh, college entrance exam scores are just the first step. Interview and thesis are the two final deciding factors. There will be many people who will be disappointed. From afar, a pair of black leather shoes appeared. That was Tyson. He didn't expect that one day he would get an interview at a Korean law university. According to the school's rules, there will be no more recruitment next year. This is your last chance. Open your eyes wide and grasp it. Tyson was extremely happy, thanking God for this life's grace. The screams focused all the students' attention, and the interviewer started inviting numbers 1 to 5. Looking at the people around him, Tyson thought to himself that this was not a job interview. Everyone was dressed so seriously. The boys' praise for the girl in the distance rang out. Wow, oh. Some people gathered around because of their cries to see what was going on. She remained calm with the surrounding eyes moving forward. Tyson was surprised to see a familiar face gradually appear. Senior Yeren. She came over to say hello. Hello, guys. Being talked to by a girl as beautiful as a flower. Their faces were already red. Hello? Is there anything? Do you need our help? Yeren smiled and said, I'm only going for a few days. The man next to me said, I thought I went to Salem District. Yeren replied, there's a junior of hers here for an interview. The man asked, a junior from your hometown. A pair of red high heels are walking towards Tyson. Tyson was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Tyson. I was busy with my thesis so I couldn't come. Please understand. Tyson silently cursed. What kind of situation is this? Seeing that he didn't respond, Yeren didn't say anything more, just looked at him and smiled. Tyson said angrily, why should I understand you? Yeren was petrified by his words. Huh? Then Shilly said, why are you angry? Okay, after the interview, let's go have lunch. We have a lot to talk about. Tyson just coldly said, I'll contact you later. Seeing his attitude like that, she didn't even bother to accept it. Okay, I'll wait in front of the school gate. Tyson didn't say much but turned around and left behind a lot of gossip. What the heck? Yeren's junior. No wonder I found it strange. Yeren is done with Dongzhuang. Right, I heard rumors that they broke up. He's a philanderer. The line is very long. Little brother, please get in line, my Yeren. Tyson stood in the crowd and listened to the whole story. Wake up, you idiots. In a million years, you won't be able to get into law school. She's so scheming. Seeing that the situation was developing as planned, Yeren was happy. Good job, Yeren. The worst is over. I heard news of Zhang Tai-san from friends. His family suddenly became wealthy, and he is a descendant of a noble family. Tai-san's style and qualities are not like normal men. I feel his boundless ambition. He will definitely pass. The professor's eyes are of course much better than mine. A man walking on the street suddenly saw Yeren and said hello. What are you doing here, Yeren? Yeren also smiled and replied, well, my junior was interviewing here so I came. Hearing Yeren say that, they were surprised. Juniors, they're relatives. Don't misunderstand. It's just a junior close to my house. They don't seem to believe in her reason. A junior close to home has the tough girl year and fallen for him year and still kept her smile and replied, she's just a junior from home. You can't deny that you really like him, right? Suddenly, she asked, what are you two doing here? The two of them replied, we came to verify the rumor. Yeren was surprised saying the rumor. They continued to talk. I heard that there was a guy here who looked like a model. The interviewers were going crazy in the group chat. Aaron said confusedly, so why am I so sure I can't lose her? Tyson finally finished the interview and went downstairs. I feel so comfortable. I might as well have a law school interview. I'm so hungry. The three examiners were bewildered. Tai-san sat in the red car and said cheerfully, "I've definitely parked. It's time to eat," and after speaking, he drove the car as if it were flying on the road. The whole road was very peaceful. Suddenly, he remembered Yaren's words. "After the interview, let's go to lunch." Tai-san smiled evilly. "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. I changed my phone number and lost it, so I don't know how to call. How can I contact you?" The car sped away at an ever-increasing speed. With disdain in his heart, he said, "Senior, let's go our separate ways. This guy isn't that naive." Tai-san just rushed forward, leaving Yaren standing on the side of the road exposed to the wind and dust. On a cold winter day, Tai-san was not afraid of the cold but went up to the mountain and practiced shirtless. He thought, when this winter ends, this world will have to face another cold wind. Those who do not prepare in advance will have a much worse outcome than the International Monetary Fund. Everything will be wiped out, as the situation can clearly be seen, he affirmed. Today is a beautiful day, blue sky, white clouds, light shining through the balcony into Tai-san's room. Tai-san sat in the house, not knowing what he was focusing on, but suddenly sighed. The phone rang. "Please enter your registration number." He quickly entered his registration number. The beeping sounds rang out. He nervously looked at the phone screen. Number 44, candidate Jang Tai-san, Faculty of Law of Korea National University of Law. Tai-san was so stressed that he held his breath while looking at the phone. "You are accepted," the announcement sounded. He seemed to have regained half his soul and was overjoyed. The phone rang once. The other end of the line answered. "Hello, what's wrong?" Tai-san immediately called his mother and said, "Mom, I passed." His mother asked in surprise, "Really?" Half a tear fell from the mother's eyes because of joy. She turned to show off to her husband. "Oh dear. My son passed the test?" The father was also very surprised and asked, "Is it true?" "Our son is so good, that's really my son." Both of them screamed with joy. "My parents spent their whole lives taking care of their children, so I think I've paid back a bit," he thought as he clicked on his phone. Getting into law school was just a bit of filial piety. Tai-san hadn't even had time to put his headphones on the table when he suddenly saw something. A text message appeared on the screen as CEO of Nice Media. He was surprised. "Oh, what is this?" Suddenly, someone called Tai-san, asking about him. "Are you still well, Writer Jang?" He put his headphones back on, then happily said, "I'm fine. I even got into Korean Law University." On the other end of the line, the man happily congratulated you. "Congratulations. So now you're my junior." Tai-san asked about the company's affairs. "Is everything okay?" The other person replied, "Thanks to your writing talent, we are still making a fortune, your gold mine of our Nice Media, Writer Jang. But I have something to tell you." "I should have said it sooner," Tai-san asked in surprise. "What is it?" The other person continued, "I don't remember the name, but someone recommended a novel called Magical Warrior. I have the manuscript here." Tai-san said in panic. "What?" He asked clearly. He said, "A magic warrior." The man said nervously, "It's not at all different from your novel, right? In that case, it can be considered plagiarism. How can you copy almost the entire thing and claim it as your own?" The man felt indifferent. I scolded him thoroughly. "Of course we will never accept plagiarized products." Tai-san seemed to realize something and silently exclaimed, "Oh God, I forgot about him. I stole everything from him. Writer Zhang Hajia. It seems like you've forgotten all about this." The man continued, "That guy kept insisting that he had written this work last year, and even showed me the entire manuscript he had already written." Tai-san sighed and said, "He must have been very shocked." "That's right. I thought he was like that. He disappointed me so much." The other person complained and Tai-san fell into thought. "What should I do?" But then he presented me with another manuscript, he said in surprise. "Another one." Tai-san curiously asked what it was about. The other person replied that it was a novel called I Am a Noble. Hearing that, he was so shocked that he took off his headphones and thought to himself, "Am I a noble?" It seems like the timeline is a bit mixed up. I am a noble who has led the Ice Sky movement. You seem to have realized something. Having created a huge buzz since the ebook market, since 2008, novels about games, Ice Sky, and martial arts have begun to become popular. Even though he appeared a bit early, but after thinking about this, he seriously said, "Just accept it." The person on the other end of the line asked in surprise, "What?" But writer Zhang Hajie's writing about the other world is also very interesting. He later added that it will definitely become a hit. "Why, it will be a hit?" the man asked in surprise. Tai-san added, "Yes, I have a hunch. You guys should just print 5,000 copies in the first printing." The other person was even more shocked and asked clearly, "What basic? 5,000 basic copies. I will guarantee 10,000 copies for you," he said. Tai-san accepted that person as an apology. "Sorry, Jang Hee-jae. I took advantage of his enthusiasm to create the foundation for this huge amount of money. As long as I have a little bit of conscience left, everyone will have to correct their mistakes." Before hanging up, I seriously tucked a firm to the publishing company once again that you can just publish it. I will guarantee it. He looked out at the sky and promised himself, if I have the chance to meet you in the future, I'll invite you to eat rice cakes. Scene changed to a shopping mall called Gusiji. There were many people inside. People shopped and talked happily. 2 people just arrived. That was Tai-san leading his mother into the shopping mall. As soon as his mother arrived, she secretly exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I've been here." Tai-san saw his mother become happier and asked, "It's been a long time since you came here, right?" "Yes, it's been 10 years, since your father retired and our family had to move back to the countryside. Even going to places like this," his mother said happily. Suddenly he changed the subject and asked his mother, why did she marry his father? She is both beautiful and highly educated. She could have gone to more worthy people. The mother did not hide anything and immediately told the uncle, "Your father said he had loved her at first sight and wanted to date her. He looked very cool, so he agreed to meet a few times." His mother recalled the memories of that time and praised, "Your father was really a good man." All day he kept saying that if it weren't for his mother, he wouldn't be able to live. Tai-san admired his sincere feelings. "When my parents complain, they are so jealous of my father." Stopping at a Gussie store, his mother asked him, "Why are we here?" He took his mother into a store, then replied, "Let's go look at some stuff." "Mom, they didn't forbid us from entering." Upon entering the door, the store employee bowed warmly, "Hello, dear customer." His mother was a bit surprised. Tai-san cared about his parents and said, "Mom, go buy some things for Mom and Dad. You two seem to be having a hard time lately. I want to share something." "So that's fine. Your father's clothes are all out of fashion." His mother agreed. His mother looked around and saw a suit, then asked Tai-san, "Is this a good model? It looks so good on your father." Tai-san smiled as if silently agreeing with his mother. Seeing that his mother was only engrossed in taking care of his father and not taking care of himself, he immediately said, "Mom, please choose clothes for your mother too. The team leader's wife has to take care of her image, right?" His mother asked, a little confused. "So Mom, choose." Even though she was choosing clothes for herself, the mother still only cared about her family. She asked, "Hey, it seems like you've grown taller again." Tai-san didn't answer my question and said, "Mom, hey, there are so many beautiful things here. Please choose for me. This color is so beautiful." The mother looked at a shirt and said, Suddenly someone passing by recognized her. That person called out, "Oh my God, look, who is this? Is it Kalrin?" Then the mother and child turned around to look. Miss Shulrin recognized that person and said in surprise, "Sonia." The woman happily said, "What's Sonia? Now my name has changed to Yosaewan." Tai-san heard that. Many questions arose in his mind. Is it Yosanja? Juso? As if she had done something earth-shattering, Tai-san gasped in surprise. "Mom, could it be that Yosanja? Juso? That was the famous woman of the century, the one who stirred up Korea in 2016, Yeosunja." Her face seemed a bit different, but her name was still the same. He secretly remembered the shocking incident that year. Tai-san was so shocked that he stammered and couldn't form a complete sentence. "You surprised me so much. I'm not stupid. You know her." Knowing what her son was thinking about, Miss Shulrin gave him a judgmental look and said seriously, "It's a long time ago, son." Miss Sunja didn't pay attention to the mother and daughter's expressions and asked about them. "It's been a long time since I've seen her. When I heard that she was kicked out of the house 20 years ago, I was very shocked." She laughed and said, "How could the school's queen fall into a situation like this?" Tai-san was shocked for the second time and wondered, "Is the queen my mother?" At this time, Miss Kalrin didn't want her son to hear about her past, so she got a little angry, put her hands up and said, "Let's stop now, miss." Sonia heard that and shayly replied, "Ah, it's not a good thing." "That's right. What are you doing here? I heard you live in the countryside now," she asked curiously. But it seems like Miss Sanja is not nice, making fun of Tai-san's mother. "Isn't it hard to work as a farmer? It seems like you don't look well off." The more he talked, the angrier his mother became. Miss Shulrin questioned, is it true that she still wanted to find trouble, while Tai-san stood in a corner and exclaimed, "My mother is fighting so hard." The other woman continued, apologizing, forgetting that people are hot as ice cream. Hearing this fake answer, his mother was speechless. Unable to bear the sight of his mother being bullied, Tai-san had had enough of chatting and approached his mother. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly asked, "Mom, who is this fat lady?" The other lady got angry at him and said, "What, are you calling me a fat lady?" Tai-san leisurely walked up to his mother and calmly asked, "Mom, who is this fat lady?" Hearing that, Sunja got angry and shouted loudly, "What, are you calling me a fat woman?" Tai-san's mother shyly said, "You're my college friend. Please say hello." Tai-san smiled and replied, "That's it." Tai-san bowed politely to greet her. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Tai-san. making his mother a bit surprised. She mocked again. This is your son. He's so tall and has a bright face. But she doesn't look very smart. Maybe she'd be better off working as a model. She even cursed in her heart. You dare call me a fat lady, Tai-san also humbly responded. Yes. It was just luck that he got into university in Solo. Really so lucky. She said at this moment Tai-san also secretly cared. How did she look at me? Are you saying that's not smart? She came closer and whispered to Tai-san's mother. Oh, it's true that a carp turned into a dragon. Which school in Seoul did you get into? My son passed the law faculty of Kyuteng School. At this moment Tai-san heard that. He didn't want to brag but chuckled inwardly. He said, Kyuteng Law School. It seems he got into a good school. His mother was a bit disappointed and then sighed when Miss Sunja laughed and said, But what else? What about you? What school and department did you get into, handsome boy? Faculty of Law at Korean University. Tai-san's fatal sentence made her panic. Feeling humiliated, she got angry. What a brat, just gossiping. She aggressively pointed her finger at Tai-san and cursed. What age did you have to get into the law faculty of a Korean university? He shyly explained. You can confirm it online. I'll search for you, please. Miss Sunja gritted her teeth in anger but couldn't argue back, but only dared to curse under her breath. So what? You guys can only do so much. Even though Tai-san knew what she was thinking, he just smiled confidently. Miss Sunju felt so humiliated that she immediately changed the topic of conversation. But this is a high-end brand. What are you two doing here? Are you here to receive a gift certificate? Tai-san cursed silently. This aunt is also I'm so jealous. She thought that Tai-san's mother lived in a poor rural area, so she said, You probably didn't bring a gift certificate. Instead of explaining, Tai-san took action and directly called the staff over. Hey, yes, sir, call me, she replied. He said, Help me choose some outfits that suit my mother. Today I only need 5 outfits. The staff agreed and want to get them immediately. That lady sounded like lightning had struck her ears. What 5 sets? The shop employee immediately took out the cart. He said, The price is not a problem. You can choose whichever outfit suits you. In my heart, my mother is always the best. The girl is like meeting a VIP customer. Happily replied, Yes, sir. To block that woman's throat, he thought of an idea. He told Miss Sonia, You also came to buy clothes, right? After all, you are my mother's friend. I'll buy you a set of clothes. Miss, after hearing this, you were even more shocked. She cursed so loudly that people outside had to pay attention. I don't care. You think I'm a beggar. I wouldn't wear these cheap things even if they were given to me. After I finished, she cursed at my mother. She pointed directly at Tai-san's mother's face and said fiercely, Next Saturday at 7 o'clock there will be a meeting of friends at the Filton Hotel. You can bring your spouse to attend. She definitely had to go there. Seeing her being so confident, he thought to himself, It looks like she wants to play to the fullest. He was planning on inviting his mother to the class reunion so he could humiliate her. But Auntie, my mother doesn't eat well. He looked at her and smiled, ties, and then spoke up and agreed on his mother's behalf. You don't have to worry. Your mother will definitely attend. But his mother looked at him a little worried. Seeing his mother like that, Tai-san immediately winked and said, Mom, you're going, right? His mother was a bit confused and replied, Oh, Mom, before turning around to leave, she shouted loudly, I will contact all my classmates, even if the sky falls. You must come. Tai-san secretly despised her. Stop it. My anger is just right. She didn't realize that she was the one who was shameless, so she left and still cursed, was kicked out of the house, and still acted noble, truly shameless. Looking at his aunt leaving with her bodyguard, he silently felt relieved. Oh my God, look at that fat woman's back. Just wait and see. I'll trample you under my feet. In this era, patience is a luxury. Tolerating the enemy is being cruel to yourself. You must pay dearly for what you have done. Tai-san silently vowed to himself. After shopping, he took his mother to see the house. It was an apartment with the frontage of the Han River. The broker introduced, Ma'am, this is an ideal place. This Cheongdamding does not have there are not many places with views overlooking the Han River like this. This place is far from the highway. There is absolutely no need to worry about dust and noise. So, it is also an ideal place to enjoy the river breeze on summer days. Listening to the man's very good introduction, the house was also very beautiful but no one lived. So he curiously asked, So why hasn't it been sold yet? The man panicked and stammered and said, Yes, that. He explained that although this apartment was very good, the subprime debt crisis in the US made the real estate situation extremely tense and completely clogged. He turned to ask his mother, How do you like this place? She was a bit stunned and then said, It's a bit small, but it's okay, dies and silently exclaimed, Oh my God, it's so small. It's 130 square meters. Having said that, he immediately asked about the price. The penthouse is about 4.5 billion. The broker immediately said, yes, that is the highest price in the Olympus complex. No, it must be said that it is the highest price among the apartments. Apartments and villas are available in Korea today. He thought to himself, in 2008 that was the highest price. Tyson seemed to be thinking about something and smiled. Friend Lily then looked at the person and asked, are you Manager Jong? Yes, I am Manager Woon Chan. The broker replied. He leaned closer to the person's ear and said, tell the truth. How much can you reduce? This made the broker a bit confused. The department head stammered and said, if according to today's trading conditions, it would be 10%. Just one sentence can reduce 10%. Yes, this is the principle by which this world operates. He used that trick again, calmly asking the broker, so if he bought all 3 royal doing apartments, how much could he reduce? Tell the truth. The manager was so shocked that his eyes bulged looking at the customer. VIP right now? Yes, can I buy all 3 apartments? Tai-san saw through the current situation and seriously said, the consequences of the subprime crisis are not yet too severe. The builders should also try to solve it. Department head Jang asked with a happy heart, wondering if the 2 of you had any conditions. I will pay 10 billion including all registration fees and taxes. I pay all at once in cash, he said aggressively. The first time he encountered this good thing falling from the sky, Mr. Jang opened his mouth in surprise and said loudly, 10 billion and even paid in cash in one go. Tai-san nodded, yes, the rest is up to you on you. I know, I will do it right away, Manager Jang quickly agreed and immediately went to work. But at this moment he was a bit surprised to see his mother's calm expression. He thought to himself, I have spent 10 billion, but my mother looked like she didn't care at all. It's not that my mother doesn't care about money, it's just that this atmosphere is so messed up. So you and I seem to think of something to relieve the problem. Then he said, Mom, let's go shopping. We have to buy more household items. His mother immediately agreed. Yes, that's right. At this very moment he silently confessed to himself that Mom, I love you, Mother a lot. The next morning, at Ty's in school, there was a red Porsche with the sound of a potty whirring into the school. Everyone was surprised and talking. Oh, what is that? That car over there is a Porsche, right? The girl curiously asked the boy next to her, do you know who it is? Probably not from my department. As soon as I finished speaking, the Porsche was parked. After parking the car, the person in the car got out. That person is none other than the handsome law student, Jang Tai-san. He had just set foot in the school and already grabbed the spotlight, making many of the school's girls flutter and admire each other. He looked so delicious, Mom. Having entered the school he always wanted. He looked around and thought to himself, this is a Korean university. The most prestigious school in the Republic of Korea is a completely different atmosphere. Tai-san went to the law faculty. He calmly walked down the hallway under everyone's admiration. Was he really a new student? Looking at him, he thought he was a sports student. What kind of law student would have such a physique? Hearing everyone's compliments, he felt complacent and thought to himself, the senior looks so stressed. If a handsome junior like this comes in here, all the female students will probably be devastated. That kind of pretentiousness is Mehran style. Then he took a drink from the vending machine. Just as I bent down to get the can of water, someone from somewhere wondered why the senior was so arrogant. Just enjoy your beautiful face and advantages. What's the importance of the rest? At this moment, he secretly thought of the answer, which was that everyone was going crazy. After saying that, the person asked, buy me a can of water. The words made Tai-san a bit surprised. After looking at that person, he didn't take any precautions and immediately agreed. It was a girl with outstanding hair and a unique style. He wondered, who is this? He seemed to have downloaded it. Could this outfit be the legendary big sister, the senior in the art department? The girl saw that he was stunned and asked again, can you help me get it? Suddenly a girl appeared from behind. She has a very beautiful hand, with long, slender fingers. With a friendly smile, she pointed at the vending machine and said, this is the only place that sells coffee. Jang Tai-san heard her voice and turned around in surprise. She stood and looked at him for a while, then continued, are you a law student? This is the first time I saw you here. Jang Tai-san was very surprised because he didn't know who this girl was and why she was talking to him. He replied, what? She smiled and continued, there is no one in this law department as good as you. Jang Tai-san shyly replied, thank you. She turned her eyes to the group of people in front, then said, see those weirdos over there? They look like old men and women, then turned to Jang Tai-san and said, so you look completely different. Jang Tai-san laughed hysterically when he heard that, took the can of water and gave it to her and said, here's mine. She happily accepted the can of water, then pressed it to her cheek and said, wow, it's so warm. That girl continued, the heater in the art room was as fake as hell. If our industry had to argue with each other, the people who majored in law would probably die. Hearing this, Jang Tai-san thought to himself, she's really a big sister in the art department, already. She continued, "This is the most typical type of discrimination, don't you think?" Jang Tai-sen suddenly whispered, "Why did you suddenly ask me?" Jang Tai-sen shyly replied, "I can only use my warm back." She laughed and joked, "Every time I draw, I forget it's cold. Now my arms are stiff. Maybe my body is too big so my heart can't warm it up. Oh my god. Sister, please answer something related. Cupped." Jang Tai-sen seemed impatient and said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Hearing that, she immediately asked, "What year are you studying?" Jang Tai-sen showed a bored expression and said, "Before asking about other people, you have to introduce yourself first. That's the minimum etiquette." She happily replied, "I'm Sun Yuri, 6th grade, Western Art Department, and you?" Jang Tai-san replied coldly, "Tai-san, Class 8, Faculty of Law." Sun Yuri was surprised to hear that. Quickly asked Class 8, "Are you a new student?" Sun Yuri said nostalgically, "Wow, time passes so quickly. Just days ago, I was still a toddler in school, and now the 8th grade students have already enrolled. Even though I'm in 3rd year, I still have the soul of a little girl. I feel so sad." Jang Tai-san thought to himself, "She's so strange." Jang Tai-san's expression changed when he heard her say that. He said seriously instead of being sad, "I think you should be happy because we only have to study for 2 more years, but education is not enough. It can bring more joy and benefits than you think." When Sun Yuri heard that, he felt sick and replied, "Oh my god, is this junior teaching his senior school ethics?" Jang Tai-san thought to himself, even though she is a senior, she still speaks moderately to a new student. "When I'm younger, I like that, and I'm even more beautiful than anyone else." Jang Tai-san smiled and replied, "I'm not moralizing, I just want to change your way of thinking. What I mean is, we should take advantage of the little and precious time at university to create more for ourselves. Precious opportunity in the future, because our time budget is all the same, isn't it?" Sun Yuri changed his face and said, "Although you are a new student, but law students will always be the same. If you haven't gone on a blind date, don't say those words so quickly. He looks okay on the outside, but he talks like an old man." Jang Tai-san shyly thought to himself, "Hey, this guy is definitely an old man." Jang Tai-san said, "You're not stupid. Of course, you have to talk in a different way when you go on a blind date." Sun Yuri seemed angry when she heard that and replied, "What? So you're acting like it's just for me, right?" The other group of people also said, "Yes. Why are you so discriminating, kid?" Jang Tai-san calmly said, "You said you felt sad. That's why I wanted to advise you." Sun Yuri only heard that and made a noise. Jang Tai-san continued, "If there's anything wrong, please forgive me." When she heard that, she smiled and replied, "Okay. It's nice to hear you talk about morality, and moreover, I was also offered coffee." The group of people saw her and started talking. "Is that Yuri Lipstick, isn't it? The beauty queen of the art school. Really, it's her. Oh my god, today is so lucky." Jang Tai-san and Sun Yuri heard the others talking and just looked at each other silently for a long time. After a while, she smiled and said, "I'll just give you this. Give me the phone." Sun Yuri held out her hand and said, "What's wrong? It's embarrassing to keep reaching out like that." Jang Tai-san hesitantly replied, Yes, here." She took Jang Tai-san's phone and started dialing her number. The other group of people saw this and were very surprised because they did not expect the beauty department beauty to tell Jang Tai-san her phone number, something that so many people wish to have. Sun Yuri asked, "Are you busy today?" Jang Tai-san was surprised to hear that and couldn't say anything. Sun Yuri smiled brightly and said, "If you have time, please contact me." Jang Tai-san happily replied, "I'm free tonight." When the group of people heard that, they were so shocked that their eyes were shaped like A and their mouths were like O and shouted, "No way." Scene changed to a lecture hall in a university. Everyone here is sitting very attentively, waiting for the student council president to enter. Jang Tai-san and dejectedly lay down on the table, pretending to write an essay, saying, "God, what to do in this awkward situation?" Suddenly a person wearing very formal clothes walked in and said, "Nice to meet the 8th grade students here. I'm a 3rd year student of the 3rd department." That person said loudly, "I have just been discharged from the army and am taking advantage of my precious time to contribute to the school as the student council president. I hope you will understand if my way of speaking is lacking, squid. We will soon have an orientation session for new students, and we hope you can all take the time to attend, because it is an opportunity where you can meet professors and seniors. Before that, I will form groups to prepare for this orientation." Everyone seemed very focused, paying attention, listening to the student council president say, "Each group will have 20 members, 200 students will be divided into 10 groups. Currently there may be 200 students here. We still don't know each other. But once we form a group, we are group mates." As he spoke, he raised his hand to announce to all students that today they will meet the seniors in charge of each group and elect the group leader. Group 1 should go up to the podium and the remaining students stay in place. A senior spoke up, raised his hand, and invited the group of 10 together. She continued, let's say hello. If you cooperate well, senior here will treat you to a grand treat. The senior smiled brightly and said warmly, let's gather here. Oh my God. It's good that I'm so honest among you guys. I will try to fulfill my responsibilities well. The orientation session will also have the participation of economic students. Oh, let me remind you first. The professors at the economic school are quite difficult and feel very inferior towards our law faculty. Jang Tai-san was listening attentively at the moment. She continued, so we have to prepare ourselves and perform well. Jang Tai-san smiled brightly and asked, sorry, what's your name, senior? She suddenly turned around and replied, your name? She said warmly, I have my name tag here. I'm Kang Aaron from Class 6, Faculty of Law. My name sounds boring. After speaking, she happily asked Jang Tai-san again, what is your name? Kang Aaron almost said, wow, he's so handsome. You could become an idol. When Jang Tai-san heard his senior praise him like that, he shyly replied, I'm Jang Tai-san. Hearing that, Kang Aaron suddenly replied, what, Jang Tai-san? So you're an arrogant kid, she said while lightly punching Jang Tai-san. Jang Tai-san heard his senior say that and immediately changed his face. He smiled shyly and said, what do you mean? Kang Aaron happily replied, being arrogant is just being arrogant. Right. Jang Tai-san thought helplessly, it's only the first day of school and he already has a nickname. Kang Aaron continued, you're the one who said if you don't pass the second time in second year, then you'd rather not study at all. Right. To impress the professors, I also asked for an IQ test. Jang Tai-san replied loudly, yes, that's true. So what? Standing before the shocked eyes of his seniors, Jang Tai-san thought to himself, it seems like I'm being looked down upon by the seniors here. But so what? Jang Tai-san smirked, they are nothing compared to me. My assets have reached billions of dollars. When Kang Aaron saw Jang Tai-san, he opened his eyes wide and asked, are you smiling? Jang Tai-san now looked down, smiled and thought, I am not an arrogant person. I am Jang Tai-san, the richest person in the Republic of Korea. At this time outside the car was extremely noisy. One of them spoke up, okay, Group 3 champions, please follow me. The others followed suit. Junior Jang Hun was the best. The other man was happy again. Let's drink while starting the talent contest. I know a great place. Everyone said in unison, yes, senior. In the car, Tai-san was chatting on the phone with someone. Where should we go? I'll come pick you up. The other person on the other end looked surprised. What, now? Even though she was surprised, she still told me the address. Please come to building number 50 behind the art gallery. I'll be right there. After ending the conversation, Tai-san drove past the group, startling everyone. Some of them exclaimed, what is that? That car is truly obnoxious. Hey, isn't he the same person from before? That's right, was still with us. But, that car, isn't it Porch? A moment later, he went to pick up the person who had just called, sitting in the car. The girl wondered, what is it? Are new students allowed to drive? And this car, what is it? Is he a rich kid? The seats are also pre-warmed. She looked at him and smiled pleasantly. It seemed quite observant. I wasn't being flirted with by him. Suddenly Tai-san turned around and happily teased her. It's very dangerous. Please put on your seatbelt. This made her very shy. Then he asked again, where should we go? Do you know any place to have fun? The girl happily gave her opinion. The old woman's sausage shop often cursed. Tai-san immediately agreed, yes, I know. She was surprised and thought, what is it? Does he live in this area? Does he know that place? Arriving at the parking lot, Sun Yuri was surprised. He was a really good driver. Is this your car? He calmly replied, yes. The answer made Yuri think, after all, how could he live in a family that let him drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions like that? She asked Tai-san, where do you live? He happily replied, I live in this neighborhood. She continued to wonder. It seemed like her parents were quite wealthy. Tai-san is still happy to ask and answer whatever he wants. His father has an apple orchard. Sun Yuri was excited. Ah, your apple orchard and farm must be very big. He still naturally replied, well, it's also big in the area. But because they are organic apples, it is difficult to sell them. It seemed like she didn't really believe what he said. Organic apples are hard to sell, but they have porch cars. She asked again, what does your mother do? He laughed. My mother only worked as a housewife and painted. Sun Yuri was surprised. What a housewife. She still didn't seem to believe it and continued to ask, really? So who bought this car for you? Isn't this car very expensive? Tai-san is proud. He started his own business. Yuri was startled, thinking, am I starting a business? Arriving at the sausage shop owned by the old woman who cursed, he and she chose a table to sit at and ordered food. At the dining table, Tai-san helped her grill food. Suddenly, the owner walked up to their table, and started talking to Sanyuri. Oh, this cunning female student. She smiled. Yes, ma'am. The old woman continued to warmly ask, is this the first time you brought your boyfriend here? Sanyuri awkwardly answered her, not a boyfriend, just a junior. The old lady didn't believe this explanation at all. It's really funny. Hey, I know you're flirting with him right now. Everyone here knows what they see, so how dare they lie? Then suddenly she turned around and shouted at the other people who were curiously looking this way to stop staring like that. These people don't know any manners. But everyone around is admiring the couple Tai-san and Sanyuri. The girls looked at him and thought, he's really handsome. The boys were fascinated by her beauty. She was a model. Then the old woman suddenly saw Tai-san holding tongs to cook food and was surprised. Why is he a chef? Why is he so good at stir-frying? This fried rice with pork sausage looks even more delicious than before, but this is the first time I see you. I don't understand why it looks so familiar. You know me. Tai-san smiled. No, I just met you for the first time today. The old woman was surprised. What's wrong? The face looks very familiar. Oh, that's right. This old lady must be suffering from forgetfulness. Tai-san doesn't understand anything. Wow, what's wrong with this old woman? Then she turned to Sanyuri. You must definitely catch this guy. She smiled. Yes, the old woman continued, as she saw it. He is a person who lives with a lot of money stacked up like a mountain. Although he is a bit unkempt, the girl caught a bargain. If you have the opportunity, you must grasp it tightly. Know it yet? Yuri could only laugh. Ah, yes. Then she turned to Tai-san and also, remember to come often. Even so, no matter where I bring another girl, I won't say anything. The old lady's words left Tai-san speechless. Then he faltered. But, why? She interrupted him. Look at your face. The girls looked at me and were drooling all over. Can't you see the looks of those little girls? Tai-san burst out laughing. She continued. But why don't the children drink alcohol if they're healthy? They have to drink alcohol to speed up progress. The old lady's thoughts made both of them confused and shocked. Oh, lady, you are the best. Tai-san finally spoke up. Then, give me a beer and soju. The old woman was surprised. Mixed it up. Tai-san suddenly remembered. This was a time when few people knew about wine bombs. After the old lady left, Sanyuri asked Tai-san, have you been here before? Tai-san countered, no, this is my first time coming to this restaurant. She smiled with an expression of disbelief, looking like he had met her before. And why are you so good at stir-frying pork sausage? You've been here many times, right? Tai-san smiled. My hobby is cooking. Sanyuri burst out laughing. After the alcohol was served, she asked him, soju, beer. But can you drink alcohol? According to the law, you are still a minor. Tai-san did not answer her question and moved on to another matter. The old woman's eldest son is currently a prosecutor at the Seoul prosecutor's office, and the second son is a high-ranking police officer, and the youngest daughter is a judge. Absolutely will not be caught. Sanyuri was surprised. No, how do you know? Tai-san thought, oh hey, so how does she know me? Then he curled his lips and said, my high school seniors at the law school told me. Sanyuri was suspicious. That's strange. That was a secret. Tai-san thought, what's going on? Who is this art student? She's even more suspicious. The beer was poured into a glass, and while it was bubbling, he mixed it with soju. Sanyuri is confused. Are you mixing them together now? Tai-san laughed. He was making wine bombs. When she heard that, she was surprised. She was bombarded with alcohol. Then he picked up the glass to drink in Sanyuri's surprise. He wiped his lips and smiled at her. Would you like to try a cup? Tai-san looked at her and thought, it looks like she would get drunk easily. She hesitantly answered him, try giving me a drink. He acted casually. If you don't like it, then you don't need to drink it. This makes Sanyuri mad. I'm a third-year art student. Drinking alcohol all night long is common. He and she raised their glasses together, draining the first cup, shallow, ties, and asked her, what do you think? After finishing the glass, Yuri was excited. What is this? Why is it so delicious? What is? The boring taste of beer has all disappeared. Make me another cup. Tai-san is worried. If you keep like that, you will get drunk. If soju is mixed like this, the alcohol content will be higher. The girl cried again. What's wrong with you? I'm quite good at drinking wine. Don't worry, let's continue. Tai-san looked at her expression and thought to himself. She looked like she was drunk. Suddenly a figure came forward and talked to her. What is this, son Yuri? Are you here to drink? Yuri was also surprised. Oh, so it's Yeren. The other girl happily continued. This girl. Who is this? Tai-san was startled. This voice. As soon as she saw his face, Yeren blurted out. What you? Yeren said loudly. Yuri, I know him. Son Yuri was shocked. Oh, that's it. Tai-san spoke up to explain. He fell in love with senior Yuri at first sight, so he invited her to go have a drink with him. This statement startled both girls. Aaron was angry. What? Jang Tai-san, you are a new student. Are you going to school to fall in love? You already know that you won't succeed. But you also have ability. Aaron suddenly moved closer, making Tai-san startled. Aaron continued to say, I can guarantee that Yuri was single from the womb. How could you go with him? If I were a man, I would have flirted with Yuri. Yuri next to him was stunned by Aaron's words. Is he praising me? Suddenly, she hesitated. What are you talking about? Aaron didn't answer her but looked at the food table. That's great. It looks like the food has already been cooked. She turned and said to the people behind her, You guys, drink here. Those people said in unison, Yes, senior. Then Aaron took her beer and said, Yuri, I'll drink your beer. Then she drank it all in one gulp to the panic of the other two people. After drinking the entire glass of beer, Aaron was delighted. What is this? How new is this beer brand? Why is the aftertaste so refreshing and sweet? Aaron turned to look at the group of people following her. Why are you still standing there? You guys should sit down quickly. Take the glass. The other boys all hesitantly agreed. She winked at Tai-san again. What kind does Tai-san want? Soju? Beer? He forced a smile. I will get it myself. Oh my god, Tai-san's voice is really cool too. Aaron teased him again. One of the boys accompanying her suddenly spoke up. Sir. Senior. Aaron turned her head in wonder. Huh? The guy looked at Yuri and asked, Who is she? Aaron smiled. Who, Yuri, is pretty. The other boys' eyes all glowed looking at her. Aaron continued to introduce himself, a third-year student of the Western Arts Department. He was my high school classmate, and our families also knew each other. Son Yuri smiled friendly and spoke up. Nice to meet you, juniors. I'm Yuri. Let's drink together. Hearing her invitation, we all said in unison, yes. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked glasses together. That day, we drank together all night. I work hard and drink alcohol, along with the scary feeling of having to go through hell the next morning. That whole evening was like a movie playing through Tai-san's head. It's so warm. Does it smell like blankets? Where is this? It doesn't seem like it's Aaron's house. Yuri slowly woke up, then suddenly she panicked, panting. Here. Where is this? A thought crossed her mind. It didn't look like a girl's room, maybe. Then she dully lifted the blanket all over her body. Seeing that everything was still normal, she felt relieved. Suddenly a voice from outside made Yuri startled. If you're awake, come here after taking a shower. Jang Tai-san. Yuri turned pale and thought, what is this? A moment later she also stood up and walked out of the room. Never mind, let's meet first. The scene outside the ground-level window startled her. What was that? This is Gangnam. She looked around the house and silently exclaimed, Wow, the house is so large. Tai-san's voice came again. Go to the dining table. She did as Tai-san said, and when she saw the dining table she was surprised. What was it all about? Oh, fish soup with bean sprouts. Here, he must be the size of a professional chef. He walked out of the kitchen smiling and said, I prepared it myself. Yuri was surprised. Yes, you did it all yourself? He smiled brightly. You should try it. I don't put anything in it. Yuri sat down at the table and picked up chopsticks to start enjoying the food. The smell was very fragrant. Taking a bite, she gave him a thumbs up. It was delicious. After eating for a while, she shyly asked, But nothing happened last night, right? How do we say goodbye to those juniors and my friends? He smirked. Don't you remember? It happened last night. The answer made Yuri worried. What's the matter? He still smiled and said vaguely, Why are you like that? His vagueness made her panic even more. Yes, what? Then suddenly he smiled brightly and I asked why she treated me like that. Yuri was shocked. What did I do to make you like this? Then suddenly he said something. Why do you like me? Yuri was stunned. How did she like it? He curled his lips. You clearly said it yesterday, that I fell in love with you at first sight. His words made her scared out of her wits. He smiled cunningly and thought to himself, she must feel like her head is about to explode from hiccups, right? But what to do? It's all bullshit. He still calmly smiled. I will take responsibility. Yuri panicked even more. What was the responsibility? After that, she felt like she was petrified by the amount of information she received. What the hell? The morning's humorous events passed just like that. The sky outside was bright blue. Tai-san looked at the clock and thought, 11 a.m. Korean time, 10 p.m. American time. He said to someone on the phone, it's probably not time to sleep yet. The other end of the line answered him, Yes, boss, I'm Robert. I smiled. Sorry for calling so late, Robert. The other end of the line replied, You've said too much. He said while surfing the computer, Please quickly buy this stock for me. Robert on the other end asked again, What kind of stock is it? He smiled. Felton Hotel. Robert was surprised. What kind of Felton hotel? He continued. The current total starting value is 10 billion. Robert replied, yes, I know. The first target in this economic recession is tourism and hotel business. After that, the stock price will continuously decrease. This Saturday is my mother's class reunion at the Felton Hotel. He told Robert again, please buy at least 40% for me. Attack both inside and outside the market. The other end of the line wondered, do you mean right now? He calmly replied, let's start as soon as the trading session opens tomorrow morning. Robert respectfully replied, I understand. Boss, I will help Mom. There is no son like me in this world. He smiled and continued. The attack method is very simple. Lower the auction price and then start accepting from the bottom up. Having finished speaking, he thought to himself, the plan to revive his mother's confidence is currently underway. He told Robert again that if everything went well for about 3 days, he could buy it for half the current selling price. The bustle of school resounded in everyone's happy day. Jiang Tai-san held a bouquet of flowers and looked handsome and elegant on his happy day, standing out from the crowd. His father and mother looked at him with proud eyes. His mother said, son, thank you very much. Tai-san answered with boundless understanding, thanks to his parents' teachings. I thank my parents. Then loud, proud voice rang out from the side. So proud of him. He's the best. Tai-san's 2 younger sisters in beautiful dresses, smiling brightly, congratulations to you, brother. You look a little cooler today. Suddenly his mother saw 2 familiar shadows, still smiling, turned to ask Tai-san, Tai-san, is that your friend over there? Tai-san looked at those 2 figures, bored and speechless, thinking, what's wrong with those crazy guys? Tai-san Dojung and Tai-san both, but she looked up, smiling and saying loudly, I say hello to my father-in-law and mother-in-law. He mistakenly said hello to Mom. Tai-san said, first son-in-law hello to Mom, and Dojung smiled with his eyes wide open, said, second son-in-law, hello mother. Tai-san felt annoyed. Not knowing what to do with the Tai-san and thick-facedness of his 2 friends, he gritted his teeth, trembled all over, couldn't even say a word. These crazy dogs. He suddenly got out of his thoughts when an unknown number called, and on the other side were his 2 younger sisters coming to greet his 2 friends. Hello guys. Oh yeah, hello everyone. A strange number he had never seen before suddenly appeared. He wondered, strange number? Who is it? Tai-san brought the phone close to his ear to listen with a voice full of gentleness and calmness. Jiang Tai-san, please listen. On the other end of the line, a familiar sweet voice rang out, brother, making him realize after only half a second of thinking. Who is it? Yeren. It surprised both his younger sisters and his 2 friends, their mouths wide open. The 2 younger sisters wondered which one she was. His 2 younger sisters realized, their faces stiffened, sweat pouring down their cheeks, asking as if they couldn't believe it. What? FOB's Yeren. Dojong and Tai-san knew Yeren from the beginning, but they didn't expect that she was in the FOB group. The 2 of them stood still, unable to think of anything else. Mr. Tai-san, congratulations on the occasion. On the other end of the line, the sweet voice of a group of girls echoed in unison. On this side, Tai-san listened and smiled with satisfaction. Behind him was a panic that engulfed the whole person, 2 younger sisters and 2 friends, while still thinking about the name Fob. Someone said so on the other end. Hyung, sincerely sending you a million congratulations for your graduation. Serin said that she loves you like crazy. Every night she calls your name and hugs her doll tightly to sleep. It made the 4 people on this side extremely scared, as if they couldn't believe what the other end of the line said when Tai-san turned on the speakerphone. His mouth couldn't close. Tai-san smiled and replied, okay, thank you guys so much. Next time I will buy delicious food for you guys, in exchange for crazy happiness on the other end of the line. Ah, really? You're the best. He seriously asked, do you guys know that I'm in Seoul right now? Can I contact this phone number? The answer was, no, we can't use the phone yet. Before getting back the investment capital, the director will probably not allow it to be used. Tai-san frowned. A sad look shone in his eyes, accompanied by fierceness. He thought, idle life is really real. Try touching the kids. I won't. How dare he do that? It's a strange thing, so I let him out right away. He replied, I know. Call me when you're free and we'll see you another day. At the end of the phone call, he continued to ask questions from one of his 2 younger sisters and Isan. FOB? Is that the FOB group, you know? That brat? Is he still in contact with Siri? And until now, in the joyful atmosphere of the graduation ceremony, there were still calls of laughter and joy resounding. Jiang Tai-san, this bad guy, this criminal, obediently accept the crime. Attack. The scene changes to the Felton Hotel, where the sound of conversation is echoing in the lobby. How are the preparations going? The majority shareholder of Felton Hotel Group was changed in just a few days. The employee said to the general manager of Felton Group respectfully, Mr. General Manager, it's been completed. Originally, the personnel change was very urgent, so the lower-level employees were unaware. The general director of the Felton Hotel Group reminded, "Manager on, mistakes are not allowed." He thought with a puzzled look on his face, "Even a CEO like me only learned this news the day before. Who exactly is this? Who would dare to ask for preferential treatment from the group's president? Adults don't get this either." Then he put that aside, without thinking anymore, told manager on that it was time for that person to arrive. He told the reception staff to welcome him in and received an answer filled with respect. Manager's respect on, "Yes, general manager." Outside the hotel, there are two women talking outside. "Heo Suk, are you here?" "Sunja, no, Seo-won." The woman with the purple coat said with an arrogant smile on her lips. She always looked beautiful, making others jealous, while opposite her was the blonde woman with the shirt. She replied with a long coat, "Oh my god, I haven't seen her in a long time and she looks so much more beautiful." The blonde woman asked, where did she get her facial done, and received the answer from the other side. "My husband Yunja is a cosmetic doctor. He's very talented." "Wow, is that so? Should I try it and see how it goes? He said he would come here today, so you should ask him to quote the price." Her husband, the blonde woman asked and received an answer. He said he would come soon. She asked again, wondering if everyone else had arrived yet. The woman with the purple coat gave a deceitful smile. "I heard she would be there today." "What is she? Who is she?" the blonde woman asked. "Haven't you heard the rumors? That girl will participate today. The runaway queen." The blonde woman was surprised and asked again to confirm her guess. If it was the runaway queen, could it be Ju Sul-ran? She asked with a surprised, bewildered face. "That's right, naughty. She just tries to come here and see. I will trample her to the point that she can't show her face in this Seoul land anymore." The woman with the purple coat smiled sinisterly and a little creepy. Then a hotel employee came up and asked two women, "Sir?" He asked with a shy and reluctant look as if he wanted to chase away customers. "Because there are other cars waiting to park, can I please move the cars parked here to another place?" The two women were surprised. One said, "What are you talking about, another car?" The other a bit embarrassed and replied, "Oh yes, okay." Not knowing which celebrity's car it was, from the opposite side, an extremely luxurious, shiny white car approached, making the two of them bewildered Bentley. The two people didn't know what else to say. A bit of admiration appeared on their faces, accompanied by a slight concern. There were only a few of that car in the world. Then from the car, landing on the ground was a beautiful, long, slender foot with luxurious clogs. Ju Sul-ran appeared with an arrogant, poised demeanor. With a noble black dress and a small bag showing nobility, she said without seeming surprised at all, "Were you guys waiting for me?" The two women were surprised and couldn't believe it. It was impossible to describe the discomfort on the purple shirt woman's face from just now. The jealousy was clearly exposed and not hidden. "What about Ju Sul-ran?" Jang Tai-san sat in the driver's seat and proudly said, "These Andes are already so scared. They're so frustrating." Ju Sul-ran smiled friendly, like an angel, as if asking after a friend she hadn't seen in a long time. "Hyo Suk, we haven't seen each other in 20 years. "Huh, yeah, it's probably about that. After you disappeared from Seoul, we never saw each other again." Hyesuk emotionally replied with an extremely happy expression. Sul-ran said, with a lost look, "Life is really impermanent." Hyesuk replied, "That's it. Just a few days ago you and I were sweeping the street in front of our school." Hyo Suk continued to say, "The soul is still the same as ever. Only the age has changed." Jang Tai-san sat in the shiny Bentley car and heard everything, feeling that that aunt was still much better than Aunt Sunja. Sunja was controlled by jealousy, angrily criticized. Asked Sul-ran, "What is this car? Do you even rent a car just to attend a class reunion? Isn't that unreasonable?" She was still nagging her about it. How expensive the rental fee was. When Jang Tai-san stepped out of the car and attracted the attention of three women, the employee asked Jang Tai-san with his respectful attitude, "Asking permission to park my car." Sunja was surprised, her face covered in sweat. She screamed loudly, You are that impolite boy." Jang Tai-san seemed to introduce himself with disdainful eyes and an arrogant smile. "Hello, Aunt Sunja. We meet again." He adjusted both sides of his vest and confidently said, "This is my mother's car." This car she often uses to go to the market in Seoul made Sunja angry. She asked, "What are you talking about, this car? How much money does that car cost to go to the market?" Jang Tai-san answered with a tantalizing smile, 300 million is not much, making Sunja gritted her teeth. Her words were interrupted. "You? What are you talking about? 300 million. Not much." Sul-ran seemed to want to adjust the atmosphere a bit. She said to Tai-san, "This is Jang Hyo Suk, my mother's best friend from school. Say hello." He bowed, his face smiling, his left hand around his back, his right hand raised to his chest in greeting. Hello, I am the eldest son of Miss Ju Seol-ran, Jang Tai-san. Hyo-suk happily said, wow, he's so handsome. He can also be an actor at this level. You're a student. Tai-san replied, yes, I am this year's new student. Hyo-suk continued to ask, what school do you go to? His eyebrows slightly frowned. He smiled confidently, politely answered Hyo-suk, I study law at a Korean university. From the opposite side was the surprised voice of Hyo-suk. Faculty, law faculty, Korean university stars. Wow, your studies are also excellent. Congratulations, Seol-ran. Now you don't have to worry anymore. Hyo-suk's kind words continued to make Sunja crazy. Sunja gritted her teeth, trying to squeeze out her story to say not to lose in comparison with Seol-ran. I don't have to work hard anymore. My son treats me very well. Jang Tai-san stared at her, thinking, that's right, at this subject council, there has to be this scene to be in order, besides showing off her husband, showing off her son, showing off her money, there's nothing else. Sonia couldn't attack Seol-ran, so he angrily turned around and cursed at Tai-san. You know where this is, don't you dare bring your body here. Tai-san pretended to be confused and asked back, why can't I come here? Then you got serious. My father was busy going to college to work on the board of directors, so I came to replace him. He started talking nonsense, because our Jew family's lady was so fragile and weak, so different from the body of someone else from the Jew family that made Sunja angry. What, this brat? Hyo-suk wanted to dispel this atmosphere. Hey, it's okay if her son comes along. Last year Mrs. Sunja also brought her son. Sunja got angry and scolded Hyo-suk, telling her to call her Saeo1, not Sunja, causing Hyo-suk to laugh and apologize. Oh sorry, I forgot. Hyo-suk looked at Seol-ran and then the two of them laughed at Sunja's cursing. Huh, obnoxious. Hyo-suk smiled brightly and invited Seol-ran to go to the party together. Seol-ran, let's go inside. Seol-ran also smiled in response to that wish. Yes. The party venue is luxurious and brilliant. Everything in here is so beautiful and magnificent. Seol-ran's friends suddenly couldn't believe it when they saw her current appearance. No, you, maybe, say, Seol-ran. What? Who? The surprise burst out loud. The crowd called Seol-ran's name with bewilderment in the satisfaction of mother and daughter Seol-ran and Jang Tai-san. Everyone gathered to say hello like a crowd gathered around their idols to get an autograph. The sound of greetings filled the entire hall. Seol-ran, nice to meet you. I'm Young-ho. How long has it been and I'm Hyuk-chan. It's not like you've forgotten me. Someone said a touching sentence, as if expressing the feelings of everyone here. Seol-ran, you are still very beautiful. Seol-ran smiled back and replied, nice to meet everyone. How long has it been? Then a sturdy back suddenly appeared. Speaking in a low and serious voice, please excuse me, Miss Ju. It's nice to meet you here. I'm Eric Benson, the head manager of this hotel, said the man with slicked back blonde hair in the middle, flanked by two equally elegant staff. Seol-ran asked in surprise, yes, the head manager. Everyone was even more surprised. Was he Seol-ran's acquaintance? Oh my god, what was going on? Eric Benson continued his introduction with an extremely industrial smile. I was extremely grateful that she had chosen to come to our modest hotel. He was pleased and continued to say, I have prepared a small gift for Miss Ju and her friends present here. Seol-ran seemed doubtful of what she had heard. She asked again, what's the gift? Behind Eric Benson is a line of chefs bringing out trays of food and wine. He opens his confident eyes and says, these are the dishes prepared by the hotel's head chef, Albert Leo, and his staff. Its members make it directly. The crowd had a chance to be noisy again. What? That outfit? The chef? It's actually Chef Albert. Oh my god. Eric Benson held a bottle of yellow wine in his hand, with a handkerchief to hold it, as if afraid of getting his expensive jewelry dirty. Then he said, this is Kim wine from 1992. Can I buy this VIP guest a drink? Eric Benson asked, and that confused Seol-ran. She just said yes? The women continued to discuss. Seol-ran, who exactly is this? Did the head manager invite him to drink? Do they already know each other? I can't believe it. Then Eric Benson and his two subordinates bowed in half, saying respectfully, if there's anything missing, please let us know. The manager will be waiting right behind. Seeing that, Hyo-soo quickly asked, you? How do you know the head manager? Seol-ran replied, no, this is also the first time I meet him. Hyo-suk denied, lying. How high-class the manager of Felton Hotel is. A woman in there asked, if she was a chief manager, she would definitely have met the presidents of big companies. The crowd continued to cheer. So you have been very successful. How have you been living lately? What has your husband been doing? The garden is just a joke, right? Is he actually a real estate tycoon? Or what kind of business is he doing? Suddenly son Josh shouted angrily, as if wanting to let out all the jealousy in her heart, smearing ashes and rice husks on Seol-ran's family, saying, what business? Maybe that promiscuous father will finally bring the money has already been used, right? Sol Ran opened his mouth gently, but the atmosphere was not happy at all. So what? Jang Tai-san was surprised. He thought, what? What does that mother's calm voice mean? Sunja seemed to be gaining momentum. She screamed loudly. Her saliva flew everywhere. She thought Sol Ran was weak and didn't dare to fight back. That's right. That's it. Stop acting like I'm just because I have a good father. Then Sol Ran gently said, what a pity. Sanja made Sanja snap back right away. What nonsense are you talking about? Solran's face darkened. Her eyes shone with sadness, wrinkles in her eye bags as if due to the fatigue from the past still surrounding her. She said, ever since I went to school. I know you have always been jealous of me. Years passed. I believed that after raising children well, he would change. But you, whether then or now, have not changed at all, Sol Ran said, looking straight at Sunja with unprecedented coldness. Sunja seemed to be at a loss, screaming even louder. Shut up. You only get a pretty face, a mistress. Jang Tai-san couldn't close his mouth. He just witnessed something he had never seen before. Glasses of red wine flew everywhere in everyone's silence. The wine poured all over. Sun John barked at her, making her scream like she was crazy. Mimi, now she looks as ugly as a witch. Holding an empty wine glass in her hand, Sol Ran said, I don't care if you're jealous of me, but I cannot forgive you for insulting my father and mother. Sunja ran to complain, crying to her husband, oh my god, I'm so upset. That crazy woman dared to throw wine at me. Meanwhile, Tyson thought, wow, my mother is the best. Sunja's husband ran to defend his wife. What is that bitch? Is she crazy? Next to her was Sunja with a crying face, cursing and pointing at Seol Ran. Sue her. My husband works at Samwoo Law office. Jang Tai-san seemed to think of something. Oh, work at Samwoo Law office. Sunja's husband started to raise his voice. Her actions are now a crime of violence. You know, accompanied by Sunja's words, you guys will surely die today. Then Tai-san spoke up behind his mother's back, with a firm and affirming tone to the surprise of the Sunja couple. How could that be a crime of violence? Sonia's husband was angry because someone denied his words. Every vein on his face appeared clearly. He angrily said, you? Who are you? Why is a child like you sticking your nose in? He started cursing loudly, this time about the hotel service. This hotel is not good. How dare the waiter interfere in the customer's problem? Tyson seemed to hear something wrong. Waiter, is it me? Sol Ran reluctantly said, as my son. He received scoldings from that couple, son. So what? What about son? Tai-san spoke on behalf of his mother. His name is Jang Tai-san, studying at the law faculty of a Korean university. Behind him were the roars of the class meeting crowd. Sunja's husband's name is surprising. What? Korean university? I'll compensate you for the dirty clothes. He closed his eyes and laughed it off. Then he immediately turned around and said slander to the couple, making them vomit blood. They both looked like bread, so I'll buy all the bread here for the two of them. What brat? I'm your senior. Sanja's husband said, and received a question instead of Tai-san's answer. So, what happened? So Tai-san's husband was pushed forward again. Look, it's true that the family is not educated. The concubine's child, this uneducated woman, her child is like her, so she is also uneducated. Sol Ran pursed her lips angrily, her body trembling when she heard those words. Tai-san suddenly said, it's a crime to defame someone else's honor, and also, I will sue you for defaming my mother's honor. He said that with seriousness and no joking expression on his face, making Sunja's husband surprised. What? His eyes showed anger. He said, his wife said that my mother was the daughter of a concubine, the child of a promiscuous father, and that the family had no education and that the mother was also uneducated. He continued to say harsh words that made Sanja's husband feel scared. This insult was unacceptable, even at a class reunion like today. I will sue. When Sanja's husband heard Tai-san's words, he was extremely angry, but because he was unreasonable, he couldn't say anything. You thought, this lawyer, you yourself also see that this is a crime of defamation, right? While making a phone call with a cold expression, Director Joe, I called because I wanted to commission a lawsuit. The couple was a little worried. That kid. What do you think of me? Jang Tai-san still didn't pay attention and continued to call. It was about defamation. He said it was Samwoo Law office. The litigant is in front of me. Let me transfer the phone. Tai-san gave the phone to that uncle and said, take it. In return for anger on the other side. You dare to threaten me. Jang Tai-san also didn't know how to answer. He replied casually, I don't know. Please take the call first. Sanja's husband had a challenging tone. Do you think I'm scared? He shouted into the phone. Hello? I'm Lee Dongkwang from Samwoo Law office without knowing who was on the other end of the line. Receiving only silence without saying anything, Lee Dongkwang was angry. Hello? Say something. Say it. Then the other end of the line let out a long stream of words. Hey, that bastard Lee Dongkwang. Making him jump, Lee Dongkwang put the phone back to his ear and vaguely asked, "Who are you?" He received an answer that made his soul fly out of his body. "I am Director Joe Yun-tae, that stupid blockhead." Lee Dongkwang stammered in fear and replied, "Pant, money, senior." Director Joe Yun-tae of Samwoo Law Office questioned Lee Dongkwang. "Hey, do you know who you're touching? It's too noisy. Where is that place, you?" Lee Dongkwang stood still and listened to his boss's curses. "Apologize quickly and go back to the office, you stupid fat pig. Please be sincere." That was the last sentence that Director Joe Yun-tae said before hanging up the phone, causing Lee Dongkwang to look at Jang Tae-sin and feel scared, like he saw the butcher of his life. Jang Tae-sin leisurely asked, "Have you had a good conversation with my lawyer?" Suddenly, Lee Dongkwang sincerely apologized, bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry. I committed a mortal sin." That made Sun Ja feel surprised. She could only blur it out, "Huh? You? What are you doing?" Sun Ja continued to complain and complain about it. She opened her ugly mouth wide and continued to speak. "Why is it that you have to bow your head?" Suddenly, Lee Dongkwang's hand slapped Sun Ja hard on the side of the face, causing her tears and snot to mix, her teeth and lips chattering. He shouted loudly and shut up. Everyone in the lobby did not expect what had just happened. Tyson thought, "Oh my god, did he hit his wife in the face?" Then Lee Dongkwang pulled Sun Ja home in front of many people. Sans words to dispel this awkward atmosphere. Today's meeting seemed too hot. Hyo Suk comforted her best friend, Seo Ran. "Don't pay attention to them." She continued, "Even when I looked at them, I still didn't like their faces. It was really refreshing. You're so cool." Then a long line of footsteps approached the party hall. Solran said in an apologetic tone, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I just disrupted today's meeting." Then someone said, What's with the atmosphere?" "Huh, who is that? There? It looks like a band." Jang Tae-sin stood silently and smiled amidst countless compliments for the girls. "Oh my god, so cute." Then the group FOB put on the introduction music and started performing. "Hello, we are the Rookie Girl Group. Fob, I thought this was a special event at the hotel, a class reunion. There's still a long way to go." Syrian looks really happy, enthusiastic and passionate when acting. She is truly beautiful. The crowd at the class reunion below whispered. It seemed like I was familiar with that new band or something. I seem to have heard their song. They looked at the FOB group performing above and gave so many compliments. "Oh, their bodies are so beautiful. Their dancing is all so good." At the end of the performance, Syrian and the group posed a very beautiful and cheerful goodbye to greet the audience at the class reunion. The FOB group said in unison, "We are FOB. We are adorable babies of everyone." The girls went into the old wing, waved to the audience, and listened to the compliments. "Everyone has worked hard. It looks like they will succeed. So keep fighting." The response was a constant thank you from the members. Suddenly, Syrian and the members suddenly realized something before their eyes. A tall, thin man with glasses obscuring his eyes appeared right behind the scenes and said, "I am Chung-soo, the hotel manager. We have prepared dinner for everyone. Then I would like to give you instructions. Lead everyone." The FOB members were surprised. A little joy appeared on the girls' faces. Many questions were asked. "Yes, dinner. Really? Why suddenly no? That, manager, what about our reason?" And Chung-soo said in a reassuring tone that I have also contacted your manager. The girls in FOB seemed to want to cry. So emotional their voices were trembling. "How about inviting us to eat? Wow, this hotel is the best. I'm starving to death." Everyone in the band looked at the rich table of food and gasped, not believing what they saw. "Oh, meat, beef, steak, lamb, even lamb. I love meat so much, I shed tears." Two girls in the band said emotionally. The band manager appeared and said, let's eat, because there is no schedule tomorrow afternoon, so please feel free." So, the girls started rushing to that sumptuous banquet table. Someone happily said that it feels like just living today. So happy. Someone continued to say, die. It's so delicious. Now even if I die, I won't have any regrets." Then Jang Tae-san's voice rang out next to the girls' dining table, attracting everyone's attention. Yaren. He happily held a tray of ice cream in both hands and walked behind Syrian. "Eat this ice cream too." Then someone shouted, Who is that?" Some girl said, "Who are you?" Next to the surprise of Syrian, "Tai-san. Over here. There's a pervert." Tai-san heard those accusations against him and felt helpless, speechless, grimacing and accepting it all. What? Transformation, perversion. But Syrian ran straight to hug Jang Tai-san like she hadn't seen her for a long time. She cried loudly and buried her face deeply in his arms. The system displays a notification that you have received karma points. Jang Tai-san hugged Syrian and felt confused, not knowing what else to do, while the other girls were wondering, "What are you doing?" Someone shouted loudly, "Unknown." It was our brother. Jang Tai-san hugged Syrian and gently scolded him. "Really? Why are you crying like that? If other people saw him, they would think he was the ugliest person in the world. Could it be this guy? Who is it?" Jang Tai-san. Everyone seems to have gradually figured out the identity of the person they just scolded as a pervert before. Jang Tai-san hugged and thought of Syrian's plump body pressed against him. He smiled confusedly. After all, Syrian, when did you get so big? He happily officially introduced himself. "Nice to meet everyone. I'm Jang Tai-san. The food suits everyone's taste." "Oh my god, that's your neighbor who is only good at studying. Oh, so handsome." Kind words continue to pour out for Tai-san. Syrian heard what he said and was immediately surprised and asked in panic, "The food? Could it be that all of this was prepared by you?" He answered calmly, "I just invited you guys to eat." Syrian blankly asked again, "Could it be that today's meeting, our entire event?" Jang Tai-san told the truth. Yes, this was his mother's class reunion and he was invited to it, and he wanted to keep his promise to buy you food. Syrian couldn't hold back her tears when she heard those words. Laughter rang out. "Oh my god, what should I do? I already fell in love with Tai-san." "What? I fell in love with him first? He's the best." Syrian wondered again. "You? How did you bribe our manager?" "Our manager is very picky, and if he doesn't do well, he will absolutely not ignore things like this." He squinted his eyes, answering as if asking a question. "That's what happened." Then Jang Tai-san kindly and gently told the group of girls, "In the future, if you want to eat or rest, just say so." Syrian was surprised. What do you mean? What, are you a shareholder of our company?" He smiled and replied, curious, then thought, "K&B Entertainment, FOB's management company, is a new company, so I invested capital into this company. Thanks to a lawyer, I dropped about 3 billion won here and received 50% of the shares back. When I heard that I would invest 3 billion won, the company approved my request." Jang Tai-san pretended to laugh and confessed, his mother had some money, but in exchange for everyone's mild suspicion, What? Is it her mother's money?" Syrian was embarrassed, blushing and asked, "How is your life at school? You are a first-year student. Have you interned anywhere yet?" He replied, "Internship? I'm almost there." The shyness and desire were clearly evident in the girl's words. "Going for an SAP internship, I also want to try it once. Is there any difference between Korean Law University students going for an internship?" Jang Tai-san pondered a bit. His emerald eyes seemed to be searching for something in his mind. He suddenly asked, wanting to try not to make the girls happy like going to a festival. "Yes, all of us. Want to go?" Then Tai-san made a phone call and said, "So wait a minute." He smiled and said on the other end of the line, "Senior Kong, our talent contest. I wonder if you can prepare it yourself?" A girl's voice rang out on the other end of the line. "Really? Are you strong enough on your own?" "Yes. Anyway, Senior, just don't interfere." He turned his back to answer the phone. His head was full of questions from the girls. "Our talent contest?" Another girl's voice rang out. "Okay. I only trust you, even if not." She still planned to contact and invite everyone to gather once. Everyone was so excited. Phew. The girls of the FOB group couldn't believe what they just heard. Maybe, it couldn't be. Oh my god, could it be? Someone even shouted loudly, "Ah, that's not it." On the plane, there were a few low murmurs. "Really cool, that man. Is there a number?" "Shut your voice. People will laugh when they hear it." The whispering sound behind the man in the white shirt was elegant and elegant. Every line of text message on my phone popped up. "I'm not going to school. I'm temporarily on a business trip to Hong Kong. Work? What's the matter with me? How can I really open a company? I'm just that old." Tai-san's hand pressed furiously on his phone. "Most CEOs of startups in the world started their businesses when they were the same age as me, which is not very young. Yes, where are we going now? Does it take much time? Expected to arrive today, go to school." Jang Tai-san opened his eyes wide and frowned slightly. The message popped up again. "I'm going to practice on Tuesday. I think I'll go then. What an evil thing. I'll come home from practice and let's go eat together." "Really? I know a place that makes delicious pasta." "I know. It's okay to send a text message every once in a while." Then the captain's voice echoed throughout the plane. "We are expected to land in Hong Kong. Please sit in your seat. Straighten your seat back and fasten your seatbelt." When landing at the airport, there was a blonde foreign man named Michael waiting there, happily smiling and waving to Jang Tai-san. Michael hugged Jang Tai-san and laughed, complimenting him that he looked younger, making Jang Tai-san look really confused. The skies blue and clear, looking so peaceful and soothing. In a certain building, Jang Tai-san's question rang out. "So how is the American political community?" Michael replied with a cold face, still following Hillary's trend. Jang Tai-san, wearing a very elegant suit, sat across from Michael, continuing to ask, not threatened at all, but received a clear and distinct answer from Michael. Can't say no. What? The Democratic Party was destined to collapse, but due to the war, it is likely to return to power. Jang Tai-san, looking very confident, with a wicked smile on his lips, told Michael to invest money in Hillary's election campaign. After that sentence came Michael's panic. Oh, what? Hillary? He looked even more crazy with an expression that looked like an economic assassin. He said, let's use as much political funds as possible to invest legally. After the election anyway, in the end, Obama's side still needs candidate Hillary. Michael looked confused and speechless as he continued to listen to Jang Tai-san's words. The Democratic Party's congressman did not support Hillary. Even if candidate Obama became president, he would only have half the power. Then Jang Tai-san smiled kindly, reducing this tense atmosphere, explaining that, of course, Obama's side also needed to make concessions. Michael seemed to understand. That's it. I'll do it right away. He asked again, how many investment funds have increased currently? Michael waved his hands and replied, currently has established 35 private investment funds and hedge funds. Jang Tai-san continued to say his direction, in the first half of the year, increased to 50, the number in my name cannot exceed 20. For the rest, I will promote and sign a contract to become a co-investor. Create? Michael looked really scared, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard from this 18-year-old boy, sweat running down his cheeks. He replied, yes, I understand. Jang Tai-san smiled brightly, looked at the sky outside and said, there is about to be a big storm. He turned to Michael again, looking innocent and asked, what happened when I asked for help before? Michael replied, oh here. Michael gave a black card, an unlimited card, looking beautiful and powerful, and placed it on the table for Jang Tai-san. He smiled with satisfaction. His face looked so deceitful. He said, it's been hard work, finally. I can also buy my own plane, among them, buy me a plane for short-distance flights and a few for long-distance flights, he said with a calm but confident expression. Probably he thought carefully. He thought, one of the things Americans are proud of is having self-driving planes. Michael heard that. His face froze. He couldn't think anymore. He could only reply like a robot. I'm very happy to hear these words. I will go to work right away. Jang Tai-san looked so handsome with his green eyes. He smiled and thought, now he needs some temporary trowels, but as long as they're not in his name, that's fine. The two managers of the recently debuted group FOB are sitting together in the room chatting. Isn't it really cheap to transfer it? After listening, the younger brother immediately said, hey, if it's 3 billion, I'll get it. Even if the FOB group pops up later, they'll have to spend all the money on event fees in the future to be able to earn 500 million. After hearing his words, the older brother, who was still leisurely cutting his nails, asked, should we handle it or continue? The older brother ordered, don't act hastily. First find out if you can receive more and then decide later. If that doesn't work, then. The two of them looked at each other like they were telepathic and exclaimed, stick to the sponsors and transfer them when the price goes up. Lately I've been finding them in a lot of places. They continued to calculate. How much would each side get for 300 million? You're right, that's why I chose to develop a girl group. As long as they get popular, even if they fail, it won't cost any money. The younger sister sitting next to me immediately followed suit. Especially Syrian. She must be at least worth billions, he said. If she listens more, she can get even higher. The brother who spoke up to praise you is truly a person with sharp eyes that can see who is making money. So I saved everything to help her develop better before handing it over to someone else, saying, here his eyes sparkled with venom. You're too praising, just wait a little longer. Just raise the price a little more and I'll give it medicine and take pictures like last time. In front of KNB Entertainment Company, who said they would use the children for 3 days starting tomorrow, the man replied, yes, there was contact from the investor side. They said they would pay double the fee. The manager heard him say that and shouted angrily, why does this world have so many idiots? His younger brother also immediately chimed in, that's right. There must be so many idiots like this for you, and me to be happy, right? Their conversation gradually came to an end. The person in charge gave the report about KNB Entertainment Company to Tai-san. As soon as he finished reading it, he couldn't control his anger. Why are there such horrible people like this? These artist managers don't know anything, besides money. The person in charge saw his angry expression and said, the article is very true about the two brothers. Tai-san regained his composure and said, what's wrong with both brothers? The person in charge replied, the two cousins are the same, even the older brother, so the younger brother will handle the matter. They seduce children, saying they will raise them to become idols, then turn around after receiving sponsorship fees. Tai-san angrily clenched his hands. The tendons on his joints were showing up. Those bastards. The person in charge stood quietly next to him and continued to explain the specific situation. There were rumors that they used drugs to film sex videos and then threatened them. Not only were the victims unable to sue, many had to retire. There are also people who commit suicide. Tai-san was stunned when he heard this. They were crazy. I immediately gave an order to clean them all up and stomp on those bastards so they couldn't see the light anymore. The person in charge smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make them pee their pants." They thought they could steal 3 billion, but you could tell they were typical stupid money grubbers. I will add more content about the children's affairs and then transfer them to higher authorities for handling. Tai-san gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait. I will destroy everything you have." Early the next morning, Tai-san showed up in front of KBN Entertainment Company and brought a lot of food. The security guard outside the door, of course, won't let you in. "Oh no, what is this? You're not allowed to come in here like that." Tai-san gently replied, "These are snacks for the children." The manager angrily shouted, "If they eat these things, they will ruin their figure." Tai-san smiled brightly at the manager. "This is a handmade hamburger fermented from organic vegetables and Korean beef." The manager insisted, "Even so, because the fans couldn't, you can do that, huh?" But Manager Fob had lost all patience and shouted, "Who are you? You are not an employee of the company. How can you barge in like that?" Tai-san said angrily, "Don't we all have to eat to live?" He looked around carefully. This building had a gloomy feeling. It's like a place where evil things happen. The uncle in front of me also looks like a good person who doesn't fit this place at all. He observed him carefully for a while, and then judged that this person gave him a sense of trust and overall seriousness. If the 3 wrinkles in the middle meet a noble person, they will definitely help him have luck. I have to keep him. He spoke up to explain the question just now. "I am Syrian's neighbor." The manager's face softened a bit when he heard that. "Syrian? Are you a law school student?" Tai-san said, "I made an appointment with everyone for 3 days starting today." The manager looked at him and said, "Oh, so you are the owner of a luxury hotel. Why do you seem to have so much money?" Tai-san boastfully said, "It was all my own doing." The manager was suspicious. "I heard you were a new student. Are you saying that new students can't start a business?" The manager is scared by your or a no, I don't mean it like that, but hey, new student hamburgers don't have my share. Diza didn't say anything and turned around. Wow, he's really an attractive person. As soon as we get closer to the practice room, music and voices start coming out. It's good to have a steady rhythm. Focus on feeling the rhythm. Very good. He went closer and opened the door and saw a band practicing dancing. The praise rang out again. Very good. He squinted his eyes and stood outside to observe. Ah, does it smell like a girl group? As soon as Tai-san entered, Syrian was surprised. It was him. Just as Tai-san was about to open his mouth to speak, the hamburger groaned. Where is this again? It's so dark that I can't see anything. The light shines directly on the body of the girl standing on the stage. The girl started dancing. Tai-san looked bewildered. Immediately raised his index finger. The second goddess I met after Daejang. Completely different feeling. If the goddess Daejang is considered the Korean goddess of courtesy, then, did the girl suddenly say you called me? Daejang thought to himself, she is the goddess of monsters. She is a monster. Who are you? The girl came closer and complimented her. Oh, how cute. She continued gently to Sanlai. Don't be too arrogant. He gasped in surprise. She put her hands on her hips and said, if you go to Shanghai once, it will be too difficult to return to Mangong Mountain. Go there and rest. The name of a woman that I had never thought of in my dreams appeared in my mind. Dean was so surprised that he was speechless. Maybe Miss Hu Wangji. That person in the Joseon period once melted many men, Huang Jinji, that ended the preparations for the 10th talent contest of the law faculty. He smiled brightly and said, then shall we go? Jang Tai-san was sitting behind the school's balcony when a beautiful girl walked up to him and warmly offered him a can of water. Tai-san received the can of water and was about to enjoy it when she smiled shyly and said to him, have you prepared everything? Tai-san still sounded like he still didn't understand, turned around and asked, yes, but what are you preparing? The girl heard this confused. Hearing Aaron say that he was preparing for the talent show alone, Tai-san smiled and said, well, it's not just me. The scene changes to the Phoenix Bo-young Resort. A few friends are chatting about school. Those old guys are really talkative. They're already so busy, but they still force the second year to participate. But really crazy, the old guys in the law department are really capitalists, and in the business department, everyone except the fourth year is required to participate. However, this year's new students have quite a few good ones. When Dong Sung heard it, he also contributed a few words. I've heard those rumors too. If we stay a little longer, maybe we'll meet. The other guy saw that Dong Sung also seemed to be interested in these things, so he also joked. Dong Sung, you just say it. If you can mark a girl, then I will let you. Dong Sung sounded ridiculous. Okay, this is really true. I can do that too. We joked around for a while, and then we all entered the hall. Dong Sung heard the MC happily introducing himself and felt bored saying it had already started. After it's over, let's go drink together. Let's drink. What the hell is a talent contest? It's so boring. Inside the hall, the MC is introducing the groups participating in the competition one by one. Now it's the turn of Village 10 to perform. The MC points to the backstage and shouts loudly. So now let's enjoy the performance. The spectacular performance of the perfectly prepared costumes of the group of 10 business majors. Everyone please gives a round of applause. The three boys sitting in the audience seemed like they saw someone familiar. Dong Sung, is that her? Dong Sung looked over and still couldn't find out who it was. He asked again, who is it? The guy in the blue shirt turned his head and raised his hands to tease Dong Sung. This is it. Dong Sung looked down and said again, that thing is stuck in the furnace to study. Even so, the law student looks pretty. The rumor that she was abandoned by me has spread everywhere. On stage, two characters are reenacting the sweet love story. Oh, Juliet, my love, please accept this burning love of mine. The girl looked back at the boy dearly and said with pain, but that's not possible, Romeo. Our businesses cannot merge together. Although I love you, this love cannot support me. Everyone below was watching the performance and curiously chatting. Who is it? She looks so pretty. I heard this is the prettiest one among the new students of the business department. Seems to be the daughter of a business owner. Some big. Others watched the drama and felt extremely moved. After all, at least friendship should be guaranteed. As for the students in the same course, they happily and proudly shouted, great job, the 8th class of business faculty won the championship. The performance ends and the MC introduces the next performance. Now it's time for the final talent contest for new students of the 8th course of the law school. Please use a round of applause to welcome the group of 10 law students. Suddenly the whole hall went dark. Everyone looked up. Why did the electricity suddenly go out? A few seconds later, the LED light shined in the center of the stage. Girls dressed in sexy clothes revealing their hot bodies appeared. The whole studio saw everyone's faces in surprise and admiration. The Dong Sung group was even more surprised when they saw it. No, that couldn't be why the girl group was here. On stage, the girls happily introduced, hello everyone. We are your cute fob-born in winter. Everyone below was admiring this unique performance. This was the talent contest of a group of 10 law faculties. The girls on stage danced and shouted and interacted with the audience. At the climax, a young man with a smooth body revealing his toned chest stepped out to sing. While singing, he danced to the rhythm of the music, looking very professional as if he had a lot of experience dancing, causing everyone below to look up and admire, not being able to miss a second, their mouths constantly praising. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Who is he? Is he a law student? Is it true that he is a new student? Dong Sung below saw a figure that looked familiar and was startled. Oh, that's Mandong. That's Jang Tai-san. After finishing the first performance smoothly while everyone applauded, Jang Tai-san said, now let's start having fun together. Moving on to the second performance. The performance seemed to be popular with the students at school because it brought out the charm and passion of youth. But it seemed like Professor Jang Myung-ki didn't like it, probably because it was ridiculous and inappropriate, given his age. After hearing the new student's introduction, there would be a second performance with a dissatisfied look on his face. What else? As for Dong Sung below, he couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't believe why Jang Tai-san could be here. Jang Tai-san thought to himself, June, you are so hot. Then he came closer and hugged June's waist, his face close to her hair, and her mother wanted to dance gently, looking at their coordination with each other so delicately. The girl who liked Jang Tai-san sitting down below saw this scene and felt angry inside. Her eyes must have had some tears because she looked quite sparkling. She looked and called Jang Tai-san's name, silently blaming her. Everyone below did not expect that our school would have such a VIP pro group and kept shouting so amazing. So amazing. Jang Tai-san, Jang Tai-san. The performance was a success beyond everyone's expectations. They received absolute charm points. The MC came out on stage and kept praising. It was truly amazing. This performance was even better, including the performances of Park Jin-young and OK Tae-kyun. On stage, the FOB band, after finishing the performance, did not forget to send warm greetings and gratitude to the audience. Thank you everyone for inviting us here today. We are FOB's Angels of Love, everyone's love. Professor Jang Myung-ki heard the MC say that and shouted this. This is cheating. Talent contest? Why is there another band here? This contest does not count. Does not count. Jang Tai-san looked at Professor Jang Myung-ki as he presented his thoughts. As far as I know, Professor Jang Myung-ki, this talent contest has no limits. He also said that he can be creative as he pleases. My ability. Isn't that so? The professor, after hearing the strong arguments of the new student, Had to be speechless and only knew how to change his mind so that he could salvage some honor. That's true. But if you do it this way, it will be very awkward. This is not fair. Jang Tai-san didn't hesitate at all, just smiled lightly and retorted. But wasn't the professor also jumping along just now? Professor Jang Myung-ki heard that this student had said something right to his heart. He seemed to be trembling with fear and stammered out a reply. No, that's not the case, and everyone below listened to Jang Tai-san and found it reasonable, so they all cheered in support. That's right. This performance is really great. Don't say two words like that. The group's talent contests, the 10 law faculties, are the best. Jang Tai-san bowed his head and said thank you. Sincerely thank everyone. Just finished. It was the group of 10 law faculty, Jang Tai-san and his friends. The scene changes to the art company. After watching the performance, Dong Sung immediately calls his father's department head to ask for information. Does your father's department head know the FOB girl group? The manager then asked again. Do you mean that FOB rookie group? Dong Sung seemed happy after hearing this. So, you know what? It's easier to talk then. I'm about to call the FOBs over. Hurry up, especially I want to meet that guy named Seo Ryan as quickly as possible. Okay, let's take a test drive to see how capable the leader of the group is. Jang Tai-san, you're a junior in the law department, right? You're a bastard who doesn't know how high and how thick the earth is. How dare you tease the tiger's mouth like me? After a successful competition, Jang Tai-san and his friends enjoyed a drink. Senior Aaron just drank a few glasses and then collapsed, lying down, hugging and babbling. I think I've fallen for you. How about I'm opening my heart to wait for you. Suddenly, from outside the door, someone was coming in, Ties, and heard someone calling him and turned to look. Turns out it was Yaren's Sir Jang Tai-san, and saw the person he used to like now appearing here. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why is the senior here? Lee Yaren said softly. A year ago you were also a freshman. Then Lee Yaren turned her eyes to everyone and happily introduced herself. Nice to meet everyone. I'm Lee Yaren, a second-year student at our school. When everyone heard the introduction that they were second-year students, they happily replied, Oh, hello senior. You are really beautiful, just like an actress. When everyone compliments Lee Yaren, she smiles from ear to ear. Haz is so cute. Let's be nice to each other from now on. These juniors, after listening, the juniors all responded in unison. Yes, Senior Yaren, everyone, let's have a drink together. Senior Lee Yaren sat down to have fun with everyone, then tried drinking a glass of wine poured by the juniors. Tai-san, let's drink together. Tai-san was startled after hearing this, as if he wasn't drunk at all. In his mind, he must have been very surprised to see his senior, someone who only cares about studying and grades like Lee Yaren, also know how to drink alcohol. The blue shirt student next to him saw that his senior seemed to care a lot about Jang Tai, and so he asked, why is senior so interested in Tai-san? After hearing that, Lee Yaren just smiled and replied, It's nothing. We're just a junior from the same area. Tyson turned around and shyly explained, I used to like Senior and chased her everywhere. Senior Yaren was my previous unrequited love. This must have been sensational news for everyone, so everyone who heard it was indignant. What? Unrequited love? Oh my god. This is amazing. So, it's because of Senior Yaren that you study at a Korean university? Tyson said again. Senior Yaren is pretty. The long-haired young man thought Tyson was just joking. So why did he yell so loudly? Are you serious? As for Tyson, he smiled awkwardly. But now it's gone. I told you that there was once an unrequited love. Senior Lee Yaren heard Tyson say that she used to like her, and suddenly her face stiffened and her eyes widened as she looked at Tyson. What's wrong? So now you don't like me anymore? Tyson looked forward with sparkling eyes. I now have someone I like. Drunk Yaren was still lying flat. But when she heard Tyson's words, she turned around and laughed. It's really Tyson. We can't let that vixen get away. Yaren looks down on boys very much. Senior Lee Yaren heard that she was being touched, so she harshly said back, Hey Senior Aaron, why are you a fox spirit? I was the one who nicknamed you Fluffy Baby. Aaron responded with an innocent face, but her words were no less sharp. That's right, a rose. A rose with a thorny body. After that, he lay down flat on his mouth and kept staring. He was probably too drunk to control himself. Don't pay attention to Tyson. He's the other half of Yuri's sister's friend. If compared to Yuri, he would be better than Yuri. Can't even get a corner. When Senior Lee Yaren heard the mention of Yuri, her eyes widened. Senior Yuri's face looked confused as if she wanted to justify everything is wrong. It's true that the power of beer is amazing, but only when drunk do we dare to tell all our secrets. Yaren is the same. She used alcohol to express her feelings. If it weren't for Yuri, then I would. San is already mine, and they had a very happy night. The two guys sitting next to him heard Aaron speak and immediately became suspicious. Their round eyes closed straight at Tyson. Could it be that day? Tyson was embarrassed, so he smiled shyly, covered his face and mouth, then denied it. No, that's not it. She was too drunk, so I just took her home. Nothing happened. So don't look at me like that. It's true. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Tyson picked up a cup of wine and poured it for everyone. What are you doing? The wine cup is still empty. Let's drink until we die today. Not long after receiving this guest, another guest came in from outside the door. Hey, that's a girl's voice. I don't know who it is this time. Everyone turned to look, and it turned out that she was also a student at the school, the female lead in the love plays of the business department. When everyone saw this beautiful girl here, they all admired. Oh, is it you, Juliet, just now? While Tyson looked blankly, not understanding what this girl was here for. The girl came closer and greeted everyone. Hello, I am Ayura, Class 8, Business Department. Tyson looked at this pure and beautiful girl without even blinking an eye and kept praising you. You are really good, because preparing for the competition has spent so much sweat and tears all week. It's all gone up in smoke again. But why does hearing his compliments sound so strange? It's like trying to provoke and touch someone's pain. You heard it and got mad and shouted at Tyson. You don't know how much effort I had to put in for this performance. In any case, why use a girl group? This is just a simple competition between university students, not a place for capitalism to destroy like that. No one recognizes this performance. This is cheating. So the girl came here not because she wanted to join the party or have a fun chat, but to vent all her anger and frustration. She put in a lot of sweat and effort to set up a unique performance with the aim of receiving the most love and bringing home the highest award. But who would have thought that Tyson would be more skilled and ruin everything for her? While Tyson could only sit silently and look at her, I cursed him enough before speaking again. He thought it was true that girls are different. Then he turned away and responded to Yuri's curses. This is something I judge and make a decision on myself. This is just an investment with the capital I have. Tyson turned to look straight at Yuri and asked, so the expensive dress and eye-catching accessories that you used were supported by the business department. Men and boys can't ignore it. I think gender discrimination is one of the things that need to be broken. Yaren heard Tyson's sharp words and couldn't refute anything. She could only accept, but also had to say a few threats to save her reputation. She shouted at Tyson. Okay, today I lost, but I will. There is no next time. Senior Yaren, standing next to her, heard Yura speak and felt itchy in her ears and mouth. So she sat up and told her a few words. Hey, isn't it a bit too much for you to come here and talk like that in the middle of the law department's banquet, new student of the business department? Yura looked straight into Yurin's eyes and lowered her voice. Don't be so tense. I don't like that style. Suddenly, Yura's attitude changed 180 degrees and turned to face Tyson, smiling happily. Jang Tyson, let's go have a drink next time. I have a feeling we'll see each other often in the future. After hearing that, Yaren was so disappointed that he stood there frozen. Yura turned away and said loudly inside, I'll come find Jang Tyson when school starts. The scene changes to a snowy area. Two blonde girls are happily skiing together, and the person behind them screams, Get away, or you might die. And outside, Tyson and department head Huang were watching everyone playing and talking. The department head looked at the two girls in front and smiled and said they still look like children. Tyson also looked at them attentively and replied, They have had a hard time lately. Right before debuting, they had to work hard to be where they are today, and to be able to survive after debuting, they also had to work crazy hard. Head of Department Huang turned to look at Tyson. In this industry, the competition is much more than other industries. Tyson put that work aside and told Manager Huang that I have booked a place to stay. Everyone should rest well and leave tomorrow. Trung Fan Huang finished listening and felt extremely grateful to Tyson. Thank you. You did all the things the company couldn't do. Then he gently whispered to Tyson, Do you like Co Rayon? Tyson just smiled and hesitantly said, She is cute, but also very strong. Trung Fan found it funny. This answer is not suitable for his age at all. But are you really only 20 years old? Tyson also smiled happily and said, That's true. But why is the tone so familiar? It feels like I'm talking to my fellow soldiers. Two people who were skiing called out and asked Tyson and Manager Huang, Aren't you guys preparing for the second album? Huang looked back and answered them. Of course the second album had to be done, but the company refused to invest. Tyson heard about the temporary suspension of investment and asked Manager Huang, Why is that? Manager Huang sadly lowered his head and said, I also found it very strange. It seemed like the director and the boss were planning something. I couldn't guess. Tyson didn't understand and asked again, Isn't the FOB's income quite good? Huang stood with his arms crossed and said thoughtfully, We also thought the same, but the big guys didn't see it that way. The people who were crushed in the past were buried deep under them. Tyson stood and thought for a while, then spoke. So if department manager Huang became the owner, that probably wouldn't happen, right? The department manager heard that his name was involved in this case and changed his tone. What? I am different from them. Tyson continued to pry his curiosity about what was different, but Manager Huang said that I would eat whatever they eat, and we have to live together to be able to stay for a long time. In the past, there were very few people left to help the company make a lot of money, and at that time they were all cursed very badly. Tyson heard the thoughts in his head. I only teased him a little, but his answer was impressive. Manager Huang still didn't know that right now he was interviewing for me. He continued talking, not knowing. Haven't you heard that the company has been sold? When Manager Huang heard this news, he was stunned. This news was like lightning hitting his ears. What are you talking about? Why did you sell the company? Up on the ski rink, everyone still didn't seem to know anything, so they were still having fun. Everyone gets out of the way. Get out of the way. Manager Huang gently said gently, actually I heard that there is a new equity investor in the company. Do you know who that investor is? Tyson didn't want to open the game yet to let Manager Huang know, so he created a distraction. If the company was sold, wouldn't everyone be affected? After all, it's just starting to get popular now. Manager Huang's expression was already very serious. He told Tyson firmly, I will try to go to my wife's house and kneel down to ask, that's right, the kids are very talented. As long as I become the boss, I will definitely protect the children. In 2020, K&B Entertainment has become a company aimed at artists. Because the director and representatives are all scoundrels, the name is not yet known to many people. So perhaps Manager Huang will buy it. Back to the company. The two of them looked at the soon-to-be famous artists who were skiing and said to those puppies that I would be responsible for their lives in the future. When they heard that, they also responded with humor. The manager is the best. Everyone comes here quickly. Let's play. Scene changes to the walking street. Hongdae and Tyson were chatting on the way home. He shyly asked, Hongdae, how long has it been since we last came here? Hongdae kindly asked about Tyson, but are you okay now? Didn't you drink a lot of alcohol yesterday? Tyson was embarrassed and didn't know how to say the right thing to say, scratching his head and answering hesitantly, yes, it's okay. I'm not tired. Hongdae felt reassured when he heard that, yes, he looked extremely healthy. Hongdae turned to see Tyson smiling and silently smiling. She seemed surprised and didn't understand why he was smiling. Tyson said softly because he felt grateful to Yuri. The girl who heard that she was grateful was extremely surprised that it was her. Tyson raised his hand in front of his face and turned towards Yuri. Because she was giving strength to the man's shoulders, Yuri still didn't understand what was going on. Look, thanks to you. Hasn't my value in the eyes of others increased? Tyson pointed his hand towards Yuri. Laughing happily, she told me to give her the bag. Help her carry it. Yuri heard it and felt a little embarrassed. Her face turned red, but she still picked up the bag and gave it to Tyson. Suddenly, she was startled and her pure eyes widened as she looked at Tyson. Tyson couldn't wait any longer and had to take this opportunity to express his feelings for Yuri. He took this opportunity to hold Yuri's hand tightly. To erase the awkward atmosphere, Tyson told Yuri why her hands were so cold. Tyson and Yuri walked into a luxury restaurant. Tyson's status and reputation were so terrible that the director had to come out to say hello. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Director Young Daoke Kwang. Please come inside. It's cold outside. Tyson told the director, I wanted to meet somewhere quiet. The blue shirt guy asked Tyson, do you think this place is okay? You can count on it. Tyson's hand still held Yuri's hand tightly, but was afraid that she wouldn't feel comfortable, so he said, if you feel uncomfortable, you can let go of your hand. It might help you get more attention. Yuri heard Tyson's harsh and arrogant words and was stunned. What did you say? Tyson, you're a playboy, right? Tyson's face lit up without any shame and he asked, yes. How are you? Yuri was no longer calm enough to talk gently to Tyson like before. She shouted, that's what Aaron said. A second-year fox in the law department. I heard that girl really likes you too. And the new business student too. I heard she is also very curious about you. Tyson blatantly defended again, Yuri's sister. I think everyone is free to have their own concerns, Yuri hesitantly said, although that's true, but Tyson continued it. To protect himself and maybe senior Aaron was just drunk and spoke his heart out, saying that he should leave Yuri and go on a date with her. After listening to Yuri, her face turned pale, not knowing who was telling the truth and who was being sincere. Did Aaron say that? Tyson was invaded and presented a lesson to his seniors. Ho just stood still there, but there were many things going there. It wasn't her fault, right? Yuri also understood that. Yuri heard it and thought it made sense, but still had doubts. That's true, but still. Not giving Yuri a chance to get back at him, he continued to justify. Just like she didn't want others to say she was flirtatious, so men also didn't want to hear those words at all. Yuri regained her composure and spoke gently to Tyson. Even though we are close to each other, we should still maintain basic politeness. But you really are like a playboy. Suddenly there was a phone call. Tyson just called the other end of the line and quickly said, Day Tyson, it's a big deal. I don't know what they said. I just saw Tyson's expression was very serious. He seemed extremely worried, and then he replied with a heavy yes. The security here is very strict. The entrance is strictly guarded by a staff, and there is no CCTV. You can rest assured. The guy in the blue shirt heard that and asked again, but he was thinking in his mind that we don't intend to bring out just one kid and ask for a big advertising contract. He walked closer to the room where the director was waiting to welcome him. When he saw him coming, he politely invited him in. Is the company okay these days? We still have a lot of shortcomings and need to ask the owner to take care of us a lot. But in his mind, he looked disdainful, just a rude kid who dares to show his face. The young master said as he walked, seeing that the director is very compatible with me, let's take care of each other in the future. The director politely bowed his head and said thank you. My boss will do his best. But his eyes were filled with hatred for this young master. Looking at me slowly entering the room, he felt so satisfied. Today you have stepped into the tiger's mouth, my son. The young master stepped inside and saw that everything was as he expected and even better. He looked satisfied and said, I didn't expect this. The director asked again, Are you satisfied? The young master looked around and praised. You are quite observant, Director Young. When he heard it, he said yes, thank you. Then asked again, Where is she? The director replied, You see the last room there. She is obediently staying in that room. The young master stepped in step by step, but still did not forget to ask, Is it clean? The director replied, Of course no one has touched it. You can come and check directly. So now I will wait outside. The young master looked in through the glass door from outside and saw a girl with a sexy body and pretty appearance waiting for him. As soon as she saw him come in, she quickly said, I hope you have a good time. He saw that everything was wonderful from the landscape and the way it was decorated, and especially the girl in front of him. Oh, it's amazing. Outside on the street, Tyson was driving a supercar as fast as he could to get to the hotel where the ill-mannered young master was staying. Maybe Tyson is very bitter and angry as he walked away. He cursed, You son of a bitch, just try to lay a finger on CO Ryan's body. I will tear you apart. Outside the hotel lobby, the young master's men were standing guard very strictly, so Tyson could easily confirm that this was the place. They were still talking and reminding each other, Hey, work carefully, and if you make a mistake, you'll all die. When suddenly they discovered something unusual. It's Tyson's feet that are red with each step. Those soldiers saw Tyson and quickly asked, Hey, who are you when you can't come in here now? But Tyson still boldly walked in and they started to threaten. Hey, I told you to get out of this building. Looking at Tyson's face, cold as stone, his mind kept thinking about CO Rayon. I will come soon. The soldiers continued to shout loudly. Don't you understand human language? Do you want to die? As soon as they finished speaking, Tyson gave them a few punches and blood spewed out from their mouths and noses. Tyson gave a decisive blow, knocking down the door guard, causing him to vomit blood and fall on his back. Come here, CO Rayon. Just wait a little longer, his eyes said firmly. He defeated all the door guards and gradually entered. He thought to himself, They are definitely here. At this time, the guy in the blue shirt had entered Rayon's room. He waved hello. So Rayon, hello. Rayon sat on the bed and said in a panic, Who are you? He perversely said, Who else? It's you who loves CO Rayon so much. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Is it you? He nodded and smiled cunningly. Yes, it was you. Realizing that it wasn't Tyson, Rayon panicked and said, You're not Tyson. That pervert saw her reaction like that and said, What? Is it Tyson? Could that guy have already licked her? After that, he touched the girl's body. He touched her body and exclaimed that she was truly a rising idol, making Ryan extremely scared. With a bang, the girl slapped the other guy's face and screamed, telling him to get away. It was this action of the girl that made him angry and shout loudly. These britches didn't like it either. He immediately hit her back, making her scream in pain. The slap was so strong that she fell onto the bed. At this time, he still didn't know that Tyson was about to come to the door. He still forcefully said, I was planning to quietly finish it. How dare you tease me? You'll surely die today. Pain and fear made CO Rayon unable to hold back her tears. She cried and called Tyson's name. This scene was recorded by a hidden camera. The people standing in front of the screen silently observed in disgust with each other. The person on the left said, That bastard has the same personality as his father. The other guy also spoke up. He said it himself. What's more, that guy is a crazy guy. He uttered dirty and contemptuous words. How can a dog see poop? It's just as rumored. They hadn't been complacent for a few seconds when suddenly a voice echoed in, startling them. They turned around and asked, Who was it? Without giving him time to be on guard, a strong punch punched him straight in the face, and the glasses on his face could not withstand the force and broke. The person who hit him was none other than Tyson. With just one punch, he made him fall over. The guy next to him could only be startled. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely, thinking, "What the hell?" Tyson, with sharp eyes, filled with murderous intent, looked at the other guy. He raised his fist in front of the other man's fear. Bang! A strong punch decisively hit him in the face. He fell face down on the floor and groaned in pain. The floor was still covered in blood. Those two guys were defeated by Tyson alone, both of them lying down. While they were still struggling to get up, Tyson asked again, "I asked if you were happy." Without letting them have any intention of answering, Tyson cursed loudly. "These dogs, people like you must be exterminated." After saying that, he lifted both men up by their necks with both hands, causing them to have difficulty breathing and cough. He lifted both of them up and said, "Giving you food and living a normal life is too much luck, right? You guys should try to live by lying on the bed," he said, squeezing one guy's neck tightly. "When all your sins are paid for, God will take you away." As for the other guy who was strangled, he could only squeeze out a few words. "Who are you? Who are you? What am I?" The god of death dies and said coldly. His hand squeezed tighter and tighter. The guy on the left cried out pitifully. The guy on the right was no less, screaming in pain. He continued, "Every day, every breath you take will be like living in hell." Having said that, these two guys almost died from suffocation and were lying around. After dealing with the trash guys, he now paid attention to the screen. The pervert's invitation was recorded live. "Come here, Syrian. Let me take you to the top." Tyson's face darkened when he heard it. His long-standing anger seemed to be ignited and exploded. He loudly cursed and cursed this disgusting insect. Tyson received dark karma points. Just like a tiger growing wings, he burst out screaming, "I will kill you." Starting from this moment, the evil gods will intimately follow Tyson, who becomes more and more crazy when he hears Seo Ryong's cry for help on the screen. The scene changes to the room on the projection screen, where the girl is being forced. On the bed, the girl cried again at Dong Sung's provocation. She cried, "Why did you do that to me?" And he still didn't know anything, didn't know that a thunderstorm was about to fall on his head. So he still leisurely said complacently, "Do you think that Jang Tai-sun will come to save you? You are mine." Protesting won't do anything, just listen. Ryong can only cry out in protest. He excitedly stared at his prey while screaming, "Moving away, I didn't want to." Ryong shouted so loudly that his voice was hoarse, so he raised his hand to prepare to hit her and cursed. "This bitch already has a hoarse voice." Suddenly someone called out, "Oh, Dong." Dong Sung. He seemed to recognize this voice and was startled. "Oh, Dong Sung." The call got louder and louder. He turned around and looked startled. What was that? Ryong seemed to have been saved. She stopped crying. He got out of bed and gingerly walked closer to the door. Standing by the door, he shouted loudly, "Who the hell come out here?" Tyson seemed to be possessed by a superhero. He directly used his hand to break through the door and strangle him from behind, causing him to have no time to react and cry out in agony. Not only Dong Seong, Tyson didn't let go but blew open the door, lifted him up. He could only struggle and scream. Just a door away, Tyson whispered in his ear that there are many people in this world who are not people who are passionate about taking things that don't belong to them and knows how to justify. This world is like that. You will see that you are not the only one like that. Anyway, this world is inherently unfair. So you would think that doing this won't change anything, Tyson said as he squeezed his hand tighter, making his face blue and his throat sticking out. His eyes widened. Tears kept flowing. Tyson continued that, even if you rob or fight, you must know how to do it neatly. The line between good and evil used to hypnotize yourself is only thin, just like a piece of paper. He asked, "Oh Dang Sung, isn't that right?" He used his remaining breath to negotiate with Tyson. "If you let me live, the money will be yours." Hearing this, Tyson continued asking, "Money? How much will you give me?" "I will give you 100 million, he said, but seeing that the number was too cheap, Tyson shouted, "What? Only 100 million? Then Tyson coldly said, "Your network is also cheap. Isn't that the third largest Ana group? 1 billion. He uttered the last words. But anyway, 1 billion is nothing to Tyson. He threw him aside. He seemed to be resurrected from the dead and panted. Suddenly, Tyson threw him a handful of white blister packs, surprising him. He seemed to grasp the other person's situation and said, "Hey, this is the medicine you like. Drink that and then dance. Drink all that," he said, and he was looking at the pile of pills worriedly, tears constantly falling. Tyson told him, "Drink all that, then I will forgive you," causing him to hesitantly ask for forgiveness. "I was wrong. Please forgive me, no matter what he asks you to do." You still say in a cold voice, "Good medicine is meant to be taken orally." So, he had to swallow it all, no matter how fast or slow. Tyson peeled off all the pills in one go. stuffing the whole handful into Oh Dongxiang's mouth. A photo posted on social networks attracted a lot of attention from Tyson. Underneath Oh Dongxiang's photo are a series of comments from the Korean online community that are suspicious and insulting. At this time, a shout rang out in the group. "Hey, those bastards!" The shouting startled all the staff there. The person yelled at him and swung his golf club, breaking the plant pot. "Damn it, how much medicine did he take?" The middle-aged man raised his stick and pointed at the person in front of him, asking where that kid was now. "Who the hell gave him the medicine?" The young man replied tremblingly. He received an invitation from K&B Entertainment Company, so he went there. Perhaps the medicine was there. He used it there. The middle-aged man angrily shouted again. "Words, invitations, quickly arrest those bastards and bring them here." The guy stammered again. "We already late." The man panicked again. "What? Why? Why are you late?" The young man hesitated. The police had already arrested them. The middle-aged man raised his stick and shouted. "What? Is it because of the medicine? Speak clearly." He answered tremblingly. "Because of embezzlement at work and also because of the suicides of female singers who previously belonged to that company." The middle-aged man was startled. Those are the two words that appear in his mind right now. He called out to the person in front of him. "Chief you." The guy immediately replied, "Yes, just say it." He turned black and immediately set up a team of lawyers to respond, specializing in blocking the party's speech. "Do everything they ask. No matter what you do, you must stop it." Chief Yu stammered in acceptance. The middle-aged man spoke again and contacted Yohyuk. "Tell him to spend time with me. I need to meet him." This time at Tyson's company. He was going online to see people's comments about the Oh Dong-zong group's incident. Watching for a moment, he smirked and said goodbye to Oh Dong-zong. In the night while screaming and running away like that, Oh Dong-zong will definitely be asked by the people of this country of Korea forever. I took the panicked CO Ryan home, gave her water, and she fell asleep. I have deleted all CCTV at the scene. That director's brother has already blocked an important lifeline. Their muscles will become more and more tired. I will not be able to walk quickly for the rest of my life, and will have to live my whole life relying on diapers. Even if you live, you cannot be said to be living. Tyson remembered that at that time a message appeared in his mind. He had received dark karma points. From this moment on, evil spirits will be watching you. He looked solemn, wondering what the dark karma was. Tyson bit his lip and thought, "It's not over yet. I will uproot all of you." Sunset covers the city. Felton Hotel headquarters, Virginia. A voice rang out, still unable to find stars. In the end, everything went nowhere. An older man asked the person standing across from him. That person replied, "The union has bought back 20% of the personal investment fund. It seems like I bought it at the same time with a few other funds. I don't know yet." The hotel director shouted, "Try contacting the union. Tell them they will pay double the purchase price." If they secretly transferred all my shares like that, what would I do? In my life until now, I have never encountered a crisis as big as this. Harrison, tell me, what's wrong with $10 billion, but now it's changed hands for only $3 billion? I didn't go into business just to encounter a situation like this. Harrison's sweat dropped and replied, "But, looks like the wire is from Korea." This statement surprised the director. "What about Korea, a small country?" Harrison loudly said that the first condition for the union to become a major shareholder is that they require a special figure in Korea to be the major shareholder. According to what I learned, the company investing in Korea owns 1% of the company's shares. The words made the middle-aged man more and more surprised. "What, you mean that person is a personal fund investor?" Harrison explained that due to the nature of individual investment funds, it is impossible to find the fund owner. The director ordered him, "Leave, you have to find it for me." He frowned and increased the bet for Hillary. Even so, Antho still had to borrow the power of the government. Harry and replied immediately, "Yes, I will go to work immediately." The director was upset. "I don't know who it is, but if you dare to steal from me, I will kill you. I'll skin him and throw him in the California desert." In Korea right now, Dyson is chatting online with Robert. "Robert, let's prepare a free auction. I have sent the documents via email. The object is AAA Corporation." On the screen, Robert wondered, "Boss, how much do you want to do it?" He laughed. "I want to take over the business. I hope you can make arrangements as quickly as possible for me." Robert replied, "Yes, boss, I will go handle it right away. And I have something to report." The Felton team contacted the union. Tyson laughed. "Because of the problem of buying shares." Robert replied again, "Yes, they intend to take it back at a good price." He still calmly smiled. "Please tell them that I have no intention of selling the shares I have. With the current market, please send the business situation report to shareholders, then do what I say." Then he thought, "I haven't even started yet, this bunch." Robert agreed, "I will relay the same to them." Dyson is satisfied. Okay, so you've worked hard, Robert. He said one more sentence and then hung up. I will report regularly, boss. Rest. Finishing the conversation with Robert, he walked right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room, looked at the scene and thought, even if they were servants, I would turn them into the most qualified people. He smirked, Dong Zhuang, if you're reincarnated, don't see me again. Suddenly, the internal phone rang. Director and manager Huang Yunde of K&B Entertainment Company came looking for him. He turned his head and responded, let him in. After that announcement, a man pushed open the door and walked in. Tyson spoke first, inviting him in, Chief Huang. Seeing him, the man was startled. No, you. He said cheerfully, please sit down. Chief Huang is shy. Oh, yes. He also sat down opposite him and said, suddenly calling you here like this, you must be very surprised. Huang laughed it off, right? He thought. Sweating, are you kidding me? Tyson said something meaningful. The representative director of K&B has been arrested. Manager Huang smiled wryly. Yes, I don't know who it was, but that person's work is truly a good thing for our company. Tyson frankly and arrogantly admitted that I was the one who did that. This startled Huang. He panicked and thought, what is he saying now? Who is this kid? Anyway, Tyson laughed again. This star depends on you, Director Huang. He was shocked. Yes, what did you say? He smirked. I chose you to be the director of this new entertainment company called MTS. Huang turned to stone immediately after saying that. Tyson smiled at him. Manager Huang still remembers what he said before. Huang was startled. Yes, no words. At this time, he was also very confused. Am I the director? Tyson smiled lightly. He looked at Huang and continued, promising that he would do his best to take care of those young people. Huang was startled to remember. At the ski area, he suddenly stood up. The future wave of Korean culture will definitely develop to an unimaginable level. Huang is confusing. Tyson continued, the Korean cultural wave of idols will spread. The man was frightened by his words. He smiled and stated his thoughts. K-pop will hit the world like a new genre. Please continue what you have done for the company. Tyson remembered a girl and thought, Seo Rayon. Now I know that you will only walk on a path paved with roses. At a coffee shop, in the air with a steaming cup of coffee, a voice rang out, wondering if business in the artist world is profitable. The other person answered, I don't know if the younger brother from the same neighborhood he mentioned is Seo Rayon. Everything was handled through semi-lawyer firm. Lawyer Joe's facial expression also became better and better. The other man asked Tyson, do you like her? He smiled and replied, I only take care of her because she looks like my twin sister and if possible, I want to buy back all the shares of this law firm. This statement surprised Lawyer Joe. What? Everything? He calmly said, yes, please help me buy it all. The man panicked. They probably won't be able to give it out easily. You're still confident. Please tell me that the first seller will get 100 billion won for me. The second person will be 90 billion. These words made the lawyer gasp in shock. He was sweating. Do you think 100 billion is a small number? He smiled. Simi law firm deserves such value. The lawyer raised his voice. That was too expensive. Just 50 billion was enough to buy back that company. He remained calm. Don't worry, just do it. Lawyer Joe was also speechless. Wow, that weird guy. He continued, let's handle everything smoothly. Don't let there be any rumors. And as for those who were once representatives, keep them as honorary advisors. The lawyer stammered. But, after all, this is where relationships with big businesses are. Tyson confidently said, don't worry, just don't leave any enemies behind. There's an even bigger guest waiting for us. He was surprised. What? The guest was bigger. Tyson still laughed. It would be better to keep the trustworthy lawyers and kick out those who might betray him. Joe asked again. Oh, all over the company? He answered, of course. However, I will take a look at the staff list first. Joe laughed. If the investor wants it, of course he has to do it. This will start right away, Dyson calmly replied. Yes, let's get started. At this rate, the specialized plane will take off. Maybe so. That afternoon at the airport. Inside the VIP room, someone asked, isn't the atmosphere very strange? There was a response, detecting unusual movement, unidentified capital as being imported everywhere. The other person asked again. The money's identity was unknown. The person on the screen in front of the man explained again. It started from tax evasion and is flowing to America, Europe, and even Hong Kong. The other person asked again, what about the scale? The reporter continued, just at the scale we know, it is more than tens of billions of dollars. The man was a bit surprised. It was not a small amount. The other person continued, it was hidden very cleverly. I only just caught it. The people in the room asked again. It seemed like it wasn't the profiteering investors, but in this complicated situation, it was the children's side. Otherwise, it's the night order side. The person on the screen shook their head. I couldn't identify them. It has been thoroughly implemented in the form of private equity funds. I looked up the IP, but it didn't work. The man in the room sat up straight. Okay, in that case. The person on the screen asked again. Boss, should I notify the council and issue a level 1 summons? He interrupted. No, wait a little longer. If that amount of money will definitely reveal your identity, we should take a closer look. There's no need to act first and then reveal your tail. The person on the other end replied. I understand. The man continued. This is an important moment. The world is finally turning towards us. When the children are passionate about victory, we will rob them. I have endured this humiliation for 100 years. Please contact the Dan Guardians. Must be very careful to find that change. The person on the screen respectfully shouted, I will obey the boss's orders. The man spoke to the screen again. Next time I will go to Korea. Then please contact me by signal. The other person replied, I will, then disappeared from the screen. The man stood in front of the window thinking, the era of black cats and white cats chasing mice has passed. The era of luxury is not long left. For our brothers, the man stood under the sunset illuminating his silhouette. Right now, outside the airport, one person held a suspicious business card, the director of an entertainment company. Not bad either, that man was Tyson. He was standing against a column and seemed to stand out among the crowd. He looked at the business card with satisfaction. Director Huang would know what to do. Corporation will soon be in hand. And also, Robert is the shadowy manager of the Felton Hotel. I thought of someone, Uncle, are you still well? I have no intention of letting you kick my mother out. I will find you soon. During the financial turmoil of 2008, many businesses changed hands. That wave had consequences for many years. Anyone who sees it can only admit that this is a difficult time for businesses. Suddenly a voice rang out behind him. Daniel. He turned around in surprise. It turned out that the person who called was Clara and her family. Happy Tyson, Clara. The scene changed to another place. In the flickering candlelight, a voice rang out, wake up, descendant of the man wearing the iron mask. Awakened after a long sleep, carrying the sword of revenge. We'll cut off the heads of dragons and snakes. My sons, get ready. Go spread fear, trample on them. Other voices said in unison, yes, we will trample and trample on them. The chant ended and a pair of mysterious eyes appeared under a black cloak, looking very scary. A mysterious voice rang out, look for the heir of the wolf god. The man in the black shirt said he had to be stopped. Let's find him before the people of heaven and earth society. He continued and crushed him. 100 years ago was the same as then. He coldly said, kill them all. The crowd shouted loudly, obeying the commander's orders. The man in the black shirt smiled and said, summarizing the strength of the entire new nation for a good, before the god got angry, the descendant of the wolf god. Then his eyes suddenly flashed yellow, glared and said evilly, destroy him. In front of the house, a brown-haired woman smiled brightly, greeted everyone, said, welcomed everyone. Clara ran up to that woman, shouting, Mommy. The woman smiled and said, oh, Clara. Long time no see. She's becoming more and more beautiful. Man in the red shirt standing next to him smiled and said, Yue, it's perfect. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in Korea, Clara happily said. Mom is also much more beautiful. She misses everyone so much. Emmanuel said, hello, I'm Emmanuel. Nice to meet you. Li Jiang also spoke up. I am Li Jiang, Clara's father. Li Jiang said, it's rude that I came empty-handed like this. The brown-haired woman said, oh, don't say that. I've worked hard to come all the way here like this. The woman smiled brightly, then said, nice to meet you. I'm Ju Shulran. Jiang Tyson stood next to him and asked, where is Dad? Ju Shulran replied, he had something to do so he went out. He would return in the evening with the twins. Li Jiang suddenly panicked and cried out. Emmanuel worriedly asked, dear, what's wrong? Li Jiang said, this is one of the most prosperous plots of land I have ever seen. Looking at the surroundings, he continued, he didn't expect that I would be able to come to a place with such a beautiful location. At this time, in a music hall, a loud and angry voice rang out, Jiang Tyson, who the hell is that again? The secretary answered, being a junior at Dongzhong School. The man with the mole on his forehead said indignantly, what is this junior studying law at a Korean university? The secretary said, this time he just enrolled. That man angrily said, Dongzhong and the new student have nothing to do with each other. It's not like that kid forced him to take medicine. The secretary timidly replied, because there was no CCTV around, but it was still impossible to know who the people who attacked the boss that they were. The secretary said that the girl who was with Dong Zong that they called the attacker her brother, and according to the investigation, that girl did not have a biological brother but called that person her brother. Then he continued, besides that Jiang Tyson, There was no one else. The other man slammed his hand on the table and said aggressively, "Is this information accurate?" The secretary calmly replied, "Yes, I have mobilized the investigation team and verified this information." The other man was surprised, opened his eyes wide and said, "So that new student attacked him alone and gave him medicine? Impossible. So what about those guys standing there? They didn't even see the culprit's face." The secretary replied, "Yes, see nothing, because they are backed into a corner." The man still didn't believe it and asked again, "Is he that good?" The secretary said, "In my hometown, gangsters only need to hold a knife to be arrested." Then he looked straight at the other man and asked, "The president also doesn't know, right?" He said 2 years ago there was an event in this area that wiped out the gangsters. The man was so surprised that he gasped and exclaimed, "What, that brat? Is it Jang Tyson?" The secretary said, "As far as I know, his power is quite large." The other man spoke loudly and powerfully. "That kid looked so young. Okay, release the guys from Team 2 and bring them here." The secretary didn't seem to believe it and asked again too, "You said the 2-star team." The other man shouted loudly, "The kid is very good at fighting, so we have to use Team 2. The secretary replied, "Yes, I got it." The man clenched his fist, thinking, if everything he said was true. He pursed his lips, his face gloomy, and made a decision. He must kill it, Jang Tyson. Jang Tyson's father held up the beer bottle and said excitedly, "Come on, drink another cup. Cheer, cheer." Li Jang enthusiastically responded, saying, "If you leave any leftovers, you will be fine an extra drink." "Ooh," the two men shouted in unison. "Korean soju is amazing." The two twins next to them were bored, thinking to themselves, "Is this really the first time these two people have met?" Then they suddenly remembered something and said, "But where did you and I go? Haven't seen it since." At this time, Jang Tyson and Clara were walking around. Looking up at the sky, Clara exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful. This place is really great." She smiled and continued, "Daniel, I feel like a Korean. Just coming here makes me feel better." Jang Tyson smiled and said, "I too. If I come to Hong Kong, I always feel more comfortable." Clara shyly said, "It's not that I don't like Hong Kong, but because this is where you were born and raised, I like this place." Jang Tyson suddenly asked, "What's wrong?" Clara hesitated a bit and replied. Suddenly, she cried out, "Daniel." Jang Tyson turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Clara bowed her head slightly and said, "No matter what happens, let's not hate each other." Jang Tyson asked worriedly, "Clara, what's really going on?" Jang Tyson held her arms and asked kindly, "Was the company so difficult?" Then he said, "If it's too hard, quit your job and come work with me." Clara replied, "Yes, so I will quit my job." She continued, "If Daniel helps me, you will be kicked out of the house." Clara said, "Daniel." Jang Tyson was confused and exclaimed. Clara suddenly put her arms around Jang Tyson's neck and said, "For now, let's ignore all other thoughts. Let's just..." She continued, "Simply loving each other." Having finished speaking, she hugged him and kissed him. In the high-rise building, a scream rang out, "Let's meet. Let me treat you." Jang Tyson picked up the phone and said, suddenly inviting me, "Is there something wrong?" The blonde girl on the other side said, "Today is the day I receive my salary." Jang Tyson said, "Receiving his salary?" The girl replied, "Yes, this time my company changed sponsors. After manager Huang became the representative, the office changed a lot." The girl continued to say that the company offered more delicious and healthier food. The driver had also changed to someone else and all the interns were signed on a contract and paid according to the minimum wage. For official employees, if you work for 4 months or more, you will receive insurance. Very happy. Jang Tyson exclaimed, "Wow, your company is really great." The girl continued to talk and the salary was also changed to being paid every 5th day of the month. The girl happily said, "From the 5th of next month, I will receive my salary." Jang Tyson took his jacket and replied, "That's a really good company. Don't quit that job and definitely stick to it." "The elevator is going down." The girl exclaimed, "It was so awesome. The best ever." She continued to praise, "Yes, there is no such good company in Korea. Maybe the best in the world?" Jang Tyson smiled and asked, not knowing who that sponsor was, but it was so great. The girl said, "Is that so? I don't know who it is, but that person is as dumb as you." Jang Tyson smiled and said, "In any case, comparing with In is a bit too much." The girl countered, "How? Let's put it that way. Your brother is the best in the world." She asked him, "By the way, are you busy going down to the parking garage?" Jang Tyson asked again. "What?" That girl asked, "Aren't you dating someone? Whether it's a girl or a boy, it's okay." Jang Tyson answered as he walked, because school was about to start, so he was a bit busy. He continued, "Aren't you preparing to release your second album in the spring?" The girl was surprised and asked, "Oh, how did you know?" Jang Tyson calmly said, "It's related to Syriana. The second album must be successful, Because you always support me, so even if you're tired, you have to endure it. That girl smiled and said, hey, he was in such a good mood. Jang Tyson was concerned and said, it's late, go to sleep. The girl replied, yes, I slept well. Fold the phone down. Suddenly, he heard a loud call, hey, Jang Tyson. Jang Tyson turned his head towards the direction of the sound. Then I saw a group of people in black clothes blocking my way. He smiled and thought, what are these people? A voice called out, hey, Jang Tyson. A group of black shirt people stared at Jang Tyson. Jang Tyson was not afraid and said, hey, you're so quiet. The black shirt man in the head raised his face and said, whatever. You have the ability. Hearing that guy say that, Jang Tyson thought, look, that's the face of a murderer. Then he said, I'm busy. If you come to me if you have anything to say, just say it directly. He thought, all of them. Doesn't look nice either. Look at the landline phone on the table. The secretary worriedly whispered, why is it taking so long? He whispered, really annoyed. At this time, at Jang Tyson's side, he alone defeated nearly half of the black shirt men. Some of them could not stand up and lay exhausted on the ground. A man in black was so surprised that he exclaimed, what, you? Jang Tyson smiled and said in a provocative voice, apologizing for his mistake. Then he punched that guy's face hard, shouted loudly, go to the hospital and repent. That guy was thrown away, making a coughing sound. Jang Tyson continued to attack the remaining people. Those people were so crowded that all they could do was say, okay. Jang Tyson grinned triumphantly. The man with his hair tied saw this and asked in panic, who are you? The man next to him was punched by Jang Tyson, and he let out a howl. Blood splashed out. Jang Tyson's voice rang out, don't you know me? Then he proudly said, I'm Jang Tyson. At the same time, the secretary's phone rang. He hurriedly picked up the phone and said, hello, Captain Hu Wong. What took you so long? The secretary urged, there is only one person to solve. The CEO is still waiting. Jang Tyson's voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, hello you. Have you been looking at your phone all this time? The secretary was surprised, said, what the heck? Jang Tyson said, I am Jang Tyson. The secretary was so shocked that he opened his eyes wide and said loudly, Jang Tyson. Next to Jang Tyson, the defeated black shirt men were lying on the ground. Jang Tyson said to that secretary named Mr. Yu, why are you looking for me for no reason? Jang Tyson calmly said, the matter of Deongsong being high on drugs had nothing to do with me. Could it be that he was so mentally retarded that he didn't know it was drugs? Walking among the crowd of people lying on the ground, Jang Tyson continued, the CEO must also understand that. Then he smiled and said, I don't know much about the rest, but I'm very good at burning down other people's houses. Should I try? Secretary Yu on the other side said loudly, what's wrong? You brat. Where's Captain Hu Wong? Give him the phone right away. Looking at Captain Hu Wong, Jang Tyson said, his brain was temporarily disabled. He was still lying on the ground here. That's why I answered the phone for him. Hearing that, Secretary Yu stammered, young man. Jang Tyson said, shut his mouth and listen. Looking at the people on the ground, Jang Tyson said, if you guys dare to touch me again, I will post all the pictures of today. I have recorded everything today. The right to life and death is in your hands. Jang Tyson threatened. No matter how much support you guys have, you still understand what is the best way to protect yourself, right? Am I right? The secretary exclaimed in panic. What? Jang Tyson suddenly continued, by the way, my mother also belongs to that faction. Her last name is Yu. Then he continued, so please don't touch me, Yu. Secretary Yu was shocked and thought, you family, that's impossible. The sun is gradually appearing behind the mountain. At a high-rise building, a man's voice rang out, why is Jang calling me so early? Jang Tyson said, we have to sign the contract today. The man on the other side of the computer screen asked, the contract will be signed at 11 o'clock. Is there anything wrong? Jang Tyson replied, nothing. Then he smiled and said, please arrange it well. The man on the other side said authoritatively, don't worry, don't you believe in me? Jang Tyson asked, how is the CEO of the law firm? The other man replied that former Supreme Court Chief Justice In Woo-hyun had already been approved by half. Jang Tyson smiled and said, that's good. The man on the other side asked, tell me the truth. How have you been these days? Jang Tyson replied, you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when I get a chance. The man replied, okay, I'll wait. Jang Tyson politely said, keep up the good work. Remembering Chermino, Jang Tyson thought, Chermino, please try to get out of this mud. On the computer screen, Robert suddenly appeared. He said, boss. Jang Tyson saw Robert appear and asked, hello Robert, are you ready? Robert did not answer that question but asked another question. Is there something wrong with you? Jang Tyson replied, they plan to kidnap me and Anna. The man's voice rang out, what kidnapping? I'll send an assassin. Then he continued, I have connections with the KGB and a few other intelligence assassins. I can handle everything quickly and without a trace. Jang Tyson said helplessly, No, please don't send anyone. Where's the plan going? Robert replied, Now we just wait for your orders. The fund is already prepared. Jang Tyson said, Let's start. Let's get excited today. Robert replied, Yes, I will make sure everything goes smoothly. Jang Tyson told Robert to send all the money out so they couldn't buy it all at once, then wipe them out. The prestigious Robert said, Don't worry, that's my expertise. Jang Tyson replied, Thanks to you, Robert. At this moment, Jang Tyson thought to himself, Chairman O, from tomorrow onwards, you are just a fish on the cutting board. At this time, at President O's company, President of excitedly said loudly, What? He asked Secretary Yu, Are you sure she is President Yo's sister? Secretary Yu replied, Yes, I conducted a relative investigation and the results were correct. Secretary Yu continued, She is indeed the daughter of the former president. Chairman O's sweat dropped and said, So Chairman Yo has a half-sister. The secretary added, Besides, that guy is stronger than we thought. I sent Captain Huang to deal with him, but they were all defeated. Chairman O cursed, You useless people. Even a brat can't handle it. Secretary Yu said, President Yo will misunderstand us. Chairman O said, Chairman Yo is just a worthless person. It's troublesome. Secretary Yu worriedly said that Jang Tyson's house has a lot of money and even stocks. President O asked, What about that girl? Suddenly, the phone rang. President O asked, What's wrong? The other end of the line answered, Mr. Chairman, Head of Finance Lee Number Q wants to see you about something urgent. Chairman O said, Chiefly, please come in. Lee Number Q suddenly opened the door and shouted loudly, President. Seeing him in such a hurry, What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? It's a big deal, Mr. President O asked. What's so serious? Tell me. The thing is, just recently, a large amount of foreign funds attacked the affiliated parties. Hearing that, Chairman O and Secretary Yu's faces were filled with worry. Lee Number Q said wearily, in the form of short selling. Hearing this, Chairman O and Secretary Yu were surprised and exclaimed at the same time, What? Wow, short selling. The announcer's voice emanated from the car speakers, saying that ANA Group shares kept falling day by day according to the latest source, the U.S. Cooperation Department of ANA Joint Stock Company is being investigated by the IRS Federal Tax Department on suspicion of tax evasion. As a result, the group's stock price fell more than 40%. It is predicted that there will soon be a global financial crisis, he whispered, as they started to manage. Well, everything is over now. Try your best. His face radiated satisfaction. The car rushed down the road, accompanied by an arrogant voice. You must pay for what you have done. Scene changed to a company building. The vending machine whirred, and then a can of water fell out of the machine. Jang Tyson was bending down to get the can of water he just bought when suddenly someone called, making him startled and turned around. Hey, Jang Tyson. The voice just now turned out to be Aaron's, Jang Tyson said shyly, Aaron Sr. She suddenly complimented, Wow, you look really good today. She groaned twice. Her face started to turn red and continued, Thank you for what happened the other day. I'll treat you to a delicious meal, but why didn't you call me? Tyson suddenly thought to himself, What? You confessed your love to me when you were drunk. Today, Aaron wore a very striking red outfit, revealing her seductive collarbones. Her hands were stuffed into her pockets. Just looking at her made her look pretty. Thanks to the dating skills that Mr. Nova taught, Dyson suddenly spoke up. Senior, you are very beautiful today. After hearing that, Aaron was stunned and stood still for 5 seconds. Then his face turned red and he said nothing. Now, if I want to surprise women, it's easy. Dyson turned around and winked. Handsome, even more handsome, he said. The weather is warmer, but it's still very cold. After saying that, he gave her the can of water he just bought from the vending machine. Hey, drink it. After hearing what he said, Erin gasped, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened and she suddenly said, Where did you learn that mischievous way of talking, Jang Tyson? So you're a shy person? Jang Tyson's eyes were full of affection. His mouth smiled meaningfully and said, Next time I will invite you to a meal. After saying that, he turned around and walked forward. Before leaving, he left a sentence. I have class. Please go first. Then he left and left Erin alone there. She angrily shouted, Where are you going? Aren't you going to the new student welcome ceremony? After Tyson left, Erin wondered if the new students also had a welcoming class. She seemed to suddenly remember something. Her face suddenly darkened, looking at Jang Tyson's back and thinking, New law students don't have specialized classes on Monday. Scene changed to Korean University. From the classroom upstairs came the bustling noise and laughter of students. They sat and talked and laughed happily. Looking at the students in front of me talking comfortably, walking arm in arm, They talked and laughed as they walked, making the classroom very noisy. Even though there was a teacher in the classroom, no one seemed to care. Everyone continued with their stories. This makes Sun Yuri uncomfortable. I can't breathe. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, mentally cursing. Jang Tyson is really a little devil. The friend sitting next to her saw her face droop and asked, "Your face looks sad. What's wrong?" "Your boyfriend dumped you." She lowered her head tiredly and replied, "That's not it." Having said that, Sun Yuri raised her head and spoke shyly. Thinking about having to draw for another 2 years found it too difficult. "I can't breathe at all." Her tablemate was surprised to hear that. "Are you serious? We are close friends. A smart student like you is also vague about the future. I can't believe it." She continued, "Your family must be very busy. Just try to get high scores, then study abroad and become a professor." The teacher stood above and looked around and said, "I see there are some new students. Today is the first day, so let's take attendance. You all know that I won't take attendance anymore, right? For an artist, the best words can only be his own paintings. Students who participate in top art competitions will be exempted from all classes immediately." The students sitting below were all shocked to hear the teacher say that. The teacher continued speaking and of course still guaranteed their student scores, "And if anyone can draw a picture that I like, then I will be able to pass my specialized subjects." Hearing this, all the students seemed happy. Everyone had their own thoughts. The person standing above laughed heartily. "What do you think? Isn't that wonderful?" Having finished speaking, I started taking attendance. Choi Dekiel, yes. The teacher stopped to praise this student for a moment. The sculpture student was very patient. "I expect that from you." Student Choi Dekiel scratched his head shyly. The teacher continued to hold the attendance list. "Sun Yuri." She lazily replied, "Yes." The teacher stopped and looked at Sun Yuri and said, "Last year you were in my class too, right? I also hope to see your performance this year." She obediently thanked the professor. Lee Hankiel, yes. The professor looked at the student below and said, "You're a reservation student, right? I hear your voice as if you've returned from the army." The student scratched his ear and smiled shyly. It seemed the teacher was right. The teacher looked at the list again, then suddenly discovered something unusual. "Oh, what is this? Why are law students in this class?" This statement also surprised the whole class. When Sun Yuri heard about law students, she gasped in surprise and her heart was also filled with anxiety. The teacher read the law student's name, Jang Tyson. A response came from the last row, "Yes," making everyone surprised. As if they couldn't believe their ears, they opened their eyes wide and turned to look. Who is that? Sun Yuri was the most surprised person. Her face showed fear as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Her mouth opened wide as if this was impossible, stammering and saying, Jang Tyson." Her eyes opened even wider. Her face darkened and she looked back, unable to believe it was Tyson. "It's him, Jang Tyson." His face was always so handsome. His blue eyes and attractive smile. The teacher was also surprised by the appearance of this law student. He asked again if there was any mistake. "New student, it seems like he was placed in the wrong class, right?" Jang Tyson happily replied, "No, the arrangement is correct. No mistake, professor." In class, there was gradually a buzz about this student. Yuri's tablemate also had to praise him. "Wow, he's so handsome." "Yuri, do you know that person?" Yuri was still surprised about Jang Tyson. She still couldn't believe her eyes. The professor continued, "I don't understand why law students are here, but you didn't register for general courses, did you?" Jang Tyson heard that and could only say, "Yes, I heard that other subjects are also great." When the male students here heard him say that, they were also surprised. Each of them had stupid faces. Then shout together, "Then you must be 100% good at that practice." Jang Tyson heard his friends say that and asked the professor, "Professor, did I hear it right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yuri and the professor were a bit surprised. Unable to adapt, the professor suddenly said, "What did I say?" Jang Tyson's face darkened and he said, "Teacher said that for an artist, his words are his paintings." The professor countered, "No, that question is only for majors." Jang Tyson sat down and replied, "He also majored in art." How can the teacher believe this when he's just a law student? But now he says he's majoring in fine arts. Are you kidding me? Even though you're a new student, my patience still has its limits. The teacher put his hands on his hips and continued to say, "From today, you have 1 week to amend your registration. Please re-register for your science subject." Jang Tyson, sitting below, immediately replied, "I don't want to." His expression was full of confidence and he said, "I'm confident I'll do well." The professor was so angry that he couldn't stand it any longer and sobbed heavily on the table. How could there be such stubborn students? He shouted, "Hey brat, are you looking down on art?" When the students below heard that, they were stunned for a few seconds and then shouted, "Do we look like idiots? That law student." Jang Tyson bowed his head with sincerity and said, "I would rather study art than real life." His eyes became sparkling when talking about this art field. I can study this subject well. Art is beauty, so anyone can learn it. The professor's face continued to darken, seemingly very angry. He confidently said, I will prove it to you. Prove what? The teacher shouted loudly. Jang Tyson continued arrogantly, just let me do the test like the students here. It seems he is very confident about his major. After listening, the teacher asked vaguely what it was like. He smiled arrogantly. The technique didn't matter. Pencil, paint, water, oil wax, gouge. Take your pick. It seems like victory is in hand. The teacher and the whole class did not believe that this law student could paint a decent picture. The teacher's eyes became dangerous, as if wanting to see how embarrassed this law student would be. I would grade him. Jang Tyson didn't care about those things, smiled gently and replied, of course. The teacher's face suddenly looked very scary. If you can't do it, then shut up and leave here. It seemed like Jang Tyson was sure of the results, so he didn't show fear. On the contrary, confidence appeared on his face. Yuri witnessed from beginning to end. She was equally surprised, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, whispering, Tyson. The teacher with a face full of disgust and cunning said, and if you fail then shut up and go away. Tyson looked at the teacher eye to eye, and smiled confidently and replied, of course. Yuri was surprised, looked at the male lead with a wide face and whispered, Tyson. Tyson spoke up in the student's disbelief and admiration. He never wanted things to turn out like this, but his eyes were firmly and sternly saying, I'm sorry, everyone. Going back a bit to the past time. The scene around Tyson was now dark. A voice said, are you here? Making him curiously wonder, where am I this time? As the surrounding landscape gradually appeared, before the male protagonist's eyes there was a silhouette of a man. The male lead was surprised and asked, who are you? The man smiled slightly. In front of his eyes now was a person with black hair, tied in a messy bun behind him. A patchy beard, dull eyes, a bottle of wine in his hand, and a rather old-fashioned outfit. He replied, I am Uncle, yours, a painter. Dyson smiled wryly and said, you said you're my uncle. Maybe you are some ancestors of my family. The man also laughed loudly and continued, you often retort, if you have lived on this small piece of land, after all, it is all blood and flesh. He was still talking continuously while the male lead's appearance was clearly speechless, so they were all his aunts and uncles. When he came to the inn, didn't he also call the maid an aunt? Everything has a way of addressing things like that. Tyson suddenly realized and exclaimed, wait, you said painter. His sweat dropped and looked at the man in front of him, wondering, are you a painting fairy? Painter 2 replied calmly, that's right. The master painter you know is me. Ties and sweat dropped in disbelief and asked in confusion, so why, sir? He frowned, smiled awkwardly and said, why do you have that look on your face? I didn't cause any trouble. Then, without beating around the bush, he got straight to the main issue we were here for. We need to help each other. If you have enough points, give some to your poor monk uncle, the male lead suddenly inquired. What? Why? Master 2 replied as if what he just said was obvious. Of course, I will teach you my style. Isn't this the spirit of helping each other and also humanity? Tyson thought unhappily in his heart, I've never dealt with him before. Acting bossy means I'm an expert. He replied with a no-nonsense attitude. Learning that would be effective. What? He immediately got upset and retorted. Hey, don't you know how much money painting can make? Unlike in the past, now it is no longer a problem. The male lead looked disdainful and replied, we are all players. Why do you act like that? Even if you are good at drawing, you still have to die to make money. He smiled proudly and said, and I already have a lot of money. Master Tweed grimaced and said loudly, hey, you have to be generous, understand? He complained and blamed you. You are too stingy. Even if you become a monk, you will still be called stingy, the male lead calmly replied. But I have lived a beautiful life with a full stomach. Suddenly, behind Tyson's back, a voice called out, Foreman. The two turned back to observe. Approaching were the silhouettes of 3 rather strange men. The painter blamed him. Hey, why are you only here now? He kept talking loudly. It will take a long time to fill it up. If you do this, you'll go to hell. Tyson was worried and confused, looking at the 3 people who had just arrived with curiosity. He silently exclaimed in his heart, what the hell is this, their appearance? Paul Cezanne asked, Foreman. What's wrong with you today? Paul Gauguin said with a smile, I can finish this quickly. The male lead wondered and asked the painter, but, uncle, who are these people? He still had a drunken face and replied, what about them? He slightly smiled and said, they're not very famous so you won't know. Scene was surprised, your nephew. Gauguin greeted kindly, nice to meet you, I'm Gauguin. When Tyson heard this name, he was panicked and surprised. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped, exclaiming, The man with long, flowing hair happily introduced, "My full name is actually Paul Gauguin." When the male lead heard this, he sweated nonstop and stammered in his head, "G. Gauguin," the artist representing post-impressionist painting Paul Gauguin. Then, still with that gentle look, Gauguin turned to the side and said, "I think you might know the person standing next to me." The man next to me also enthusiastically introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Paul Cezanne," making the male protagonist even more shocked. He silently exclaimed in his heart, "Gasp, Paul Cezanne, the lone pioneer known as the father of modern painting, Paul Cezanne." Cezanne's body trembled with excitement. His mouth still couldn't close because he was so shocked. Was this real? His eyes next focused on the man behind the two of them, then guessed. In his mind, he began to reason. Behind him there was a man standing strangely. He looked so familiar. At this moment, Tyson immediately noticed and realized his ears were bandaged. His eyes suddenly revealed a look of admiration and disbelief. He silently speculated, Van Gogh. Returning to the present, the male lead is skillfully holding a pen and gliding across the smooth surface of paper, to the admiration and surprise of all the students present in the room at this time. His hands were still gracefully drawing light strokes. The students were still attentively observing Tyson's every move without looking away. They all exclaimed in surprise. It was crazy, and then silently said in their hearts, "Who is that guy?" A female student with short hair. The teacher couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. The god of disaster has arrived. The return of the god of disaster. Tyson's painting is gradually being completed in front of everyone's disbelief. The teacher gasped in surprise. Was that Van Gogh? A few hours later, students started walking back and forth at the school. West Building, lecture room. The teacher sat attentively looking at the picture ties and just drew not long ago, huh? Observing carefully and thinking. The madness of colors that Master Van Gogh can express. The way a painter uses his pen contains the soul. He said unhappily, he was much more accurate than me. He used turpentine and hemp seed oil. He lowered his eyes, frowned slightly, and speculated. Everything was rudimentary and not at all complicated. But it was also planned in advance, everything. The teacher's body trembled, but he also secretly acknowledged in his heart that if he asked a professional artist to evaluate it, they would all shout that this is Van Gogh's work. It's just that the coloring style has changed. He does not fall into Van Gogh's way of looking at life. The way of painting does not pour out suffering, despair, and madness. In the place of madness there is peace, a beautiful reality, no longer a dream again. The father professor suddenly opened the door and called out, "Professor Shim, so you're here," causing him to turn around in surprise. Professor Shim asked confusedly, "Professor Father, what's wrong? You startled me," he said excitedly. "Oh my day, do you know who I just met?" Professor Shim was also curious and asked, "Who?" Professor Father cheerfully replied, "I met a painter." Professor Shim was surprised. What a painter! He approached the table, displayed the painting he held in his hand from the moment he entered the room and said, "Look at this painting." Hearing that, Professor Shim also came closer to observe. It was a black and white picture of a tiger. Professor Father was still excited and said, "Oh my God, it looks like the tiger is coming to life." Looking intently at the picture, the professor kept admiring. Look at its eyes, as if it was preparing to jump out and roar for the whole world to know, right? Professor Shim's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it and silently said in thought, "This skill has reached an unbelievable level." He turned to his father and said, "Great. Is this your work? You're really a great artist." Professor Father quickly denied it. "It's not mine." Professor Shim frowned and smiled smugly and asked, "What? So it was a painting drawn by a former student?" The father professor answered with a confused look on his face, "No, it's a student who hasn't graduated from drawing school yet." Professor Shim was surprised to say, "What?" Then he looked to the corner of the painting and saw a small red mark there. Looking closer, I was shocked to see that on that red mark was Tyson's name. Professor Shim's face was full of worry and confusion. He asked, "Professor, by any chance, are the other students attending the afternoon class?" The professor replied confusedly, "Yes." He stammered and said, "Student, law." Professor Father suddenly asked, "Wait, how do you know?" The two people's faces were dark, unbelievable, looking at the picture in panic and remembering the name, Jang Tyson. Yuki blushed and asked Tyson, "What are you doing?" He replied with a smug look on his face, "Why, law students aren't allowed to draw." She objected uncomfortably, "That's not what I meant." Tyson laughed and continued, "So why do you ask?" Yuki dodged and started another story. "Who would drink rice wine in the middle of the day like you?" Tyson calmly replied, "Suddenly meeting her makes him crave rice wine." She wondered, "Why? You drank this second pot already?" Yuki looked like an older person and reminded him, "You're only a first year, right? You shouldn't get drunk on the first day of school like this." Tyson smiled and replied, "But since I met you here, I have to drink. Not everyone I drink with." Yuki suddenly asked in confusion, "Why did you say that?" Tyson looked at her and smiled meaningfully. Yuki blushed at his words. "You're really pretty, senior." Makes her just say words. When it was dark, in a corner of a city, surrounded by high-rise buildings and electric poles. The next day, when it was dawn, Yuki gradually woke up in a dream, feeling like a cotton blanket, a familiar scent that she had smelled before. She slowly opened her eyes, put her hand on her forehead to block out the light, and exclaimed, "My head hurts." Then she suddenly realized the surrounding scenery. Startled, sweat poured out, worriedly exclaimed in her heart, "This place is..." She looked around the room and slowly realized, this room again. Yesterday's memories were fragmented in Yuki's head, causing her to not be able to remember anything clearly. She whispered in her heart, and again. She lost consciousness. She suddenly froze, her face turned red. Then she lifted the blanket and looked down to check if she was still wearing clothes or not. Seeing that his clothes were still intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "How much did I drink this time?" She slowly stood up and walked out of the room, still blaming herself. This was all Tyson's fault. Who did he learn to drink like that from? Stepping out of the bedroom, right in front of Yuki's eyes appeared many paintings that surprised her and made her say, "Gogon's painting." She immediately recognized it when she saw it. Yuki's eyes were not yet filled with panic. Her mouth was open in shock. She was sweating profusely. Her heart stammered in surprise. "What is this? Are they all Tyson's paintings?" At Korea University College of Music, the sound of the piano is melodious, full of depth and quiet. The young girl gently glides her hands on the piano. The combination with the piano sound of the male co-star next to her is perfect. A man in a suit sat cross-legged and said, "I also have to leave early this time." That was the associate professor of the music college, Raoul Reard. He smiled and said gently, "I'm 40 years old. I miss my hometown very much." Suddenly he heard another piano sound, causing him to pay attention to it. This sound? He looked intently at Tyson sitting on the stage playing the piano, filled with surprise and groaning in his heart. Could it be Rachmaninoff? His face suddenly showed shock. He couldn't believe it and stammered, "No way. Why is he a freshman?" The male lead's fingers gently and skillfully glide across the keys. All the students playing musical instruments stopped and listened in admiration. Their skills were so great. The others also followed the sound of the piano and gradually approached. They were all amazed by Tyson's talent, standing still wondering who he was, a genius. Back when Yuki was still at the male lead's house, she stood still in front of the pictures he drew and silently affirmed that Tyson was a natural genius. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. "What do you think about my painting?" At the same time, the piano sounded melodious. She turned her head to look at Tyson in surprise and couldn't help but stammer out an answer. Then I had another question in my heart. "Does he even play the piano?" He smiled and looked at Yuki and said, "If you like it, you can take it." Yuki was surprised by the male lead's words and asked again, "Really?" She thought to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe he left Gauguin's masterpiece here. At the end of the piano lesson, Kaizen stopped playing the piano and said there were a few more drawings on the drawing board. Then, with a look full of arrogance, he stood up and asked, "How did you like my performance?" Yuki shyly blushed, but not at all awkwardly replied, "It's perfect." There is a clear feeling of pleasure. This is the first time I've heard such a sound. Tyson smiled softly, thanking her. She blushed and looked at the male lead in admiration. There was nothing Tyson couldn't do. He was so cool. Then she hesitantly started talking. "Are you preparing for a competition or what?" He answered quite curtly, "No," causing Yuki to stammer awkwardly. "So?" The male lead's sharp eyes replied, "I want to apply to the piano department of the music college this afternoon." She exclaimed in surprise, "What? Piano department?" Her whole body began to tremble because of the amount of information she was hearing. A person studying law had chosen music and arts college as a minor. Her voice stammered and said, "I'm going crazy." At the music college at this time, after finishing the piano piece, everyone applauded enthusiastically. The male lead smiled softly and proudly. Those who appeared there enthusiastically applauded the excellent performance. Tyson bowed down politely and greeted, "This is the first time we met. I am Jang Tyson, a first-year law student enrolling today." The male lead's introduction made everyone there surprised and thought, "He's studying law." Others look at him with admiration in their hearts. Tyson is truly talented. When did he become so good at the piano? At the male lead's company, his lawyer happily exclaimed, "CEO Jang, The new office setting today is very beautiful, much more beautiful than our law office. Tyson politely replied, "It's all thanks to you." The lawyer continued, "Hey, what are you talking about? People heard it and thought I didn't buy this building." Lawyer Joe looked jealous and said, "I'm really jealous, CEO Jang." Then he started asking about the main point. "So why did you call me here? Is there something important?" The male lead replied with a questioning look, "I was calling to discuss the business acquisition mentioned earlier." Lawyer Joe immediately continued, "Business acquisition?" Tyson laughed it off and replied, "Yes, I will have an interview soon." Lawyer Joe politely asked, "So why do you need me?" His face turned red. He was sweating profusely and said nervously, "You're the director of the famous Sam Woo law firm, aren't you? You have more social experience than me, so wouldn't that be better? What if we interview together?" Lawyer Joe also blushed, sweating like a shower, and replied, "So, you're not planning on using me as a shield, are you?" Tyson silently said in his heart, "This noble old man is really quick-witted." The male lead tilted his head towards the lawyer, worriedly asking, "Do you accept the consulting fee? You must accept it today." He was helpless and could only agree, "Okay, I understand, just kidding." Lawyer Joe, with a guilty and worried look, said, "You have changed my life. I have to at least do this for you." Suddenly a voice rang out from outside the room, "Sir, the interviewer is here." Tyson replied, "Let it in." His employee's voice replied, "Yes." A man wearing a brown suit and leather shoes walked in. He bowed his head in the direction of Lawyer Joe and said, "Hello, sir." So, to the confusion of Tyson and the lawyer laughed and said, "Sorry, but I'm not a CEO." The man immediately looked confused at the two people, his head moving back and forth, exclaiming, Lawyer Joe explained, "That person is the CEO, Jang Tyson." He was confused and worried as he watched the male lead speak. "Sorry, this guy is a CEO." Tyson looked at the tall man in front of him with a satisfied smile and thought, "Is a tool, a naive and honest tool." Tyson thought to himself, it was this person. Putting aside his thoughts, he shook hands with the other man. He smiled and said, "Very happy to meet my grandfather, Jang Tyson, CEO of the investment group." Looking at the man in front of him, Tyson thought, this man devoted everything to serve UB in his previous life. The man looked at Tyson with extremely surprised eyes. "Why are you the CEO?" Tyson trusts this man very much. He is about 1 meter 8 tall and has a strong shoulder to lean on. High and wide forehead, big bright eyes. These are the eyes of a tiger always ready to capture its prey. The man shook hands with Tyson and introduced himself. "I am Han Jinwon, CEO of Security Company." Tyson smiled at him and pointed to the chair next to him. "Please sit down." Tyson went straight to his problem. It was said that because the company was on the verge of collapse, the company's workforce of 50 was now only 20. After hearing this, Han Jinwon panicked. "What is this? He is so young." Tyson smiled coldly and said, "Please sit down. I won't bite you, so I'm not afraid." Everyone had now settled down and Tyson spoke. Currently, he was just trying to hold on with his family's assets and was in a huge debt. Han Jinwon trembled and replied, "Yes." Tyson smiled, continued to say, "In that situation, he was in dire need of a straw to save his life." The man sitting on Tyson's left noticed I staring at him and laughed and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm Yoontae, the director of Samwoo Law Firm." Han Jinwon said in surprise, "What Samwoo Law Firm, Asian?" Yoontae looked at him and smiled and continued to say, "Please don't have a negative view of CEO Jang. I've heard of CEO Han's talent. It's nice to meet you." Han Jinwon nervously replied, "Thank you." Tyson's voice rang out, "I will take over the company." Jinwon was frightened by this statement. The lawyer and Jinwon simultaneously focused their eyes on Tyson. "My heart is filled with confusion." Jinwon hesitated and said, speechless, "My company has been destroyed. Even if you invest in it, you won't get any profit." Tyson calmly replied, "That's why I like it." Jinwon didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Tyson said every word with finality. "I put money into it not just to make a profit, but to ensure my own safety." After listening to Jinwon, "If you think it would be more economical for you to hire outside security guards, the price of hiring security guards from my company is not cheap. Because they are all specially trained veterans." Tyson laughed loudly and said, "I know, but I trust your every reaction and so much that I decided to take over. I will take over the company and 20 employees there." Including Mr. Jinwon gasped in surprise. "Why did you have to do that?" Tyson still said coldly, "Immediately after signing the contract, I will give each person a 200% salary increase, paid immediately." Jinwon was startled again at Tyson's words. "Were you telling the truth?" "Director Han doesn't have to worry. I will invest in more Baoan equipment, search equipment, and upgrade supplies. What do you think?" Hearing that, Jinwon cried tears of joy. "Thank you." Dizin looked at Jinwon seriously and said, "The job of the day is to hire as many trustworthy employees as possible. The target is 50 people this month. Can we do it? Jin Wong hastily replied. Of course, I can do it. Director Han, I have one more request. Jin Wong laughed loudly and said, please go ahead. Looking at Director Han smiling like that, Dizin and the lawyer also felt happy. Please move the company to the 5th floor of this building immediately. Jinwon clearly. The sky is now dark. You will receive a lot of karma points. Tyson moved the mouse in his hand and said, relax a bit. He accidentally swiped right on an article about the ANA group that was teetering on the brink. He was so pleased that his mood improved, and he had to pay this journalist more. I don't know what to write that's so good. The internet is currently rife with unfavorable comments such as, the company's situation is similar to the chairman's personality. He is just a dog. The stock has dropped miserably. Tyson read through it once and exclaimed, oh my god. He didn't need anything and was still full. Chairman O, you must be so desperate right now. You received negative karma points. Tyson calmly said, this month everything will be fine. Looking up at the night sky, he thought about whether he should call some tutors for tomorrow's class. Is there anyone there who is good at information technology? Tyson thought silently. The sound of applause filled with excitement rang out. Suddenly the lights in the house went out. Tyson was confused and didn't know what the hell was going on. He called out loudly to say hello if anyone was there. From afar, light gradually appeared. Tyson shouted loudly in fear. It was someone. Is it true that Russians or Eastern Europeans are gods? The other person only replied him with 2 words. Maybe Tyson was confused and thought to himself, I am a god, a ghost. Maybe what? Cigarette smoke drifted in the air and the man spoke. I'm waiting for you. Tyson was startled. Waiting for me. The man walked towards Tyson. I thought you wouldn't call anyone else but me. Tyson felt that this person didn't seem normal. In the dark, he couldn't see his face clearly. He just stood there looking at Tyson and said, really disappointed. Hearing him say that, he replied, why did he say that? He inhaled a cigar and laughed loudly. Because I have more than I thought. You are different from other mortals. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Besides him, there were people from other countries who were also communicating. Mr. Thursday came back and suddenly smiled and said to him that it's too dark here. Could you turn on the light? But he just coldly replied, I'm sick and I'll go. This is your first time doing business with someone who doesn't trust you yet? Hearing that, he silently cursed. What the fuck, why do you look so arrogant? You are a god, but if you trust me, you will have more benefits in the future, right? He spoke in a sharp, stupid voice. Tyson was surprised by his curse. Why are you cursing me for being stupid? Tyson gradually lost all patience in saying who he really was. He replied, Bushkov Vladimir Dmitrijevic. Tyson's annoyed tone gradually became impatient. I didn't ask for your name. I needed a title. Are you in the same league as Zeus, or do you work independently? If neither of the above hypotheses is true, then where do you belong? He smiled thoughtfully and said, Zeus. What's the name? That sounds boring. Tyson was extremely worried. Oh wait, he dared to criticize Zeus. The space is dark on all sides. There is no way to offend the great minister. He seemed to remember something big. Was he a villain? He flicked the cigarette but in his hand and said, Evil god. Let me introduce myself properly. I am an evil god who likes bad karma the most. My name is Vladimir. Looking at Tyson's scared face, he said, Don't be afraid. I'm not like those people who only crave every human soul. He suddenly nodded. Afraid to have me. He asked, How proficient do you want to be with computers? Tyson hesitantly replied, Well, knowing a little bit of this and that is fine. I don't ask too much, you're very brave. Do you understand the nature of this contract? He was made to sweat by his question and replied, No. Listening to the song, he smirked and said, Kind of like someone who has to deposit bad karma points. What kind of deposit? I can't believe it. The man absolutely opposite Tyson spoke. Karma is the first condition to summon evil gods. I can only use evil karma points to exchange for skills. Your other points are also very good, but instead of depositing, you just need to give me your karma points. Hearing that, he whispered a sigh of relief. Suddenly he let out a wild laugh. The karma points were so clean and pure. Tyson thought inexplicably, Does the body also need good karma points? Tyson crossed his arms in front of his chest and arrogantly asked for permission to criticize. He seemed to not have expected this outcome and shouted loudly, What? Tyson looked at Vladimir coldly and said, Since when do I pay attention to gods? I sincerely refused. He didn't expect him to refuse him like that, so he was stunned. He smiled contemptuously. I am Jang Tyson, an independent person of thought. I can personally sign a contract with me with my karma points. Why don't we negotiate a bit? Vladimir agreed to his proposal. Yes, we can make a contract. I am a member of the FSB faction. The Russian Federal Security Department must call me the boss of all hackers. There is no secret organization in this world, including NASA, NSA, GCHQ, or MSS, that can prevent me from entering the system. We even know the activation codes for nuclear weapons. He knew that if he said that, Tyson wouldn't believe it. Vladimir used a firm tone to say, "Don't say too much, just trust me. I will give you the power to dominate the virtual world." You look at him. Is this disrespecting your abilities? Vladimir is so angry with you. What do you mean by this name? My skills are the best at the moment, kid. Tyson replied to him with a cold voice. Do you know blockchain technology? Vladimir was surprised. What block can? Tyson continued to ask. What about Bitcoin? Vladimir was now completely bewildered as to what that thing was and what else he was going to discuss. Look at him and smile. Stop talking and turn on the light, will you? How could Vladimir panic? Tyson laughed and said, when the relationship between A and the F changes, people will feel more comfortable. He glared at him. Vladimir looked so funny. If I entered the world of gods, I would consider it his permission. A light soon appeared in Tyson's hand. Looking at the glowing circle in his hand, he said thoughtfully, this morning's sand beads our group leader Asura bought them for decoration. According to the light, he went down the old stairs. He just discovered an extremely messy guy standing like a lost soul. Tyson shouted, what the hell is that? This is just a normal residential area. Vladimir saw everything exposed and didn't know what to do. Only then did Tyson realize that the evil god in front of him was just a joke. He approached the boy and asked him in a cold tone how old he was. He still stubbornly denied what he meant by saying I'm a god. Seeing that he refused to tell the truth, he immediately threatened that most people, when they die, deserve to become gods, but if you don't, God will punish you. I've already died once, so it's over. Sure enough, this threat worked and he shouted in fear, don't come near here. Tyson continued to say, what are you afraid of? I didn't hit you. If anyone sees us, they will probably think I'm the god. You look like a new soldier, right? Tyson repeated the question. How old were you and when did you die? Vladimir last growled and replied that I was 18 years old and died a month ago. Hearing the boy say that, he immediately felt how pitiful this boy was. At 18 years old, if he died a month ago, that means he was a beginner, right? But why did you come to this place? Did you kill someone? Vladimir still didn't raise his face and said, no, I don't even dare to kill an ant. Tyson continued to ask why. Because of me, many other people were affected when I was a hacker at the FSB. I hacked their computers, I stole the list of agents, and then handed it over to the organization. I have accumulated a lot of negative karma points. Tyson also understood everything now. Wow, so you also did a lot of bad things. Wouldn't it be better to go to hell? Vladimir objected that not everyone can go to hell. Tyson was confused and asked who couldn't go to hell. This problem even I don't know someone talked about when I died. Tyson continued to ask, but why did he die? Vladimir worriedly said, I went into the president's secret account to play around but was discovered. Tyson was surprised. Is the president's account Putin? Vladimir replied, yes. Why did you do that? Why did you steal his information? Vladimir hesitantly replied, just a little. He asked, how much money did he get? Hearing this, the boy smiled and replied, about $500 million. Peas and sweat dropped. $500 million. $500 million is not a little. You get it so easily. How long do people have to work to save that much? Vladimir Kong feels ashamed to say he has more than $200 billion in a slush fund, so there's not much in it. Tyson's father also wondered why he was arrested after a hacker like him couldn't hide it. Talking about this, he got angry and said I had a friend in the same company who betrayed me. That person turned out to be a spy planted by FBS. Tyson smiled awkwardly. I understand, but you have so much money. How can you use it all? I didn't think he would kill someone like you. Vladimir tell you everything I invested in gifts, but then it all went down the drain. What are you surprised by after hearing this? What about the gift fund? His voice suddenly lowered. I put all the money in Canadian dollar, but some bastards discussed it all before I could sell it. So, I was left with $3 billion on paper and it was thrown away. There's no way it wasn't you who hacked into it. That's why Tyson was stunned. Vladimir continued, I can't do that transaction as real time. Tyson said with a gray face, just recently it seemed like I had lost all the money he sold his life to get. Vladimir coldly replied that just recently I didn't have enough money, so I hacked the president's account again. He smiled and said, you're a good programmer, right? Vladimir now seems to have gone all out on my hobby of developing special algorithms in the position that we have decrypted all the firewalls of important headquarters in Russia. He deliberately changed the subject and asked, have you eaten anything? Seeing him mention food, Vladimir thought about his empty stomach. Otherwise, I won't have any points left, so I'm very hungry. Looking at him so pitifully, he curiously asked, why isn't there another god? Vladimir replied sadly. There is a place where evil gods live, but they never help each other. After speaking, he burst into tears. Please give me some points. I really hate this place. It's like hell. If I had points, I would become a purer soul. Please help me. Tyson's screaming makes his head hurt. What the hell is going on? Tyson asked if he wanted to exchange bad karma points for good points. The sun is gradually shining. A series of stock charts appear on the computer. The company's department head reported that since this morning's trading session, the stock price has dropped miserably. A book rushed straight towards the department head along with the director's anger. Didn't want to hear it. What the hell is that? You guys are just going to sit and watch like a scarecrow, right? The employees were scolded by the president. If you receive salary from the company, you have to come up with a solution. Is there any solution? Seeing that the president was so angry, they could only bow their heads and be silent. Looking at the employees, who were all such a bunch of losers, the president slammed his hand on the table and roared. Why is everything so chaotic? Director Choi. Please say something. Can I get more support for Anna? Director Choi was scared and said, Our chairman has asked for a lot of support. The supervisory board has warned him and they are complaining about the late compensation fee. The chairman calmly sat down in his chair and asked, Captain Lee, how much money do we have left? $200 billion. Boss, the captain said respectfully. There are still a lot of bills waiting to be paid, but I can't stand it for more than another month, the department head reported. The chairman slammed the table again. His fists clenched with veins. How are these useless guys going to handle this now? The loan limit has reached the peak, so they can no longer borrow from the bank. Public opinion is not good. Details about the debts of the finance department were also revealed. President Anna's face was now red and panting. How dare these bastards not pick up the phone? Company management is lost in thought. Large companies are also on the verge of bankruptcy. If they can no longer borrow from banks, the finance department will depend on them. And academic institutions negotiate with private bond issuers without even realizing it. Doing so is very difficult. There's something very strange about the pressure of an invisible hand surrounding you. Director Choi fell into deep contemplation. As if he had realized something, he sat and whispered. Something was very strange. The president now said enthusiastically, How about everyone? Let's think of a way. Go to the bank manager and withdraw all the money that can be withdrawn. In that situation, only stocks of group companies can be sold publicly. Only physical assets such as gold and cash have value. He continued, Just need to pass this time. Do whatever it takes. Just this once. At this moment, Director Choi realized something. His face changed. He thought to himself, Could it be? If it was that kid, Director Choi thought while looking at the president with eyes full of shyness. After sitting and piecing together the whole incident, he thought to himself, Yes, thinking back, ever since it happened, bad things kept happening. He even imagined the scene of Jang Tyson smiling devilishly. Look at him. On the other side, Jang Tyson is saying to Vladimir, Do you want to change the bad karma points of the evil god to the good points of the good god? Vladimir thought to himself, In this world I can even change God's destiny. I'm crazy. What am I? Jang Tyson repeats again, The evil karma points of the evil god change into the good karma points of the good god. Vladimir was frightened. Tears kept flowing down both sides of his face. He shouted loudly, Brother, don't. I will do well. I really want to live like a god. There are only evil spirits here. Jang Tyson heard that and thought to himself, The price of not living an honest life is quite large, but, in fact, that evil karma is not Vladimir's fault alone. Her parents died early and she was raised in the intelligence department of cold Russia. The living situation caused her personality problems to arise. So what is her fault? Jang Tyson asked again, Do you want to change? No. Vladimir finally crouched down. Jang Tyson saw that and couldn't say anything. After a while, Vladimir stammered and replied, I will change. Suddenly there was a bright light, flashing from the middle of the room. This ray of light was so strong that Jang Tyson and Vladimir had to cover their eyes with their hands. They shouted in unison. That light flashed for a while and then went out, leaving a dark scene covered with smoke. After a while, Jang Tyson and Vladimir slowly rubbed their eyes to see what had just happened. Only then did they suddenly realize that they had been teleported to another place. Jang Tyson said in surprise, What? This is... Vladimir also suddenly exclaimed. Jang Tyson stared blankly, not understanding what happened, and said, Oh my god, why did he suddenly come to the villa like this? Vladimir thought with a wry smile. Is it this easy and simple? He happily said, Wow, he has really changed into a good god. Jang Tyson was happy to see the other boy like that. The two turned to look at each other and smiled. Jang thought to himself that this kid is simpler than he thought. Jang Tyson thought that, even if he turned the kid into a good god, he still had quite a few points. It was like an investment for him. It seemed like every time an employee decided to quit, he would get quite a few points. Vladimir happily said, "Brother, thank you very much." Vladimir asked, "But how is the money you earned from this incident?" Jang Tyson suddenly stuttered and replied, That's right." Vladimir seemed angry and replied, "Hey, what's wrong?" Again. Scene changed to Gangti University. Jang Tyson held the can of coffee in his hand and thought to himself, "No, this isn't a level-up regression game, then what is it?" At this time, the schoolyard was full of people bustling back and forth. The other people saw Jang Tyson and started talking about him. "Oh God, who is that man? Is he a student?" The others also said, "It's impossible in our school. How can there be boys like that?" The female students looked at Jang Tyson with regretful eyes and said, "Without a karma management page, why are you lonely?" Jang Tyson happily said as he walked, "The romance of university that I have never experienced in my whole life. A day full of energy." Seeing the signboard that said Technical University, Jang Tyson hesitantly said, "Hey, that's not it." He said helplessly. The darkness shattered. Walking among the boys, Jang Tyson showed a clearly dissatisfied face, thinking to himself, the smell of male pharaoh. Jang Tyson walked for a while, looking for room 302 when he finally found it. He stood in front of the door and was about to open it when he saw the door being opened by a girl. She came closer and took the can of coffee from Jang Tyson's hand and said, "Coffee? Thank you. I'll drink it." Jang Tyson looked at her with eyes full of surprise, not understanding what was going on. He looked at the woman in surprise as she slowly drank all of his can of coffee, thinking to himself, "What is this?" After drinking, she wiped her mouth with her hand and smiled, saying, "Wow, it's perfect to fuel up with caffeine." Jang Tyson was still surprised. His eyes widened as he looked at that girl, thinking to himself, the girls at Gongdi School, more than anything, are very beautiful. Seeing Jang Tyson's surprised expression, she happily said, "New student. I'm a fourth-year student." Ancian smiled shyly and said, "I thought you were my savior. I was about to fall to the ground when you appeared." She continued, "Just trust me in the future. I'm a capable person." Jang Tyson replied skeptically, "What?" At this time, there was a group of people looking at the two of them with a very depressed expression. Ancian looked towards those people and said, "Look at the expressions of those people. Their faces are extremely jealous of you." At this moment, Ancian looked down, smiled evilly, and said, "As long as I'm under your command, you can live comfortably at school. How about, thank you?" Seeing Ancian like that, Jang Tyson broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, "What is that? Are you drunk?" She looked up at Jang Tyson and asked, "What's your name?" Jang was a little shy and replied, "My name is Jang Tyson." She continued, her name was as trustworthy as a person. "Let's go. My place is in front." That group of people still kept the same facial expressions as they said earlier. "What about the fourth-year senior?" Another person responded like that. On the other side, there were two girls who seemed to be talking about Ancian and Jang Tyson. One girl said, "What's going on? Why are fourth-year students coming to listen to first-year classes?" The other girl replied, "Yes, if you don't pass the course, how can you graduate?" Other people saw Ancian and Jang Tyson together, so they started talking. "They look so pretty. But who is that guy? Is he in the same department? They look like they are in different departments. Since when has this subject in the department become a place where anyone can come in and out?" Jang Tyson must have known everyone was talking, so he just forced a smile and shyly went to class. At this time, the teacher spoke up, "Very happy to meet you. I am Relo Suddy, who will be teaching our class this semester. The goal of this semester is to help you understand how to program fluently." Hearing the teacher say that, the students' faces immediately changed. The teacher smiled and said how easy it was. The teacher continued, "To program, one must be proficient in basic programming languages. The range from low to high is as wide as possible. Among the people here, if anyone wants to become a coder and then gives up, I would be very sad. Algorithms are like the cells of programming, if expressed in an Eastern style. Code is external work. Algorithm is internal work." Hearing this, the students froze because they did not understand what the teacher was saying. He continued, "An algorithm is a set of rules for solving arithmetic problems and completing processes. Later, IT was classified and developed into other things such as games, web, like the recently launched iPhone. It is receiving great attention from mobile phone developers, even Jang Tais, and I also don't understand what the teacher is talking about." He said, "If someone here can show me his or her abilities, I will happily invite that person to my research room." Seeing on Son's marking, the teacher thought to himself, "Since it's fourth year, you should understand. One day, and it'll be done." At this point, the teacher suddenly called Son, making her startled and her face changed. She stammered in response, "Yes." The teacher smiled and said, "Fourth-year students always have something different from first-year students. Must be fair." Her face clearly showed tension and replied, Yes, it should be like that. Jang Tyson looked at her like that, and was also tense. The teacher said it seemed like you were quite close to the students sitting next to you, so you two would be a group. Hearing that, both of you were startled, unable to hide the surprise on your faces. Jang Tyson was now shyly breaking out in a cold sweat and said to the teacher, "Why is it you? From now until the end of the semester, let's work together." The two of them could only look at each other helplessly. The topic was, "You two, let's program a mobile application." Hearing the teacher assign the topic like that, the student's face immediately changed. The two of them exclaimed with eyes shaped like a square and their mouths shaped like squares, "Application, application." Jang Tyson broke out in a cold sweat, smiled wryly and whispered about inventing an app, all this while. "I'm not kidding myself." At this moment, images of Bill Gates and Steve Jobs appeared in Jang Tyson's head. Thinking so, Jang Tyson's face could not hide his shock. He began to doubt himself. Cian hesitated. "Why? Create an application?" Tyson turned to look at her confused. Then he laughed. "Isn't it difficult to develop applications? I already have an iPhone." But Cian interrupted him. "What? iPhone? Don't be rude. How can you have something that hasn't been released in Korea yet?" Tyson smiled brightly. "I'm telling the truth. A friend in Hong Kong bought it as a gift for me. Anyway, it can't be used in water." He asked her, could she develop any programs? Cian was shocked. "What? I can anyway." Tyson raised his voice. "Why?" She said again, "Because our country is still not allowed to use iPhones. Even if you create an application program, you must still ask for permission from that party first." He wondered if he couldn't post it like that. Son's face turned black, and there was still no such program in the country. "I find this request quite difficult." Tyson is confused. "Is that so?" Son turned to yell at him. "iPhone is extremely famous in the business world. You don't know why." He laughed it off. That's it." She continued. "She would rather use the source code to open Android, but it doesn't run very stable. Because it's still not stable, bugs appear everywhere." He smiled at her and thought, "It's true that it's year 4, so there's something very different." He asked again, "So, do we give up?" She was startled. "Of course not. If you don't pass the course, you won't be able to graduate. She can't let the professor continue to keep her in school anymore." "But what are you going to do now?" Son suddenly asked him, making ties and startled. "How what?" Son smiled. If he couldn't pass the class, he would be like her and have to retake it. Tyson smiled calmly. "It's okay. Anyway, this is not a mandatory subject for me." Cian was surprised and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" "This is a mandatory subject for the Information Technology Department. If you don't pass the subject, you won't be able to graduate." The guy smiled brightly. "It was just for the Information Technology Department." Cian was even more upset. "What? Information Technology Department? That is to say you not studying Information Technology Department?" He smiled calmly. "Yes, I did not study information technology." Cian exclaimed. "What? What do you say? You're a new student." He smiled and finished a sentence that made her stunned. "Yes, I am a new student of the 8th class of law school." Cian is so surprised. "Science, law department." Suddenly he said to change the subject. "Senior, let's drink coffee. When you have a headache, drinking coffee is the best." Son stammered. That's good." In the school park, Son's surprised voice rang out again. "Blockchain engineering." Tyson answered her while drinking a can of coffee. It was a technique to prevent double payments using peer-to-peer network. Si-Yun was even more surprised. "Hey, what did you just say?" "Peer-to-peer is illegal." Tyson still calmly answered her question. "It is understood that it is a popular payment transaction storage technique in the future. It's hard to understand. Payment transactions in the future. Will peer-to-peer be a popular technology in the future?" She looked at Tyson in confusion and thought, "My major is cybersecurity, yet he always says things that I hear but don't feel anything." "Network users don't trust each other," Tyson explains, "and that's how application networks control payment transactions." Cian retorted, "Don't talk so funny. That technique is impossible." Tyson interrupted her. "As far as I know, it is expected to be announced this fall." Cian couldn't believe it. "What? Really?" He continued, "Proof of work scheme, consensus algorithm. The specialized terminology of the Information Technology Department comes from the mouths of law students." Cian couldn't understand. "The payment system of the future. Who is he?" Cian asked him confusedly. Why did he exchange this information with her? "This is an unpublished technique." He calmly said that even if his seniors tried to research and develop, they would not be able to follow suit until death. She immediately got angry. "What? You look down on me." Tyson calmly explained that it was reality. To be able to use and realize this technique, one must be a numerical genius and understand special algorithms. Is the senior capable of doing that now? Son could not refute. He continued, "Isn't your major in cybersecurity?" Son laughed. That's right. I don't know about the other things, but I have knowledge of network security programming and firewalls. He laughed. In other words, he's like a white hat hacker. I know a great security program. Do you want to try it? Son was startled. What? Isn't that illegal? He calmly replied. For hackers, isn't the most important thing to overcome the firewall? Siyun countered. Hey, but if you do that, your profile will be red. You know, your parents are just normal people. They can't bear your mistakes. I just want to live peacefully and not do anything illegal. Tyson interrupted her. Senior. She got angry again. Why? She still has to get married. He smiled. What if you could take responsibility for my life? Sion was shocked. What are you talking about? His words made her both scared and unbelievable. In that situation, just with those words, not only me but everyone will be mentally disturbed. On a girl who always acts cool, but standing in front of a man like that, she is forced to fall in love. At this time Tyson was driving Sun Yuri. He asked her, Senior, you didn't come by car, right? Sun Yuri smiled. Today I plan to go home by taxi. He smiled and thought. So he wanted to drink. Just now she was a senior at Gongtia school. Now she's a senior at art school. Fortunately, I have not yet received any additional negative karma points from these types of actions. Sitting in the car, Yuri said in a reproachful tone. All this time she thought she couldn't make an appointment with him. If I make a girl hold a grudge to the point of frost falling in the middle of May, I will definitely receive a pile of karma points. But I have to act carefully. He immediately pleased her. Senior, please come with me today. That evening the full moon shone brightly. A voice rang out. The knight's consultation asked for permission to begin. Please everyone returns to your seats. The people present there all wore heads and seriously followed instructions. Everyone looked quite serious. There were 10 people on the round table. The atmosphere looked very solemn. One of them spoke up. It took 10 years for all of us to be here together like this. God bless us all. Everyone speaks in unison, hoping that all believers will always be with us. Someone continues. It has now been 486 years since we were humiliated and robbed of that island. In 1912, the island was reclaimed from the hands of the Catholics, but that humiliation remained over the years, flows in the flesh and blood of the knight's brothers. All must not be forgotten. Everyone spoke in unison again. The hatred had seeped into their blood and could not be erased. The person just now continued. Later I will explain the reason for summoning everyone. Rutan, please speak. The person named Rutan spoke up. Recently in the East, I discovered unusual movements. Heaven and Earth Assembly, and those who worship the ferocious snake, seem to be busy searching for something. Another person interrupted. What is that thing? Rutan replied, I don't know. This is a secret action, so I still cannot determine what their goal is. According to the information I have, it seems they are looking for someone. Another person asked, what kind of person is that? The person named Rutan continues, apparently the legendary heir of a family that covers all 3 Middle Eastern countries, Korea and Japan. The person who first spoke up, do you mean the descendant of destruction? Suddenly outside the door there was a flock of crows flying around, making everyone in the room angry. It was really noisy. That person continued, don't waver. Don't forget, our first goal is to destroy the descendants of this envoy. The rest of the believers said in unison, we have not forgotten. That person continued in a low voice. In the past, we have gathered those who serve the Holy Grail into an alliance. The sole goal of the Holy Knight Order is to protect the sincerity of the followers of God. The children are descendants of the abandoned people who sparked the economic war. We must crush their plot to break their alliance. First, we will join hands with the Heaven and Earth Association. Like in the past, I intend to use a marriage contract instead of an alliance agreement. What do people think? Another person spoke up, and we agreed. The other man continued, then, I will speed up the plan. I will let my adult son, married to the daughter of the leader of the Heaven and Earth Assembly Group, for the Holy Grail. Change the scene to another place, in front of the market structure chart screen. Tyson muttered, the market seems to be quite gloomy, and this seems to be my opportunity. It's like the last act of the festival. Everyone is in a hurry. Tyson looked at the computer thoughtfully, as if he was seeing the virtual currency bubble that had changed the world. On the 16th, the investment bank Bear Stearns will go bankrupt and merge with Morgan, and it will be $2 a week. There was a time when Daeho, who once ordered the world including Wall Street, failed and everything collapsed. In a cold world like this, losers end up the same. I need to be more cold. They are just numbers on a screen that most people cannot touch. A capital amount that no individual can dream of is circulating in the palm of their hands. While everyone is busy thinking of ways to get out of this situation, that is how cold and decisive people will win. The amount of slush funds hidden in tax evasion is $32 trillion, which is still not enough. Compared to them, I'm just a baby bird. Now I'm only the size of a bucket of water inside a water tank, and there's a limit to how much money I can use. I don't have anyone to trust 100%. I always have to be vigilant with everyone. Because you don't know when the enemy will appear and engulf you. The exchange rate and stock markets created by humanity are being manipulated by invisible hands. This invisible hand force, transferring a huge amount of money to the point where I can't grasp it. After a while, Tyson smelled the scent of coffee and exclaimed. The scent was so fragrant. The woman brought coffee to the man standing next to her and asked, "Director, today is a day off at school." He replied, "Yes, I have changed the classes to Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday." The assistant laughed. How envious. When I was in college, I was already struggling to prepare for a job. He teased her back. So is it unfair to her now? She laughed. No, that's not what I meant. Then she asked about something else, Director. Was the date fun? He laughed. Let's see. The assistant laughed. Ha, you don't have to lie. How can a handsome guy like the director leave the girls alone? Guys always mistakenly think that it's not the guy who comes to seduce the girl. It's the girl who has already tacitly agreed to it. That means the woman will be more active. Tyson smiled at her. Then he asked, "Is the working environment good?" The assistant was happy. I didn't expect anything more. Suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and said hello. The other end laughed loudly. "Director, are you still okay?" He happily replied, "Yes, Director Hu Wang. I still live very well here." Huang asked him if he was busy tomorrow. The candidate interview date that I mentioned before has been scheduled to take place tomorrow. Tyson asked again, interviewing candidates. Then he happily shouted loudly and approved. Scene changed to a certain house. Inside the house, son Yuri kept looking at the phone thoughtfully. Her mother, who was next to her, couldn't see any more, so she spoke up. Her phone was about to be punctured, waiting for her boyfriend. Yuri thought to herself, "What kind of boyfriend?" She said in a long, evasive voice, "Mom, I really have a talent for painting." Her mother was confused. "What are you talking about? You are the top of the Korean University's art department. Isn't this enough proof? Look at the wonderful pictures hanging in your room. Even if it were hung for an exhibition in a gallery, it would still sell for a high price." The girl interrupted her mother. "That's not what I drew. Someone gave it to me." Her mother was startled. "What? Who gave it? Could it be the professor?" She calmly replied, "Unfortunately, the school's professors don't have that much strength." Her mother was even more surprised. "So who was it?" Yuri hesitated. "Yes, such a guy." Scene changes to a corporation. A supercar crashes in front of the door. The staff stood in 2 rows to respectfully greet. "The director is here. We will guide you inside." Entering the parking lot, Tyson opened the door and got out of the car. He stood waiting for the elevator with an extremely arrogant expression. After waiting for a while, the elevator arrived. Meanwhile, in the interview waiting lobby, the loudspeaker announced, "Quickly line up, we will be interviewed in order." Tyson stood right at the door, watching the chaotic scene in the lobby, and burst into tears. Oh my God. There were 2 girls among those waiting for the interview who were chatting. When asked, "Can I wear makeup?" the other person replied, "Of course, you look very pretty today." Another guy complained, "Heck, I couldn't sleep yesterday, so I'm not in a good mood today." Someone comforts you. "It's okay. You'll do well. Just trust me." Tyson stood looking at this scene and sweated, thinking, it's no different from the chaos and the goblins. Suddenly someone shouted, "Kongo Yoon." He was startled. "What? Kongo Yoon?" An unremarkable short-haired girl in the crowd raised her hand. Yes, Tyson was also shocked when he saw the girl. Oh my God. Why is the person who plays the female lead in the Goblin TV series here? And there, the boy looking over there was June of Myri Boys. Tyson could only smile wryly looking at the chaos before his eyes. Suddenly someone called out to you, "Are you here for an interview?" Tyson turned around in surprise. Was a blonde-haired boy wearing a black scarf covering half of his face. That boy came before his eyes and said, "Don't stand there stupidly and go get the votes." Tyson was speechless. The guy continued to ask, "Are you so handsome, a singer, or an actor?" These questions made him not know how to answer. "No, me." The other guy continued to laugh. He looked a bit old. He must be an actor. He was very handsome. "I made the boys present here in squids." He laughed. "You came alone?" The boy replied, "Yes." He continued asking, "Are you a singer?" The boy continued to happily answer, nodding, seeing that he was a singer. "I'm Raehyuk, the future idol. I don't understand. Is it a stage name?" The boy was a bit surprised. "Can you see? My real name is Dongjun, Ma Dongjun." Tyson wondered again. "The real name sounds good." Ma Dongjun replied, "I don't feel anything. Raehyuk gives me a stronger feeling. Because idols are idols, their names also have to be great." On one side, there was a group of girls looking at him and talking. He didn't apply for a singer job, phew. So lucky. Why are you so handsome? To raise him as an idol, he's too tall, probably an actor. That beauty must be the main character in the group. Hearing the comments, Tyson turned around and smiled in return. His smile made the girls there fascinated. Kia, so handsome. How can a man's skin be so beautiful? The comments kept increasing. What is he? A trainee? Maybe he's an actor. He's so handsome. Tyson smiled excitedly and thought, somehow, I feel like today will be a very interesting day. On a beautiful day, Tyson went to the company and went back to work. He went inside, to room number 501. Tyson opened the door and calmly walked into the room. He briefly observed the room and then exclaimed, looking at it, he knew it had cost a lot of money. It was a rather luxurious room and clean, he thought, without a speck of dust. Just looking at him, he looked like an entertainment director. When an employee inside the room saw him, he bowed and said, Director, please come in. That person happily asked after Tyson. The director had already gone to work. Tyson also happily said, it seems like there were a lot of people coming for the interview. He evaluated the documents and asked, are these all the people who were recruited? The other person answered, yes, Director. I have recruited people who the director has approved as official employees of the departments, like human resources, operations, advertising. There are a total of 80 people. Hearing that, Tyson was quite satisfied and said seriously, as I said, there is no abuse of power at MTS, and even if you are an artist under the company, you will not receive special treatment. Just remember this, he clearly advised. The other person was also confident in himself and assured, yes, please don't worry, Director. We absolutely will not go against the director's instructions. Tyson added that investors were preparing to invest heavily in this field. This statement made the other person panic. What? There were investors too. Tyson saw the worried expression of his staff and firmly said, I think they will support us with all their strength, so we just need to improve our strength. To take the lead in the cultural industry, we must grasp and thoroughly meet the needs of consumers. That employee also felt helpless and exclaimed that, indeed, he could only be the director. The more he talked, the more excited he became. Then Tyson asked if he had contacted the lecturers yet. The other person spoke quickly and softly said, okay, I've already contacted the native teachers of English, Chinese, and Japanese. The interns probably want to faint when they hear this sentence, but there's a thing. The confused employee asked, how could the director think like that towards children at that age? Is it okay to put everything on the children like that? With an expectant expression without any hesitation at all explained that in the Taoist scriptures, there is a sentence like this. The reason God gives people wealth is not so they can monopolize it. On the contrary, God wants to create a balance of benefits for those who do not have wealth, he said. The manager also didn't expect Eisen to be so young, thinking so deeply and then exclaiming, as expected, thinking has nothing to do with age. I admire the director very much. Because of this sincere respect from the employee, Tyson was given karma points. In his mind he was thinking, karma points, it's like a real level-up game. It seems like when he receives recognition, sincere respect from others will give you more karma points. Suddenly the screams, look at this, yes, and this can't be done, interrupted the two of them conversation. The employee looked at Tyson's face in fear. Is it yesin? The sounds of arguing echoed into the room. The representative made an appointment with us, but was in such a hurry that's why I did that. Please let us see Department Manager Huang for a moment. I hope you can help. This loud shouting has caught Tyson's attention. He asked the department manager, what's going on? Then the person explained that, people outside, I'm a new actor under lore, but it seems like I've been a bit tired lately. When I was a trainee I trained her, that was Kang Yaseo, he said hesitantly. Tyson panicked when he heard that. What's wrong? The person outside called loudly to come inside. The department head is me, the department manager. Tyson didn't expect it and thought to himself, Kang Yaseo. I also know this actress, I'm also her fan. Having said that, Tyson told manager Huang to let her in. The manager immediately confusedly explained, that's not okay. We have been warned not to contact people from Lure Company. If they are involved, as for the actresses in the company, both sides will be in trouble. Hearing that, Tyson was not afraid of heaven or earth and immediately said, why are you afraid? Making the manager even more confused. Tyson immediately said firmly, don't be afraid. I have bodyguards and I also have a relationship with Samuel Law Firm, so don't worry. Director, the manager was still a little worried and said. Tyson then said, please come in. The sound of high heels clicking, the girl opened the door and rushed straight into the room. Somehow, she mistook Tyson for manager Huang, ran to hug him and happily said loudly, Manager Huang. It was this rude action of the girl that made him confused, a girl crying in his arms. He had never encountered this situation before and in his heart, he could not contain his joy. In his mind, he was exclaiming, oh my God, what a wonderful moment this was. Suddenly, manager Huang spoke up, this director is Yaseo, and before he could enjoy it for a long, she knew she recognized the wrong person. Yaseo was startled away from Tyson. Oh my God. Tyson liked it very much but was a little embarrassed and asked, "Are you done crying?" The girl knew she hugged the wrong person and immediately panicked. "What? This pervert? Who are you?" Manager Huang immediately introduced her to Tyson. "This is the director of our company," and Tyson also greeted her. After a while, everyone finished introducing themselves and sat at the table to talk. At this time, Yahello could no longer speak forcefully and instead sat down and apologized. "I'm sorry, department head. Other than the department head, I have no one else to rely on." Seeing that the girl was embarrassed, the manager immediately said, "The director is also my relative, so feel free to say anything." Yahello thought to himself, "Even though it's uncomfortable, it's okay." Tyson also happily said, "Just say it. You have to listen to know if I can help." The girl was upset and told the company representative, "Tomorrow, I'm scheduled to go to Bali to take photos for a magazine." Mr. Huang suddenly asked, "What about the magazine? But what's the problem with that?" Hearing that, Tyson was a little interested. Sao continued crying while continuing, "The thing is that I don't have a manager with me." Both Tyson and the department had heard that and were panicked and said in unison, "What? Did you come to Bali alone?" "Because I didn't want to. I refused. But he told me to leave while he was still talking nicely. Someone promised to sponsor me. But if I do anything wrong, I will be buried alive. What should I do now? This is going too far." When hearing this difficult story, Tyson thought to himself, how urgent must it be to find head of department Huang representing the rival company? In the entertainment world, everyone wants to become famous, but if you directly engage in it, you will see that it is even more terrifying. Tyson thought about it and asked, "What are you planning to do now?" The girl was just so busy crying that she hadn't thought about this and asked again. Tyson said, "Seriously, do you really want to get out of Lure Company?" The surprised girl temporarily froze and couldn't say anything. As for manager Hu Wang, he was also helpless and didn't say a word. Then Yahello firmly said, "Yes, director, please save me. I really want to escape from there." Tyson seemed to have something in mind and agreed. "Okay, then let me help you. Will you trust me?" Because he was a fan, he knew all the basic information about her. So he asked, "Do her parents live in America?" Yahello panicked when he heard the question. "Yes, but how did he do it?" "No" again. Tyson seemed to know the answer in advance, and then asked if the company had bought her a house yet. Yahello immediately replied to Tyson that I was staying at the company's dormitory. Then Tyson continued, "You can find a staff member to bring your luggage to you." Having said that, Tyson immediately took out his phone and dialed his dad to call someone. On the other end of the line was Manager Han. He answered the phone and asked, "What's going on, manager?" Tyson then replied, "Manager Han, I want to use MTS bodyguards to protect someone." Tyson further advised, "Since the person needing protection is female, it is okay to send 2 male and 2 female bodyguards." "I know. I will send them right away," he replied. After speaking, he was relieved and hung up the phone. Then Tyson asked Yasin, wondering if she brought things like documents, evidence, or something with her. She hesitantly replied, "I have a recording file on my phone." Quickly and decisively, Tyson immediately picked up the phone and dialed another phone call and said, "Okay." On the other end of the phone, before he could even say hello, he immediately suggested, "Lawyer, I have a lawsuit I want to ask you for help with." The lawyer asked clearly what kind of lawsuit it is. Tyson explained that it was a lawsuit to terminate the exclusive contract of an actress who was threatened by the director. The lawyer seemed to find it interesting and said, "So what? I know. I will prepare a suitable lawyer, relevant to this case." He further requested that please send a quiet lawyer here. "I am now at MTS Company." Then the person on the other end of the line agreed, and the 2 people on this side were also frightened when they heard that. After making the phone call, Tyson then turned to ask Manager Hu Wang, "Manager Hu Wang, the security here is very good, right?" Mr. Hu Wang immediately confirmed, "Of course, there were 8 guards sent here." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Tyson immediately said to Yasin, "Did you hear that? Kang Yahello, this is a safe place." The girl immediately confusedly replied, "Yes, director." But at this moment her tears from fear became tears of joy. Tyson also advised that, and there is a dormitory in the company building, you should stay here temporarily for a while. The security headquarters is right here, so except for the police station, this is a safe place, best. And the termination of her exclusive contract will be handled perfectly, he said happily. Makes Yasin feel somewhat more secure. She felt like she was getting justice for herself, then stood up and bowed in thanks. "I will trust the director to the fullest." Because of this thank you from the bottom of my heart, Tyson received extra karma points. After that, in the company lobby, many artists and journalists arrived. A girl with small steps walked in. She leisurely walked and looked around and exclaimed, "There were so many journalists." When she looked at the handsome guy named Tyson, she thought to herself, "Is that person an intern from our company? So handsome?" A pair of feet clattered along the hallway. As she walked, she said, "Her friends have gone to interviews. What should I do? I'm so bored." Goon kept walking back and forth in the middle of the hallway, thinking, what can a little girl like me do? Suddenly, there was a man's voice calling, Miss Goon. She was startled and turned around to see who it was. How could she know her name? That man walked up to Gun and began to introduce himself. Hello, I am Unjin Chu, assistant in the planning department of this company. After hearing the introduction, Gun was quite surprised. Assistant to the planning department. The friendly man continued, the director wants to meet you. Can you spare some time? When Goon heard this, his eyes widened and his mouth opened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Director, why did that person meet me? She exclaimed while thinking to herself, what the heck? This grandfather's face looks like a pervert. The planning department assistant acted like nothing happened, leisurely saying that her friend was still interviewing so she didn't need to worry. Goon was surprised again. What is that? Why did you say that to me? Looking at the surprised look on the manager's face, he had to laugh. We won't eat you. Let's go. Goon doesn't understand what's going on. Entering the director's room, Goon was engrossed in looking around. The manager reported directly, the director, I brought her there. The director was quite satisfied when he heard that and said, come in, EMS Kangaroo. Goon was confused, didn't pay attention to who was in front of him, bowed to introduce, hello, I'm Kangaroo. A second later, she raised her head, suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked forward as if she discovered something very horrifying. Oh, this man. Jang Tyson continued, wondering if she intended to become a celebrity. Seeing the person in front of her, Goon couldn't keep calm and sweat poured down like rain. 9 years from now, Kong Goon will star in the famous movie Goblin Bride. She will sign an exclusive 10-year contract for 100 million. From inside the house suddenly came a voice, brother, what's going on? Kong Yeseo, who later became very famous, I was also her fan. He asked the person opposite him if it was delicious. It seems that for men, wealth is women. A mouth eats chocolate while talking and chewing sprinkles. If there are too many words, the mouth will hurt. It's too wonderful. It turned out that it was Vladimir. He happily asked while eating, brother, is there really anything wrong? His face turned red like a drunk who drank 3 or 4 bottles of vodka. After hearing this, Jang Tyson shouted like a thorn in his body. What, are you saying I'm drunk? The two cousins sat on an outdoor chair talking. The older brother said, I went to an interview today. Although the younger brother listened, he still held 2 chocolate bars in both hands and said, wow, really, you're so cool. The more Vladimir spoke, the more excited he became. His eyes lit up and he smiled. I really like a rich brother. After hearing this, he looked at his brother blankly, not liking his karma. The younger brother smiled innocently and patted his brother's shoulder. It's the same. You have to have money to earn a lot of karma points. The older brother chuckled and thought, he's quite smart. He said, I know, it's the same. Suddenly Jang Tyson became serious. He asked, I want you this. My brother still didn't know what was going on and innocently asked, what's going on? Jang Tyson's face became thoughtful. He said he was one of the geniuses. He could hack any computer, right? I see that in addition to America's NASA, the talent from the intelligence department is not average. He looked at his younger brother. Even though he was a boy with a natural talent for hackers, he didn't know everything. The younger brother looked at his brother thoughtfully. Vladimir replied bewilderedly and awkwardly, that was a professional secret. He continued, if you wanted to learn, you have to spend a lot of time with me. It's not easy. Jang Tyson didn't mind anything. He was just afraid of not being able to study, so he replied, I'm free, don't worry. The younger brother suddenly calmed down. His face also became sad and said, I have had a dream since I was a child. After listening, my brother's eyes widened in surprise. The younger brother continued, that's why he hacked Mr. Putin's account. After hearing this, Jang Tyson awkwardly asked, so, what is your dream? It seemed like Vladimir didn't want to talk. Being the person who made him like him became curious. He tried to ask questions. Try saying it. He would listen. Hurry up, you're a reasonable person. The younger brother bowed his head full of sadness. His face darkened. Jang Tyson sat on the side and kept saying, can you give me more points, or do I want to level up? The younger brother was embarrassed. His face turned red and said, I want to go to the amusement park. After listening, Jang Tyson was frozen for 5 seconds, not believing what he heard. Amusement park? Vladimir was immersed in his dream. His eyes lit up and he looked forward with a bright smile. He wanted to go to the biggest and most beautiful amusement park in Russia that he had ever lived in. That's my only dream. Jang Tyson looked at his brother affectionately and thought, I've heard that story before. Vladimir's greatest joy while alive was a picnic at an amusement park with his parents. Looking at his brother immersed in thinking about his dream, his face radiated happiness when thinking about what he wanted. He continued to think. The boy wanted to share that feeling of happiness with others. The child is living and growing up in Russia, a better brother than I thought. At night at the Moore Castle building, when the moon was high, shining in the sky, The clicking sound from the keyboard rang out continuously. In front of screen was still lit. I didn't know what it was. It turned out to be Jang Tyson. It's midnight, and he's still sitting in front of the computer screen typing away. I have to immediately invite a mathematician who is good at algorithms. He's a genius in computers, but he doesn't know much about algorithms. I need to compensate for this, he said. After receiving energy from Vladimir, he could see it, to see how lax network security was these days. Jang Tyson's face also became more thoughtful and said, to have stronger energy, I need to learn more. Looking at the screen filled with letters and numbers, he also let out an exclamation. He is indeed a genius boy, having found a weakness in the network system that will happen in 2017. Jang Tyson becomes dangerous. In the next 10 years, I will have all the computer systems in the world in my hands. If I am determined, it will not be a problem. The scene changes to a tall company building, surrounded by works in many fields. Suddenly, there was a pair of long, slender legs, walking on high heels, looking very beautiful, surrounded by curious voices. Oh, that girl. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, very youthful and energetic. Some people wondered if she was a student at our school. They all turned their curious eyes towards the girl. Everyone was staring at her as if she were a celebrity. Among them, someone asked, "Is that Anson?" The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing blue pants and high heels, stood among everyone, making herself stand out. Everyone who passed by looked back a few times. The students looked curiously and replied, "No, it looks like you can see the head." All around were rumors about the girl, a student from another school. Wasn't she a beautiful girl from our school? The girl standing among the students was equally bewildered. As if looking for something, she thought, "We were planning to meet in the parking lot. Where did we go?" She moved forward. Behind them, they continued to discuss. "Who is that? Ancien. He maybe go on a blind date." 3 students with faces full of teasing stared at the senior and said, "If you see a senior, you should say hello." "Say hello, wow. Look at that graceful figure." The other 3 guys seemed to want to tease her to the end, surrounding her and teasing her. "She should have dressed up a bit earlier." "Great. He has a gentle face, but why is he hiding his face?" The more Ancien thought about it, the angrier he became, cursing silently. "Your hateful virus bastard." She was walking when she heard those words and was so angry that she had to stop. Behind her were very hateful voices saying, "Hey, that girl, Ancien." When the other 3 saw her standing still, they cleared their throats even more aggressively. They thought they were seniors and could say whatever they wanted. The other 3's faces showed an aggressive look and shouted loudly, "We praise her for her beautiful face. Are they disrespecting our seniors?" They kept surrounding her and saying harsh words. That's why she was called a witch. This cheeky girl. At this moment, a figure appeared from behind, seemingly having witnessed the scenes just now. Ancien was angry, biting his lip and scolding, "You bastard!" Suddenly, a tall figure appeared from behind and grabbed the heads of the 2 guys, making them stunned. A familiar voice rang out and apologized. The other 2 guys were grabbed by the head. So startled, they turned around and asked loudly, "Who are you?" In Seon seemed to see someone familiar. Her eyes contained a ray of joy in them. "No, Mr. Jang." The other 2 men stood in shock opposite the man. His face looked very gloomy and unpredictable. They seemed to have provoked the wrong person. Suddenly, Jang Tyson smiled brightly like a spring flower and introduced himself as Seyun's boyfriend. In Seon widened her eyes and suddenly looked at the person opposite her. As if she couldn't believe her eyes, she was extremely confused by Jang Tyson. The scene changes to an apartment building. The girl's voice rings out, wondering if his family is a tycoon. A male voice replied, "You can make a living in many ways." Those are Jang Tyson and On Seyun. Jang Tyson politely invited Seyun to get in the car. So she got in the car. She couldn't believe the truth before her eyes. Her mouth opened in surprise. She didn't even dare to touch the car, let alone get on it. She thought, "What the hell?" Standing in front of an attractive red sports car made Ancien exclaim in admiration at how beautiful the car was. Her face filled with admiration as she looked at the car. Jang Tyson witnessed this scene and was helpless. "Do you need a car? I'll give it to you too." Ancien was startled when he heard this. His face turned into an O and his mouth turned into an A as he looked towards the person who had just made this suggestion. "Don't do that to me." A halo of light seemed to radiate around Jang Tyson's body. He said slowly and sincerely, "Didn't you say you would be responsible for Senior's life?" After hearing this, Ong Si-yoon was all sweaty. She went from one surprise to another. Her eyes showed confusion, stammering and saying, Are you really planning to get married?" Jang Tyson's eyes became steadfast as he looked towards Ong Si-yoon and asked, "Do you want to marry me?" She screamed in her heart, "Don't do that to me." Jang Tyson smiled gently, not giving up, and continued, "Didn't Senior tell us to go on a date first?" And Si-yoon was startled and replied awkwardly, "That's it." Her cheeks turned red. Her face became stiff and she said, You said you were a boyfriend first, so how responsible are you? She was confused, not knowing how he would handle it, looking up at him with sparkling eyes as if she wanted to cry. Are you planning to hire me as your lifelong employee, your new student? Jang Tyson acted very calmly, as if it was a natural thing to say. Oh, how did you know that? Ancien couldn't believe his ears. What? Jang Tyson continued to say that his senior was Ancien. Her face turned red again and she looked at him bewilderedly, waiting for him to continue. Jang Tyson's face also became dangerous, looking towards her and said, Don't you want to dream a hot dream with me? These words took her from one surprise to another, making her extremely confused, exclaiming, What? The red car drove to the school and stopped with the rumbling sound of the car engine. From inside the car, I heard Jang Tyson's voice, Senior, get out of the car. There were a lot of students walking around. Some people also noticed this outstanding car and turned to look. 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car together and stood out, no matter what anyone said today. Then I will also be your senior's boyfriend. This sentence made on Siyun dizzy. What did he say at the same time? She thought to herself, definitely a bad person. What should I do? Her eyes opened wide in surprise. Sweat poured out and she thought, No, Siyun, wake up quickly. But Jang Tyson acted as if he didn't see that. He leisurely looked at his sister and said, very sincerely, I want to give a gift to my senior. After hearing this, Siyun opened his mouth and suddenly turned to look at Jang Tyson. What a gift. Jang Tyson smiled brightly, his eyes filled with affection and said, That gift is the fastest and strongest supercomputer in the world. After hearing these words, her eyes became frightened, as if something had stabbed her in the heart. The reason she studied information technology was because she wanted to create the most powerful supercomputer in the world. But, looking at the man in front of him, he seemed very normal, looking at him as if he didn't know anything. But this made her even more panicked. How did he know about this? The sky is still so beautiful. The birds are carefree and innocently flying above it, ignoring the world around them. The scene changed to a sky-high company building. From inside I heard a heavy scolding. Is that all my ability has? The person on the other end of the line is afraid to respond. I'm sorry, CEO. On this side, the voice of the so-called CEO replied, Okay, if you can't handle just one woman, how should I trust you? The man with the angry face continued, Don't contact me after today. It's not just your company that contacts me. Hearing these words made the person on the other end of the line even more scared and said, CEO, please give me another chance. I'll send the aram that's been singing recently to the examiner. When the director heard this, he seemed to realize something and asked, If it's aram, is it Unique's aram? This man quickly replied, Yes, it's her. Isn't that girl beautiful? I choose someone to entertain the CEO. But how can I choose lightly? Tonight, I'll let her get on the plane with the director. The other party heard that and said a little smugly, Really, that's okay. I'll trust you again. With the approval of the CEO, this made the man feel a bit relieved. Thank you, CEO, the other party replied, Do it well later. But after hanging up the phone, the man's face showed resentment. His face darkened. Damn you, son of a bitch. Then he turned back to look at the man next to him, angrily shouted, Director Choi, where's that cunning little girl? Have you found it yet? Director Choi said, Found it. The other guy asked right back, So, where are you? At this point, Director Choi seemed confused. That's it. Lee Kwang-ju heard Director Choi hesitantly answer and became angry, saying, What again? Don't tell me it's at the police station. Director Choi replied slowly, being with Director Huang of MTS. Hearing this name made the other guy surprised. What Huang Yoni? Director Choi's face became serious, as if to prove that what he was investigating was correct. His eyes became determined. I confirmed that she had gone to Huang Yuani's company. After that, her whereabouts were unknown. Hearing this, Lee Kwang-ju grimaced in discomfort. His eyes filled with evil. That bastard Huang Yoni. Did he take the wrong medicine? Do you want to die? Saying that, he screamed. His eyes became dangerous. He must definitely get that girl back here. If Huang Yoni gets in the way, then drag her back here. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, That son of a bitch dares to kick over my rice bowl. Director Choi saw that the situation was not good and took a few steps back in fear. His eyes also turned pale with fear. He immediately replied to run away to avoid being afraid. Yes, I will go to work right away. The more he thought about Huang Yanhe, the angrier he became. His face tightened. His eyes were full of resentment, as if he wanted to devour them. Huang Yoni, you're dead. In the towering company building, everyone was busy with their work, when suddenly someone called Robert. It seems like this is an online meeting. On the other side is Robert and on this side is the company president. He said, Let's invest all the election funds through our subsidiaries, bought out and attracted more lobbyists. Robert on the other side seemed a bit surprised. The chairman currently has a relatively large amount of money in our election fund. Jang Tyson smiled brightly, showing his professionalism. We probably have to invest more in it. He continued, just invest within the limit of $5 billion. When Robert heard about that huge amount of money, he gasped in surprise. $5 billion. Facing this calm president, Robert began to calculating 5 trillion won, which was enough to wipe out the entire U.S. election before the development of SNS. The effectiveness of advertising and speech. Chairman, that's a decisive bet. After hearing this, Jang Tyson smiled with satisfaction. He reminded, if possible, don't let this matter get out. The Republican side will continue to pump money to them appropriately. He looked down as if thinking of something. 8 years after the election ended, the world would change again. The reason why politicians in America also crave power. In the end, it's just about money. He turned his head to look at the vast sky outside. As if feeling the lightness of the weather, he thought, today's weather is really beautiful. Suddenly someone knocked outside. Knock, knock. Jang Tyson happily looked towards the door and said, please come in. In the director's office, a girl with blonde hair now appeared. This person was Kang Yeseo and was received quite thoughtfully by Jang Tyson. Kang Yeseo looked at the president in front of her as if thinking something. She couldn't believe that this was the legendary president. Was this person really the company's president? She looked at his young face, adding to her thoughts, according to the group leader, he was still a student, a descendant of a tycoon family. Jang Tyson looked at the girl in front of him. He gently asked, how is it here? Is there anything inconvenient? She listened to him while looking at him attentively, inwardly admiring him. His skin was even more beautiful than her own. She was startled as soon as she asked the question. Her face stiffened as if she had discovered that she was looking at her. She confusedly replied, yes, it's really good here. As for Jang Tyson, he didn't pay that much attention. He was afraid that he wouldn't feel comfortable, so he reminded him to make himself at home. Kang Yeseo hasn't heard that much. He's still thinking about this president's beauty. What cosmetics he uses, and his body is also handsome. Then she regained her usual composure and spoke. But the director, he replied. Yes, just say it. Her face became puzzled. She looked at Jang Tyson and asked, what is this person doing? I heard Sarah say he is still a student. Jang Tyson smiled and introduced himself. I am a law student at Korean University. When she heard this, he replied, Korean University. There was something wrong with this. It seemed like she heard something shocking. She opened her eyes wide, gasped, surprised for a few seconds. The law department of a Korean university. Jang Tyson looked at her in surprise and was not surprised. He introduced himself again, and I was both the president and largest shareholder of MTS. The more she listened, the more she expressed her admiration. Wow, so great. For someone so young to be able to hold such a high position, this made her even more curious about his age. So she immediately asked, then his age? Jang Tyson smiled and replied very politely, 20 years old. Once again, she was surprised, couldn't believe it. How was it possible? 20 stars. Looking at her as if she didn't believe it was true, Jang Tyson smiled slowly and asked again, what's wrong? Is there a problem? When she was asked back, she stuttered and replied, no, nothing. She looked at the man in front of her and couldn't believe her eyes. Faced with this face, her thoughts grew more and more. What the heck? Really only 20 years old. She was confused and couldn't believe it was true. Her eyes kept staring in his direction. Were the aliens? How could this be possible? Suddenly, Jang Tyson asked if she had an American passport. The girl was bewildered and didn't know why he asked that. Oh yes, I am an American. When he heard that, he smiled with satisfaction, smiled at her and said, okay, I'm going to America. Do you want to go with me? The girl suddenly asked, are you going to America? Mentioning America reminded her of something. Her eyes began to well up with tears, and her mood also became more chaotic. Jang Tyson looked at her sincerely and asked, don't you remember your parents? Hearing him say that, her tears fell like rain. Her eyes were still wide open looking at the other person. It seemed like she still couldn't calm down. She didn't think he would ask her that question. Seeing her like that, he smiled gently and comforted her. Don't cry. In the future, only good things will come to her. Suddenly his face darkened. A sad look appeared on his face and he continued asking, if she can cancel the contract with that party, where are you going to go? The girl burst into tears, speechless. Did you cancel the contract? She heard him ask that. Even though she was crying, she still tried to look serious and sincerely said, if so, if possible, I want to devote myself to MTS. Hearing this, he was very satisfied. His face smiled contentedly and said, you must keep that word. She raised her head to look at him, asking again to make sure, will you really accept me into MTS? Jang Tyson's face became more dangerous. His sharp eyes said, I will make you a star, not only in Korea but also in Asia. The whole room was very serious when her phone rang. Ringing throughout the room, she shyly said, "Wait for me." Jang Tyson laughed twice and said, "Listen up." She lowered her head to answer the phone and asked, "What are you calling me for?" At the other end of the second, I only heard the cry of a woman, Yahello, excited. As if discovering something bad had happened, she called out in panic, "Miss, what's wrong? Why?" Suddenly the voice on the other side rang out, causing panic. Eyes widened as if something serious was happening. The other side spoke up, "Kong Yeseo, appear." When she heard this voice, she couldn't guess who it was, so she asked, "Who is it?" The man on the other side replied, "Have you already forgotten my voice?" When she heard this, she almost guessed who it was. Hearing this voice made her even more scared. Her tears kept falling and she couldn't say a word. The other party spoke up and continued, "I'm the director." She panicked and asked, Choi director, why are you holding my aunt's phone?" On the other side, Director Choi replied very hatefully, "She really didn't know." Jang Tyson sat to the side and heard this conversation clearly. His face turned dark. Director Choi acted like nothing happened and continued, "I know you're hiding at Hwang Yoni's place. She doesn't care that much. She's scared to protect her aunt. My aunt has nothing to do with this." She was scared and worried, crying and saying, "Why did you do that to my aunt? Let her go, miss." The other side ignored Kineseo's pleas, the other guy threatened. "While I was still saying nice things, quickly return to the company. If so, your aunt will be safe." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the phone from her hand, making her surprised and not understanding what was happening. She turned around and saw that Jang Tyson had picked up his phone and answered, "Director Choi, it's me." She looked at the person across from her in bewilderment. Her eyes sparkled with confusion. The other end of the line replied aggressively, "It's me. Who is that? Damn it. Hwang Yandi." He pretended not to hear the screams on the other side of the phone and slowly answered, "No." The other party shouted angrily, "So who are you?" Bastard. Jang Tyson gave a sinister smile. His eyes also became colder and replied, "The one chosen to defeat the crazy people. You just wait." The alarm sounded in the company building. Emergency situation for everyone. Everyone working was also surprised by the alarm. Everyone's face looked very confused. Everyone, "What's up?" A man came out and said loudly, "This is the boss's order." All the staff below didn't know what was going on, but they all answered in unison, "Yes, we will handle it right away." Man's face became serious, and he informed everyone to activate the emergency communication system and gather everyone. "I think it's a level 1 alarm." After those people received the order, they immediately ran to carry out the orders. The running made the floor of the house tremble. As they ran, they said to each other, "We have an hour. Hurry up." "What? Isn't there a war somewhere?" The other man clenched his teeth, revealing teeth as wide and even as corn kernels, and said, even though he didn't know who he was, if he dared to touch the boss, then they all must die. His face exuded coldness, his eyes filled with danger. In another place, there was also someone worried about this matter. He put the documents in his briefcase and said, "Are you prepared?" The people standing opposite him replied in unison, "All were ready." "This is Lawyer Cho Yuntae." Lawyer Cho's face also became serious, reminding the rest that no negligence is allowed. He suddenly became quiet. His face suddenly darkened as if remembering something. "That was the person who gave me the lifeline. So I am extremely grateful to that person." The people wearing black shirts standing in line below heard their boss say that and replied in unison, "Yes." Then Lawyer Cho became sinister and said, "And don't be afraid of things like 5 punches without eyes. Because if you want to be by my side, you have to endure those things." The men below heard these words and still smiled calmly, as if this had scared them, saying, "Please don't worry. I am a former criminal prosecutor. That's nothing." In an office, a man's voice rang out, "Director Jang, it's time to depart." Director Jang heard that it was time and replied, "Well, then let's go quickly." The other man replied, "Yes." In another high-rise building, from the highest room came a voice that sounded unexpected. "What, are you here?" Director Choi smiled and replied, "Yes, they said they were on their way." After listening to Lee Guangju, he saw that this was not a big deal. He didn't seem to be worried about what was to come. "What is it? Hasn't it already happened? Just a pretty rabbit." This Director Choi also seemed very indifferent. Following his boss's words, his face also showed an arrogant look, saying, "We are holding his aunt so he cannot escape. Kong Yeseo is not a cruel name." The other guy heard that and laughed very happily. The danger on his face did not change. "Very good. Director Choi, I like you more and more." Director Choi heard that and bowed down happily. "Thank you." The other guy took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, looking very formal, saying, "That girl needs to be seriously taught this time. She's a stupid girl with a hot body." When Director Choi heard that, he didn't feel very good. His face suddenly looked worried. If he were to educate him, that's fine. Before he could finish his sentence, The other guy stole the other part. He held a cigarette in his mouth while looking at Director Choi with a sinister look and said, then send it to Mr. Kwangful for about a month. If you send it there, it will definitely be much more obedient. Anyway, it's time to warn those people. The more he talked, the more pleased he became. Anyway, nothing will change. From now on, this world will still be ours. When he finished speaking, he laughed loudly and was very pleased. Director Choi, standing next to him, also laughed happily. We don't show up often these days, so that's why it's like this. If it was before, the kids would definitely have been taught with a piece of wood already. Suddenly, the desk phone rang continuously, as if something was going to happen to them. Director Lee Kwang-ju picked up the phone, but the other side spoke with a worried voice, announcing, Director, something big has happened. At the other end of the second, he didn't know what was being said, but it seemed very serious. The director's face also turned pale. He asked worriedly, what's going on? Are the police coming? The staff on the other side were so worried that they couldn't speak. We were being attacked. After hearing this, Lee Kwang-ju's face became full of danger. His eyes widened and he shouted loudly, what? Is this a drama?